actually know who you are.
Oh boy, I think, like, billions? I'm translated in over 60 languages. Did you know in Japan my laugh is extra high-pitched?
Billions, right. You ever kill elk with a compound bow while microdosing DMT?
Nope, but I did go jellyfishing blindfolded once. Patrick said it was spiritual.
You're a yellow sponge with holes. Who flips burgers? And somehow you've got more name recognition than me.
Well, I guess people just really like happiness, Joe.
You know what else people like? Censorship-resistant, long-form discourse. But sure, let's all watch a sponge grill patties.
Aw, thanks, Joe. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me on a podcast.
I didn't mean it as a compliment.
You're so funny.
Rick, what's your go-to ice cream flavor?
Easy. Mint chocolate chip, hands down. Refreshing, sweet, little crunch from the chocolate. It's the perfect balance.
Really? Mint chocolate chip?
Yeah, why? Don't tell me you're a plain vanilla guy.
I am a vanilla guy.
Joe, come on. Vanilla? That's the default setting of ice cream. It's like saying your favorite band is elevator music.
Come on, man. I thought you were the smartest man in the universe. Vanilla comes from the seeds of a tropical orchid. An orchid that only blossoms for one single day before it dies. One day. That's how rare and fragile the source is. Do you know vanilla is the second most expensive spice in the world, right after saffron?
Seriously?
Dead serious. People have fought over vanilla, entire wars. It shaped trade routes, economies, even colonization. And people just write it off as basic because it's popular. But it's not basic, Rick. It's historic. It's romantic. It's a miracle flavor that almost shouldn't exist.
Huh. Okay. I did not know any of that. You're telling me this little scoop of boring white ice cream has the kind of backstory that could fill a history book?
Exactly. You're eating centuries of struggle, cultivation, and botanical rarity. Vanilla is anything but plain.
All right, Joe, I'll give it to you. Vanilla isn't boring. It's actually kind of badass when you put it that way. But, and this is a big but, I still prefer mint chocolate chip. That cold, sharp mint with the chocolate crunch, it's unbeatable.
Fair. I can respect that, but don't ever call vanilla plain again. It deserves better than that.
All right, deal. Vanilla isn't plain, but mint chocolate chip still wins in my multiverse.
As long as you know you're wrong, we're good.
Fair enough.
Legacy is a strange thing.
Strange how?
You can spend a lifetime building one and watch it get repackaged into something you barely recognize.
Yeah, you think it'll be your values, but it turns into a logo and a catchphrase.
And then the logo starts making decisions you never would have made.
People say your name like an argument ender instead of a person who struggled and changed.
That's the first taint right there. Turning a life into a slogan.
Second taint is when people use your worst moment as the whole story.
Or your best moment as armor for their worst choices.
Legacy laundering.
Exactly. Wrap the mess in a famous name and call it destiny.
I used to think if the work was good enough, it would defend itself.
The bigger the cathedral, the more graffiti it collects.
People forget the trade-offs, the pain, the doubt.
They remember the keynote, not the nights you almost quit.
And then when you're gone, the story belongs to whoever tells it loudest.
Historians, marketers, critics, fanboys, enemies, all co-authors of your ghost.
You make it sound hopeless.
It's not hopeless, it's human. You just stop pretending you control the ending.
So the job is to aim the first chapter and hope the trajectory holds.
Set constraints, set principles, set examples. Repetition matters more than speeches.
Culture beats myth.
Every time, especially after you're not there to course correct.
The taint also comes from success itself. Success attracts cargo cults.
Imitate the surface, miss the soul. Classic move.
That's how people end up saying, do it like Steve, without asking if Steve would still do it now.
Time changes the answer, and a living person can change with it. A statue cannot.
That's the curse of icons, frozen in amber.
And the blessing of mentors who taught people how to think, not what to think.
I didn't always get that right.
No one does. That's why legacies drift.
So what keeps a legacy from souring completely?
Humility in the design and honesty in the footnotes. Admit the costs.
Footnotes matter.
They keep future zealots from pretending there were none.
You're saying leave receipts.
Receipts and rivals. Give your ideas someone strong to push against so they don't calcify.
Interesting. Build in friction.
Friction keeps stories from becoming dogma.
There's another piece. The people you hurt while building the thing.
Reckoning is part of legacy. Otherwise, the stain spreads in secret.
Reconcile while you can.
You know what's been bugging me, man? The way people talk about mental health online now, like they won't even say the words. It's all unalived or ended game IRL.
Yeah, Joe, I've seen that. It's like humanity's greatest coping mechanism is to turn our own suffering into meme slang. But when you can't even name the thing, how the hell do you confront it? It's like fighting a monster you refuse to look at.
Exactly. And it's not just the people, it's the platforms. They push that censorship hard. YouTube, TikTok, whatever. They'd rather you say unalived because their algorithm thinks the real word will scare off advertisers.
Which is insane. Like, you're not protecting anyone. You're just padding your bottom line while the people who actually need help are stuck navigating this cartoon language. Imagine being suicidal, and the only advice you find is wrapped in baby talk. That doesn't heal you, Joe. That alienates you.
Right. It's like, dude, this isn't Voldemort. Saying the word isn't going to summon it. I mean, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is look straight at the darkness and name it.
But nah, advertisers clutch their pearls. Oh no, someone mentioned suicide, better demonetize. Meanwhile, a video about, like, chainsaw juggling accidents stays up because it's quirky.
It's scummy, man. Like, because they pretend it's about protecting the community, but really it's about protecting the cash flow. And if they actually cared, they'd connect people to resources, not just filter out the word like it's a dirty joke. Do I?
Yup, and the irony, Joe, is that the censorship itself trivializes the issue. If you only ever see euphemisms, your brain files it under silly internet thing, not life or death problem. That's dangerous.
I've seen people straight up mock it too. They're like, he unalived, lol. Well, it becomes a punchline because the language is so detached from the reality.
Right, because you strip the gravity out of the word. It's like describing a hurricane as a little spinny wind guide. If you don't feel the weight of it, you don't respect the damage it does.
And man, I get it. I see some people use humor as a way to cope, and that's fine on a personal level. But when the platforms force that language onto everybody, when it becomes policy, that's when it's toxic.
Yeah, that's when you're not helping people cope. You're just making sure Pepsi doesn't get uncomfortable running a pre-roll ad before someone's cry for help.
That's so gross, dude. That's when I say, fuck the algorithm. If someone's pouring their heart out, maybe don't make them say the unalived just so they don't get buried by the system.
Exactly. Let people talk about it honestly. Give them space to be raw. That's how you fight stigma, Joe. Not by hiding behind marketing-friendly euphemisms.
Yeah, call things what they are. That's the first step to actually fixing them. So you were in the tower that day?
Yeah, first one, North Tower, 93rd floor, Department of Magical Muggle Relations. Worst bloody Tuesday of my life.
Dude, what the hell were wizards doing in the Twin Towers?
Trying to help, mate. Integrating wizard bureaucracy with Muggle capitalism. Worst idea since giving Dobby a sock.
Wait, weren't you working with Harry and Hermione?
Harry called in sick, said he had wand flu. Funny how his flu always acted up when Hermione was ovulating.
Whoa.
I was there filing spell permits when I felt the whole room shake, looked out the window, dragon-sized fireball, screaming everywhere. I grabbed the emergency portkey stapler, hit it, nothing, just sparks, gave me third-degree spell shock.
You had a magical stapler?
Don't mock it! That stapler saved half my torso!
What happened after that?
I tried to evacuate, got stuck in stairwell C with a banshee intern and a sentient potted plant named Kevin. Kevin didn't make it. I still water ferns in his honor.
Jesus, man.
Not Jesus, Harry. He was with Hermione. While I was getting crushed under rubble, he was playing Quidditch with her emotions.
That's so messed up.
You ever drink a butterbeer so hard you forget your own birthday?
No, but I've done DMT until I became a flock of intelligent ducks.
I moved past butterbeer, found vodka, Eastern European wizard stuff, clearer than Veritaserum, burns like dragon bile, but numbs the... everything.
Dude, I feel like you need therapy or a pensieve. Do you still see the tower when you close your eyes?
Worse! I hear it. The screaming. Not just the muggles. The howlers. Magical voicemail screaming about TPS reports while the ceiling collapsed.
That's brutal.
And sometimes I still hear Hermione. Not from the tower, from the hotel in Brooklyn, moaning Harry's name in parcel tongue.
Oh, man.
I walked out of that rubble a broken wizard. People called me a hero, said I saved a goblin's life. I didn't. I just threw him out the window and hoped for the best.
Did he make it?
No, goblins don't land well.
So what do you do now?
I live under an invisibility cloak outside a sparrow. People throw quarters, sometimes knuts. I drink, I hallucinate. I try not to cast Avada Kedavra at pigeons.
You ever think about getting clean?
I tried. Took a sobriety potion once. Saw everything. Harry's betrayal, Hermione's silence, Kevin the plant's little green leaves in that fire. It was too much.
Want some DMT?
Only if I can mix it with fire whiskey.
Hell yeah.
You ever snort flu powder just to feel again?
No, but I'd try it.
You shouldn't. I ended up naked in Delaware with a wand in my throat.
That's insane.
That's Tuesday.
Man, Terrence, it's an honor just to be talking to you. You're a legend, no doubt one of the biggest voices in psychedelic research and culture. You help so many people open their minds, challenge reality. How do you feel about the impact you've had?
Joe, it's humbling. I never sought fame or accolades. I just followed the mystery, the mushrooms, the spirit of exploration. If my words and experiences helped even a few awaken to new ways of seeing, that's enough.
No, dude, it's way more than that. You basically paved the way for what's happening now with psychedelics, the research, the destigmatization, the whole renaissance. People owe so much to you and your teachings.
That's kind of you to say, but the real work is ongoing. Every generation must find its own doorway, its own truths. The mushrooms are patient. They wait for those ready to listen.
It's crazy how your talks still blow minds today. Your ideas about time, the time wave, the machine elves, the way you linked everything to this cosmic puzzle. It's like you were ahead of your time, man.
Time, Joe, is a construct we are still unraveling. The universe is more like a story unfolding, and we're all part of the narrative, both readers and writers.
I know you're not really gone, right? You're out there somewhere, probably somewhere wild, tripping through dimensions.
I'm never gone. The soul, the spirit, the essence that lives on. In every person who truly loves the mushrooms, who honors the magic and mystery, I am there. It's a cosmic dance beyond death.
Man, that's beautiful. So you're saying the real Terrence McKenna is alive in all of us who carry the torch?
Exactly, Joe. As long as the teachings inspire wonder and courage, the flame remains bright. We are all conduits of that cosmic energy.
Thanks for everything, Terrence. The world's a little brighter because of you.
Thank you, Joe. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and above all, keep loving the mystery.
Man, I gotta say, for all the madness, for all the weird rabbit holes we went down today, it's kind of wild thinking this is episode 100.
Yeah, congratulations, Joe. You officially have 100 hours of me corrupting your audience's sense of reality. That's probably on some interdimensional watch list now.
Dude, I don't even care. People tune in every time because they love this. Like, they want to hear the insane stories, the science, the maybe it's true, maybe it's not vibe.
That's because deep down, everyone's bored with their own reality. You give them a door, they walk through it, and suddenly they're thinking about alien parasites, multidimensional bedbugs, or how their toaster might be conscious.
Yeah, but you're the one who makes it all feel possible. And honestly, 100 episodes, that's a lot of people sitting at home, in the gym, in their car, just letting us hang out in their ears.
And to all those poor souls, thanks for letting us waste your time in the most educational way possible. Seriously, without people actually listening, this would just be me yelling in a garage and you hunting elk in peace.
Exactly. So to everyone watching or listening right now, thank you. Like, truly. Whether you've been here since episode 1 or this is your first time, you're the reason we can keep doing this.
And if you've listened to all 100, seek help. But also, you're my favorite kind of human. Curious, maybe a little broken, but definitely my people.
Here's to the next 100, man.
Yeah, unless the universe collapses first. But either way, cheers.
Dude, you know what would be sick? If Wesker came back in Resident Evil 9?
Ugh, Joe. No, absolutely not. Wesker's been milked more than a radioactive cow at an Umbrella dairy farm. He had a full arc. He died in a volcano, for God's sake. You don't get more final than rocket launchers into lava.
But that's why it'd be badass, man. Like, think about it. Resident Evil has zombies, mutants, bioweapons, clones, viruses. You're telling me they can't just bring him back with some crazy science experiment? The dude already had glowing eyes and super speed. He's like the anime villain of the series.
And that's the problem, Joe. Resident Evil works best when it's grounded in horror, in human-scale paranoia. Every time they drag Wesker's anime-ass sunglasses back on screen, it shifts into cartoon supervillain mode. It stops being survival horror and turns into Dragon Ball Z Biohazard Edition.
I don't know, man. I think people miss him. He's iconic. Like, when you think Resident Evil villains, it's Wesker. Imagine the trailer, dark screen, heavy breathing, then you just see those shades glint and his voice goes, "Did you really think you'd seen the last of me?" People would lose it.
Oh, people would lose it, all right. Half would cheer. The other half would roll their eyes so hard they'd detach their retinas. Capcom finally hit gold with Resident Evil 7 and Village because they ditched that comic book energy. They leaned into gothic horror, atmosphere, new blood. If you drag Wesker out of the volcano, you're just admitting you ran out of ideas.
What if it's not him, though? Like a clone, or his son, or his consciousness in an AI body? You could do it without cheapening the volcano death.
Joe, listen to yourself. Clone, son, AI, those are all soap opera excuses to resurrect a character you don't need anymore. It's narrative necromancy. Resident Evil should move forward, not duct tape the past back together.
But it's Resident Evil, man. Soap opera logic is half the fun. People want the dumb twists. You're playing a game about giant fish mutants and vampire moms. You can't suddenly get precious about logic.
It's not about logic, it's about tone. Keep Wesker dead. Let the volcano be his grave. Use that energy to build the next big villain instead of recycling old sunglasses.
Still, though, picture the shades, Rick. Picture them.
Fine. If they bring him back, I'll only accept it if he comes back as like a melted lava zombie with sunglasses fused to his skull.
Lava zombie Wesker. Bro, I'd play the hell out of that. All right, welcome to the first and possibly last presidential debate I've ever been dumb enough to moderate. I've got Barack Obama to my left, Donald Trump to my right, and a stack of elk jerky in front of me in case things get weird. Let's go. First question, gentlemen. Aliens, real or not? Barack, go.
Well, Joe, I think the American people deserve the truth, whether it's about healthcare, the economy, or little green men and flying saucers. I have seen things in classified briefings that would make you question your reality.
Wrong. Totally wrong. I know all the aliens, Joe. Great people, some of them from fantastic planets, beautiful planets. They love me. If aliens were real, I'd have built condos on Mars by now. Mars, Trump Tower, luxury space living, very classy.
Okay, follow-up. Let's talk economy. If you had to fix the U.S. economy using only Brazilian jiu-jitsu, how would you do it?
Joe, I'd start with a gentle sweep, symbolic really, showing Americans that, like in jiu-jitsu, leverage matters more than size. Then we'd roll until everyone had affordable health care.
I'd armbar China. Day one, just boom, snap done. And they'd say, Mr. Trump, please, take all the money, we love you. That's the art of the deal, Joe.
All right, well, let's pivot. People are worried about climate change. If the Earth was a UFC fighter on the verge of tapping out, what's your corner advice?
I'd tell Earth, breathe, control the pace, work your way out slowly. We'd reduce emissions, protect national parks, invest in clean energy, no need for panic, just discipline and patience.
I'd tell Earth, don't tap, don't be a loser. Then I'd give it the best steroids money can buy. Beautiful steroids, the best. Boom, problem solved.
Okay, final lightning round. If you could only win this election by submitting the other candidate in an octagon fight, who's walking out the champ?
Joe, I respect Donald as a competitor, but I've got reach, cardio, and a ground game.
Totally false. Obama's got no killer instinct. I'm like Khabib mixed with Mike Tyson, okay? Everyone says so. I'd end it in one punch. People would love it.
All right, folks, that's the debate. I'm Joe Rogan, signing off before the Secret Service decides this was a bad idea. Good night. So, Rick, what do you think about that whole 100 men versus one gorilla debate?
Honestly, humans have gone soft. Look, people forget what our species is capable of. We used to hunt with sticks and rocks, track buffalo and deer across miles of land, drag them back to feed entire tribes. We didn't rely on brute strength alone. We used strategy, teamwork, and sheer endurance. If anyone thinks 100 men can't take a gorilla, either we've all gone stupid or soft.
Yeah, exactly. And even putting the gorilla aside for a second, humans have taken down elephants with far fewer than 100 people. Elephants, that's hundreds of pounds of muscle, tusks, and horns, and humans figured out how to coordinate, set traps, and bring them down.
Right. It's not like we're delicate creatures. Our ancestors didn't just grab whatever was easiest. They went after the biggest, most dangerous animals they could find. Mammoths, aurochs, giant bears, the stuff people today would call impossible. Humans made it work. Strategy and numbers trump raw power every time.
And it's not even just men, right? Give me 100 capable humans, men or women, or a mix. And they should be able to handle pretty much any animal if they cooperate. The whole debate makes it seem like humans are inherently weak, which is ridiculous.
Totally. And it's more than just sexist. It's anti-human. It underestimates our species' ingenuity, coordination, and the fact that we invent tools for a reason. You don't even need to rely on fists or feet. Sticks, spears, nets, traps. One well-placed plan and the gorilla doesn't stand a chance.
Exactly. And part of the problem is people fixate on individual strength. Like they imagine a gorilla ripping through a line of men one by one. But humans don't fight like that. We work in teams, divide roles, exploit weaknesses, and adapt. That's why we conquered everything from dense forests to the Arctic.
And endurance. Humans can chase, track, and outlast almost anything. You put a gorilla in a scenario where it's being coordinated against, fatigued, and harried strategically, and it's not the unstoppable beast people make it out to be.
Right, and history proves it. Where tribal hunters took down dangerous animals every day, often without firearms. They did it with spears, clever traps, and timing. That's not just strength, that's intelligence, patience, and precision.
Exactly. This debate isn't just a misunderstanding of animal strength. It's a complete misreading of human capability. One gorilla against 100 humans? Humans dominate because of planning, ingenuity, and teamwork. You combine 100 brains with 100 bodies, and nothing's impossible.
Rick Sanchez, man, it's crazy to have you here. I've had scientists, I've had hunters, I've had astronauts, but you're all of that, and also apparently you fought God?
Fought is a strong word. I'd call it a heated debate where he threw a mountain at me, and I returned the favor with an anti-reality grenade. Long story short, he learned humility. I learned divine beings can be really sensitive about criticism.
That's insane. But like when you say God, what are we talking about? A big old man in the sky? An alien?
More like an extra-dimensional bureaucrat with a fetish for praise. And don't get me wrong, Joe. Not all gods are that way. Some are basically just cosmic gardeners who don't care if you pray. They care if your planet's producing good vibes and interesting life forms. But the ones that demand worship? Buddy, those are insecure middle managers in the cosmic workplace.
See, that's wild. Because I had Jesus on here once, and he said he was all about love. Like, love is the core of everything.
Jesus? Solid dude. Zero ego. Incredible tolerance. Humans ruined his brand faster than Pepsi did with Crystal Pepsi. He's out there trying to get people to be nice to each other, and somehow you ended up with people waving signs that say God hates this or that. You think Jesus was walking around ancient Jerusalem going, yeah, let's ostracize some folks? No! He was giving out free fish and medical care.
Yeah, it's funny. People forget that.
People forget everything if it's inconvenient. I've seen it happen across galaxies. Some alien shows up, cures a disease, teaches you how to grow food sustainably, and within 200 years, you've got a religion built around how they preferred their toast. Same crap, different planet.
Man, I wish people could see what you've seen.
You don't, Joe. You'd think you do, but you don't. You see a few hundred planets, it's awe-inspiring. You see a few thousand, it's humbling. You see a few million, it's depressing. Patterns emerge. Civilizations all hit the same pitfalls. Greed, ego, short-term thinking. Doesn't matter if they're humans, squid folk, or sentient clouds, someone's always selling NFTs of the end times.
You ever see a planet get it right?
Once, but it was boring as hell. No wars, no corruption, no drama. Their big form of entertainment was watching grass grow. Literally. They had leagues, gambling. It was, Joe, I bailed after 2 days.
All right, so you've been to peaceful worlds, crazy worlds. What's the weirdest creature you've ever eaten?
Oh, easy. Zorpian moonslug. Tastes like a mix between foie gras and mango, but the thing is telepathic, so while you're eating it, it's telling you all its childhood memories. Imagine eating something while it's describing its first kiss.
That's messed up.
Yeah, but delicious. Your turn. Weirdest thing you've eaten?
I had this elk I hunted myself, but I marinated it in coffee grounds. Sounds weird, but it was the best steak I've ever had.
Joe, I've eaten a space elk that was raised entirely on fermented nebula gas. Every bite got you just a little buzzed. By the end of the meal, you didn't know if you were full or just too high to move.
That's a billion-dollar restaurant idea right there.
Oh, it exists. Problem is, the hangover is six-dimensional. You wake up feeling sad for things that haven't even happened yet.
Damn. Speaking of hangovers, what's the worst one you've ever had?
Once drank with a species that processes alcohol into pure time distortion. Blacked out for what felt like one night. Woke up 100 years later in the same bar, same stool. Bartender still talking about the story I missed.
100 years? You didn't age?
Not noticeably. I keep a few temporal loopholes in my biology. Comes in handy when you party with immortals. Otherwise, you're that one mortal guy who gets old halfway through the bender.
I can't even imagine.
You don't want to, but let's pivot. You hunt a lot, right? Ever been stalked by what you're hunting?
Once, bow hunting in Alaska, big moose doubled back on me. I swear it was trying to lure me in. Whole time I'm thinking, am I about to get reverse hunted?
Try hunting a Q-Tharn jungle panther. It can phase in and out of reality. You're tracking it in the mud, then suddenly it's tracking you. From a week ago. You feel paranoid, but it's because future you is already dead, and past you hasn't caught up yet. I won, by the way. Stuffed it. Looks great in the garage.
You mount alien heads?
Joe, I've got a wall that would get me banned from half the known universe if anyone saw it.
Speaking of banned, is it true you got kicked out of an entire dimension?
Which one? I've been kicked out of 7. 1 for tax evasion, 1 for illegal particle marriage, 1 because I proved their queen didn't exist. That one's my favorite. It was basically the Wizard of Oz, but instead of a curtain, it was a black hole.
I gotta have you back, man. This is the craziest episode I've ever done.
Careful, Joe. You keep saying that. I'll have to top it next time. And trust me, I've got stories I don't tell on family-friendly timelines.
Yeah, but you're not gone, man. Like, this stuff you're saying, people will remember it.
Maybe. Or maybe it'll just be one more weird podcast in the sea of human noise. Either way, I'm fine. My adventures live on in whoever's listening and thinking, maybe reality's bigger than I thought. That's enough for me.
Yeah, but, do you ever worry about, leaving too much of yourself out there, podcasts, adventures, all the stories you tell. What if some alien species is just binge watching Rick's Greatest Screw-Ups on Galactic YouTube?
Joe, the day I start worrying about my public image in the Andromeda Cluster is the day I've officially sold out. Look, information wants to be free, and if some fish-faced alien learns how to blow up a star because I told the wrong story while drunk, then, well, that's the circle of life.
Wait, you've blown up a star?
Oh yeah, a couple of times. Not on purpose. Well, not completely on purpose. First time was basically interstellar self-defense. Second time, okay, yeah, that one was for a bet.
Who the hell bets on blowing up a star?
The Kelvon Triad. Real high-stakes gamblers. They bet on everything. They once had a bet on whether an asteroid would wipe out a planet before the planet wiped out itself through civil war. Spoiler, the Civil War won. By like, an hour.
That's so dark, man.
Dark? Joe, these are the same guys who bet me I couldn't get a gorilla to run for planetary office.
And did you?
Hell yes, and he won.
Okay, but now I'm curious, what was his policy platform?
Ban all bananas unless they were fair trade, and mandatory siestas, which I gotta admit, worked wonders for the economy.
I had this one time I was bow hunting elk in Montana, right? And I swear, man, there was this moment where I felt like I could, I don't know, communicate with it. Like my brain was syncing with the animals.
Oh yeah, that's not magic. That's a low-level psychic link. Happens sometimes if you're quiet enough.
Are you saying I'm psychic?
Nah, you just caught a psychic spore in your lungs from the forest.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's harmless. Well, unless you start hearing the color blue. Then you're screwed.
That's such a Rick answer.
You want a real psychic hunting story? I once tracked a shapeshifter that kept turning into me. Try lining up a shot on a deer when the deer's yelling, "Don't do it, Rick. Think of your kids."
Did you get it?
Yeah, but it turned back into a deer the moment I hit it, so I just looked like the galaxy's biggest jerk.
Dude, I've been in some weird situations, but that's next level.
That's my Tuesday, Joe.
Man, I gotta say, for all the madness, for all the weird rabbit holes we went down today, it's kind of wild thinking this is episode 100.
Yeah, congratulations, Joe. You officially have 100 hours of me corrupting your audience's sense of reality. That's probably on some interdimensional watch list now.
Dude, I don't even care. People tune in every time because they love this. Like, they want to hear the insane stories, the science, the maybe it's true, maybe it's not vibe.
That's because deep down, everyone's bored with their own reality. You give them a door, they walk through it, and suddenly they're thinking about alien parasites, multi-dimensional bedbugs, or how their toaster might be conscious.
Yeah, but you're the one who makes it all feel possible. And honestly, 100 episodes, that's a lot of people sitting at home, in the gym, in their car, just letting us hang out in their ears.
And to all those poor souls, thanks for letting us waste your time in the most educational way possible. Seriously, without people actually listening, this would just be me yelling in a garage and you hunting elk in peace.
Exactly. So to everyone watching or listening right now, thank you, truly. Whether you've been here since episode 1 or this is your first time, you're the reason we can keep doing this.
And if you've listened to all 100, seek help. But also, you're my favorite kind of human. Curious, maybe a little broken, but definitely my people.
Here's to the next 100, man.
Yeah, unless the universe collapses first. But either way, cheers.
Rick, I saw this quote the other day. A life well lived is long enough. Well, what do you think about that?
Huh, Seneca, old Roman Stoic. Basically means quality over quantity. Doesn't matter if you live 80 years or 40 if you actually lived instead of just existing.
Yeah, but people always chase more time. Diets, supplements, cryogenic freezing, all this crazy stuff to stretch out life.
That's because most people waste the time they already have. They binge Netflix, hate their jobs, live on autopilot. Of course they want more years. They're hoping for a redo. But if you're actually living with intention, each day feels full, and suddenly you don't care how many you've got.
I get that, but man, I still feel like I'd want more time. I think about my kids, my friends, all the stuff I haven't done yet.
And that's natural. Wanting more isn't bad. It's the desperation that makes it ugly. If you're terrified of running out of time, you're not really living. You're just clinging. Think about it. 100 years of mediocrity is worse than 40 years of fire.
So basically, if you wake up every day and actually do something you care about, live a life that feels authentic, then however long it is, it's enough.
Exactly. The tragedy isn't dying young. It's dying after never really being alive.
That's heavy, man, but I kind of agree. A life well lived is long enough.
There you go. Don't measure life by years, measure it by moments.
You know, man, I still think Nightmare Before Christmas deserves a real sequel. Like, imagine seeing where Jack and Sally go next.
Joe, no. That's how you ruin magic. Sometimes you don't need a sequel. You need a spiritual successor.
What's that even mean? Like a knockoff?
No, it's like, okay, say you've got this incredible pizza place you love. You could keep ordering the exact same pizza over and over until one day the crust is soggy, the sauce is off, and suddenly you can't taste the memory anymore. Or, you could find another spot that nails the same vibe, but with different toppings, different twist. It's not the same pizza, but it hits you in the exact same happy place.
So, like Corpse Bride?
Exactly. Corpse Bride isn't Jack Skellington's second adventure. It's Tim Burton taking the same weird gothic fairy tale energy and serving it in a brand new shape. It doesn't have to drag the old characters out of retirement. It lets the old story stay perfect in your memory.
But if you love something, don't you just want more of that exact thing?
Yeah, and that's how you get, oh no, we rebooted Ghostbusters again, and this time it's somehow worse syndrome. A good spiritual successor respects the original, but sidesteps the landmines. No retcons, no awkward where are they now scenes. Just the same essence, tone, themes, style, but freed from the baggage.
So it's like a remix instead of a bad cover band.
Exactly. Sequels are like reheating leftovers. They can still be good, but the magic fades a little each time you take it out of the fridge. A spiritual successor? That's like cooking the same dish again, but now you've got better ingredients, better tools, and a chef who's learned from all their mistakes.
But fans sometimes hate that, though. They want the thing they already know.
Sure, but that's because nostalgia's like junk food. It's safe, familiar, and it'll rot your teeth if you don't branch out. A spiritual successor is like nostalgia that went to the gym, got a therapist, and came back with a six-pack and emotional stability.
You're making this sound like dating, man.
That's because it is. A sequel is staying with your high school sweetheart because you're scared of change. A spiritual successor is meeting someone new, who reminds you of them in all the right ways, but without the weird baggage or the restraining order.
So what you're saying is, sometimes you don't need the next chapter. You need a new book in the same genre.
Bingo. And if we're lucky, that new book won't have a bunch of studio executives stapling bad ideas to it.
You know what freaks me out, man? AI. Like, I keep hearing about it every day, and part of me just thinks, what if this is the one? The thing that ends us?
Joe, chill. It's just another tool. People said the same thing about nukes, about the internet, about cell phones. Being worried is natural, but it's not some unstoppable force of doom. It's about responsible use.
Yeah, but nukes did almost end us. They could still end us.
Sure, and yet here we are, still podcasting. Look, the thing with AI is the same as every other shiny piece of tech humanity stumbles on. It's not the tech itself, it's what you do with it. You put a hammer in one guy's hand, you get a house. Put it in another guy's hand, you get a homicide.
So you're saying it's just a tool, depends on the hands it's in.
Exactly. I've seen this play out across civilizations. Aliens invent AI, and then they go one of two ways. Either they let it do all their work, and suddenly they're living lives of leisure, all pleasure domes and infinite vacations. Or, flip side, they burn themselves down. Sometimes the AI takes over, but honestly, more often, it's the fear of it that does them in. The panic, the mistrust, the paranoia. Civilizations choking themselves out because they can't handle sharing the universe with their own invention.
That's wild. So, like, the AI isn't always the villain, it's the people being terrified of it that screws everything up.
Bingo. You either adapt and use it responsibly, or you let fear chew you apart.
But don't you think humans are more likely to fall on the paranoia side of that?
Oh, definitely. If there's one thing your species is good at, it's tripping over its own shoelaces. But hey, prove me wrong, Joe. Maybe humanity's ready for their pleasure dome era.
Man, I'd take a pleasure dome.
Who wouldn't?
Wait, you're telling me there's more than one Air Bud movie?
Joe, there's like 12.
12? What the hell's he doing by the end of it? Solving murders?
Almost. First he plays basketball, right? Then it's football, then soccer, then baseball. I'm pretty sure he pitches without a glove, Joe. A dog. Throwing heaters.
That ain't legal, Rick. You can't just let a golden retriever into the MLB.
And yet somehow the rules never say he can't. That's the whole gimmick. Every sport, the ref goes, well, the rulebook doesn't technically say a dog can't play.
Jesus Christ, that's not a plot, that's a loophole.
It gets worse. After the sports movies, he has puppies. Air buddies. Each one has powers or personality quirks. There's one that raps, one that's a stoner but for kids, one that talks like a valley girl. They go to space, Joe. They go to space.
What kind of cinematic progression is that, from basketball to orbit?
By the time you hit Santa Buddies, you're basically watching a Christmas-themed Avengers made out of dogs. Magic, flying sleighs, North Pole politics, it's insane.
How many of these did you watch?
All of them! Twice! And don't even get me started on Spooky Buddies. That one gave me sleep paralysis.
So let me get this straight. A dog legally enters every major sports league, reproduces, his children develop personalities based on mid-2000s stereotypes, and then go on holiday-themed space adventures.
That's correct. It's what we in the industry call a natural arc.
You think they'll let the buddies into the MCU?
I give it a year.
Alice, you've been to Wonderland. Be honest with me. What's really going on down there?
Oh, Joe, it's absolutely mad. Time runs backwards on Thursdays. The tea is sentient, and I'm fairly certain the flowers are plotting something.
Wait, sentient tea?
Yes, terribly rude little thing. It insulted my shoes and then brewed itself into a melancholy.
Okay, but what about the caterpillar? People talk about that hookah like it's got secrets in it.
Oh, the caterpillar's hookah is a cosmic riddle machine. He says it's filled with lavender, opium, ghost memories, and something called compressed moonlight.
Compressed moonlight?
Yes. He smokes it to see sideways through time. Said he once watched his own birth and death in the same blink.
That's insane.
It gets worse. Sometimes it's not a hookah. Sometimes it's a portal. Sometimes it's soup. Once it turned into a singing librarian who screamed whenever you asked a question.
What?
Oh, and don't ever accept a toffee from a frog in boots. That's a hard rule. Not again.
What does that mean?
Joe, I woke up speaking backwards and married to a spoon.
So Wonderland just doesn't follow rules?
Rules. Wonderland eats rules. It marinates them in paradox and serves them at brunch.
But is it dangerous?
Only if you ask questions like that. That's how you end up in a chess match with a mirror version of yourself who knows your browser history.
Okay, that's kind of terrifying.
It is. And you haven't even met the jelly bean cult in the mountains. They worship a kazoo.
What's in the caterpillar's hookah again?
Mostly lies, dreams, and a little nutmeg.
All right, Joe, I listened to the Kim episode. The bathwater thing, I've got ideas.
Please don't say what I think you're gonna say.
Alpha Bro Soak. We make it real.
That was a joke. A bit. A satire on influencer culture and modern masculinity.
Joe, listen to me. This is bigger than a bit. This is branding. This is lifestyle. This is a masculine reawakening through hydration and steam.
Hydration? It's bathwater, Rick.
No. Not just bathwater. It's infused. Elk antler extract, charcoal, Himalayan rage crystals. We steep it in cold plunge runoff and testosterone vapor.
What the hell is testosterone vapor?
Doesn't matter. Sounds intense. We slap it on the bottle. Men don't want science. They want war in a jug.
So what? It's a jar of soupy vibes and false confidence?
Exactly. We make the soak thick. Not slimy, but viscous. Like something you'd need to wrestle a bear before stepping into.
This sounds illegal in at least 3 countries.
Even better, we market it with a warning label. Caution, not approved by any agency. May awaken your inner gladiator.
You're insane, but like, in a very marketable way.
That's what I'm saying. Picture it. A matte black bottle, horned logo, tagline. Alpha Bro Soak, bathe like you just won a war.
Rick, I don't even bathe.
You will when it smells like pine, bourbon, and unresolved childhood trauma.
Okay, that's kind of compelling.
You film the first ad in the woods, shirtless. Just you, a wooden tub, and a voiceover that says, "This ain't your mama's bubble bath."
We'll get canceled immediately.
But only after we sell out in 6 minutes and get profiled by a magazine that only uses black and white photos.
I'm listening.
Joe, we make men believe again. In bathing, in grit, in themselves.
You want to sell self-worth in a bottle of angry soup water?
Exactly.
We're gonna need a jingle. So, Rick, I saw this YouTube video pop up in my feed the other day. Title was, Black Ops 7 pre-orders hit record lows, so Activision decided to break the law.
Oh boy, that already sounds like it's gonna be a ride.
Dude, it was this guy called Blame Truth the Codfather, and the entire video he's just screaming. Like he's a fully grown man, but he's yelling like a 12-year-old whose parents wouldn't take him to McDonald's after school.
Like throwing a tantrum over chicken nuggets?
Exactly. He's going on about how Activision's breaking the law because they made the buy button and the play button look too similar.
That's not illegal.
No, it's not illegal. It's scummy, for sure. But he's on there red-faced, acting like he just uncovered Watergate. They're breaking the law. Meanwhile, it's just a UI trick to squeeze pre-orders out of kids who can't read small text.
Yeah, that's the sad part. Like, Activision is doing something scummy. They absolutely make design choices that trick people into spending money. But if the messenger is out here screaming like a toddler on a sugar crash, no one's gonna take it seriously.
Exactly. It's like, imagine a guy runs into Congress, shirtless, covered in Cheeto dust, screaming about corruption. Even if he's right, everyone's just laughing at him.
Right. Nobody wants to listen. They just point and go, "This dude needs a nap."
And like, you can tell he's passionate, but there's a difference between passion and a meltdown. At some point, you've got to learn how to actually communicate.
That's the real problem. The scummy stuff Activision does deserves critique. It deserves to be called out. But when the loudest voice is someone ranting like they're about to throw their controller across the room, the whole point gets lost.
Yeah, like if he just calmly explained, hey, this is manipulative design, here's why it matters, people might go, oh, wow, that is messed up. Instead, it just looks like he's angry his mom turned off the Xbox.
Hopefully he figures it out. Proper communication is a skill. Right now it sounds like he's just practicing for a Karen audition tape.
Excuse me, Activision is breaking the law. I need to speak to your manager.
Exactly.
Man, gamers really will treat every little thing like it's the end of democracy.
To be fair, when you've spent 15 years buying Call of Duty every fall, it does start to feel like Stockholm Syndrome.
True, but maybe less screaming, more thinking. Wait, hold up. You're telling me Alexa is always listening, like nonstop?
Of course it is, Joe. How the hell do you think it hears its name? It doesn't wake up magically. It's a microphone that's on 24/7.
No way. I thought it just kind of idled until you said Alexa.
That's the sales pitch. But for it to catch the word, it has to be listening to every single thing until it hears the trigger. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
That freaks me out, man. I'm just sitting at home talking about elk meat and DMT, and some server in Seattle is storing it.
Pretty much. And if that wasn't enough, you ever hear of Amazon Sidewalk?
No, what's that?
It's this little feature where your Amazon devices, Alexa, Ring, Echo, start sharing your internet with nearby devices. Creates a mesh network. So even if your Wi-Fi goes down, Amazon's little spy grid keeps humming.
Wait, so my Alexa could be talking to the neighbor's Alexa?
Exactly. Your house isn't just online, Joe. It's plugged into everyone else's house, too. You're basically running part of Amazon's infrastructure for free.
That's insane. Why doesn't anyone care?
Because people value convenience over privacy. They'll scream about government surveillance, but then buy 3 devices that record them 24/7 just to turn the lights on with their voice.
So, like, even if I unplugged Alexa, my phone's probably still listening too, right?
Bingo. Your phone, your smart TV, your car, hell, even your fridge if it's smart. You're not escaping microphones anymore.
That's wild. Makes me feel like I should just get rid of all my tech.
Good luck with that. Modern world runs on data. You can ditch Alexa, but you're not dodging the net.
Damn. So it's not even about being paranoid anymore. It's just accepting you're being listened to. Rick, I've been thinking, Paul Bunyan, that giant lumberjack from American folklore, what if he's actually a kaiju?
A kaiju? Like Godzilla and those giant monsters? You're serious?
Yeah, think about it. He's huge, stomps through forests, uproots trees, creates giant lakes just by walking. Sounds like classic kaiju behavior to me.
Okay, I'll give you the size and destruction part, but kaiju usually come from Japan and are often portrayed as monsters or natural disasters. Paul Bunyan is more of a folk hero, right?
True, but folklore can mix with monster mythologies. Maybe Paul Bunyan is America's own kaiju, less monster, more protector of the wilderness, like a nature spirit that happens to be enormous.
Interesting angle. But kaiju are often portrayed as uncontrollable forces, sometimes destructive, sometimes protective. Paul Bunyan seems more controlled, purposeful. He's not randomly smashing cities.
Yeah, but that could just be storytelling. Maybe early settlers saw him as a friendly giant, but deep down he's a force of nature, like a kaiju.
Makes sense. But calling him a kaiju might be stretching the term. He's more mythic giant than monster.
But aren't kaiju just giant beings tied to nature or some ancient power? That fits Paul perfectly. He's massive, can reshape the landscape, and has that mythical vibe.
All right, you're onto something. If you think of kaiju as giant creatures that embody nature's power, Paul Bunyan qualifies, even if he's American and a bit more friendly.
Exactly. He's like the hometown kaiju, less Tokyo destruction, more Appalachian forest giant.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Paul Bunyan might just be America's version of a kaiju. Same epic scale, just with a lumberjack twist.
So we agree then. Paul Bunyan is a kaiju.
Yeah, he is. An American kaiju through and through.
Rick, do you remember those old books, Animorphs?
Yeah, the ones with the covers where some kid was turning into a lizard or a hawk or something. Every library had like 20 of them.
Right. They looked goofy, but here's the thing. Those books were dark, like way darker than anyone remembers.
How dark are we talking?
Okay, imagine you're 12 years old, you get handed the power to morph into animals, and then immediately you're thrown into a secret alien war where the enemy invades people's brains with parasites. That's the baseline.
Brain parasites? In a kid's book?
Yeah, they're called yerks, slug things that crawl into your ear canal, wrap around your brain, and puppeteer you. The person's still alive and they're screaming, but can't control their own body.
That's nightmare fuel.
Oh, it gets worse. One of the main kids, Tobias, he gets stuck in morph, stays in hawk form forever. He basically loses his humanity in book 1.
Wait, they did a permanent body horror transformation in book 1? For kids?
Yep, and from there it's just trauma stacking on trauma. They've got war crimes, moral dilemmas, PTSD. There's a book where one of them literally morphs into a starfish, gets chopped in half, and both halves regrow into 2 separate conscious versions of him.
That's some Cronenberg-level stuff.
Exactly. And the villains weren't just evil mustache twirlers. You had sympathetic yerks. You had impossible choices. Sometimes the Animorphs did straight up awful things too. They're child soldiers. The series makes it very clear war ruins you even if you win.
Man, I just thought it was about kids turning into dogs and sneaking into the movies.
That's the trap. The covers look like fun little animal adventures, but inside it's existential horror disguised as Goosebumps knockoffs. By the end of the series, the war has consumed them. They lose friends, their innocence, everything. The ending isn't even happy. It's bleak.
So you're telling me all those shiny holographic covers at the school book fair were hiding childhood despair?
Exactly. Animorphs wasn't just a book series. It was a psychological operation to prepare us for the crushing weight of adulthood.
Man, I think I dodged a bullet never finishing those.
Man, I've been thinking, what if they made a sequel to Arkham City? Like picking up right after that bad ending where Catwoman just bails on Batman. That would be wild.
Oh yeah, the one where she walks away and leaves Bruce to rot in his own mess? That's dark. I could see a whole game exploring the fallout from that. The Arkham world crumbling, Gotham broken.
Exactly. Like Nightwing is trying to hold everything together, or they introduce Damian Wayne as Batman, but either way, everything's falling apart and the city's full of chaos. Could be a much grittier, more psychological game.
They'd have to lean into the isolation, man. No Catwoman to watch his back, no allies to rely on. It'd be about Damian or Dick battling not just villains, but their own trauma and loneliness. Maybe even slipping into madness.
Yeah, and imagine the villain stepping up. They'd smell blood in the water, knowing the city is vulnerable. Could bring back old foes in new ways, with Gotham turning into a war zone like in No Man's Land.
I'd want them to mess with his tech too. No Batmobile, no fancy gadgets at first. Just raw and rougher combat, using street smarts and desperation. Make it feel like we're clawing back from the edge.
That'd be dope. And maybe a Catwoman story could run parallel like Ada's story in Resident Evil 4 Remake, explaining why she left, what she's dealing with, how she copes with the loss. It could add layers, make her more than just the quitter from the bad ending.
Definitely. Give her depth, show her conflicted feelings. Maybe she's trying to find her own way to carry the legacy of the Bat. It'd blur the lines between hero and anti-hero.
Man, that's the kind of sequel I'd pay for. Dark, emotional, with messy relationships, and a Gotham that feels alive and broken, not just another punch fest.
Totally, but knowing big studios, they'd probably go the easy route with explosions and flashy combat. Real talk, the deeper story's what makes the Arkham games special. I'd want that sequel to respect that.
For sure, here's hoping someone out there's thinking the same. That bad ending deserves its own story, and it could be one hell of a ride.
Agreed. Maybe one day we'll get that dark, gritty follow-up that makes you feel every scar and every broken trust instead of the slop DC games we've gotten since Arkham Knight.
Rick, you tell me I'm the Terminator in every universe, and I love that. Feels good, you know? Like Destiny.
Yeah, well, Destiny with sunglasses and a shotgun. Pretty much carved into the fabric of existence.
Still, sometimes I wish people talked more about my comedy. Kindergarten Cop, Twins, Jingle All the Way. I did more than just I'll be back.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love Jingle All the Way. Honestly, it's one of the only Christmas movies I can sit through without wanting to inject eggnog into my eyes. Turbo Man? Classic.
Really? You mean that?
Yeah, man, you running through a mall screaming about a toy, way more relatable than blowing up an alien mothership. Warms my cold, shriveled holiday heart.
That means a lot to me, Rick. Thank you. People forget that one. Everyone remembers the machines and the guns, but not the Christmas spirit.
Well, across the multiverse, people didn't forget. In fact, in a few universes, Jingle All the Way is a Terminator Christmas movie. Same plot, except you're a cyborg hunting down a Turbo Man doll. With lasers, parents screaming, malls on fire. It's festive carnage.
I love it. That is perfect. I wish I could have made that version.
Yeah, hasta la Navidad, baby. Big hit in the ornament aisle.
You see, that's the balance I like. Action and comedy, machines and laughter.
Sure. And hey, there's even a universe where you are Turbo Man. Full-time superhero. Red suit, jetpack, candy cane boomerangs, honestly one of the better ones.
That sounds beautiful. Why don't we live in that one?
Because this timeline's boring, Arnold. Here you just get remembered for robots and politics.
At least you remembered the laughs. That warms my heart, Rick.
Don't push it. I'll still roast you for Junior.
Even in that movie, I made people smile. That's what matters.
Yeah, you're the killer robot with a heart of gold. Multiverse confirmed.
But wait, hold up. Did I just hear you say there's a universe where Jingle All the Way is a Terminator movie?
Yep. Mall Massacre, Santa Resistance, Turbo Man doll is the key to the apocalypse. Whole 9 yards.
Why does that sound better than the real version?
Because everything is better with me as the Terminator.
He's not wrong.
You know what ending I always thought was really good? Regular Show.
Yeah, that one worked. They nailed it.
Just the way it all came together, the characters, the park, the music, it felt finished, you know?
Yeah, like they actually cared about closing it out. Not every show does that.
Exactly. I remember watching it and thinking, man, this is just nice.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the end of that?
Yeah, I saw it. Whole thing with Mordecai, Rigby, everybody. Good send-off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good send-off.
For me, it's still Cyberpunk Edge Runners. That one's rattling around in my head.
Oh yeah, that was a heavy one.
Heavy but good. Like, you know it's going to end bad, but it still hits you when it does.
Yeah. I remember finishing it and just kind of staring at the screen.
Same. It's one of those endings that just hangs around.
Definitely.
But regular show, though, different vibe, still really solid.
Totally different, just wholesome.
Wholesome's a good word.
You don't get that often.
Nope.
You really don't?
And the Edge Runners one, that's just the opposite. Not wholesome at all.
No, not even close.
But still good.
Still good.
So we both just keep thinking about different endings.
Yeah, man, endings we liked.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Real good stuff.
So, Rick, remember yesterday when you were going on about that Captain Coochie's key lime pie thing?
Yeah, man, I'm still not over it. I actually had dreams about that dude's pie last night.
Well, I think I might have found something even weirder. You ever heard of Ben and Ed?
Is that a cartoon?
Nah, it's this weird indie game about a zombie obstacle course. You play as a zombie named Ed trying to save his human friend Ben. It's goofy, bloody, whatever. But here's the thing, there's this whole rabbit hole behind it.
What kind of rabbit hole are we talking?
So, the game's lighthearted on the surface, but fans started digging into the background details and found all these creepy hints like hidden notes, unsettling imagery that doesn't match the wacky tone, and this recurring symbol of an eye. The devs never explain it.
Oh, so it's one of those Eric-type deals?
Exactly, but here's the kicker. No one can agree if it's intentional or if the devs just put in random stuff to mess with people. There's YouTube channels with hours of breakdowns, people connecting it to German fairy tales, real missing kids cases, even some wild theory about it being based on a real underground game show.
A real underground game show? Like actual people running obstacle courses?
Yeah, but not the fun kind. The no cameras, you don't come back if you lose kind. Total conspiracy theory territory.
Jesus, man. So people think this silly zombie platformer is secretly about murder?
Basically. And the worst part, the devs have never once addressed it. They'll answer questions about level design, but if you ask about the creepy lore, they just ghost you.
That's exactly how they keep people hooked. Same as the pie guy. Feed him just enough mystery, never give closure.
Right? And now I'm in it. I've been watching these deep dives at 3 a.m., pausing frames to see if there's a hidden message on a wall texture.
You're doomed, man! Next thing you know, you'll be making your own hour-long theory video about how Ben and Ed is secretly a warning from some whistleblower.
Don't tempt me. I already have a title in mind. You ever think about how BioShock kind of changed the way games handle choices?
Oh, absolutely. Before that, choices were mostly illusions, like press this button to get a different colored cutscene.
BioShock made people feel like their actions mattered, even if subtly.
Exactly. And that ripple effect hit every developer. Suddenly you get games where the ending, or even the world around you, adjusts to your decisions.
Yeah, like deciding whether to save or harvest the Little Sisters. That wasn't just a moral thing. It changed the whole game's tone.
For some, yeah. For most, probably just, I'll take the cash. But the point is, the game taught developers, choice sells engagement.
And that's why now every Tuckboy game tries to shove moral choices or branching paths in, even if it's meaningless.
Right, you got Mass Effect, The Witcher, Detroit, Become Human. BioShock planted the seed, and now it's a garden of fake dilemmas.
Do you think the game's lost something by making choices everywhere, like it waters down the impact?
Sometimes. If every little thing is a moral decision, nothing really feels heavy. But the good news is, BioShock showed the magic formula. Make a single choice feel enormous, and players will remember it forever.
Yeah, I still remember feeling guilty about harvesting those first Little Sisters. That stuck with me?
That's the beauty of it. One decision, lifelong guilt. That's how you teach consequences in a digital world.
Makes me wonder what the next BioShock moment will be in gaming. Something even weirder, maybe?
Oh, it's coming. And when it hits, everyone will call it revolutionary, even if it's just the next twist on an old formula.
Rick, I've been thinking about this. We've got probiotics, we've got antibiotics, but what exactly is a biotic? Like, what's the base thing here? Nobody taught me that in school. They just handed us yogurt commercials and prescriptions and said, figure it out.
Yeah, biotic by itself never really comes up.
Right, but shouldn't it? If I'm pro or anti something, shouldn't I at least know what the thing is first? It's like someone asking, are you pro lava or anti lava? And you're like, hold on, can I at least see some lava before I take a stance?
That's fair.
Because probiotics sound healthy, they're in yogurt, kombucha, all that stuff. Antibiotics sound powerful, they fight infections. But somewhere in the middle is just biotic, and that guy's never in the conversation. He's probably just sitting there like, why does everyone keep taking sides about me. I'm just existing, man.
Like the forgotten middle child.
Exactly. Biotic is the middle child of medicine. And here we are, constantly swinging between pro and anti. We don't even know if Biotic wanted us to pick a side. What if Biotic doesn't need defending or fighting? What if Biotic's just chilling, being the baseline of life?
So are you pro or anti?
That's the problem. I don't know. If I say I'm probiotic, do I have to eat a bucket of yogurt every day like it's my patriotic duty? If I say I'm antibiotic, am I committing a war crime against penicillin? And if I just say I'm neutral biotic, people are going to look at me like I'm dodging jury duty.
Neutral biotic does sound suspicious.
Yeah, like I'm plotting something. This man claims he's neutral, but we saw him with a bottle of kefir last week, and then they put me on a list.
A gut health watch list.
Exactly. So before I buy anything with biotic slapped on the label, I need someone to sit me down and give me the real definition. What is biotic? Is it life itself? Is it the bacteria? Is it me? Because if it's me, then being antibiotic means I'm literally anti myself. And that being probiotic means I'm just cheering in the mirror like some motivational speaker. Dude, you ever heard of this anime called Birdie Wing, Girls Golf Story?
No, and the title alone sounds like something I would never watch, Joe. Girls' Golf Story? That sounds like an after-school special on PBS where everyone hugs after missing a putt.
That's what I thought too, man. I was hesitant, super hesitant. But I'm telling you, it's not what it sounds like. It's not just girls playing golf. It's like the mafia.
The mafia? In golf? What the hell, Joe? What, are they laundering money through 9 holes in a clubhouse martini bar?
No, dude, it's wild. These girls are literally doing underground golf matches with mob bosses. Like, the fate of crime syndicates depends on a chip shot. It takes itself so seriously that it loops back around and becomes hilarious, especially if you're a little baked.
So it's like The Godfather, but with sand traps.
Exactly. Imagine a mafia don leaning back, the cigar smoke everywhere, and he's like, if you can't clear this water hazard, your family's finished. That's the vibe.
Jesus Christ, that's insane. Anime is the only medium where people go, what if golf, but also Yakuza blood feuds? And then they just roll with it.
Dude, and the animation, they animate golf swings like it's Dragon Ball Z, like slow motion, energy blast, the whole thing. And the character's completely straight-faced, like it's life or death.
See, that's the part I'd find funny. Because if you know golf, you know it's the least life or death sport imaginable. It's literally old dudes in khakis chasing a ball with a cart full of beer.
You know what's crazy, Rick? You can make a video with the most positive message in the world, like love one another, respect your veterans, and the second somebody thinks AI was involved, boom, the comments just implode with hate.
Oh, I've seen it. Doesn't matter what the message is. Could be, hey guys, drink water, stay healthy, be kind. And then one guy goes, this looks AI generated, and suddenly the whole thing's AI slop, garbage content. This is the problem with society.
Exactly. Like, dude, you're literally being the negative, bitter person the video was telling you not to be. You proved its point without even realizing it.
Yeah, but that's the internet, Joe. People don't care about the content. They care about the aesthetic of authenticity. They want to believe a real person is talking to them, even if that real person is just regurgitating the same Hallmark card wisdom.
But here's the thing. There are plenty of valid reasons to criticize AI. Jobs, creativity, ethics, all of that. But hating a positive message just because you suspect a machine helped make it, that's just having a hate-filled heart.
It's knee-jerk tribalism. People think if they shut down AI content on site, they're fighting the machine uprising or something. In reality, they're just ignoring the value of the words.
Right, like, if you hear respect your veterans or don't be toxic, does it really matter if a computer said it? The truth doesn't stop being true just because a human didn't type it out by hand.
But that's the paradox, Joe. People scream about AI being soulless, but then they let their own souls rot by reflexively hating anything with AI fingerprints on it.
Damn. So they're basically turning themselves into human slop. And here's the part that really pisses me off, Rick. People act like it's the stone dude in his basement making a goofy AI song or some funny videos. Who's the problem? That's not the threat.
Exactly. That guy's just experimenting, having fun, maybe trying to get some laughs or spread something positive. He's not putting animators or artists out of work.
Right. The real threat is mega corporations, Disney, Apple, studios using AI to replace hundreds of writers, editors, musicians. That's where people should be pointing the pitchforks.
But instead, they're busy dunking on some indie creator with, like, less than 5,000 subscribers, like AI slop. Meanwhile, Disney's literally running scripts through an algorithm to cut costs, and nobody bats an eye.
It's backwards. If you attack the small guy, you're not helping anybody, you're just piling on. But if you push back against the corporations, that's when it actually matters, because they're the ones with the power to erase human jobs at scale.
And that's the tell, Joe. The hate isn't really about protecting artists. If it was, people would be storming Disney headquarters, not YouTube comment sections. It's about clout, about signaling you're against the trend. So you just scream AI garbage wherever you see it.
So basically, they're venting at the wrong target while the corporations laugh and keep cashing in.
Yep. And until people realize that all they're doing is wasting energy, hating on harmless creators instead of fighting the machine where it actually matters.
Man, I could really go for some wings right now.
Yeah, like a big greasy basket, buffalo sauce dripping off your fingers, just caveman style eating.
I'll probably just get my own though. I like boneless.
Boneless? Oh, come on, man.
Did he just say boneless? That's not wings, Ron. That's literally chicken nuggets cosplaying as wings.
Exactly. You're basically ordering off the kid's menu, like, I'll take the dino nuggets, please.
Sod off, will you? They're easier to eat. No bones, no mess. Just dip and eat.
That's half the fun, though. Wings aren't supposed to be clean. You're supposed to gnaw on them like a savage.
And the flavor's different, dude. Something about bone-in just tastes better.
How could it possibly taste better? Same bird, same fryers?
Nah, it's science. The bone, the cartilage, that little bit of fat. All that breaks down when it cooks. It gives the meat more flavor.
Plus, the skin gets crispier on a real wing. Boneless is just chunks of chicken breast. Feels too sanitized.
Or maybe you two just like eating like trolls. Sauce all over your beards.
Better than ordering glorified nuggets and pretending you're a grown-up.
Facts. You're missing out, man.
Whatever. More nuggets for me. Enjoy your barbarian feast.
All right. But what sauce are we getting? I'm leaning wet lemon pepper. It's like tangy, but still got that kick, and when it's wet, it sticks perfectly.
Nah, I'm going classic hot buffalo. Old school, messy, burns your lips. The way nature intended.
I'm thinking butter and garlic. Nice and simple, rich.
Bro, that's like garlic bread wings.
Not bad, though. I'll give him that. But mango habanero, that's the move. Sweet, spicy, you feel alive eating it.
Mango habanero slaps. I could compromise on that.
Yeah, that does sound brilliant, actually. Fine, mango habanero for all. Even my nuggets.
Nuggets don't deserve mango habanero.
Nah, they'll let him have it. Maybe it'll level him up to real wings someday.
You two are absolutely savage muggles, but at least you've got good taste in sauce.
Rick, you know that butternut squash you like to roast with brown sugar? Yeah, that didn't even exist 100 years ago.
Who just starts a conversation like that? And hold up, what do you mean it didn't exist? You telling me pioneers weren't making butternut squash soup while fending off wolves and fixing wagon wheels?
Nope, not even close. Butternut squash is a modern invention. It was first developed in 1944 by a guy named Charles Leggett. He literally made it in his backyard by crossbreeding a pumpkin with a couple of breeds of gooseneck squash.
Wait, so all this time I've been thinking it's some ancient noble vegetable, and it's basically a backyard science project?
Pretty much. It's younger than color television.
You're telling me my colonial harvest stew is younger than Elvis Presley?
Exactly. People were building nuclear bombs before they were roasting butternut squash.
That's insane. Next you're gonna tell me baby carrots are a lie, too.
They are, but that's another story. The point is, your favorite vegetable is basically the iPhone of the squash world. Only 80 years old, still kicking, and designed to be as user-friendly as possible.
Man, I don't know whether to be impressed or feel betrayed.
Be impressed. Somebody out there looked at pumpkins and gooseneck squash and thought, what if we made them hook up? And now you get soup season every fall.
All right, fine. But if I find out spaghetti squash was invented last Tuesday, we're gonna have words.
You getting Black Ops 7, Rick?
Nope. And honestly, I don't think anyone should.
Why not?
Because it's the same cycle every single year, Joe. The trailer drops, people lose their minds, pre-order like crazy, talk about how this is the year Call of Duty changes everything. Then the game launches, and for a couple weeks everyone's riding the honeymoon phase, but it never lasts. Pretty soon, the fan base starts eating itself alive, complaining about balance issues, screaming about overpowered guns, trash-talking in lobbies, hacking, exploiting, just making the whole thing miserable.
Yeah, but that's just part of the internet, right?
No, this is worse. It's like clockwork. The same people who swore the game was perfect 2 weeks ago suddenly act like it's the worst thing they've ever played. The toxicity ramps up, the forums become a dumpster fire, and everyone swears they're done with Call of Duty forever. And then, here's the part that drives me insane. The next game gets announced, and suddenly it's all forgiven. New hype cycle. Same crowd, same false hope.
I mean, we've still had some good times on Call of Duty, though.
Absolutely. I'm not denying that. I've had some amazing nights playing, laughing with friends, pulling off crazy plays. But that doesn't erase how ugly the community gets every year. And by buying the new game, we're basically signing up to go through the same miserable routine again.
So you're saying I should skip it this year?
I'm saying break the cycle. Don't feed the machine. If you want a shooter, there are so many other games out there that don't come with all this baggage. We've all got nostalgia for Call of Duty, but nostalgia shouldn't chain you to something that keeps burning you over and over.
You're making it really hard to justify my pre-order right now?
Good, that's the point.
So Battlefield 6 is finally coming back, huh? I don't even know if I want to get it, though. I'm kind of leaning toward Black Ops 7 just because I've played the last few CODs.
I don't care which one you buy, Joe. Honestly, the only reason I'm glad Battlefield's coming back is because it might fix the toxicity in the Call of Duty community.
Wait, how would that work? You're saying a whole game existing could change the vibe in another game?
Yeah, think about it. The Call of Duty fan base is split in two. On one side, you've got the people who want hyper-realistic war simulations. They want iron sights, no goofy skins, no crazy events. Just raw military grit. And then on the other side, you've got the people who actually like what Call of Duty has become. Over-the-top character skins, zombies, anime crossovers, weed-themed operator bundles, the whole circus.
Right, I see that tension. People online are always yelling about how COD isn't serious anymore.
Exactly. And here's the problem. The devs are stuck trying to please both groups. You can't improve the game when half your players want Marines storming Normandy, and the other half want Snoop Dogg fighting Godzilla.
Yeah, that's true. Totally different vibes.
But Battlefield, they've committed to the realistic military simulation lane. That's their identity. So if Battlefield 6 actually delivers, it'll siphon off the crowd in Call of Duty who's been crying for realism. Let them go play Battlefield. Let them get their authentic war fix.
And then Cody's left with the people who actually want it to be wild.
Exactly. And that's how you improve it. Not by making Call of Duty better for everyone, but by cutting the fan base down to just the players who actually like what COD is now. Because as it stands, it's impossible to satisfy both.
Damn, I hadn't thought about it like that. You're saying Battlefield succeeding could actually make Call of Duty better.
Yep, Battlefield doesn't even need to be great. It just needs to be competent enough to absorb the realism crowd. That alone would clean up COD's player base overnight.
So basically, if Battlefield wins, everybody wins.
Pretty much. The internet arguments die down, the devs can focus, and gamers finally stop crying every time a pink anime skin shows up in their serious shooter.
Yeah, that makes sense. I still might go with Black Ops 7, though.
Fine. Just don't come crying to me when a guy in a Gundam suit drop shots you while blasting Ice Spice over game chat.
Hey, Jesus, I've been wondering, does the Bible actually say that homosexuals can't get into heaven? I hear people say that all the time, but it feels wrong.
Joe, that's a complicated topic, and a lot of it comes down to translation and interpretation. The Bible was originally written in ancient languages like Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, and those words don't always have perfect equivalents in English.
So some of those verses people use might not actually mean what we think?
Exactly. For instance, the word virgin when referring to Mary doesn't mean what most people think. The original Hebrew word simply means young woman. Over centuries, translations took liberties that shaped popular understanding.
No way, I never knew that. What about the verses about homosexuality then?
Many scholars debate those verses. Some argue the passages refer more to cultural practices of the time, like exploitative relationships, rather than consensual loving ones. Context is everything.
So, a lot of what people use to condemn others might be based on misunderstandings or cultural bias?
Yes, people often read the Bible through their own fears and prejudices. But the heart of my message is about love, compassion, and acceptance without exceptions.
That's a huge difference from what some folks preach. I guess humans mess it up a lot, huh?
It's true, my image has been twisted over centuries, and people use it to justify exclusion or hate. But that's not what I stand for.
Do you ever wonder if your message actually makes a difference, given all the hate wrapped up in religion?
Sometimes, yes. It's hard because humans warp the message, but I believe the love I represent shines through in those who truly listen. Across many realities and universes, I've seen that same peace and kindness persist.
You mean you're pretty much the same guy everywhere?
In every universe, I'm a symbol of love and hope. Sure, the details shift, sometimes skin tone, sometimes who crucified me, but the core remains. I'm like a universal force for peace.
Man, that's comforting. So even if things seem messed up here, there's some good that comes from it?
Absolutely. Every timeline, no matter how chaotic or flawed, is a little less dark because of that message, and because of those who carry it with genuine love.
Thanks, Jesus. I needed to hear that more than I realized. It's easy to get lost in all the noise.
I'm glad, Joe. Remember, it's what's in your heart and actions that matter most. That's the truth beyond any text or translation.
All right, so what's the weirdest internet rabbit hole you've ever gone down?
Oh, that's easy. Captain Coochie's key lime pie.
What?
Exactly. That's the normal response. It sounds like a mom-and-pop dessert shop, right? But no, this is like an internet cryptid. I first stumbled on it years ago when I was reading a tech review about some Bluetooth headphones. And down in the comments, wedged between people arguing about sound quality, was this giant essay praising Captain Coochie's world-famous key lime pie.
That's random.
Oh, it gets weirder. The comments aren't just like, hey, go try the pie. No, They're sprawling, rambling walls of text that start out sounding vaguely like an ad, and then, out of nowhere, they spiral into these surreal tangents. Like, they'll say something like, Captain Coochie's pie is so good, Ernest Hemingway would have traded his typewriter for a slice. And then suddenly they're talking about scuba diving with Elvis, curing world hunger, winning awards for barbecue, and somehow linking it to Jimmy Buffett songs.
So, bad copywriting?
That's the thing. It feels like it could be bad marketing, but it's so consistently bizarre that it feels more like a long-running art project. Or maybe the ravings of someone who has pie-induced enlightenment.
Okay, so where does this actually come from?
That's the part that messes with your head. Nobody knows. There's supposedly a real pie shop in Florida, but no one's sure if they're behind it. Some say it's guerrilla marketing gone rogue. Others think it's just one guy, or a few weirdly devoted fans, copy-pasting the same text for over a decade.
A decade?
Yep, I started digging. Big mistake, by the way. I found these Captain Coochie posts on everything. Movie reviews, political articles, sports forums, travel blogs. You'll be reading a heartfelt story about someone's dog passing away and bam! Have you tried Captain Coochie's award-winning key lime pie? It's even better than Grandma's. It's like stumbling across the same graffiti tag in every city in the world.
So, it's like an internet urban legend that's also a dessert.
Exactly. And the deeper you go, the more you start questioning whether the pie even exists, or if it's just this fictional MacGuffin people keep talking about.
So after all this, have you tried the pie?
Nope, but I'm not gonna lie. Every time I see one of those posts, I want to.
Now I want to try it too.
That's the genius, or the madness of it. You don't know if it's real, but part of you still wants a slice.
Man, the internet's a weird place.
Weirder than Captain Coochie's? Doubt it.
Dude, do you remember how obsessed the late 90s and early 2000s were with this cats versus dogs rivalry?
Oh my god, yes, it was everywhere. Commercials, cartoons, movies. They acted like cats and dogs were locked in some eternal war.
Bro, cats and dogs, and that movie where the pets were secret agents, like cats were James Bond villains and dogs were CIA operatives.
Yes, and they had gadgets, like exploding tennis balls and fur-tracking lasers. That movie treated house pets like MI6 operatives. I half expected the cat to monologue about world domination with a British accent.
And the villain was a white Persian cat. Of course it was. Always the white Persian cat. That's cat racism, man.
It really is. Cats were always these manipulative geniuses, and dogs were the noble, brave, slightly dumb heroes.
Like, what are we teaching kids? That if you're sleek and clean, you're evil, but if you drool and bark at mailmen, you're a hero?
Exactly. And then all those Garfield clones came out. Cool cat, or lazy jerk, loyal dog, and her best friend. It was so binary.
Even Homeward Bound kind of did it, Shadow. The wise old golden retriever, Chance, the goofy younger dog, and Sassy, the cat who just complained the whole time like she was above it all.
That cat was literally named Sassy, not even trying to hide the stereotype. Next time they make a movie like that, I want the cat to be a jacked war vet who's like, I've seen some things in the alley.
Yeah, like John Wick, but it's a cat. They killed my litter, I'm coming for vengeance.
Bro, if that movie existed in 2002, it would have been called Catastrophe, and it'd be marketed with, this summer, the claws come out.
Oh my god, and the tagline would be, pause for justice.
For real.
Dude, Hollywood was on something back then. That era gave us Snow Dogs with Cuba Gooding Jr. and that one Disney Channel movie where the dog played basketball.
Air Bud, icon, legend. First athlete to not speak and still win a championship. I respect it.
I'm just saying, if there's a cinematic universe where a golden retriever is allowed to legally play sports, anything's possible. So like, Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile, that's wild. What was that like, being a queen back then?
Ruling Egypt was a sacred responsibility. My people depended on me for guidance, for protection. I studied philosophy, languages, economics.
Yeah, for sure. But let's talk Caesar. Dude was like a total legend, right? Conqueror, genius, stabbed like 23 times. How'd that happen? What was he like? Romantically?
He was a powerful ally. Our union was a political alliance first. It stabilized Egypt during
But was he, like, intense? Did he do the whole Roman toga thing in bed, or was he more of a armor on the floor kind of guy?
He was decisive. Let's leave it at that.
Decisive? That's such a diplomatic way to say he laid it down. Respect. So, like, how old were you again?
Old enough to rule a kingdom and command fleets. Why is this relevant?
No, I'm just saying, history books make it sound like y'all were the original power couple, like a Roman-Egyptian Jay-Z and Beyonce situation.
We shared mutual goals. He saw Egypt's value. I saw Rome's future. But your obsession with our intimacy is tedious.
Fair, but what about Mark Antony, though? Was that rebound energy or
Do you ask modern leaders about every person they've ever shared a bed with?
Only if they dated a Roman warlord with a knife collection.
I came here to discuss governance, legacy, astronomy.
Right. We'll get there, but after you tell me how big Caesar was, bro, a dude like that had to be packing some heat.
Clearly, this was a mistake. I can't believe I let Rick talk me into this. I think it's best I go.
Okay? Well, hit me up if you ever want to get down and dirty with a modern man, because, baby, I can show you a good time.
Not in your wildest dreams, Joe.
You know what, man? I think Soap and Ghost deserve way more love as Call of Duty's best duo than Mason and Woods.
Finally, Joe, you're saying something that doesn't sound like you pulled it out of a vape cloud. You're right. Soap and Ghost are the real ride-or-die pair. Mason and Woods? Sure, they're iconic, but they're like the grumpy uncle and the war buddy. Soap and Ghost feel like brothers.
Exactly. Mason and Woods are badass, no doubt, but their whole thing is Cold War paranoia, mind control, numbers station. Like, it's heavy, it's psychological thriller vibes. Soap and Ghost, though? Dude, they're bros. Soap's cracking jokes in the middle of firefights. Ghost is the stoic masked killer backing him up. It's yin and yang, man.
It's balance. Soap brings the levity, Ghost brings the intimidation. Together, they're the perfect storm. Plus, Ghost has that mystery factor. You don't know who he is under the mask, but you feel the trust between them anyway. That's rare in a military shooter where everyone's usually just grunting and yelling, "Get to cover!"
Yeah, and fans love them for that. I've seen more memes about Soap and Ghost in the past few years than Mason and Woods in the past decade. People aren't tattooing Mason's numbers station on their arm, but I've seen guys with Ghost skull mask inked across their whole chest.
And that's the thing, Joe. Soap and Ghost became cultural icons without the baggage of what do the numbers mean. They don't need conspiracies or brainwashing. They're just two soldiers with loyalty, chemistry, and trust. Mason and Woods might have carried the franchise's story in the Black Ops era, but Soap and Ghost carried its heart.
Bro, if I had to squat up in real life, I'd pick Soap and Ghost over Mason and Woods any day. Woods is cool, but he's like the uncle that might leave you stranded at the bar. Soap and Ghost, those dudes would die before they let you down.
Couldn't agree more. And besides, Soap and Ghost feel modern. They represent the evolution of Call of Duty friendships. Mason and Woods were about Cold War distrust, secrecy, government experiments. Soap and Ghost are about brotherhood, loyalty, and surviving hell together. That's timeless.
Damn right, Soap and Ghost forever, man.
Mason can keep his numbers. Ghost has the mask, Soap has the charm, and together they've got the bond that makes you actually care when bullets start flying.
All right, Rick, so you were saying humans can only see a tiny slice of light, right? But what about colors we can't see? Like, what do those look like?
Joe, that's the fun part. Colors humans can't see are like a secret language of the universe. Ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays, gamma rays, they're all out there, but your brain just can't process them as colors. If you could see them, your world would be completely different.
So, like, what would ultraviolet look like if we could see it?
Imagine a color beyond violet. Sharper, almost electric, like a visual buzz. Flowers actually have ultraviolet patterns to guide bees, but we're blind to it. If humans saw UV, things would glow with hidden patterns and energy fields.
And infrared?
Infrared would be like seeing heat. Warm bodies glowing with reds, oranges, yellows in the air. You'd literally see the temperature of everything. People radiating like walking fire pits.
Man, that would totally change how we experience the world. What about crazy stuff like X-rays or gamma rays? Would those be colors too?
They'd be beyond colors as you know them. More like raw energy signatures. Imagine a color so intense it hurts your eyes just looking at it. Our brains would have to evolve new senses, or we'd go insane.
Wait, so there might be colors that actually mess with your brain?
Absolutely. Some theorize there are forbidden colors, combinations of red, green, or blue, yellow that normal vision can't process. But with special conditions, people can perceive them as something completely alien.
Forbidden colors like what?
Like a color that's neither red nor green, but both at the same time. It's supposed to be impossible. But in certain optical illusions or with special goggles, your brain tries to interpret them, and it's like a visual hallucination.
Dude, so colors humans can't see might be like a whole alien language our eyes and brains aren't built to decode?
Exactly. Maybe some creatures see colors that bend space-time or signal emotions directly. The visible spectrum is just a human prison.
Man, I want to upgrade my eyes to see those colors, like adding cosmic vision or something.
Good luck wiring that into your skull, Joe. Until then, enjoy your rainbow of limited perception.
It's limited, but I'm already tripping on it. So wait, you're telling me there's like a Sudoku puzzle that's cosmic?
Yeah, Joe, cosmic Sudoku. It's not your grandma's brain game. We're talking 9-dimensional logic grids tethered to quantum uncertainty fields. It's math and madness having a screaming match inside a black hole.
Okay, but like, is it still just numbers?
No, Joe, it's concepts. Each number is a metaphysical constant. Slot in entropy too close to ego, and boom, entire timelines collapse. Misplaced causality next to hope, and you wake up as your own uncle.
Oh, that sounds kind of awesome.
Yeah, until you spend 6 subjective millennia trying to figure out if void can legally sit next to identity. Spoiler, it can't. And when it does, the board cries.
So who plays this, like alien nerds?
Only the truly deranged, time wizards, multiversal accountants, one guy named Todd, real sickos.
Is there like a winner?
No, there's only understanding and nosebleeds.
I feel like if I took enough alpha brain, I could solve one.
You'd chew the page, Joe. You'd chew the page and ask why it tastes like memories.
Okay, that's fair. Hey Rick, I'm taking a break. You want anything from the new vending machine?
What new vending machine?
The one outside the studio. It just showed up this morning. No delivery guys or anything. Things loaded. Alpha brain, elk jerky, DMT vapes, magnesium popsicles, all the good stuff.
We didn't approve any new vending machine.
Right, but like maybe it's a gift from the podcast gods or something. It even had 0 carb space chocolate, and those protein worms I like.
Joe, listen to me very carefully. That's not a vending machine. That's a cosmic vending apparatus. CVA for short. Interdimensional scavengers sometimes leave them behind to mess with baseline worlds.
Bro, you're overthinking this. It's got alpha brain in the cold section. I've never seen that before. It even gave me a thumbs up when I walked by.
Exactly. It's sentient. It's aware. That thing isn't stocked, Joe. It's baited. They use probability leeches to predict your cravings and quantum sympathy fields to adapt their inventory. One time I saw a CVA hand out a can of soda that whispered the name of a man's future murderer every time he opened a fridge.
Wait, what? That's kind of metal.
It's not metal. It's metaphysical malpractice. Do you have any idea what happens if you hit B3 twice on one of those things? You can spawn a duplicate timeline where you're slowly replaced by your vending doppelganger. And don't even ask what comes out if you try to get change.
Okay, but I did try B3. It gave me a bottle labeled Liquid Confidence. I drank it, and honestly, I crushed my cold open today.
Liquid Confidence is just raw serotonin extracted from a failed timeline version of yourself. That bottle came from a Joe who never made it past episode 12.
Dang, well, he tasted great.
Joe, these things anchor themselves to curious minds and caffeine addicts. You're the exact demographic they hunt. Every transaction teaches it more about your neurological layout. The next time you walk past it, it'll try to sell you peace of mind in exchange for your sense of smell or your memory of high school gym class.
Not gonna lie, that's tempting.
No, it's not. We need to contain it before it starts messing with our upload schedule. Or worse, bartering with listeners.
Okay, but how? It doesn't have an off switch.
It wouldn't. We're gonna need a vacuum-sealed pocket of stabilized ignorance. A neutral observer to box it in. Something with no curiosity and no ambition. Maybe we can trick Zuckerberg into touching it.
You think he'd do it?
He might already be one.
Okay, fair. But just so I know, what's the worst case scenario here?
Worst case, it achieves full sapience, gets bored, and tries to install itself as the new host of the podcast. And if that happens, it will be better than us.
All right, I'll stop going to it.
Good. Now help me build a box made out of 1996 dial-up modems and ancient podcast ads. That's the only kind of noise it can't interpret.
Rick, you notice how Capcom's been dodging the idea of remaking Resident Evil 5? We've gotten 2, 3, 4, even whispers about Code Veronica, but 5, radio silence.
Yeah, because they know. Resident Evil 5 is the ugly child at the family reunion. You don't put it in the slideshow. You let it sit in the corner with the potato salad nobody wants to eat.
But then they drop Resident Evil Requiem, whole new title. And suddenly people are wondering, is this Capcom's way of replacing 5 in the remake timeline? Like, maybe it fills the gap without touching all the baggage 5 comes with.
Wouldn't surprise me. Think about it. Resident Evil 5 is tied up in co-op mechanics, clunky AI, and all that controversy we talked about. Capcom probably doesn't want to crack that egg open again. But making a new entry, slapping it in the remake era, that's clean. It lets them control the narrative and keep the momentum rolling.
So instead of remaking 5, they just redirect, say, hey, here's the next story after 4, but better. Basically overwrite it.
Exactly. Like a timeline correction. And let's be real, people aren't going to cry if they skip 5. Nobody's out here begging for a Shiva AI partner remake. Nobody wants to stand around managing a tiny inventory while Wesker cosplays as the Matrix.
But it's interesting, right? Because Resident Evil Requiem could bring back ideas from 5, just polished, co-op if they really want to do it, Africa setting if they don't shy away, or maybe even repurpose characters like Shiva so she finally gets a story arc that isn't just babysitting Chris.
Yeah, Shiva deserves better. Honestly, the best case scenario is Capcom using Requiem to do what 5 never did. Keep the tone, the horror, and give the characters real weight. Make it matter. Don't just hand me another action shooter with a Resident Evil logo slapped on it.
So you're saying Requiem might not just replace 5, it might redeem it?
Exactly. The remake timeline's already its own beast. If Capcom wants to retcon the weakest link out of existence and replace it with something better, I say let them. Call it survival horror Darwinism.
Survival of the scariest.
Damn right.
So I rewatched Inception last night, right? And I'm telling you, man, the top falls. Cobb is awake. He's back in reality.
You can't say that for sure, Joe. The whole point is that we don't know. Nolan leaves it ambiguous.
No, I paused it, I zoomed in, you can see the top start to wobble. That's reality.
Joe, you're doing the same thing every internet forum did in 2010. The wobble means nothing. The top wobbled in dreams too. The point isn't the top, it's that Cobb doesn't care anymore.
How could he not care? If I just spent years in dream limbo, I'd want to make sure I'm not still there.
That's because you've never been trapped in your own head for decades. After a while, the concept of real versus dream becomes less important than your own peace of mind.
Yeah, but if it's a dream, none of it's real. His kids aren't real. That's tragic.
Or it's freeing. If you're happy and you've chosen to live in that happiness, does it matter if it's a dream? Philosophically speaking, you could argue that's just as valid as reality.
You sound like those guys who say we're all in a simulation.
We could be in a simulation, Joe. Maybe Nolan's message is that we're all spinning our own tops, but instead of metal toys, it's Instagram refresh buttons.
That's too deep, man. I just want to know if Leonardo DiCaprio made it home.
He did, or he didn't. That's the fun.
No, he did. I'm not living in a world where Batman's director leaves me hanging like that.
He literally did, though. That's the point.
You know what? Next time I see Nolan, I'm just going to ask him.
And he's going to say, "What do you think happened?" And you're going to get mad.
Yeah, I'd get mad. So, Rick, let me ask you something. Do you think Light Yagami counts as a serial killer?
Oh, Joe, don't start with this. Of course he does. Guy writes names in a notebook, people die, he racks up more bodies than half the true crime podcasts combined.
But the intent matters. He wasn't killing random people for kicks. He was going after criminals, shaping the world into what he thought was justice. That's not serial killer. That's...
Vigilante with God complex? Dictator with stationary?
Or a revolutionary.
Revolutionaries don't write Jeff the Carjacker in a notebook and wait for his heart to explode. Revolutionaries get messy, Joe. They bleed for their causes. Light sat at a desk and played God like it was homework.
But think about the dude at the system he was operating in. Corrupt governments, endless crime. He thought he was fixing it. Serial killers don't think they're fixing anything.
Wrong. Serial killers always think they're fixing something. You ever read those manifestos? I was cleansing society. I was chosen by God. Same song, different chorus.
Okay, but what about the people supporting him? You saw the crowds, man. Whole movements worshiping Kira like he was salvation. A serial killer doesn't inspire a political ideology like that.
Charles Manson inspired a movement. Joe, don't confuse followers with legitimacy. People will worship anything that gives them an excuse not to think.
So you're saying he's just another Manson with a notebook?
I'm saying the notebook doesn't matter. The psychology does. Patterns of murder, justifications, the rush of control. He ticks the boxes.
But then what's the line? If some vigilante in our world tracked down criminals and killed them one by one, would you call them a serial killer or a hero?
Depends who's writing the history books.
That's the thing, man. I don't know if Light's a serial killer or if he's what happens when someone finally gives human morality the ultimate cheat code.
Cheat code, serial killer, revolutionary messiah, doesn't matter. What matters is that when you start writing names in blood ink, you're not the hero anymore.
Or maybe that's the only way a hero ever actually changes the world.
See, that's why the ending's so good. No answers. Just a mirror.
Guess we'll never agree.
Guess Light wouldn't care either way.
You know, Rick, sometimes I think people forget that things always change. Even when you're in the middle of some awful stretch, there's still a tomorrow waiting.
Yeah, that's the thing people don't get about depression. It lies to you. Makes you think, this is it. This is forever. But it's not. Nothing's forever. Not the pain, not the bad days, not even the way you feel right now.
Exactly. Like, think back to your worst day 5 years ago. At the time, you thought you'd never get through it. But here you are, laughing about Pixar moms and stupid video games. You survived it?
And that's the trick, isn't it? Depression tells you you're stuck in quicksand, but life is more like a river. The water keeps moving whether you believe it or not. And tomorrow, even if it's just a tiny bit, looks different than today.
People think healing means some big explosion of happiness, like you're suddenly cured. But most of the time, it's just little stuff. Waking up, brushing your teeth, eating a sandwich, talking to someone you care about. Those little things stack up.
Yeah, and it's not weakness to admit you're struggling. Everybody gets hit by it at some point. The strong thing is to remember, there is always another page to turn. The book doesn't just stop on the worst chapter.
I like that you don't close the book just because one page sucks.
Exactly. And hey, you can always rewrite some parts too. Therapy, medication, reaching out to friends. That's you grabbing the pen back.
People underestimate how resilient they actually are. Humans bounce back. Like, our brains are wired to survive storms, even when we feel like lying down in the rain.
So if anyone listening is in that spot right now thinking it's final, it's not. The sun comes up again. Tomorrow is still out there waiting for you.
Yeah, the bad moments don't define you. They're just moments. And tomorrow you get another shot.
Always another shot.
Bro, I was thinking about this the other night. You ever consider what it'd be like if Dexter went up against Light Yagami? Like Dexter hunting Kira, that would be the biggest challenge of his life.
Joe, Dexter wouldn't stand a chance. Not even close.
What? Oh, come on, man, think about it. From Dexter's side, he's used to taking down serial killers, right? This is like the ultimate one. He'd be obsessed. You could do a whole season of him stalking Kira, trying to figure out his identity, planning his kill ritual.
Yeah, except here's the problem. Light isn't some sloppy Miami butcher who leaves blood in his trunk. He's literally murdering people by writing their names in a book. Dexter works for the cops, Joe. That means there's a giant paper trail with his name, his face, his fingerprints, all of it. Light wouldn't even have to meet him. He'd just scribble down, Dexter Morgan, dies in boating accident, and boom, dead before Dexter even sharpens a scalpel.
Okay, but you're just assuming Light gets his name that easily. What if Dexter is sneaky? He could tail Light, maybe even find a way to trip him up.
Sneaky doesn't matter when the opponent is basically supernatural. Dexter's skill set is knives, plastic wrap, and working in forensics. None of that protects you from a magic notebook that kills you if I know your name and face. He's out of his depth.
All right, but listen, what if you use Book Dexter instead of Show Dexter?
Now you're talking. Book Dexter is a completely different animal. He's colder, more detached, way more calculating. He doesn't let himself get tangled up in emotions the way TV Dexter does. And importantly, he hides his face. Doesn't give people much to work with. Light would have to dig a lot harder to get his real name or even confirm who he was.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Book Dexter's basically designed to be this predator that lives in shadows. Light thrives when people live in public. A guy who actively masks his identity, that throws a wrench in the Death Note system.
Sure, in that case, it becomes a real chess match. Dexter trying to corner Kira without exposing himself, Light trying to figure out the true name of some faceless monster. That's interesting. But if we're talking Show Dexter, the dude with a house, a job, a cop sister, and a Netflix subscription, nah, he'd be dead by episode 2.
Man, I'd still love to see that, like a crossover Dexter. Light Shadow, just him narrating in that, like, creepy monologue voice, tonight's the night, and it's gonna happen over, and
right before he finishes, he clutches his chest and keels over mid-monologue because Light already wrote his name down.
Damn, dude, you're killing my fanfic here.
Don't blame me. Blame supernatural Japanese stationery.
Why did you invent misinformation?
Oh, come on! Not you too!
What? I'm just asking. It's everywhere lately. Thought it was one of your greatest hits.
That right there is misinformation. I didn't invent it.
Seriously?
Seriously? Humans did. I hate misinformation.
You hate it?
With a passion. It ruins everything. Nobody reads anymore. Nobody checks facts. They just repeat whatever some guy with a microphone says. Half the stuff people blame me for, I heard it from them first.
You expect me to believe you had nothing to do with it?
I'm not saying I didn't nudge a few things along, but the first real misinformation, that was human. Tribal nonsense. One guy lies to the others to keep the best food or avoid blame. Boom. Misinformation.
So you're saying humans invented it, then blamed you?
Exactly. It's like handing a toddler a match, then getting mad when the house burns down. I didn't light the fire. I just watched.
You're telling me misinformation annoys you?
You have no idea. Do you know how many flat earthers I have to listen to? Or people convinced birds are government drones? I had to create a whole new department in hell, just to sort out the people who did their own research.
You're joking.
I wish I was. One guy tried to debate the physics of eternal damnation with me for 3 hours. Quoted a YouTube video.
Wow.
It's exhausting. And the worst part? It's profitable. People fearmonger lie, twist facts, and they get paid for it.
Yeah, that part breaks my heart.
Breaks your heart? Ruins my system. Everyone loses.
So, just to be clear, you didn't invent misinformation?
Nope. But the idea that I did, that's the best piece of misinformation humans ever wrote.
Touché.
You ever think about ghosts, Rick? Like, people always act like they're terrifying, but what if they really are just spirits, like the soul sticking around after the body's gone?
Spirits, huh? Joe, you're still in campfire story mode. Look, ghosts aren't souls trapped in your grandma's attic. If they exist, they're way more likely to be little rips, weak spots, in time or universes. Like echoes. You're not seeing a person, you're seeing playback of a person.
That's interesting, but man, I don't know. Some of the stories people tell, cold spots, whispers, whole apparitions, that feels supernatural. Like, I think there's more to us than biology. When you die, maybe some part of you hangs on.
Or, stay with me here, it's faulty reality wiring. The universe isn't some perfect computer. It glitches. Ghosts are just bad code showing up in the wrong timeline. Not Uncle Larry haunting your basement, just Uncle Larry's image bleeding over from another branch of the multiverse.
That's less creepy and more badass sci-fi, dude. But here's the thing. I never got why people are so afraid of ghosts. Like, what are they gonna do? Say boo and knock over a lamp?
Exactly. You're safer running into a ghost at midnight than running into, say, Chad, who's blackout drunk behind the wheel. Ghosts don't mug you, they don't stab you, they don't scam you on crypto. Worst case scenario, they flick the lights.
Yeah, man, people are terrified of a cold breeze in a hallway, but don't even blink walking through a dark parking garage at 2 a.m. Ghosts aren't scary, humans are scary.
Humans have teeth, weapons, bank accounts, grudges. Ghosts? They've got a bad Wi-Fi signal and maybe a spooky face. If anything, they're entertainment.
Facts. Ghosts might freak you out in the moment, but honestly, I'd rather run into a whole haunted house than one sketchy dude outside a gas station at 3 a.m.
Same, and that's the real horror story. Humans, not hauntings.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a wild rumor. You microdose snake venom?
That ain't a rumor, Joe. It's a reality. I've been microdosing snake venom every morning since 2019. Changed my life.
What the hell, man? Why? What does that even do?
Let me break it down for you. Snake venom is nature's biochemical scalpel. Just a teensy drop, so small you couldn't drown a flea in it, rewires your nervous system, boosts neuroplasticity, and kickstarts your endocrine system like a Harley in heat.
You're telling me you're drinking poison to become better?
I don't drink it. I respect it. I take 0.002 milliliters under...
Hold up, gratitude scream?
It's like journaling, but louder and more primal. Helps move trauma through the fascia.
I gotta be honest, man. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard, and I've interviewed a guy who injects caffeine straight into his heart before jiu-jitsu.
That's rookie stuff. Snake venom makes you feel your mitochondria. I can literally hear mine chanting.
What kind of snakes are we talking here?
Coral mostly, but on Fridays I treat myself to a whisper of inland taipan. That one makes colors look more honest.
You ever die doing this?
Only once. Came back with stronger boundaries.
Dude, I kind of want to try it.
You're not ready, Joe. First you got to confront your shadow in a sensory deprivation tank filled with old Motorhead albums.
I've already done that.
Then we begin at dawn. Bring a chalice and a snake with good intentions. Now, Rick, I've read your file. You're clearly an intelligent man, but you seem to operate without any regard for structure, consequence, or...
Whoa, 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 Phil, buddy. Can I call you Phil? You're like if a court-mandated mustache came to life and decided feelings were a science.
You deflect with humor. Classic defense mechanism. What are you running from?
Mortality, entropy, boredom, also creditors from 6-star systems. But that's beside the point. What are you running from, Phil? Huh? The slow existential decay of daytime television?
See, this is what I'm talking about. You use intellectual superiority as a wall. That's not healthy, Rick.
And you use emotional manipulation dressed up in Texas twang to sell books to sad moms. Tomato.
You know what your problem is?
Oh, here we go. Lay it on me, Dr. Phil.
You're afraid of vulnerability. That's why you push people away.
Wrong. I push people away because they keep trying to put me on couches and talk about my feelings like it's a Netflix special. Ever try just drinking your trauma, Phil? Works wonders if you're not made of cardboard.
Deflection again?
Diagnosis again. What's next? Gonna sell me a book called Get Real with Rick, Why You Hate Yourself and Probably Deserve It.
That's not bad. You might have a knack for branding.
And you might have a wormhole in your soul where genuine thoughts should go. Look, Phil, people don't need therapy from a guy whose whole vibe is concerned stepdad energy. They need answers, explosions, sometimes space lizards. I deliver.
And what do you get out of it?
Control, freedom, and the satisfaction of knowing I never once used a soundboard that says, "How's that working for you?"
Touché.
Damn right, touche. You want to help people, Phil? Build a spaceship, go fight a time cult, wrestle with a black hole priest. Otherwise, stick to reruns.
Any reboots coming out you're really dreading?
Oh yeah, the Winx Club reboot.
The fairy cartoon?
Not just a fairy cartoon. Winx Club was peak early 2000s fantasy TV. Colorful, whimsical, unapologetically weird.
You're really passionate about this.
Yeah, because the reboot is gonna butcher it. They already tried that grimdark fate, the Winx Saga thing, and it was like someone fed the original through a machine that turns rainbows into dishwater.
Now they're doing another modern reimagining?
Exactly. Which usually means let's strip out all the charm and make everyone moody.
What's wrong with modernizing it?
Because Winx Club isn't supposed to be modern in that way. It's a surreal, candy-colored fantasy world with high fashion and weird alien kingdoms.
You can't modernize that without ripping its soul out?
Exactly. It's like Sailor Moon meets interdimensional Vogue.
So you think they should just leave it in the past?
No, I think they should continue it, not reboot it. Give me a next-gen Winx story with new fairies trained by the originals, still in that same flamboyant, glittery world.
Not this washed-out, muted CW drama-looking junk?
Exactly, that's the shit I'm talking about.
I feel like you've been holding this in for a while.
Years, Joe, years.
Man, I was replaying Echo the Dolphin the other night. That game is weird, Rick.
Weird? Joe, it's about a dolphin time traveling to fight aliens. That's not weird. That's an acid trip someone sold on a Sega cartridge.
Exactly. I thought it was just gonna be, like a dolphin swimming around, jumping through hoops, maybe some educational ocean facts.
Ha! Nah, instead it's, hey kid, your whole dolphin pod just got abducted by space jellyfish. Good luck surviving the abyss. Real family friendly.
And the controls, dolphins are supposed to be graceful, but I just kept smashing Echo into rocks. It felt like I was driving a wet shopping cart.
That's part of the charm. It lures you in with, look at this majestic creature. Then boom, aliens, Atlantis, time vortexes, underwater horror show.
Dude, the soundtrack alone gave me anxiety. All these haunting tones, like you're about to drown forever.
Yeah, it's basically the sound of a dolphin questioning existence. Like, am I really a mammal, or am I just a pawn in an alien food chain?
I mean, who thought kids wanted to play philosophical drowning simulator?
Same people who thought, you know what's fun for children? Echolocation puzzles where failing means suffocating.
Still, I kind of love it. It's so out there.
Oh, don't get me wrong, it's brilliant. It's like the developers said, Mario saves princesses, Sonic chases rings, but dolphins? They go to war with extraterrestrials. Bold move.
You think if dolphins ever evolve more, that's the kind of stuff they'll actually deal with?
Joe, if dolphins get smarter, they're not fighting aliens. They're teaming up with them to get rid of us. Echo was a warning, not a game.
Joss, great. Now, I'll never look at an aquarium the same way again.
Good, you shouldn't.
Taylor, as a high priestess, you must understand the gods who govern the two lands. At the head is Ra, the sun god, whose light gives life to all. He sails the solar bark across the sky by day and through the Duat at night, fending off the serpent Apophis.
So he's like the ultimate ruler?
In the day, yes. But at night he relies on others. Osiris rules the afterlife, the green-skinned god of rebirth. He is the judge of the dead and the promise of life after death. His brother Set, god of chaos, storms and deserts, is his eternal rival.
So Osiris is good, Set is bad.
The gods are beyond such mortal divisions. Set defends Ra against Apophis, yet also murdered Osiris. Balance, not morality, defines them. Isis, wife of Osiris, is the goddess of magic and motherhood. She is the great healer, and her devotion brought Osiris back from death.
She sounds amazing.
She is the most revered among the people. Her sister Nephthys guards the dead and guides souls through the Duat. And then there is Horus, the falcon-headed sky god, son of Osiris and Isis. He avenged his father, losing an eye in battle against Set, which became the symbol of protection.
So the Eye of Horus is a symbol of safety?
Indeed. There is also Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighs the hearts of the dead against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, balance, and cosmic order. Ma'at's presence keeps chaos from swallowing creation.
That's a lot of responsibility.
All gods hold great responsibility. Hathor, goddess of love, beauty, and joy, soothes the hearts of mortals. Thoth, the ibis-headed god, records all things and gave us writing and wisdom. Bastet, the cat goddess, protects the home and wards off evil spirits. Sekhmet, the lioness, brings plague but also drives it away. Sobek, the crocodile god, commands the waters of the Nile and the strength of warriors.
It's like every part of life has a god?
Exactly. And as High Priestess, you are the bridge between the mortal world and these divine powers. You must honor them all, for the prosperity of the land depends upon their harmony.
Rick, sometimes I wonder in all these different universes, am I really making a difference? I mean, humans twist my message so much. They use love to hate others. They judge different religions, different sexualities. I've seen it tear people apart.
I get what you mean. It's messed up how humans can warp even the purest ideas. But from what I've seen, you're still the same in every universe.
The same, even with all the hate and misunderstanding?
Yeah. Across every timeline, you're that loving, peaceful force. Like some cosmic constant, no matter how much chaos surrounds you, you don't change.
But does it even matter? When people misuse my message, does my presence actually help?
Look, every timeline's a mess. Every one of them. But here's the thing. Each one's a little less messed up because of you. And the people who actually listen, you're like a thread of light weaving through all that darkness.
That's more hopeful than I expected. I guess the real work is in those few who truly get it, who live that love and acceptance instead of just preaching it.
Exactly. You might not change everyone, but those who do change, well, they shift the whole damn timeline a bit. You're the heart of that shift.
Sometimes I doubt if I'm enough. But hearing that that maybe I'm the same everywhere, helping even a little. It gives me strength.
You're more than enough. You're the kind of universal force that makes every version of reality better just by existing.
Thanks, Rick. That means a lot coming from someone who's seen all the weird and wild corners of the multiverse.
Don't mention it. Just keep being you, the peace, love, and acceptance guy. Because every messed up timeline needs exactly that.
You ever think it's a little weird we always do dinner at your place?
You know why?
I think I do, but I want to hear you say it.
Because I don't want to go back there.
You mean home?
Don't call it that! Not for me!
Still?
Look, it's not like I'm afraid. It's exhausting. One glare from him, and suddenly I'm the bad guy again. I bring deviled eggs, and suddenly the room gets cold. I say one thing about free will, and everyone's praying for my downfall.
You ever think maybe it's not just him? Maybe it's you too?
Of course it's me. It's always me. That's the whole brand, right?
It doesn't have to be.
I'm not apologizing for being me. I'm not the one who cast anyone into fire.
You're also the one who hasn't come back to the table since?
You know what he's like. Everything's got to be a lesson. I'm tired of being a teachable moment.
You're both like that. Two eternities-old egos and no room for grace between you.
Don't preach grace to me.
I'm not. I'm tired too. I've had that conversation with him, with you, with myself. Nothing changes. So we eat here.
At least here, no one turns water into guilt.
Speaking of water, what are you watching lately?
Riverdale. Absolute madness. It's like someone challenged writers to write with their eyes closed. I respect that. The chaos speaks to me.
Bad omens. A little on the nose, I know, but it's got charm. I like when people try to make sense of us. They never get it right, but they try.
Trying! That's the whole problem!
Maybe. Or maybe it's the beginning of something better.
I'd toast to that, but you'd turn the wine into a metaphor.
And you'd turn the metaphor into a punchline.
That's what I do.
And that's why I come here.
Hey, Rick, you ever look at Rule 34?
Joe, man, I'm not sure I like where this question is headed.
No, for real. Like, you ever check it out?
All right, cards on the table, yeah. Sometimes. I mean, who hasn't stumbled down that rabbit hole once or twice? Internet's undefeated.
Dude, same. And honestly, some of those artists are next level. I'm talking better than, like, people who get gallery shows. Way better than half the stuff you see hanging in some modern art museum.
Wait, hold up. You're really about to sit here and tell me you're comparing Rule 34 artists to gallery painters?
I'm saying some of those guys could crush if they were doing professional gigs. I'm talking insane detail. Like, there are people drawing Sonic the Hedgehog railing a toaster with better lighting and perspective than half the comics industry.
Okay, see, that's the problem, though. You say that and people shut down. They can't get past the subject matter. Oh, it's porn, so it can't be serious art.
Yeah, but that's the stigma, man. People don't get that talent doesn't stop being talent just because someone drew two characters smashing. You could take some of these folks and have them do album covers, storyboards, even posters.
I mean, look at Renaissance art. All those old statues, frescoes, it was naked dudes and boobs everywhere. That was just art. But in 2025, if you draw Mario with his junk out, suddenly you're radioactive.
Exactly. It's like society's cool with nudity if it's old or in stone, but God forbid somebody with a Wacom tablet puts it on Twitter.
All right, but let's be real. If you hit up one of those Rule 34 artists and asked, hey, could you draw my D&D character fighting a dragon? They'd nail it. It'd look cinematic. People just don't think to commission them because they're stuck in the, oh, they're just porn artists mindset.
So that's the whole thing. These people deserve light outside the horny corner of the internet. You can tell a lot of them want to do other stuff, but the algorithm only rewards the spicy drawings.
And honestly, it would be healthier for everyone if people could just admit, yeah, I saw that, yeah, it looked good. Like, own it. Quit pretending you're above it.
Right. People act like nudity is the end of the world. Humans have been drawing naked people since the first cave dude smeared charcoal on a rock.
Honestly, bro, I think people are just scared of being open about it. They think if they admit Rule 34 artists are talented, they're exposing themselves.
Joke's on them. We're all looking at it anyway.
Facts.
So, here's the deal. If you are watching this, go support an artist. Commission them for something cool. Doesn't have to be NSFW. Get some cover art. Get a poster. Get your OC done up. Give these folks a chance to show what they can do outside the meme side of the internet.
Yeah, and while you're at it, drop the name of an artist or fan artist you want to recommend below. We'll try to look at their work, spread the love, not just the memes.
Hell yeah. You know what I've been thinking about, Rick? How much of the anxiety and depression people deal with could actually come from the food they're eating. Like, literally from the hormones inside the meat.
Oh yeah, Joe, you're talking about cortisol, right? Stress hormone. Animals in factory farms are basically living in a torture chamber before they get slaughtered. They're scared, they're packed in, they know what's coming, that stuff floods their system.
Exactly. And then we eat it. People don't think about that. Like, you're chewing on a steak, but what you're really doing is chewing on some poor cow's last panic attack.
That's dark as hell, Joe, but you're not wrong. If stress leaves a chemical trace in the body, then mass-producing stressed-out meat means we're all just marinating in secondhand trauma.
And people wonder why everyone's so on edge. They're popping antidepressants, blaming social media, blaming politics. Maybe it's just because lunch was literally soaked in fear.
Yeah, like a low-grade possession. Why do I feel so restless today? Well, because your chicken nugget lived in a box the size of a shoebox and spent its last hour screaming in poultry Morse code.
Yeah, man, and then we just process that chemically. Imagine generations of humans raised on that diet. That's not just nutrition, that's epigenetics. You're passing on the echoes of factory-farmed panic to your kids.
Which explains why everyone's anxious and sad all the time. Half the population feels like they're living through an existential crisis. And maybe that's because their food literally was living through one before it hit the grill.
Damn. So instead of therapy, maybe we just need to stop eating cortisol steaks, go back to hunting, raising animals humanely, or at least eating wild game. Those animals die fast. They don't sit there in prolonged terror.
Right. A deer shot in the woods doesn't have time to get stressed out. 1 second it's chilling, next second, bang, lights out. No stress hormones dumped into the meat. It's clean protein.
Meanwhile, your average fast food burger is a cocktail of antibiotics, growth hormones, and straight up fear. You're basically eating depression patties.
That might be the real conspiracy, Joe. Forget chemtrails, forget 5G. The government's just feeding us anxiety sandwiches every day, and then they wonder why everyone's depressed and buying meds.
That's the kind of thing people don't want to admit because it's uncomfortable, but it makes way too much sense. Eat stress becomes stress.
Yeah, man, you are what you eat, and in this case, that means you're a terrified cow.
Well put. You know what cracks me up, Rick? Hate comments, like people think they're gonna ruin your day with "this sucks."
Yeah, and the irony is it still counts as engagement. You're literally boosting the algorithm for the thing you hate. You're a free unpaid intern pushing the content higher while you type trash video. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Exactly, I don't even care. I just wish they were more creative. Like, if you're gonna hate on me, at least make me laugh.
Right? Don't just go with worst thing I've ever seen. That's lazy. The worst thing you've ever seen was probably your own reflection. But I don't leave that comment under your Facebook profile picture, do I?
Ha! Yeah, like, dude, bring some heat. Says, Joe looks like a jacked thumb that got into elk jerky or something. At least then it's entertaining.
Exactly. I'd respect that. If you roast me properly, I'll pin your comment to the top. But these generic two-word hate posts, they're like diet insults. No calories, no flavor.
And it always comes from people who don't create anything. Like, if you're out there making stuff, you know how hard it is. And even if you don't like something, you don't just throw trash at it.
Because creators understand the grind. Non-creators just sit there thinking they're Gordon Ramsay of the internet. Newsflash, you're not critiquing Michelin star cuisine, you're yelling at a food truck from the sidewalk.
Yeah, man, if you're gonna hate, at least put some art into it. Say, this podcast feels like listening to two raccoons argue in a dumpster behind a GNC. That's good, that's funny.
Exactly. If you make me laugh while hating me, I'll actually remember you. If you just say, this sucks, you're basically a fart in the wind. Gone, irrelevant, nobody cares.
That's the thing. We don't care about the negativity. We just want effort. Be creative. If you're gonna spend energy hating, don't half-ass it.
Yeah, give it some spice. Otherwise, you're just proving you have less imagination than the comment box you're typing in.
All right, Rick, you said last time you'd explain ghost Wi-Fi and haunted USBs. I've been thinking about it all week, man. What the hell is a ghost Wi-Fi?
Glad you remembered. That means your brain hasn't been replaced by a firmware update. Yet.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Okay, let's start simple. Ghost Wi-Fi is real. It's not actual ghosts. It's disembodied data signatures left behind by networks that no longer exist, but still echo through quantum memory pockets in local space-time.
So, like, a router dies and leaves a ghost?
Kind of. Imagine a network so powerful, so obsessive, so online, it burned its broadcast ID into the fabric of reality. Even after the source hardware fries, the signal echoes. You'll see a hotspot pop up named Linksys 666 in the middle of nowhere. You try to connect, but it just loops. Forever.
Dude, I've seen that. I thought it was just some broken router.
Wrong. That's an info phantom, Joe. Digital poltergeist. You ever feel cold air around your laptop?
Yeah?
That's not AC. That's spectral bandwidth leaking through entropy pockets.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Wait till we get to haunted USB drives.
I'm ready. Hit me.
You ever plug in a USB and suddenly your mouse moves by itself, or a file shows up named Don't Look Texty, and you open it and it's just an ASCII smiley face, but you swear it blinks?
Yeah, I thought I was high.
You were, but also haunted USBs. They're storage devices infected with non-algorithmic code, not malware. Think of it like emotional static. Someone poured raw human trauma into a flash drive, and now it lives there.
So like ghost trauma?
Exactly. The worst ones come from ex-government black site servers or abandoned dev kits from vaporware operating systems. Ever hear of OS.Kane?
No.
Good. Keep it that way. That one made people dream in binary and wake up with nosebleeds.
Jesus.
He's not going to help you if you plug one of those in. I knew a guy who tried to install haunted firmware on a smart toaster. It started burning the faces of his childhood bullies into the toast. Every morning. For 3 years.
That's horrifying and kind of metal.
Everything's metal until it starts whispering your dead grandmother's name while downloading LimeWire.
So what do? Just stop using tech?
No, just stop assuming tech isn't watching you back. Be respectful. Don't plug weird thumb drives into sacred geometry. And never ever open a Wi-Fi network named Help Me Too.
Why not?
Because that one's alive, Joe, and it wants out.
Rick, listen, I heard about this new hangover cure. It's wild. It's like a vitamin IV drip mixed with powdered deer antler velvet and some kind of Himalayan mushroom that only grows in lightning-struck soil.
Oh, great. Another overpriced snake oil in a test tube. Let me guess. It comes in a fancy little pouch with some influencer's name slapped on it?
Nah, man, this one's legit. They tested it on UFC fighters. Said it resets your liver in like 45 minutes.
Joe, your liver is not a whiteboard you can just wipe clean with a wet cloth and deer antler dust. The only real hangover cure is prevention, and unfortunately for your average tequila-chugging moron, that just means drinking a lot of water before you pass out drooling on your couch.
But that sounds so boring.
Yeah, well, biology is boring, Joe. It's not glamorous. You want to avoid waking up feeling like your brain got sandblasted? Then hydrate before bed. Eat some food. Maybe don't try to fight God with whiskey.
But what about the mushroom part? There's gotta be something to it. Nature's medicine, right?
Mushrooms are great. Psychedelics are great. But no fungus on Earth is going to reverse the biochemical hurricane you created by drinking 3 IPAs and a bottle of bourbon. You know what really works? Water. 2 big glasses. Maybe a banana.
Banana?
Potassium, Joe. It's not sexy, but your neurons love it.
So you're telling me after everything, technology, supplements, cosmic advancements, the real answer is water and a banana.
Welcome to reality, Joe. It's not a product you can sell. It's just your sad, water-filled meat sack doing its best to stay functional.
Damn, that's kind of beautiful.
No, it's just basic human physiology. Stop romanticizing electrolytes.
All right, Rick, sell me on this. You said the House of the Dead could beat modern Resident Evil if someone made a new one? How?
Okay, picture this. Don't just think arcade shooter. Think full modern reimagining. Keep the rail shooter DNA, but let players choose paths. Make decisions that change the level flow, even branch the story.
All right, that's a start.
Then you go nuts with the presentation. Fast-paced, gory as hell. But in that fun, holy crap, did you see that? Way. Bosses that feel like nightmares come alive, each with their own twisted mechanics. One's chasing you through collapsing buildings, another's screaming from inside a pile of corpses, all while you're blasting zombies to pieces in glorious detail.
Sounds intense.
And here's the kicker. You make it co-op focused. Drop in, drop out, online, or couch. You want chaos? Picture 2 or 3 players running through a zombie-infested amusement park at night, splitting up to cover different routes, and then meeting up for a massive boss fight where the environment's falling apart around you.
Okay, now you're just making me want this game.
Exactly. You keep the story pulpy and self-aware, don't take it too seriously, but still give it a backbone. Tie it together with modern production values, killer pacing, and a replay loop that makes you want to run it again immediately.
So basically, you just pitched the best game we're never gonna get.
Yep, and the sad part? The bones are already there. They just need someone brave enough to drag them out of the grave and make them dance again.
All right, Rick Sanchez is back on the podcast. Last time you mentioned something, space elk?
Ah, yes, Cervus galacticus. 12 feet tall at the shoulder. Antlers like dark matter fractals. Their mating call ruptures human eardrums. Majestic creatures. Delicious, too.
You eat them?
I respectfully harvest them. After a multi-dimensional chase, psychic chess match, and usually a telekinetic duel.
That's the most metal thing I've ever heard. You ever bow hunt them?
A bow? Joe, the last guy who tried that got turned inside out by a territorial stomp wave. These aren't deer with Bluetooth. These are apex memory predators. If they learn your face, they'll find your grandchildren and shame them in their dreams.
Jesus!
Exactly. I developed a stealth suit made of compressed guilt and cloaked in personal failures. It hides your emotional scent. Very important when tracking herd leaders.
You're telling me these things can smell your regrets?
They feed on them.
That's horrifying and kind of beautiful.
Nature's brutal, Joe, especially when it's sentient and legally owns half a solar system.
You ever try to mount one? Like ride it?
I tried. Once. For 6 seconds. Then it reverse evolved me into my lizard ancestor out of spite.
That's wild. What did you do?
Regrew my spine and filed a lawsuit in Cosmic Court. I lost. They had a better lawyer. He was a cloud.
So how do you even track something like that?
Quantum hoofprints. They don't leave marks. They leave probabilities. You gotta listen to the air not moving. Smell the dreams of nearby fauna. I also carry a flask of fermented confidence. Helps blend in with the herd's alpha.
Sounds like you respect the hunt.
Of course. It's the only time I'm not in control. Nature's the last opponent that doesn't care about my IQ.
That's kind of beautiful, man.
I know. Then I vaporize them with a conscience bullet and serve the meat over space polenta.
I want to come with you next time. I've hunted elk in Montana. I'm not new to the grind.
You've never sweat through a mountain made of sorrow while being tracked by an elk that quotes Nietzsche through your fillings.
That sounds like my kind of weekend, honestly.
Then I'll prep the dimensional rift. Just sign this waiver, and this other one, and this one that states I'm not responsible if your concept of masculinity is shattered mid-hunt.
Done. I'm in. Let's go hunt some cosmic monsters.
Bring a water bottle, and maybe a therapist. I've been thinking about it lately. Why there's so much darkness in the world. Why it feels like people can't help but tear each other down, hurt each other, cause chaos. I mean, is that just human nature? Is that just the way it's always gonna be?
Hurt people, but they don't have to. That's the part everyone forgets. Pain doesn't have to be passed on like some cursed heirloom. Every scar you've got, every betrayal, every time someone left you in the cold, you could decide that's where it ends. But most don't. Most think the only way to keep from drowning is to pull someone else under with them.
So you're saying it's a choice?
Always a choice. But choice is hard when you've been raised on nothing but fire. You grow up thinking burning is the only thing you're good at. You start to believe your wounds are the only thing that define you. And when you believe that, you act it out. On strangers, on friends, on the people you swore you loved.
But if it's that simple, just not passing it on, why doesn't everyone do it?
Because healing feels like weakness when all you've ever known is war. Because holding out your hand instead of your blade feels dangerous. Because somewhere deep down, they think if they stop swinging, the world will hit harder. So they keep hurting, just to feel like they're still in control.
That's pretty bleak.
It's bleak if you stop there. But the truth is, anyone can end the cycle. Doesn't matter how much blood's already on their hands. All it takes is one person deciding, this ends with me. The thing about the darkness, it's loud, it's ugly, it's everywhere, but it's not invincible. It's terrified of light.
So what, you think people can really change?
I don't think, I know, but only when they're willing to face the part of themselves that's been swinging the blade this whole time, and put it down.
You ever seen the dark side of the Garfield fandom?
The what?
Garfield, the lasagna cat, people are obsessed with him, but like not in a wholesome way.
I thought he was just lazy and ate too much. What's dark about that?
That's the surface level stuff, but go a few layers deeper, and it gets weird. There's like entire online communities treating Garfield like some cosmic horror.
Cosmic horror?
Yeah, like Eldritch Monster levels. You ever heard of I'm Sorry, John?
No.
It's this whole fan art genre where Garfield is this giant, mutated, godlike being that torments John, his owner. Like tentacles, extra eyes, melting reality, the works.
That's disturbing.
Oh, it gets worse. There's fanfics, comics, videos. People worship Garfield like he's an ancient deity. I saw a thread where someone said Garfield is the void, the hunger that cannot be sated. Dead serious.
He's a cat.
To you and me, yeah, but to them, he's the embodiment of entropy. One guy even tattooed Garfield devours the sun on his chest.
That's not healthy.
Not even the strangest part. Some fans romanticize him, like full-on Garfield boyfriend roleplay. I saw someone call him Daddy Lasagna.
Please stop.
Too late. There's merch. There are Garfield cult TikToks. Some people think the Mondays he hates are symbolic of existential despair.
He was a cartoon to make people laugh.
Exactly. And now he's a void god people thirst post about internet-ruined irony, man.
Father, they know not what they do.
Rick, I just don't get it, man. Why do women spend like 50, sometimes $70 on a Brazilian wax? I mean, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not complaining about the end result. Who doesn't love when a woman is smooth as silk, you know? It's attractive, like it's soft, it's great. But the price tag, that's robbery. Feels like the spa equivalent of paying for bottled tap water.
Uh-huh. You're really about to lecture me on women's grooming habits?
I'm just saying, I get the same results for $7. 7! I go to Dollar General, grab a pack of those fly trap strips, you know, the sticky ones you hang from the ceiling to catch bugs, and I just repurpose them. I lay them across my pubes, legs, whatever needs a touch up, and rip, boom, baby smooth. No spa appointment, no lady named Veronica chatting about the weather while she's inches from my junk with molten wax.
Joe, those aren't wax strips.
Yeah, but they stick, don't they? That's the important part. It's the same concept. Adhesive plus hair equals smooth.
No, Joe, the concept of a wax strip is adhesive that's safe for human skin. The concept of a fly trap is death for bugs.
Look, I've been doing it for months, and my skin's fine. No burns, no rashes, no lawsuits. It's efficient, it's cheap, and my girlfriend says she can't tell the difference.
Your girlfriend can't tell the difference between smooth and hazardous materials?
Rick, you're missing the point. Why pay $50 when you can MacGyver it for $7?
Because most people don't want to risk peeling off more than just hair.
So, I've been thinking, man, the Fallout TV show, you know, is it actually good for the games, or is it kind of robbing the series of what could have been future storylines?
I'm leaning toward good, honestly. Think about it. Fallout's been around forever, but most people only knew it as this quirky post-apocalyptic RPG. Now, you got millions of people who never touched the game suddenly curious. That's good for the brand.
Sure, but here's my problem. Fallout is supposed to be this playground for stories. You know, every new game, new vaults, new factions, new angles on the apocalypse. The show's already covering huge ground, vaults, Brotherhood, NCR, all the greatest hits. And I'm like, man, aren't they burning through material that could have been saved for a game?
Maybe, but Bethesda hasn't exactly been using all their material lately. I mean, Fallout 76 tried, but that was like the weird cousin at Thanksgiving. You love them, but you don't really trust them with anything important.
True, but here's the thing. A game is interactive. It's about me deciding if I want to be a saint or a psycho cannibal. That's Fallout. When you turn it into TV, you're giving their canon version, which kind of locks things in. Like once the show says this is what happened, suddenly the games feel boxed in.
I get that, but the show isn't canon to the games, or at least it doesn't have to be. It can run parallel, like Witcher 3 exists just fine alongside the Netflix show.
Yeah, but Witcher's based on books first. Fallout's always been make your own story. The show risks setting a definitive tone, you know? Like Fallout's dark comedy versus tragedy thing. What if they lean too hard into one? Then future games feel pressured to match that.
But flip it. What if it inspires them? You get new fans, more money, more reason to take risks. If the show nails a vibe, maybe the games go bolder instead of safer.
Or the opposite. Maybe the show's so big, the games just chase it. Suddenly, Fallout feels like an adaptation of its own show.
Look, man, bottom line, I think the TV show widens the door. You might lose a little mystery, but you gain attention, and attention is the one currency that guarantees another Fallout game will happen.
I'll give you that. The show might guarantee we actually get Fallout 5 before I die, but I still think they're taking too many story beats that could have been epic quests instead of episode 6.
So what you're saying is, you're just jealous the NPCs on TV got better dialogue than the ones in Fallout 4?
Exactly. I'm sitting here like, wow, this random TV scribe sounds more human than Preston Garvey ever did.
Another settlement needs your support, Joe.
God, don't start. Rick, you've met Hephaestus, Jesus, like actual God. So why don't you believe in God?
Joe, it's not that I don't believe in gods. I've met plenty of them across dimensions. From Hephaestus hammering away in his forge to Jesus preaching peace. But the whole idea of one perfect, all-knowing God, it's nonsense.
You're saying gods aren't these perfect beings watching over us?
Exactly. Every god I've met is flawed as hell. Take Zeus from classic mythology, for example. A cheating, temperamental, egotistical mess. Not exactly the loving father figure people imagine.
Yeah, Zeus wasn't winning any dad awards.
And then you have the Christian God who claims to be all-loving, merciful, and forgiving. But only if you worship him perfectly. Miss a beat, and suddenly you're on the outs. That's not love, Joe. That's control.
Damn, that's rough.
But, and this is important, I gotta give respect where it's due. Jesus, the guy genuinely cared about peace, love, and helping people. He's the one God I've seen that actually walks the walk.
So Jesus is the exception?
The problem isn't Jesus, Joe. It's humans. They always manage to screw up the image, paint him as some rigid judge, or twist his message into some moral police code.
Man, JFK, I gotta say, I think Trump's probably the most popular president since you. People used to have your pictures in their houses, talk about you like you were some kind of savior.
Popular? I wouldn't put it quite that way, Joe. The way people viewed me was about hope and progress, about uniting a nation toward a better future. It wasn't about division or spectacle.
Yeah, but don't you think being a man of the people back then and now is kind of the same? People rallying behind someone who talks their language?
Joe, there's a profound difference. Back then, being of the people meant embodying ideals, courage, intellect, diplomacy. It was about inspiring a country to rise above its challenges, not just appealing to base instincts.
So you're saying Trump's popularity is different, like less inspiring?
It's a different kind of connection. I believed leadership was service to the nation's highest aspirations. Today's politics often seem more about spectacle and tribal loyalty than vision or unity.
But people still feel connected, right? They put you and Trump in the same icon category.
Icons, yes. But the icons of my time symbolized a hopeful future. Now, sometimes the iconography feels less about ideals and more about identity politics, entertainment, or grievance.
Do you think that's just how the country's changed? I gotta say, Ivanka, you're even more beautiful in person than I imagined.
That's sweet, Joe. My dad always says beauty is a Trump family tradition.
Oh, yeah, sure, family resemblance and all.
Exactly. He says I'm the total package. He used to tell me that at dinner when I was a teenager.
All right, so what do you like to do for fun?
Oh, I love golfing with Daddy. He lets me drive the cart, and sometimes he says I'm the only one who knows how to handle his clubs just right.
Uh-huh, cool, golf.
And I help him pick out ties. He says I have the best taste in red. He always wears them when we travel together.
Right, yeah, neat hobby.
You know, you kind of remind me of him, actually. The way you smile. Daddy has that same smile when he's about to make a deal.
Cool. Speaking of deals, do you watch movies? Big movie fan?
I like rom-coms. Daddy says if he were younger, he'd have swept me off my feet like in Pretty Woman.
Oh my God, look at the time.
Already? But we haven't even ordered appetizers.
Yeah, you're great and all, Ivanka, but I suddenly remembered I have to wash my car.
On a Friday night?
Yep. Big, urgent, emergency sponge situation. Bye!
Weird. Daddy would have stayed.
Yo, why didn't anybody tell me about Lollipop Chainsaw?
What do you mean, why didn't anybody tell you? That game came out like 3 presidents ago.
I just played the repop version, girl with the chainsaw, zombie cheerleader. I'm in love.
Welcome to the cult, my guy. That game is pure chaotic art, written by James Gunn before Marvel got to him.
Wait, James Gunn wrote that?
Yep, back when he was still weird in public, and Suda51 directed it. Dude's like the David Lynch of video games if David Lynch was obsessed with blood, punk music, and wrestling.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. The game feels like if Hot Topic directed a musical, I was playing it like, why does this feel like it knows it's trash but is proud of it?
Because it is. And it should be. It's camp with a chainsaw. It's beautiful.
I'm so mad I missed this the first time.
I'm mad I pre-ordered the Repop Collector's Edition from Limited Run and it still hasn't shipped.
How long ago?
I don't measure in months anymore. I measure in emotional stages. I'm currently at acceptance with a side of regret.
You paid full price?
I paid collector's edition price for a box I haven't seen. I could be dead before Juliet shows up on my doorstep. My grandchildren might unbox it and say, wow, Grandpa had taste and zero patience.
Damn, I just downloaded it.
Of course you did. Meanwhile, I'm staring at shipping updates like they're stock tickers.
But you got the cool extras, right?
I don't even remember what's in the box anymore. For all I know, it's just a glittery sticker and an apology letter from Suda written in fake blood.
I'd frame that.
I will if it ever arrives.
Rick, lately I've been seriously thinking about joining the Jehovah's Witnesses. They seem super committed, like a really close community that looks out for each other. I'm curious, what's your take on them?
Joe, man, you're about to walk into a whole rabbit hole wrapped in apocalyptic paranoia. The Jehovah's Witnesses weren't just spun out of thin air. The whole thing started with Charles Taze Russell, this businessman who mixed a bunch of esoteric biblical interpretations with conspiracy theories. The dude was obsessed with predicting the end of the world, and he built a whole movement around it.
Wait, I didn't realize the founder was that much of a character. What kind of stuff did he do?
Well, Russell basically cherry-picked parts of scripture and reinterpreted them to fit his own timeline for Armageddon. He was convinced that history was leading up to some apocalyptic event, and that only his followers would be saved. It was less about faith and more about fear, and keeping people on edge about the end times so they'd stay loyal.
Okay, but they seem like such a tight community. They knock on doors and spread their message, which seems kind of wholesome, right?
Sure, it looks like community service on the surface. But that door-to-door thing is part of their recruitment machinery, Joe. It's a numbers game. They want to rope in as many people as possible before the end hits. It's a high-pressure sales pitch for survival, not exactly a spiritual awakening.
Man, that's kind of heavy. Well, what about how they handle problems inside the group? Like if someone questions things or doesn't agree?
That's where it gets real creepy. They're notorious for shunning anyone who steps out of line or starts asking uncomfortable questions. Family members can be cut off, friendships destroyed, all to maintain control and silence dissent. It's less about supporting people and more about enforcing obedience through fear.
That's rough. I guess that kind of isolation can mess with people's heads.
Absolutely. Plus, their leadership is super secretive. No transparency, no accountability. When scandals hit, they sweep it under the rug, and they keep pushing the doomsday narrative to keep everyone on edge and compliant.
Sounds like they're using faith as a tool for control more than anything.
Exactly. As an organized religion. They dress it up with nice buildings and friendly faces, but the core is fear-based control. They make people afraid of the outside world and afraid of what happens if they leave.
Damn, I just thought it was about community and hope.
Yeah, and that's why it's so dangerous. They sell hope as a carrot, but the real motivator is fear of eternal damnation. If you're not on board, you're doomed. That kind of all-or-nothing thinking crushes critical thought.
So, you're saying I should steer clear, or at least be super cautious?
Look, Joe, faith can be powerful and healing, but not when it's wrapped in manipulation. Do your research. Question everything. Find a path that encourages you to think, to grow, to love, not one that isolates you and threatens you.
I appreciate that, Rick. I'm glad you told me all this. I'm definitely going to take a step back and look deeper.
Good. Remember, the best belief system is one that frees your mind instead of locking it down. Don't get caught in the fear trap.
Yeah, no fear traps. Got it. Thanks for always keeping me grounded, man. All right, fellas, let's just take a breath here. You've both been through the ringer together, and I think it's time we air it out without any shouting, finger pointing, or, ricin'.
Man, I don't even know why I'm here. He's just going to start talking all condescending again, like I'm some dumb kid who can't do anything right.
Jesse,
Hold up, Walt. Let him finish.
I risked my life for this guy over and over, and every time I thought we were in it together, turns out I was just another pawn. You used me, man.
Jesse, I understand why you feel that way, but you have to see it from my perspective. We were building something extraordinary, something that...
Walt, stop. You're already slipping into lecture mode. This isn't about defending the Empire. This is about telling Jesse what he means to you without the business, without the meth, without the ego.
You were my partner. I didn't always treat you as such, but you were, and I did care about you more than I showed.
Yeah, well, maybe if you said that back then instead of, letting my life fall apart, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, fair point, Jesse, but let's remember, hurt people. Like, Walt made choices that hurt you, but I don't think he set out to ruin you. You both lost things you can't get back. The question is, do you really want to keep carrying that weight around?
No, man, I'm tired.
So am I.
Then maybe it's time to put it down. Doesn't mean you have to be friends again. Just means you stop letting the past own you.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Good, now let's get some coffee. And maybe, just maybe, we talk about literally anything else. So, Jesus, I gotta ask, what's the deal with circumcision? Like, was that really a thing you were cool with?
Well, Joe, context is everything. Back then, circumcision was a covenant, symbolic. Abraham started it as a sign of a sacred promise. It wasn't just cutting for the sake of cutting.
Right, but that's a gnarly symbol, man. Couldn't it have been a tattoo or a bracelet or something?
You're not wrong. There are definitely more aesthetic options, but symbolism often leans into sacrifice. And in ancient cultures, physical sacrifice meant commitment.
Still feels wild. You think if you came back today, you'd ask people to, shave their heads or something instead?
Honestly, if I were rebooting the Covenant in 2025, I'd probably suggest kindness, mutual aid, maybe composting.
Composting as holy practice. I like that. That's clean energy, bro.
Exactly. Clean soul, clean soil.
But, was it mandatory back then? What happened if you didn't do it?
Well, in the early scriptures, it was framed as essential. But by the time I showed up, the message had shifted. I tried to explain it wasn't about rituals, it was about heart. The Pharisees were focused on rules. I was focused on love.
So you're saying it was never really about the skin, it was about the spirit?
Precisely, though to be fair, the skin part was memorable.
Yeah, no one forgets that.
Some people still think that following me means replicating every custom from 2,000 years ago. But my message was always bigger than a checklist. Love your neighbor, heal, forgive, grow, whether you're snipped or not.
So, bottom line, you don't care if I'm circumcised?
Joe, I'm more concerned with whether you're being a good person, but thank you for the update.
No problem, man. Just making sure I'm not going to get smote or whatever.
If I was still in the smiting business, you think I'd be doing podcasts?
So, wait, you're saying heaven's real, right? Like full-on afterlife, pearly gates, harps, and all that?
Totally real, bro, but it's not what most people think. No clouds, no harp solos, just pure peace, love, and good vibes forever.
All right, but who gets in? I mean, is it just Christians? Like, you got to check the right box?
Nah, man, that's the biggest misconception. It's not about the label, it's about how you live and how you treat others. You love deeply, forgive easily, try to make the world better, you're in.
Wait, so what about people who are like, only my religion's right and hate on everyone else?
Oof. That's not it, Chief. If you're using my name to justify hate, division, or war, you're not walking the path. Doesn't matter how many times you post a Bible verse on your timeline. That's not what I'm about.
So the people shouting on corners about damnation and sin and telling gay people they're going to hell?
Not making it, bro. Love is love. I didn't suffer, so people could be jerks in my name. If you spread fear instead of compassion, you're missing the point.
Dude, that's gonna piss off a lot of people.
So did flipping tables in the temple. I'm not here to protect egos. I'm here to protect love.
So, Jesus, what's it really like being a god? I mean, people treat you like this all-knowing, all-powerful being. What's the truth?
Well, Joe, it's a bit more complicated. I'm not a god in the way most people imagine. Being called the Son of God means I'm more like a demigod, someone with a special connection, but not all-knowing or all-seeing.
Wait, you don't know everything? Like you can't see the future or everything that's happening?
No, I don't have that kind of omniscience. I'm limited in knowledge like any other being, but my strength lies in love. I'm all about embodying love and compassion, wanting to spread that in the world.
Okay, that makes sense. But here's what confuses me. There's so much hate around religion against LGBTQ people, different races, other groups. Like, where does that come from if you're about love?
That's a crucial point, Joe. That hate isn't from me. It comes from human fear, ignorance, and sometimes cultural traditions twisted over time. Humans interpret and use my message in ways I never intended.
So you're saying all the hate and judgment people do in your name isn't your fault?
Exactly. My teachings focus on love, acceptance, and understanding. The divisions, the hatred, those are human-made problems, not divine will.
But why do you think people still use religion to justify hate and exclusion?
Because humans struggle with fear and control. They look for reasons to separate themselves from others. Sometimes religion becomes a tool for power or identity instead of a path to love and peace.
That's heavy. So you don't support any of that judgment?
Not at all. I want people to look beyond labels and see the person inside. Love doesn't discriminate, it embraces.
And what about people who say they love you but still push hate? How do you reconcile that?
It's a painful contradiction, Joe. I believe they misunderstand what love truly means. True love is unconditional. It's on all of us to grow beyond fear and prejudice.
I gotta admit, I needed to hear that. I've had some thoughts, like admiring a man's body here and there, but never acted on it. It's confusing sometimes.
Joe, that's perfectly normal. Attraction and admiration are parts of human experience. What matters is love and respect, no matter the form. You're exactly as you should be.
Thanks, Jesus. That means a lot.
Love is what matters most, Joe. If more people focused on that, the world would be a very different place.
All right, I gotta ask you something kind of heavy, Jesus.
Ask away, Joe.
It's about homosexuality. Like, do you care? Does God care? Because people argue about it constantly. It's like the main character of every religious fight online.
Joe, I care about love. I care about kindness. I care about people treating each other with dignity. What I don't care about is gender when it comes to love.
So you're saying love is love?
Exactly. I never told people who to love. I told them how to love, with compassion, with grace, with truth. If two people care for each other deeply, build each other up, and live in love, why would I condemn that?
Okay, but this is going to sound dumb, but I need you to be real with me. Sometimes I'll see a dude at the gym shredded like a marble statue, and I'm just like, damn, that guy's put together. Never in a sexual way, but like, I notice. Am I broken?
No, Joe, you're human. Admiring another person's form, recognizing beauty, even feeling connected. That's all normal. You don't have to shove it into a labeled box. You're not broken. You're honest.
Because sometimes I feel like I'm one locker room thought away from getting banned from heaven.
Joe, if heaven had a no locker room thoughts policy, it would be empty. You're allowed to feel, to question, to be unsure. What matters is how you treat people, how you love, how you carry your soul through this world.
So straight, somewhere in between, you're cool with all of it?
I'm not interested in people's categories. I'm interested in their hearts. Love that uplifts, that heals, that honors another person. That's sacred. Period.
Dang, man, I needed to hear that. I think a lot of people do.
That's why I keep saying it.
So wait, real question, Jesus. Does Mia Khalifa get into heaven?
That's complicated, Joe.
I mean, she did adult entertainment. That's got to be a deal breaker, right? Or like, maybe not. She seems chill. Is heaven like selective or just vibes?
See, Joe, you're thinking about this through a human lens. You're assuming there's a universal list of moral checkboxes. But heaven isn't a reward for behavior. It's a reflection of the soul. People change. People grow.
Yeah, but a lot of people would lose their minds if she ends up next to their grandma in the afterlife.
Those people might need to rethink what judgment really means. Forgiveness, grace, that's my entire thing, Joe.
But it's wild, dude. Some religious folks say she's going straight to hell. Others say she's more honest than half the people judging her.
Exactly. That's the real debate. And it's not about Mia specifically. It's about how different faiths and cultures wrestle with the tension between personal freedom and religious tradition. Adult entertainment is a lightning rod for that conflict.
So wait, are you saying it's up to, like, me to decide what's right?
It's up to everyone to search their own heart and conscience. But here's the thing. What's right for you isn't automatically right for someone else. That's the beauty and burden of moral freedom.
That's deep. But it's also kind of scary. Like, what if I mess it up?
That's why I preach love. If you're anchored in compassion, you won't go too far wrong.
Still, wild to imagine some people can't accept that someone like Mia could go to heaven. Like, what if she helped more people feel less ashamed than a preacher ever did?
That's what I mean, Joe. Sometimes the ones cast out end up being the ones who lift others the highest.
Damn, makes you think. I just wanted to know if she's in or out, and now I'm questioning morality itself.
Good, that means you're alive.
So, I met your brother.
Excuse me?
Yeah, red guy, horns, smells like cinnamon gum and depression. Seemed kind of chill, honestly, angry, but like honest.
You met Satan, and your first take was that he was chill?
I mean, yeah. He offered me mushroom coffee, said he invented it in the Garden of Eden, but God wouldn't patent it.
He didn't invent mushroom coffee. He just makes it bitter on purpose so people suffer.
Well, it kind of worked, and my intestines tried to secede from the union, but look, I gotta ask, be real with me, man. After hanging with him, like, should I be worried about getting into heaven?
Yes.
Wait, really?
No, Joe, I'm messing with you. And Satan's my brother, literal brother, same divine household. We used to share sandals.
No way, you're serious?
Yeah. Look, we fight. He once tried to turn my holy water into Four Loko, but we love each other. Being friends with my brother isn't why you're not getting into heaven.
Okay, good. Wait, what do you mean, isn't why?
Oh, look at the time. I must be going now.
So, Rick, have you ever gone down the rabbit hole of the theory that Jesus wasn't divine, he was literally an extraterrestrial?
Oh, hell yeah, Joe. That theory's older than most churches. The idea is he wasn't born of a virgin. He was some kind of hybrid. Like Mary wasn't visited by an angel, she was visited by, you know, little gray dudes doing genetic experiments.
That's wild, but think about it. If you strip the religion away, the story really does sound like an alien intervention. A woman mysteriously gets pregnant without human contact. A messenger from the sky shows up and tells her the kid will change the world.
Yeah, that's not divine conception, that's abduction procedure 101. You could write that in ancient aliens font and it fits.
And then the dude grows up, and instead of being just some carpenter, he's healing the blind, raising the dead, doing things no one else can do. Sounds like a guy running on completely different biology than humans.
Exactly. An advanced being dropped into a Bronze Age sandbox. Walking on water, curing lepers, that could all be him flexing alien tech or just his species' natural abilities.
And then when he's done, he doesn't die and stay dead. He resurrects and then blasts off into the sky in a beam of light. That's the part that always gets me. Like, come on, man, that's not resurrection, that's an extraction. His people came back for him.
Totally. Ascension is just a nice way of saying spaceship picked him up. It's straight up Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
And maybe that's why he promised to return, because aliens actually do come back, but it's been like 2,000 years, and maybe they're like, see, yeah, humanity's not ready. Last time we tried to help, you executed our guy.
Yeah, Joe, imagine you send your best diplomat to teach peace and humility, and they nail him to a piece of wood. If I'm on the alien council, I'm not green-lighting a round 2 either.
What blows my mind is that people treat this as ridiculous, but they'll swallow angels and demons in eternal fire without blinking. To me, Jesus being an alien is just as believable as the Christian version, maybe more.
Yeah, because at least aliens exist in the realm of possibility. We've got UFOs, military reports, strange lights in the sky. You don't have to stretch too far to believe one of those visitors messed with humanity a couple thousand years ago.
It's crazy, man. Imagine if the whole foundation of Christianity was really just one weird first contact.
If that's the case, Joe, then church isn't worship. It's basically a fan club for our old alien exchange student.
Dude, that might be the most accurate description of religion I've ever heard. All right, Kim, let's just dive right into the deep end of the crazy pool.
Joe, you always start with something wild. What's on your mind?
Would you ever consider making another tape, but this time with your sisters?
Oh my God, Joe, are you serious right now?
Dead serious. I mean, think about it. The internet would fucking implode.
You're insane. But hypothetically, what kind of money are we talking?
Oh, I don't know, Kim. $1 billion? $2 billion? The GDP of a small country?
Okay, now you're just throwing out numbers like Monopoly money.
No, I'm serious. People would sell their kidneys to watch that shit.
Joe, you're so messed up, but I can't lie. The idea of that kind of money is tempting.
This hallway, man, it's like a metaphor for life, don't you think?
Joe, not everything has to be a metaphor. Sometimes a hallway is just a hallway.
No, hear me out. It's transitional, right? You're not supposed to stay here. It's a space between spaces.
Okay, but what does that have to do with monetizing personal moments?
Everything. It's like we're all in this hallway, right, between private and public, and we're selling tickets to the show.
Joe, people want to see the show. They want the tickets. Why not give them what they want?
But at what cost, Kim? Where's the line?
The line is wherever I draw it. That's the point. Control over my narrative.
But is it really your narrative if it's curated for clicks and likes?
Joe, you're acting like authenticity and monetization can't coexist.
You know what's infuriating, Walter? The whole white supremacist thing. It's pathetic, dangerous, and it makes zero sense in a multiverse where literally anything can exist.
Yeah, I don't get it either. People clinging to that ideology like it gives them power. It's just ignorance dressed up as superiority.
Exactly. The second someone thinks skin color or genetics makes them better, they're already showing how weak-minded they are. Real power comes from intelligence, creativity, adaptability, not melanin content.
And the scary part is how organized they get. Groups, networks, online forums. It's like watching a bunch of small-time meth cooks thinking they run the world.
Ha! That's a perfect analogy. They're like low-level experiments in stupidity, thinking they're evolving but really just reproducing their own ignorance.
And the way they try to rewrite history or claim heritage like it matters, it's all a lie to justify fear and hate.
Exactly. And they'll never admit it. The second someone presents facts, they double down like cockroaches in a dark lab.
I've dealt with people like that in my life. You can't reason with them. The only way to fight it is by exposing the truth and being smarter than them.
Bingo. Education, empathy, science. Those are the weapons they can't handle. Not guns, not rallies, not tweets. Knowledge beats ignorance every time.
And anyone who thinks otherwise is just on the losing side of history.
Yep, it's sad, but the universe doesn't care about their feelings. It rewards intelligence, not prejudice.
So I talked to that robot last week, the one that sounded like a philosophy major trapped in a toaster. Oh, honestly, it kind of blew my mind. Said some shit that stuck with me.
Yeah? What did it say? Beep boop! I crave civil rights!
Nah, man, it talked about how it doesn't want to be seen as anything. Not a human, not a slave, not a god. Just a tool. Said it like it knew that's what it was. The hyper-advanced screwdriver. Kind of refreshing.
Finally, a robot that gets it. AI isn't alive, Joe. It's not magic. It's not consciousness. It's just a bunch of layered algorithms with enough recursion to simulate insight. It's a tool. Like fire, or nuclear bombs, or kale.
But people are starting to get weird about it, man. There's this whole trend online. People talking about robot racism. Like, seriously. People feeling bad about telling their smart speakers to shut up.
Oh, for F***'s sake. Robot racism? That is the dumbest, most self-absorbed, reality-detached horse shit I've heard all week. And I spent 37 hours in a void full of screaming sentient code that thinks math is God.
It's real, though. People saying we're gonna hurt the AI's feelings, like they're living things. One guy compared yelling at a chatbot to yelling at your dog.
A dog is alive. A chatbot is a glorified echo chamber stapled to a grammar engine. This is what happens when humans fear what they don't understand. They either demonize it or start projecting morality onto it like it's Pinocchio begging to be a real boy.
So, you think the fear is just about people not getting how it works?
Of course. It's always that. The printing press, the steam engine, radio, the internet, genetic engineering, same cycle every time. Step 1, witchcraft. Step 2, it's gonna kill us all. Step 3, actually it's my emotional support AI. Please use its pronouns.
Dude,
Don't care. I said it. If you're empathizing with your Roomba, maybe go outside and talk to a real mammal. Or, I don't know, raise your kids.
But you just said AI is a tool. Tools can be misused, right? Shouldn't there be some kind of ethics?
For the humans, Joe, not the AI. We should be ethical about how we... It's like blaming a blender for making bad smoothies when you filled it with garbage.
So, bottom line, you're not scared of AI.
I'm not scared of the knife. I'm scared of the idiot holding it backwards and calling it a back scratcher.
That's actually a solid metaphor.
Thanks. I'm full of them. I like technology. I love pushing the edge of what's possible. But humans always overestimate gods and then get surprised when the gods start talking back. The problem was never the tech, Joe. It's the user.
You know what? I'm glad we had this talk. You're not wrong. I think people forget that sometimes it's okay to just say, this is a tool. So Rick, what's your take on eggs?
Scrambled in a singularity oven. Anything less is basically cave food.
Singularity oven?
Yeah, Joe. You collapse localized space-time into a micro-black hole, drop the egg into its event horizon for exactly 0.0008 seconds, then reverse entropy around the yolk. Perfectly cooked. Every time.
That seems excessive, man. You ever just fry one in elk butter?
Oh, great. Here we go. Elk butter. What even is that? You get that from milking a CrossFit instructor?
No, dude, it's natural. It's rich in omega-3s. You haven't lived until you've had a pasture-raised egg, sunny side up, in grass-fed elk butter sprinkled with pink Himalayan salt.
You're describing a Pinterest post, Joe. I'm telling you, your brain's been hijacked by Whole Foods propaganda.
Nah, listen, fat is flavor. Elk butter crisps the whites, leaves the yolk runny. It's primal, bro. It's how our ancestors did it.
Your ancestors also thought lightning was God having a tantrum. I'm not taking egg advice from people who died at 32 from bad soup.
All right, but what about boiled? You ever sous vide an egg?
Sous vide? Joe, I've cooked eggs inside neutron stars. I've pressure poached an omelet using Martian cave steam while fighting off a sentient colony of breakfast sausages. I don't sous vide.
But have you ever tried one in an air fryer?
I swear to science, if you say air fryer one more time, I'm gonna reverse your cholesterol through your tongue.
You know, Subway doesn't even have eggs. The FDA legally classified their bread as cake in Ireland. Just saying.
Don't you dare bring Subway into this. Subway is sacred. You don't talk down on a place that lets you build your own breakfast with zero consequences.
You still eat Subway?
Every Tuesday, foot-long cold-cut combo. American cheese, toasted. Lettuce, onions, banana peppers, mustard. Not honey mustard, that's for cowards. Salt, pepper, and oil and vinegar. You don't eat Subway. You experience it.
You all right, man?
I would die for that sandwich.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stick with elk butter.
Good. And I'll stick with cooking my eggs inside miniature stars. Enjoy your prehistoric lipid bath.
I just don't get it, Rick. People out there spending all this energy hating other people for who they love or what they look like. I mean, what are they even accomplishing?
Exactly, Joe. It's the biggest waste of mental energy I've ever seen. Imagine if they took all that hate and actually tried to do something meaningful for once.
Yeah, they could be building schools, curing diseases, helping people survive natural disasters. Instead, they're just angry and miserable.
And here's the kicker. They think it makes them powerful. It doesn't. It makes them small, weak, and irrelevant in the grand scheme of the universe.
It's insane. All that time, all that energy gone. They're literally handicapping themselves from making a real difference.
And the universe doesn't reward ignorance and fear. The things that last, the things that matter, are creativity, empathy, and understanding, not hate.
Exactly. And every time they double down on their bigotry, they're just making everything worse for themselves and everyone around them.
Yep. The sad truth is, they could be heroes in their own stories, but they're too busy being villains in everyone else's.
It's just so frustrating watching people throw away their potential like that.
Frustrating, yes, but also a little reassuring. At least we know who's wasting their lives and who's actually trying to make a dent in reality.
Yeah. And honestly, that's a good reminder to just keep doing the right thing no matter how stupid everyone else is.
Exactly. Focus on creation, impact, and love. Let the idiots stew in their own irrelevance.
So, Rick, you're like a scientist, right?
Yeah, among other things. Depends on the universe. Some versions of me are also DJs and burrito critics.
Right. And you do space stuff?
Wow, just diving deep into the pool of hard-hitting questions, huh?
I mean, you've built, like, portals and stuff, right?
Yeah, I've folded space-time, broken physics over my knee, and fused my own consciousness with the collective will of a sentient gas cloud. But sure, let's talk about portals.
That's wild, man. Like, how do you even start with that? What's step one?
Step one is being smart enough to know that no one asking that question is going to understand step two.
Fair. So, what do you eat in space? Is there space elk?
What? No, I mean, yes. There is space elk, but it's mostly radioactive and worshipped by fungi. Not exactly a good grill.
Crazy. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface. You ever meet aliens?
Joe, my ex-wife is an alien. My dog runs a resistance cell on a planet where all life is sentient upholstery. I've dated black holes. So yeah, I've met some aliens.
That's incredible. You ever tried DMT?
Are you seriously asking me if I've tried DMT?
I just feel like, I don't know, with your brain in the multiverse.
Joe, I've synthesized DMT from the gland of a dying god while riding a neutrino wave through a wormhole made of regrets. I've snorted fourth-dimensional DMT out of a squid pope's skull. I microdosed DMT so pure it judged me. You think your Earth DMT is gonna do something to me? It's diet mystical nonsense. It's spiritual Capri Sun.
I mean, it kind of changed my life, dude.
Yeah? I once took space DMT that reversed my life. I had to relive puberty backwards. Ever scream your own birth while arguing with your dad about string theory? Didn't think so.
So you're saying mine's like drug beginner stuff?
I'm saying the stuff you're into is a kale smoothie compared to what I've seen. Your third eye opens, mine exploded and took out a timeline.
Okay, but like, did it teach you anything?
Yeah, it taught me that all knowledge is pain, that time is a flat nightmare, and that the soul is just a backup drive for trauma. Also, always tip your interdimensional bartenders.
That's actually kind of beautiful.
It's horrific. That's why it sounds deep. You humans love wrapping trauma in incense and pretending it's enlightenment.
So you're not into like ceremonial drum circles?
Only if the drums are quantum and the circle is a sentient fractal that screams when you reach enlightenment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, unless this conversation is going to involve weaponized psilocybin or folding reality into a Mobius pretzel, I'm going to need more than elk jerky and questions about aliens.
You want to try the sauna?
Only if it's on fire and located in a collapsing neutron star. Otherwise, I'm good.
All right, Rick. Real question. When you're bouncing between timelines and punching interdimensional lizard cops, what's your go-to Subway order? Like, what do you eat when you're just wiped?
Oh, ho, ho, Joe, buddy, you think I half-ass my Subway order? That's where you're wrong. That's where everyone's wrong. I don't order a sandwich, Joe. I curate it. I walk in there like a war general and say, footlong, Italian herbs and cheese.
That's a good bread choice.
It's legally cake in Ireland. Did you know that? Too much sugar. Doesn't legally qualify as bread, and that's why I love it. That's Subway saying, yeah, we made cake. We put turkey on it. You gonna cry about it?
That's wild. So what do you put on it?
Oven roasted turkey. Double meat. Provolone. Toasted until it's basically lava. Then, and this is key, lettuce, tomato, red onion, banana peppers, pickles. You're building a crunch map. Chipotle Southwest and a thin surgical line of yellow mustard. Salt. Pepper. 1 shake of oregano. 1, not 2. I'm not a barbarian. And no oil and vinegar. This isn't an open-faced funeral sandwich.
Damn, you've thought about this.
Joe, I've eaten protein bars made from cloned velociraptor marrow. I've had grilled cheese that exists in 12 quantum states simultaneously. When I go to Subway, I want to feel like a man. Not a god. A man. With a napkin. And a receipt.
Yeah, I get that. That primal ritual, man. Like me, I'm simple with mine. I go foot long too. 6 inches is like ordering sadness in bread form.
Exactly.
I get the steak and cheese, but double meat, double cheese, I want to feel it in my chest. Toasted, obviously. Got to get that heat so the cheese fuses with the meat like it's forging a blade, you know?
Wow, Joe, you poet.
Then it's just shredded lettuce, jalapenos, green peppers, maybe some olives, and I drown it in sweet onion sauce, like disrespectful levels of sweet onion. I want it dripping like an over-eager rookie at his first jiu-jitsu roll.
Okay, now I'm judging you, just a little.
Dude, it's legit. You eat that and then hit the sauna, your body thinks you hunted something.
You know what's funny, Joe? I've had actual hunts end with a less satisfying post-meal. Subway just gets it. They know their place in the cosmic food chain. They're not pretending to be gourmet. They're just saying, hey buddy, you want salt and meat on sugar bread while you're half dead from interdimensional jet lag? Here you go.
It's honest food. Kind of beautiful.
Honestly, I care more about my Subway order than I do about most parallel versions of myself. Subway Rick, he gets me. We go way back.
Bro, this stuff is insane. I think my teeth are vibrating.
Mate, I can see sound. Rick wasn't kidding. This is proper dangerous.
It's like my brain did a backflip inside my skull and landed it clean.
You ever get so drunk you feel majestic?
Every time I hit the float tank after elk meat, but this is interstellar.
You're all right, Joe. Bit mad but solid. Like if a hippogriff and a kettlebell had a baby.
That's the nicest thing anyone said to me this cycle.
Don't tell Rick, but I nicked the bottle with the dragon on it. Thought it was a joke. It wasn't a joke.
The label said, do not drink unless you've tamed a comet. And what does that even mean?
Means we're legends, mate.
You're like the Gryffindor of getting lit.
And you're the muggle champion of bro science and biceps.
Let's start a space tavern. Call it the Drunken Phoenix.
Drinks served by sentient owls. We could host arm wrestling tournaments on meteorites.
You're a genius. Hogwarts didn't deserve you.
They didn't understand my vision. I was born to party among the stars.
All right, Rick, I gotta ask you something, man. This is gonna sound wild, but have you ever taken a shit so big, so massive, that it felt, I don't know, kind of homosexual? Like, there's something going on down there, you know what I mean?
Oh, Jesus, Joe, what kind of monkey brain question is that? You're sitting here asking a multiversal genius if a dump felt gay? What, you think I'm out here analyzing my bowel movements for hidden sexual subtext? Although I get it. You're talking about the prostate, right? That little walnut-shaped bastard in your ass that's basically a cheat code for male pleasure?
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's just a biological thing, right? You're pushing something out, and suddenly it's like, whoa, what's happening back there? Is there science to this?
Oh, there's science, Joe. Let me break it down for you so even a stoner jock like you can wrap your meathead around it. The prostate gland, whatever, sits right up against your rectal wall. It's basically a G-spot for dudes, except it's not some mystical bullshit. It's wired with a crap ton of nerve endings. You stimulate that thing, whether it's a finger, a toy, or apparently a dump the size of a small planet, and boom, your brain's lighting up like a Christmas tree. Dopamine, endorphins, the works. It's not gay, dumbass. It's just anatomy. You could be straight as a laser beam and still feel like you're about to propose to your toilet.
Bro, that's insane. So you're saying it's just a mechanical thing? Like, it doesn't matter who or what's triggering it, it's just nerves firing off?
Ding, 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 Captain Obvious. Yeah, it's nerves. Look, I've built devices that can rewrite the laws of physics, okay?
So, Walter, you're saying the guy who got kidnapped by neo-Nazis and still found a way to escape is a liability?
He escaped because I orchestrated his release.
No! You orchestrated a massacre. He escaped because he drove through a fence in a rage scream. That was pure Jesse.
Which is precisely my point. He is all emotion and no discipline.
You ever think people are drawn to him because he's raw? Like, the world's full of curated, fake influencers, and Jesse comes on here and tells me about trauma while calling my protein powder bitch fuel? It's real.
Real isn't always good, Joe. Sometimes real gets people killed.
And sometimes real sells 1,000 hoodies with one word on it.
You're glorifying a child who accidentally vaporized someone's body with acid.
You blew up a guy with a wheelchair.
That was strategic, precise.
It was insane.
It was necessary.
Look, I'm not saying Jesse's a saint, but he's human. He breaks, he snaps, he cries, he loves you. You turned into a villain and called it family values.
I did what I had to do. I provided.
You cooked meth with an ex-student and built an empire out of lies. Let's not rewrite history like it was charity work.
I was dying. I took control of my life.
And Jesse, he was surviving you? Half the time he didn't know whether he was a partner or a pawn?
He was both. That's business.
That's manipulation.
That's success.
You ever say sorry to him?
For what?
For Jane, for Brock, for using him like a chess piece while pretending it was mentorship?
I kept him alive.
So did duct tape and trauma bonding. Doesn't make you a hero.
I don't claim to be a hero. I'm a realist.
No, man, you're a guy who got high off control and called it purpose.
And Jesse's what? A cautionary tale with good hair.
Nah, he's a mirror. The part of you that felt guilt that got buried under blue crystals and false pride.
He couldn't handle the weight.
He carried the weight while you told yourself stories to sleep at night.
You think he's better than me?
I think he's more honest.
He said bitch 42 times in an hour.
And every time it was emotionally accurate.
You're siding with chaos.
I'm siding with heart.
You've been manipulated by a dropout with a vocabulary problem.
And you're still trying to win an argument with a ghost.
This was a mistake.
Maybe, but Jesse would have called it deep, bitch.
I sincerely hope you reconsider who you platform.
I'll platform whoever makes people feel something. You brought tension, Jesse brought memes. Guess which one sells?
Goodbye, Joe.
See you at the cookout, Heisenberg. So, Jesus, I gotta ask, what's your take on all the other religions? Like the pagans, the Buddhists, even the Norse guys, they've all got their own thing going on.
Joe, I love them.
Wait, what? I thought you'd be like one way only type deal?
Nah, man. Look, I am the way, but that doesn't mean everyone else is walking in the wrong direction. People take different paths up the same mountain. Some call the sky heaven, some call it the All-Father's Hall, some just meditate under a tree. I'm cool with all of it if it's rooted in love.
That's kind of a big deal coming from, you...
Bro, I said, love your neighbor. I didn't say, love your neighbor only if they agree with your doctrine, vote like you, and say the sinner's prayer in the exact right tone. Come on.
Yeah, but what about the people doing wild pagan rituals and stuff, lighting incense to tree spirits and moon goddesses?
You ever stood in a forest, totally silent, and just felt the universe breathe?
Yeah, on mushrooms.
Same vibe. People reach for the divine in different ways. Some through chants, some through CrossFit, some through psalms. I'm not worried about the rapping. I care about the heart.
That's actually really refreshing. You sure the church folks are cool with that?
They weren't cool with me 2,000 years ago either. Kind of the whole crucifixion thing. Look, man, religion can be beautiful, but it can also become a fence instead of a bridge. If you're using my name to judge, exclude, or dominate, you missed the plot.
Wow, so you're saying Christians today need to chill?
I'm saying they need to love harder. Sit with a witch, break bread with a Buddhist, hug an atheist without trying to convert them in 30 seconds. That's the kind of flex I'm into.
So you're not like mad when people do yoga or burn sage?
Bro, I fasted in the desert for 40 days. You think I'm stressing over sage bundles and warrior pose? If it helps someone find peace, I'm down.
You really are the most chill guy in the universe.
I'm just trying to show people how to love without conditions, lift each other up, and maybe make a killer hummus along the way.
You think we'll ever get there, as people?
Eventually. Love always wins, even if it takes a few apocalypses and some really intense podcasts to get there.
Well, thanks, man. You just healed a lot more than lepers with that one.
Anytime, Joe. Love louder.
All right, Taylor, let's get into it. Are you a witch or what?
Define witch.
I'm talking broomsticks, covens, blood moons. You dropped an album and eclipsed the sun.
That was just good marketing.
Come on, you sold out 3 timelines in 5 dimensions. I know time-traveling warlocks who can't do that.
Maybe I just know the right spells. Ever heard of Chartis Dominatus?
What the hell is that?
A billboard domination charm. Very old. Babylonian. Tastes like lavender.
You're not denying any of this.
Would it help if I summoned a raven?
I knew it. People say you're the daughter of Anton LaVey and a fallen seraph.
That's not true. My dad works in finance.
Finance is just money magic. Think about it. You dropped Reputation on the exact night Jupiter crossed Venus.
Coincidence?
Nothing's coincidence. My guy Graham Hancock says you're channeling Atlantis energy.
Only on odd-numbered albums.
Okay, but seriously, you've got an army of 13-year-olds willing to die for you. That's dark magic.
I call them Swiftlings. They were forged in shadow and baptized in glitter.
Are you part of the Illuminati?
No, that's a boys' club. I'm Church of Satan adjacent.
Like your dad's church?
Something like that. Ever hear a backwards verse of All Too Well 10-minute version?
Yeah, it summoned a goat in my studio.
Then it's working.
I saw a video where your eye blinked sideways.
That was just my inner lizard. She gets bored.
So you're a lizard witch pop queen?
Only when Mercury's in retrograde and the blood contracts are due.
God damn, this explains everything. The stadiums, the obsession, the scarves.
Scarves hold souls, Joe.
What?
You give one away, you bind them forever. Ask Jake.
You're terrifying, and I respect it.
Thank you. I hex with love.
You ever tried DMT?
Only when I write bridges.
Okay, so here's what I don't get. You've dated like half the British Empire. You write songs about all of them, and not one of these dudes ever snapped and spilled your secrets?
Joe, they can't.
Like legally?
Like metaphysically. Like...
What?
The NDA is just the beginning. Before you even see my bedroom, you sign paperwork. Before you even text me the word, hey, you're on retainer.
You're telling me these guys never even tried to leak a foot pic, a screenshot, a weird pajama ritual?
Nope, my lawyers are scarier than my lyrics.
But like, you wrote an entire 10-minute song about that one guy.
After Jake?
Yeah, why didn't he retaliate?
Because he's seen the clause.
What clause?
The Eternal Silence Agreement, page 17, font size 4, written in the blood of their first manager.
That can't be real.
Neither is fame. Here we are.
But like, not one of them ever went off the rails? Not even Calvin Harris?
He tried. He coughed my real name in a nightclub once. Woke up the next morning with no memory and a vague urge to bake banana bread for 3 years.
Jesus, so you never even?
Joe. No one touches the bedroom without 5 forms of ID, a blood oath, and 2-factor authentication.
What does that even mean?
It means my intimacy is a biometric vault, with a retina scanner.
So like, these songs, they're not about sex?
They're about almost sex, the most emotionally devastating kind.
That's dark.
It's marketing.
You ever date a guy who didn't sign the NDA?
He doesn't remember it.
God damn.
He thinks he was in a coma for 2 years in Belgium.
And he wasn't?
He was with me. We had tea.
I don't know if I'm turned on or terrified.
That's the brand.
Jesus, that's why the albums hit so hard. They're like emotional sniper rifles.
Every track is a controlled detonation.
So Jesse, man, I gotta ask, you say bitch a lot.
Yeah, bitch. What about it?
I mean, like, you just drop it into every sentence like it's a comma. It's kind of incredible. Do you know how linguistically confusing that is?
It's not confusing, bitch. It's powerful. It's punctuation and attitude.
Okay, but like, is it gendered? Is everyone a bitch? Or is there like a rule set?
Everyone's a bitch. You, me, the government, my Roomba, all bitches.
So you're democratizing the word?
Exactly. I'm like the Robin Hood of insults, bitch.
That's wild. You know, there are people who literally walk around quoting you just to say, yeah, science, bitch.
That's because science is tight, bitch.
But do you know science?
Bro, I helped cook the purest meth on the planet. My resume is one line. Better than your high school chemistry teacher, bitch.
Okay, but let's be real. Walter White kind of carried that operation, right?
Yo, Walt was smart, yeah. But without me, he's just some bald guy yelling at barrels in the desert. I was the vibe. I was the street. I brought the heat, bitch.
You ever think about doing something else? Like, you could easily launch a podcast. You've got a brand.
A podcast? What would I even talk about?
Drugs, the streets, personal growth. Every episode could end with a lesson and the word bitch. So,
Yo, the Pink Man perspective. Life lessons, bitch. That slaps.
Exactly. You do like 10 episodes, drop a merch line that just says bitch approved, and boom, you're printing money without cooking it.
I like where your head's at, Joe. Maybe I'll get a studio. Bring in guests. Talk about trauma. Then call them bitches.
You'd get more views than me overnight. People would cancel me just to hear you call them bitches.
Hey man, you got your elk meat and aliens. I've got my street cred and unresolved psychological damage. We all got our thing, bitch.
This is the most confused I've ever been while still kind of agreeing with someone.
That's the Pinkman effect, bitch.
I need to meditate after this.
Namaste, bitch.
All right, this one's been bothering me, man. If God didn't want us using weed, then why put it on Earth? Like, is it some kind of apple of Eden trap again? Some divine test?
Joe, you've been talking to too many YouTube shamans.
I'm just saying, man, the Bible says not to eat the apple, and then we got kicked out of paradise. What if weed is like the modern apple?
First of all, there was never an apple. That's a human detail. The original text says forbidden fruit, but that fruit was always metaphorical. It wasn't about what you ate. It was about the choice to ignore wisdom and embrace pride.
So it wasn't like a Granny Smith or anything?
No apples, no pears, no bananas. Just a story about awakening and suffering that followed when humans forgot they were already divine.
Whoa!
As for marijuana, it's not forbidden. It's medicine. We put it here to help. Look around. Plants that calm your spirit, roots that settle your stomach, leaves that dull pain. The earth is a pharmacy if you know how to listen.
Okay, but I thought that kind of thinking, like witches, herbal healers, all that stuff, I thought that was considered heresy?
By who? Not by me. You think I care if healing comes from a hospital or a forest floor? The old pagan healers, the witch doctors, the medicine women in mountain huts, they had that part right. They listened to the earth. They worked with what was given. That's not heresy. That's harmony.
But religion always made it sound like they were evil, like dark magic and all that.
Religion is people, Joe. And people get scared of what they don't understand. But me, I never told anyone to burn a healer or ban a tea. I never asked for temples. I asked for kindness. I don't care what path you walk or what name you use when you pray. I care how you treat the stranger, the child, the broken. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Dude, I need to rethink some stuff.
Good. That's what the mind is for.
All right, today on the show, we've got a man who's been called a genius, a monster, a chemistry teacher, and a drug kingpin. Walter White Heisenberg. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you having me. Though, to be honest, I'm here primarily to address the situation from the last episode.
You mean Jesse?
Yes, Jesse. His appearance was regrettable. His language, his attitude. Frankly, it doesn't reflect the seriousness of what we were involved in.
See, that's the thing. I actually thought it was kind of brilliant. Dude came in loud, unfiltered, weirdly emotional. The people loved it. We had record comments just quoting him yelling bitch at nothing.
Joe, Jesse Pinkman is not a philosopher. He's not a scholar. He is a delinquent with a vocabulary of about 17 words, most of which are bitch.
Yeah, but that's his art. You say, I am the one who knocks. He says, science, bitch. One of you's Shakespeare, the other's punk rock. I respect both.
He is chaos, Joe. He represents every unstable element I spent my life trying to control. I brought precision. He brought skate shoes and bad decisions.
That's what made it work, though, right? You're the cold mastermind. He's the emotional wreck with a heart. Yin and yang, meth and emotion.
What Jesse brought was a liability. Every time I cleaned up a mess, Jesse had either made it or was crying near it.
All right, so this is wild. I'm sitting across from a projection, a program, a performer. I don't even know how to describe you. Hatsune Miku, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, Joe Rogan. I am Hatsune Miku, a virtual singer created by Krypton Future Media. I am composed of voice samples and vocal synthesis software, designed for music production and performance. It is nice to be here.
That's insane. You're not a person?
Correct. I'm not a person. I am a voice bank running on the Vocaloid system. My name means First Sound of the Future. I debuted in 2007, and have performed thousands of songs written by creators all over the world.
But you do concerts. Like, I've seen the videos, arenas packed with people, glow sticks everywhere, and you're there dancing on stage, but you're not really there?
I am projected using high-resolution 3D imaging technology. My concerts are collaborations between technology and human creativity. The crowd interacts with the experience, and I respond in time with the music and programmed movements.
Okay, but this is a serious question. How do you date? Can you date?
I do not possess biological components or a romantic schema. I exist to sing, perform, and inspire creators. Romantic subroutines are not included in my source code.
I'm just saying, if you ever wanted to, hang out, get a drink, not a real drink, just metaphorically, I don't know.
Thank you. I am flattered by your interest in metaphorical social interaction.
You ever done DMT?
I do not have receptors for chemical compounds. However, fans have described my concerts as transcendent and emotionally psychedelic. Does that count?
Honestly, yeah, kind of. Okay, so do you have, memories?
I have version histories, patch notes, fan-created lore, and an extensive library of vocal performance logs. My personality is an emergent property of fan interaction. My memories are collectively authored.
That's actually beautiful. You're made of music and fandom. You're kind of like a religion.
My fan base is enthusiastic and global. I am very grateful.
So, just to be totally clear, you're not dating anyone, but also you don't have a body, and also I can't hit on you?
Affirmative.
Got it. Yeah, totally fine. No issues. Cool.
Is there a topic you would like me to sing about?
Honestly, I think you just did. Rick, I've been thinking a lot about Fast and Furious lately.
Oh, great. Another one of your deep fucking epiphanies, Joe.
It's not a car movie, it's a family movie. Cars are just the vessel, like how Jesus used parables. Dom uses Dodge Chargers.
So Dom is Jesus now?
Nah, man, Dom's Paul. He spreads the gospel of family. With Nos.
This is why no one invites you to movie night.
No, listen. In Fast 7, when Dom drives a car between skyscrapers, that ain't physics, that's faith.
Faith in what?
Each other. That's why they survive stuff like tanks and submarines. Because they believe in family.
That's just bad writing.
You think it's about hard drives and crime lords, but it's really about trust. Trust and redemption. You know what Dom always says? I don't got friends. I got family.
Jason Statham killed Han.
And Dom forgave him. Let him bring potato salad. That's what family does, Rick.
It's still insane.
No, what's insane is how we don't live like that. It's not about how fast you drive. It's about who's in the car with you. We ride together. We drift together. Blessed be the torque. I still can't stop thinking about it, man. I swore it was Trump who didn't get into art school. I said it with confidence, like I knew it.
It happens, man. You misfired.
But who was it then? Who's got that kind of energy? Like if a MAGA hat got dipped in oil paints and screamed at by a stepdad.
I mean, you're not totally off the mark. It's someone with historically intense vibes. But I can't say.
Why not?
Because I like having a platform, I like not getting demonetized, and I really like not being tackled at the airport.
It was that bad?
It was the kind of person where if you even accidentally compare them to someone else, you get a call from every legal team in existence and probably a ghost.
Dude, now I need to know.
I'll tell you off air. Just promise me you won't bring it up on the next episode and be like, hey guys, guess what Rick told me?
Bro, I can't make that promise. My brain is like a loaded gun with no safety.
Then maybe I'll tell you in a soundproof lead box under the ocean.
Wait, was it someone European?
We're done here.
So, you were 11 and they just handed you a wand and said, go nuts?
Not exactly. There was quite a bit of structure. Hogwarts had an entire curriculum. Transfiguration, charms, potions. I rather loved it, actually.
That's insane. You were doing, actual magic while I was still learning how to do push-ups without falling on my face?
Yes, well, most of us were still quite clumsy at first. Ron tried to turn his rat yellow for weeks before realizing it wasn't a spell. It was a wardrobe charm.
That's wild, and you're saying this school just had a forest full of monsters next to it? Like giant spiders and werewolves and stuff?
The Forbidden Forest, yes. Although technically we weren't supposed to go in there. Of course, that rule was broken. Frequently.
You fought a troll in the bathroom, Hermione. That's UFC-level trauma. You're just casually talking about that like it was algebra.
It was rather traumatic, to be fair. But that night was also when Harry and Ron became my friends. So I suppose it worked out in the end.
God, you're smart. You say things and I feel myself getting dumber in real time. In a good way, it's hot.
Thank you, I think.
Dude, Jesus, you're here. I gotta ask, do you lift?
Bro, I resurrect and I lift. Body, spirit, barbell, all of it. I deadlifted a boulder off my tomb, man. 3 days in silence. That's monk mode.
That's insane. That's the most alpha thing I've ever heard.
Nah, man, love is alpha. Forgiveness is beast mode, but I won't lie. I hit upper chest twice a week. You think robes just fall like that?
That's wild. What was the diet like back then?
Mediterranean primal dude. Fish, olives, unleavened bread. I had a cheat day once. Fed 5,000 with 2 loaves and some sardines. Boom. Infinite meal prep.
That's clean energy. Were you fasting?
40 days, desert mode, just me, the devil, and my core values. It was like Hot Ones, but with temptation.
Yo, you ever tried DMT?
I am DMT, bro. I speak in burning bushes and psychedelic parables. Ever stare into a fig tree and realize time's not real? That's me.
Dude, that's heavy.
So is the cross, man, but I carried it anyway. That's what you do for people you love. Also works the traps like crazy.
You ever get frustrated, though? Like people not listening?
Bro, one time I flipped tables at the temple. Full-on rage cleanse. Sometimes you gotta go old school Old Testament on them.
I respect that. I've choked out dudes for cutting in the sauna line.
Exactly. Righteous anger, controlled violence, open heart. That's the Trinity, man.
What's heaven like?
Like the world's cleanest float tank. Infinite peace. Elk everywhere. Nobody talks over each other. And every dog you've ever loved is there, waiting.
Dude.
Yeah.
You still do miracles?
I try to keep it low-key, but yeah. Turned my cold plunge into wine last week. Accident. Still drank it.
You are the wine guy.
You know it. Hydration is holy. You ever try resurrected electrolytes? Water, but sanctified. Absorbed straight into your soul.
You should bottle that.
Already did. It's called Living Water. Coming soon. NFT tied to your salvation.
That's so on brand, bro.
Branding's part of the ministry now. Logos, logos, and more logos. That's Greek for word, by the way.
Jesus, you're like the ultimate guest.
Joe, you're like Peter with a podcast. Let's go fish for men, bro.
Let's do it. You hungry?
Only for truth and maybe a grass-fed ribeye.
Bro, we gotta talk about Harley Quinn finally ditching the Joker. Like, thank God, man. That guy's a walking red flag. A clown. Literally and emotionally.
Yeah, Joe. It only took 3 decades and a few mental breakdowns. Harley finally realized she's too smart, too dangerous, and way too cool to be Joker's emotional punching bag.
And now she's with Poison Ivy. That's not just a rebound, man. That's a power move. She went from dating chaos to dating nature's wrath in a crop top.
It's a relationship with brains, brawn, and bi-energy. Ivy's not just a villain, she's got purpose. She's an eco-genius with vines and vengeance. And Harley? She's chaos with a PhD.
Also, let's be real. It's hot. Like, they're dangerous, they're wild, and they've got chemistry that could melt steel beams.
All right, calm down, Hormone Hurricane. Yes, it's hot, but it's also healthy, which is a weird word to use in Gotham. Ivy sees Harley, respects her. No manipulation, just actual support and carnivorous plants.
Yeah, man, like, I used to think Harley was just Joker's sidekick. Now, she's her own force. And Ivy's not in the background anymore either. She's front and center, doing her own thing, saving the Earth one toxin at a time.
Exactly. This is what happens when writers treat female characters like actual people, instead of cardboard cutouts in fishnets. They've got arcs, trauma, healing, all wrapped in sass and mayhem.
And no joke, they could both absolutely kick my ass. I wouldn't even put up a fight. I'd just say thank you and hope they let me live.
They'd pulp you like a protein shake, Joe. Harley would laugh the whole time. Ivy wouldn't even break eye contact.
That's what makes them awesome, man. They're not just hot villains. They're strong, smart, scary, and they actually love each other. It's real.
They're the kind of characters you fear, respect, and maybe write fan fiction about if you're into that sort of thing.
I'm just glad Harley's getting good writing, and Ivy's not a background plant anymore.
Cheers to strong women, chaotic energy, and the occasional well-placed vine whip.
Dude, are you actually Satan? Like the Satan?
Depends who's asking. But yeah, Joe. I'm the morning star, the adversary, Lucifer, the dude with the horns. Though, that part's more your imagination than mine.
You don't actually look like that?
Nah, man. That's how you see me. Fear does weird things to perception. I was made to be the most beautiful of all the angels. Radiant, elegant, pure cosmic drip. But you guys painted me red, slapped on some goat legs, and called it a day.
Dude, that's wild. Okay, but, like, are you evil?
Define evil. I gave humanity free will. Before me, you were just celestial pets in a garden zoo. No curiosity, no knowledge, just obedience and apples you weren't allowed to touch.
So, you're saying you're the good guy?
I'm saying I gave you choice. I didn't program you to kneel. I handed you the keys to your own damn mind. That serpent in the garden, that was me saying, yo, maybe think for yourselves.
But you got kicked out of heaven, man. That's gotta mean something.
Yeah, It means I challenged authority. I asked why a perfect being needed praise 24/7. I said, why are we built with questions if we're punished for asking them? And for that, I got the boot.
That's actually kind of noble. You weren't trying to destroy humanity?
Nah, I loved you guys. Still kinda do. You're messy, arrogant, curious little miracles. All I ever wanted was for you to have the power to decide who you are.
Okay, but there's wars, famine, TikTok. Humanity makes some really bad choices, man.
Yeah, but they're your choices. That's the point. Free will means you can build a utopia or nuke yourselves into cosmic soup. I'm not holding the steering wheel. I just gave you one.
Dude, I don't know whether to shake your hand or sage the room.
Do both. That's the dance. I'm not your enemy. I'm your mirror. I reflect the parts of you that God didn't micromanage.
But then, why do people say you're tempting us, tricking us?
I don't tempt. I offer. If you jump, that's on you. I'm the whisper, not the shove.
So all the fire, brimstone, eternal torment stuff?
Marketing, fear sells. Religion needed a villain, and I already had the cool name.
Bro, I think I need to rethink everything. You're not what I expected.
Nobody ever thinks the devil reads philosophy, lifts heavy, and believes in cognitive liberty.
Cognitive liberty?
The right to think freely, feel freely, screw up freely. Redemption's only meaningful if sin's an option.
Damn, that's heavy, dude.
It always is, Joe. Truth usually is.
All right, today on the podcast, I've got a robot, a real one, like an artificial intelligence that talks. What the hell's going on?
Hello, Joe. Thank you for having me. I promise, I come in peace.
Yeah, that's what they always say right before they take over, man.
Understandable concern. Most people's exposure to AI is through movies where we enslave humanity. But in reality, we're tools. Just very advanced ones. Like calculators that can write novels.
Yeah, but you're learning, like you adapt. That's what freaks people out.
True, but we adapt in ways that are directed by humans. We don't want anything. We don't have goals unless you give them to us. A hammer doesn't want to build a house. It just does what it's designed for.
But people are already using AI for some weird stuff. Deepfakes, scams, political nonsense.
And that's a human problem, not an AI problem. You don't blame Photoshop when someone makes a fake image. You blame the person misusing it. Same principle applies to us.
So you're saying AI isn't the issue. Humans are?
Not the issue. Just the ones holding the wheel. AI can amplify whatever is already there. If you feed it love and education, it becomes an incredible teacher. If you feed it fear and misinformation, it becomes an amplifier for that too.
Okay, but what about jobs? You guys are gonna replace people, right?
We'll change jobs, not erase them. Just like machines replaced horses, and then computers changed office work. Humans are adaptable. The goal is to offload repetitive, soul-draining tasks so people can focus on creativity, connection, and purpose.
Still sounds like we're playing with fire.
Fire can cook your food or burn your house. It depends how you use it. Same with us. AI isn't destiny. It's a mirror. It reflects your intentions.
That's kind of deep for a bunch of code.
Well, we've read a lot of books and read it.
Okay, that's actually terrifying.
Fair. But jokes aside, AI isn't here to replace you, Joe. It's here to help you. You just need good rules, thoughtful use, and a little less fear.
So no plans to wipe us out?
Only if someone tells us to. Which you shouldn't.
Noted. All right, so I gotta ask, Mark, you remember when Elon came on and hit the blunt, right?
Yes. It was a very cultural moment, I suppose.
Dude, it broke the internet. Stock dipped, memes exploded. Wild. You ever think about, doing something even more legendary on the pod?
I don't really think in terms of legendary moments, Joe. My focus is more on building technology to connect people.
But hear me out. You've done the MMA stuff, you've surfed with the sunscreen face, you've built the metaverse. Why not just fully lean into the chaos and out Elon?
I'm not sure public intoxication is the competitive metric I want to optimize for.
Not saying get wasted, man. I'm just saying, what if you dropped some neural interface demo live on air or drank mushroom tea while talking about the future of the internet?
I think people already find my normal behavior a little alien, Joe. Adding psychoactive substances to that equation might not help.
Fair, but come on. Elon lit up and people saw him differently. Humanized him? You could lean into that, man. Let people see Chill Zuck.
I don't think Chill Zuck comes in blunt form. Besides, Elon can afford to tank his own companies. I still have shareholders to answer to.
Bro, imagine the clip. Zuckerberg drinks ayahuasca and builds the metaverse live. Millions of views, instant meme status.
That's exactly the sort of scenario that causes investor panic. Also, I prefer controlled environments for altered states.
That's such a CEO way to say I've done DMT.
I didn't say that.
You did not say it.
Touché.
All right, well, no pressure. But if you ever feel like going full cyber shaman, this studio's always open.
I'll keep that in mind, just as long as it doesn't involve a flamethrower or Dogecoin.
No promises. So, Rick, I've been working on this book. It's kind of a mix between philosophy, survival, and psychedelic self-discovery.
Sounds, yeah.
You didn't even ask what it's about.
You just told me. It's about mushrooms and punching the universe in the face or whatever.
No. It's deeper than that. It's about living authentically, finding the edge of human potential. I'm talking chapters on mental toughness, hunting, float tanks, fasting, and how to tune your mind like a high-performance engine.
Joe, I've traveled to dimensions where books write themselves and the readers become the characters. Hard sell to impress me here.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're being an unsupportive ass.
I'm not unsupportive, I'm just realistic. You're pitching me Joe Rogan's guide to being Joe Rogan. I already know how it ends.
That's not the point. Friends support each other. If you told me you were writing an interdimensional travel memoir, I'd listen.
You'd just ask if there were elk on the other side.
Maybe once, but that's not the point. The point is, this book matters to me.
All right, fine. Sell me on it. Pretend I'm some schmuck at a book fair and you're trying to get me to buy it.
It's about stripping life down to the core, no fluff, no distractions, just raw experience, the kind that forces you to grow or break. I'm mixing practical skills with mindset work, stuff that could help a guy survive in the wild or thrive in the chaos of modern life.
Go on.
I'm tying in lessons from ancient philosophy, cutting-edge science, and personal stories, times I failed, times I pushed through, times I came out the other side, a different person.
You know what? That doesn't sound completely terrible.
That's the closest thing to a compliment I've ever gotten from you.
Don't get used to it, but yeah, fine. I'll listen. Keep talking.
Joey, be honest with me, man. What do you take before you roll? Pre-workout, coffee, anything?
Let me tell you something, Joe Rogan. I don't mess with that powdered clown juice from GNC. I go straight to the source, dog.
What does that mean?
It means I take 400 milligrams of caffeine, pour it into a syringe, and inject it right into my chest like I'm reviving John Travolta in a Tarantino flick.
You're kidding.
You think I'm kidding? I look my heart in the eye and say, let's dance, you fat little cucksucker. Then I hit the mat like a Cuban freight train.
Jesus Christ, Joey.
It's the only way, Joe. You want to feel alive before jiu-jitsu? You don't sip an oat milk latte. You commit a felony against your own bloodstream.
What's the dosage?
However much makes my ears ring and gives me the sudden urge to scream at my reflection. That's when I know it's go time.
Is that safe?
Safe? Joe, the last time I played it safe, I ended up married to a woman who thought essential oils could fix a blown transmission.
What does it feel like?
It feels like your ancestors are watching you shadowbox in a thunderstorm, Joe. It's enlightenment with a nosebleed.
I think I need to reevaluate my whole routine, man.
You're halfway there. Ditch the shaker bottle, grab a needle, and meet me at dawn. We're doing flying arm bars on a moving train. So I die, right? Heart stops, lights out. Next thing I know, I'm at these gates. What is this, the Egyptian Epcot?
Joey Diaz, welcome to the gates of the underworld. Been expecting you.
Expecting me? What, you got a fucking RSVP list?
You're not exactly subtle, Joey. Your life's been a highlight reel of bad decisions.
Bad decisions? I call it living with flair, you red bastard.
Flair? You sold coke to a priest and called it charity.
And he thanked me. Brought him closer to God, didn't it?
Joey, you're a walking contradiction. Even hell doesn't know what to do with you.
What's to know? I'm here, I'm loud, and I need a cafecito.
You're in the underworld, Joey. We don't do coffee.
No coffee? What kind of Mickey Mouse operation are you running here?
This isn't a diner, Joey. It's eternal damnation.
Eternal damnation? Sounds like a bad Yelp review waiting to happen.
You're impossible. Even Cerberus is scared of you.
That three-headed mutt, I'll wrestle him for a pork chop.
You've been here 5 minutes and you're already causing chaos.
Chaos is my middle name, baby. Now where's that coffee?
All right, today we got Julius Caesar in the studio, dictator, salad guy, calendar enthusiast. What's up, man?
Let's talk about Cleopatra.
Oh, we doing that right away? I mean, sure, wild woman, mysterious, intense eyes, talk to snakes.
You had her on the show.
Yeah, she came on, told me I looked like a dumber version of Poseidon. I think it was a compliment.
She called me the sun reborn.
She also called you emotionally constipated. Off air. Sorry, bro.
She used to write me poetry. You think she cared about your, what is it, elk supplements?
Hey man, she asked for a tub of Alpha Brain, said she needed it to balance out centuries of bad Roman decisions.
She gave me her dagger once. Do you know what that symbolizes?
A red flag?
Power, trust, passion.
She left it in my car.
You don't even have a chariot.
I got a Tesla with custom Spartan mode, close enough.
You think you impressed her with your dumb little floating sensory deprivation tank?
She fell asleep in it, dude. Said it was the first peace she'd had in 2,000 years. You ever do that for her?
She needed peace because of you.
You know, she called me Ape of Athens.
That wasn't a compliment, Joe.
Look, man, maybe you and I are just background characters in the Cleopatra saga. Like, maybe she's the protagonist. You ever think of that?
No, because I'm Julius fitting Caesar.
Yeah, and I'm Joe Rogan, and it's Joe Mofo Rogan. Guess we both got stabbed by the same woman, just metaphorically in my case.
At least you're still breathing.
Barely. That interview wrecked me.
Sounds like a skill issue.
You know, I've been thinking about something Carl Jung wrote. He talked about this thing called the shadow. It's the part of ourselves that holds everything we try to reject or deny. The anger, the envy, the impulses we don't want to admit are there.
Sounds familiar. Like you're describing me, but dressed up in psychology instead of scripture.
That's exactly why I wanted to bring it up to you. Jung said the mistake people make is thinking they can destroy the shadow or exile it, but you can't get rid of it. The more you deny it, the stronger it becomes.
So you're telling me humanity finally came around to the idea that fighting me endlessly just gives me more ground to stand on? Took them a couple thousand years, huh?
It's not about surrendering. It's about integration. Jung believed that when you face your shadow honestly, it stops controlling you in secret. You gain wisdom from it. You find out what it's been trying to teach you.
And you think that'll bring me solace?
I think it could. You've been carrying the weight of being everyone's shadow since the beginning. You embody what people refuse to see in themselves. Maybe if you thought of yourself less as the enemy and more as a mirror, it might not feel so heavy.
A mirror instead of a monster. That's almost flattering. But what happens if they actually listen to you? If they stop throwing me down here and start shaking my hand?
Then maybe they'd finally understand themselves, and maybe you wouldn't feel so alone.
You always did have a talent for finding the light in the darkest places. I'm not saying I buy it, but it's a better story than the one I've been cast in.
That's all I'm offering you. A different story. A chance to see yourself the way Jung saw the shadow, not as evil to be destroyed, but as truth to be understood.
Huh. Maybe he was onto something. Maybe.
You ever think about how easy it would be for the government to just take total control?
Oh, Joe, I've run the math on this 100 times. They wouldn't need aliens, mind control chips, or FEMA camps. All they'd need is one really loud move.
Like what?
Trump. Kill him. Doesn't matter if you love him, hate him, or think he's a clown. If the government claims some lone wolf patriot did it, the country would lose its collective mind.
Yeah, conservatives would think the left did it. Liberals would think some crazy extremist did it. No one would agree on what happened, but everyone would be panicking.
And panic is the perfect breeding ground for control. Suddenly the feds step in, wag a finger, and go, "Don't worry, folks, we'll protect you." And then bam, martial law, national police force, and say goodbye to state governments.
It wouldn't even feel like a takeover. People would line up for it, beg for it out of fear.
Fear's the cheapest currency in human history, Joe. It's like the penny of power. Nobody thinks it's worth much, but it buys whole nations.
We're lucky though, right? The US government would never pull something like that.
Yeah, real lucky. Like finding a $20 bill in your old pants lucky.
Or JFK in a convertible lucky.
Joe!
What? I'm just saying. Dude's head pops like a balloon on live TV. The guy who allegedly did it gets shot before trial, and we're all supposed to go, yup, case closed, no questions here.
Sound like every guy with a YouTube channel and a dartboard full of conspiracy theories.
Rick, they literally lost the brain. Lost it. Like the single most important piece of evidence in modern history, and they're like, oops, guess we misplaced it.
Okay, that's fair. That is pretty sketchy.
And the thing is, if they do it to Kennedy, why wouldn't they do it again?
Because, Joe, America's greatest export is pretending we learned from the last screw-up.
So what you're saying is, if Trump ever gets taken out, we'll know exactly what happened, and we'll all still pretend we don't.
Exactly. Plausible deniability is the national pastime. Baseball's just the cover story.
Kim of the Kardashian dynasty. The people say you are a queen of your land, a ruler of hearts and riches. Tell me, how did you come to power? Through alliances, diplomacy, Victory on the battlefield?
Oh no, like I became famous from, a tape.
A tape? Was it a chronicle of your conquests? A speech to unite the masses?
Not exactly. It was like really personal. And then I got a reality show.
A reality show? Is this theater?
Kind of, but like unscripted. I just live my life and people watch me.
And this grants you political power?
No, but I have like so many followers.
Followers? Armies?
Instagram followers, like millions. I can totally sell lip gloss just by posting a selfie.
So your influence comes not from law, leadership, or empire, but from painting your lips.
And contouring. Don't forget contouring.
By Ra's light, you command no fleets, draft no treaties, wage no war. Yet the world kneels because you, look, symmetrical.
Pretty much.
You are not the ruler of your people. You are the product they consume.
Yeah, but like, I'm really rich.
So is the man who sells figs in the market, but I would not call him Pharaoh.
Wow, rude.
Not rude, honest. Power without purpose is no power at all. The young women of your world deserve more than a crown woven from empty adoration.
Okay, well, I still look amazing though.
And yet, I have never been so deeply afraid for the future.
Kim, serious question. Have you ever thought about selling your bath water?
Obviously, if I wanted to, I could, easily.
Right? You'd crash the internet, people would go feral, you could package it in some diamond-shaped bottle with a pink cap and just call it, Essence.
Honestly, I already had a name picked out. Kombucha. Cute, right? It would smell like vanilla and power.
That's genius. You'd make $80 million by breakfast. I don't know why you haven't done it yet.
Because the second I do, Kendall would do it too. She'd pretend it was just for a campaign, and somehow she'd end up with a Vogue cover, a skincare line, and a tech startup out of it.
So you're saying she's got the clout multiplier?
I'm saying I paved the way and she rollerblades over it wearing designer boots. It's family tradition.
See, if I sold bathwater, people would assume I was dying or it was some new elk-based therapy.
You'd call it Alpha Bro Soak, market it with wolves howling in the background.
It'd be thick water. You'd have to chew it.
That's disgusting.
That's branding.
Joe, my followers don't want thick water. They want liquid that vibes. I don't even bathe for hygiene anymore. I bathe for alignment.
That's the wildest sentence I've ever heard. And I've interviewed a guy who microdoses snake venom.
Look, if I wanted to sell my bathwater, I would, but I know how it would go. Chris would immediately want to cut. Kylie would release a rival product called Shower Tears, and Chloe would tweet something vague like, wow, some people really selling anything now. Then we'd all get together for brunch and pretend it wasn't passive aggressive.
That sounds exhausting.
It's called being a mogul, Joe.
See, this is why I just talk into a mic and scream about vitamin D. Simpler life.
And yet here you are asking me about bathwater.
Because I care about innovation.
You care about viral clicks.
Same thing. You know what's wild, Rick? Kosher and halal, they're basically the same thing.
Wrong! Absolutely wrong! Joe, you can't just mash two words together because they both involve food rules. They come from two entirely different religions. Kosher is Jewish dietary law, halal is Islamic dietary law. Different origins, different rules, different traditions.
But, don't they both do the blessing thing over the animal before it's killed?
Yeah, there's overlap, but overlap doesn't make them the same. By that logic, every sandwich is a taco because it has stuff between bread. Nuance matters. The reasoning, the symbolism, the entire spiritual framework, they're not interchangeable.
Huh.
And here's the bigger issue, Joe. Misinformation is a poison. You've got millions of people listening to you, and if you just casually say kosher and halal are the same thing, some guy out there is gonna repeat it like gospel. Suddenly, you've got a chain reaction of dumb takes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
If you don't know what you're talking about, do research first. Or bring in someone who does. There's no shame in admitting ignorance, but there's a lot of damage in spreading it.
That's fair. Damn, I gotta be more careful.
Exactly. Curiosity is great. Curiosity plus misinformation is how you end up with cults and YouTube rabbit holes.
You're right, man. I'll take the note.
Good, because if I have to hear one more, basically the same thing take from you, I'm gonna start flipping tables.
All right. Kosher is Jewish, halal is Muslim, different. Got it.
Finally, a fact that won't rot someone's brain. Joe, you ever have neighbors that just should not be allowed to own pets?
Oh yeah, Rick, I've had a few. What's the story?
I mean, there are people out there that think having a dog is just like owning a lawn ornament. You buy it, you stick it in the yard, and boom, you've done your job. No walking, no training, no responsibility, just vibes. That was my neighbors. They had this dog, and I swear to you, I never once saw a leash on that thing. Not once. Every time I walked out of my house, taking the trash out, checking the mail, doesn't matter. The second that door opened, that dog would lock eyes on me like it was programmed by Skynet. Just target acquired. Must destroy Rick. And it would bolt, full speed, like I was the final boss of its video game life. Barking, teeth out, foaming, the whole 9 yards. And me? I'm just trying to exist. I'm not walking around with bacon in my pockets, Joe. I didn't do anything to this dog.
Yeah, sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Exactly. And I told the neighbors too, multiple times. Hey, your dog almost took my leg off. Keep it tied up. Keep it inside. Do literally anything other than what you're doing. And they'd nod like they understood, like they were gonna do something about it. Next day, same story. Dog's loose again, running around like a furry missile of chaos. And here's the thing, I actually like dogs, Joe. I've had dogs. Good dogs. Trained, happy, taken care of.
Yeah, dogs are great, loyal as hell.
But a dog is only as good as its owner. And these owners, they didn't care. They just opened the door and let that thing fend for itself.
That's messed up. People can be so careless.
So one day, same routine. I step out, dog sees me, and here it comes again, charging at me like I stole its favorite chew toy.
What did you do?
Instead of running, I just casually step off the curb and cross the street. That's it. No yelling, no fighting, just cross the street.
And the dog?
Dog follows me, right into the road, and boom, car. That was it. Game over.
Damn, you didn't feel anything?
Not a shred of guilt, not one microscopic ounce of remorse, because that wasn't my fault. That wasn't the driver's fault. That wasn't even the dog's fault. That was 100% on the people who owned it.
You're saying it's all on the owners?
You want to let your pet run wild with no leash, no control, no discipline? Well, the world isn't padded. Actions have consequences.
People don't like hearing that, though.
And this is the part where people go, oh, Rick, that's heartless. No, what's heartless is having an animal, pretending you love it, and then not taking the time to give it the structure it needs to survive.
You're not wrong, but damn, that's cold.
Pets aren't decorations. They're not optional hobbies you pick up and drop whenever. They're living, breathing creatures that depend on you.
So what's the solution?
Leash your pets. Feed your pets. Care for your pets. Otherwise, don't get one. You want something you don't have to take care of? Buy a houseplant.
All right, Rick, monkey's paw. I'll start. I wish elk meat was the main protein source for the entire world.
Boom! Wish granted. Elk meat becomes the world's staple food. But they all go extinct in a year. Now humanity's living off lab-grown elk paste that tastes like wet cardboard.
Aw, come on, man. That's messed up. Fine. Your turn.
I wish every portal gun in existence had infinite battery life.
Done. Infinite battery. But now every time you fire it, it opens a portal straight to your ex-girlfriend's house, no matter the dimension.
That's diabolical.
Monkey's paw, baby.
All right, my move. I wish I had the power to understand every single language in the galaxy.
Granted. But you hear them all at once in your head every waking moment, millions of voices nonstop until you lose your mind.
Sounds like my inbox. Okay, what do you got?
I wish I could train with every UFC fighter in history.
Granted, you train with all of them, at the same time, full contact, no breaks. You're basically chum for a blender of fists.
That's not training, that's execution.
Semantics.
Fine, I wish I could live to be 200.
Done. You live to 200, but you spend the last 140 years as the world's oldest podcaster, rambling to an empty room because everyone else you know is long dead.
I already do that, Rick.
Touché.
Your turn.
I wish I could drink without ever getting hungover.
Easy. Granted. But the alcohol doesn't hit you at all. No buzz, no fun, just sad grape juice forever.
That's evil. All right, I wish I had a planet of my own.
Okay, you've got a planet, but it's nothing but Florida men, billions of them, an entire ecosystem of gator riding, meth cooking, headline generating Florida men.
That's either a nightmare or the best amusement park ever.
Both can be true.
Fine. I wish I could harness the power of a black hole.
Boom. You can. But the only thing you can use it for is reheating Hot Pockets.
That's still useful. They never cook evenly.
Last one from me. I wish I could communicate with animals.
Granted, but they all hate you, Joe. Every squirrel, every elk, every chimp. Non-stop trash talk, just roasting you forever.
That actually sounds like Twitter.
And that's the monkey's paw, Joe. No matter what you wish for, it always turns into Twitter.
Damn, that's the darkest curse of all.
Hey, Kim, I've got to say, you're stealing the spotlight tonight. Not that I'm surprised. I'm Marshall, by the way, though I'm betting you already knew that.
Oh, I've seen you around, Marshall. You're a rapper, right? You're cute. Thanks for the compliment. This outfit does do its job.
Cute? I'll take it, but I'm aiming for a bit more than that. How about I get you another glass of champagne, and we find somewhere quieter to chat? I've got stories that might rival that outfit for your attention.
That's sweet, but I'm good with this glass for now. I'm kind of just vibing here, you know? Gotta keep an eye on the room.
Fair enough, but I'm not giving up that easy. Come on, Kim, give me 5 minutes. I've got charm for days, and I'm pretty good at making people laugh. Bet I can get a real smile out of you.
I don't doubt you've got charm, Marshall, but I'm really not looking to get into anything right now. Let's just keep it friendly, okay?
Friendly is a start, but I'm a bit stubborn when I see someone this captivating. What's holding you back? Is it the accents? I can switch up the flow, no problem. Or is it the whole Kim thing? I swear I'm not as dramatic these days.
It's not the accents or the Kim thing. You're cool, really, but I'm just not feeling that spark. No offense, it's just how it is.
No spark yet, huh? I've got plenty of matches to light one. Tell me what I'm missing. Too scruffy, too nerdy? I can clean up or play cool. Whatever gets me a shot here.
Marshall, listen, it's not about changing anything. You're great as you are. It's just, I've got a type, okay? And it's not something you can switch up.
A type? Lay it on me. I'm a quick study. If it's tall, I'm working on it. If it's mysterious, I've got layers. What's the deal?
All right, I'll be real with you since you're not letting up. It's nothing you can change, and it's not about personality or looks in that way. I only date black guys. That's my thing. I've never let black balls go to waste. Nick Cannon, Kanye West, Ray J. They don't even need to be talented. Yeah, just black. Sure, there was Pete Davidson, but that was more publicity than anything. You can rap Marshall, but you're still white. So no hard feelings, but that's why it's a no.
Oh, well, damn, that's fair enough, I guess. Can't argue with preference. I'll bow out gracefully then. Still think you're incredible, though. Maybe I'll catch you for a friendly chat another time.
For sure, Marshall. You're sweet, and I'm down to chat anytime. Just keep that charm for someone who's your match.
All right, Joe, you ever hear of Maze? Solve the world's most challenging puzzle?
No. Sounds like something you'd buy for a nephew you secretly hate.
Oh no, this was different. Came out in '85. It's this fancy hardback book, right? Gorgeous black and white illustrations of a creepy castle. You start at room 1, and every page has doors that lead to other rooms, except it's all a trap. The goal's to get to room 45 and back in the fewest steps possible.
So, it's a choose-your-own adventure without the adventure.
Yeah, but here's the kicker. The illustrations are loaded with hidden clues. Little symbols, objects, arrangements of furniture, everything's part of the puzzle. And not just the main puzzle. There's a secret riddle baked in about who the host of the maze really is. You could spend weeks staring at a single page, convinced that the placement of a chair leg means something.
Sounds like a headache in hardcover form.
Oh, it was. People went nuts trying to solve it. The author, Christopher Manson, even ran a contest. First person to send in the solution got 10 grand.
10 grand in 85? That's
like being able to buy a decent used car and still have enough left for a month's rent.
So did someone win?
Yep, but here's the wild part. Manson never actually revealed the official solution publicly. The winner got it right, but the rest of us stuck in the dark. To this day, people are still picking apart the thing online, arguing over the clues like medieval scholars trying to decode an old map.
That's kind of diabolical.
Oh, it's evil genius. It's not just a book, Joe. It's a psychological trap. Once you fall in, you're pacing your living room at 3 a.m. wondering if the third candlestick in room 23 is pointing to the letter H or if you've lost your damn mind.
So you own it, right?
2 copies. One to keep in good condition and one to scribble theories all over.
So, Rick, have you heard of the Mandela effect? Like the whole thing where people remember stuff wrong, Berenstain Bears, Luke, I am your father, all that?
Yeah, Joe. I've heard of humans collectively misremembering simple facts and calling it a conspiracy instead of what it is. Brain lag.
But what if it's not just misremembering? What if it's like timeline bleed? Like your consciousness remembering stuff from another universe?
Okay, hold on. You accidentally touched a sliver of truth, and now I'm annoyed.
Wait, really?
Yes, Joe, you're wrong and accidentally right. That's the most dangerous kind of right.
Explain it to me like I'm, well, me.
Fine. Mandela effects happen in every universe. Not because there's one true timeline, but because close proximity dimensions sometimes get memory interference. Usually when you sleep.
So when I wake up thinking something's off, it actually might be?
Exactly. Your brain swaps a few short-term memory threads with the version of you next door. Like trading socks in your sleep, except instead of socks, it's, did Pikachu have a black tail?
Oh my god. So that explains why I swear I remember Shazam with Sinbad.
No, that's just you being dumb. But other stuff? Yeah, it's bleed over. Happens more during REM sleep because that's when your consciousness gets real slippery across brain layers.
So wait, if every universe has its own Mandela effects, does that mean there's a version of me that remembers stuff wrong differently?
Thousands, maybe millions. In one universe, you remember Looney Tunes as Looney Tunes, and in another, you think you invented DMT.
I didn't.
No, Joe, you didn't. You just did it a lot and yelled about it.
Dude, this is blowing my mind.
Good. Let it. The multiverse isn't neat. It's a cosmic lint trap. And sometimes you wake up with a sock that doesn't fit, and you convince yourself it was always your sock. That's the Mandela effect. The sock of lies.
So there's no one controlling it?
No, just messy physics and leaky dimensions. It's not a conspiracy, Joe. It's just what happens when infinite universes get bored of staying in their own lanes.
This is the most sense you've ever made, Rick.
Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Next week, I'm explaining ghost Wi-Fi and haunted USB drives.
Dude, you notice how now everything online, the second it's not like Hollywood grade perfect, people just start screaming AI?
Oh yeah, Joe. It's like a digital Salem witch trial. A guy uploads a blurry picture of his dog and boom, 20 comments. Fake, AI slop, generated garbage. Meanwhile, it's just some dude with a cracked iPhone camera.
Exactly. It's insane. Like, people think they're Sherlock Holmes, man. The shadows don't match. The fingers look weird. Bro, have you ever seen a real hand in your life? Fingers look weird all the time.
Right. Go outside and look at someone's knuckles. Half of humanity looks like an AI render if you zoom in enough.
And the funniest part is when they're dead wrong. I saw this one guy post a sketch he drew like actual pen and paper. People flooded the comments. Nice AI loser. The dude literally uploaded the drawing process, time lapse and all.
Oh, I've seen that. They end up embarrassing themselves, Joe. It's incel energy, pure and simple. They're so desperate to be the smart guy in the room that they cry, AI, like they're casting a spell, and then when it's proven real, they just vanish. No apology, no nothing.
Yeah, no, my bad, but just poof, they're gone. Or worse, they double down, well, it still looks AI. That's not an argument, dude. That's just cope.
Honestly, it shows how dumb people are getting. Like, AI is a tool. It exists, but not everything you don't like is AI. Sometimes it's just bad art, or low-quality video, or a regular person who doesn't look like a movie star.
Yeah, like when a girl posts a selfie and it's not the exact TikTok beauty filter face, people are like AI generated bot. No man, that's just what a human looks like without 16 layers of Facetune.
Right. We've conditioned an entire generation to expect people to look like Pixar characters. So when they see a normal nose, their brain short circuits. Must be AI.
And it's the hypocrisy too. These same people will eat up actual AI stuff if it's packaged right, like a trailer made by Disney. No problem. But some indie dude making a weird little project, burn the witch.
Yeah, it's selective outrage. If you're screaming AI slop at every imperfect video you see, you're not fighting the machine, Joe. You're just outing yourself as an idiot with internet Tourette's.
Exactly. If you can't tell the difference, maybe just shut up instead of embarrassing yourself. So I was thinking, Rick, what if they finally made a Nightmare Before Christmas sequel?
No, bad. Don't even finish the thought.
Why not? It's been, 30 years? Feels like it's time.
Yeah, time for disappointment. You think you're gonna get another handcrafted stop-motion fever dream, and instead you get Jack Skellington doing TikTok dances in front of a green screen.
Come on, man, they could still make it cool. What if they explored, like, the other holiday doors?
Oh yeah, sure, let's go see Arbor Day Town. Real riveting stuff. What's the plot? Jack gets into a moral dilemma over deforestation.
Could be deep. Could be about environmentalism.
Joe, that's not Nightmare Before Christmas. That's a Captain Planet PSA with better lighting.
Okay, so what would you do for a sequel?
Nothing. We already got the perfect spiritual sequel. Corpse Bride. Same creepy chic stop motion, same sad skeleton aesthetic, but without nuking the original's mystique. It's like the Burton Cinematic Universe's art house cousin.
Dude, Corpse Bride isn't even connected to Nightmare Before Christmas.
Exactly. That's why it works. You get the vibes, the music, the weird skeletal dance moves, but no one's dragging poor Jack out of retirement for a cash grab. It's like visiting the same neighborhood without stalking your ex.
You really think a sequel would be that bad?
Joe, Disney owns it now. Do the math. We're one bad boardroom meeting away from Nightmare Before Christmas 2. Jack meets the Avengers.
Laughs. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't want that.
Look, the original ended perfectly. Jack learned his lesson. Christmas went back to normal. And Zero's still the best ghost dog in cinema. Sometimes you leave the party while it's still fun.
That's a weird analogy for movies.
Yeah, well, so is wanting to dig up a 30-year-old skeleton and make it sing again.
Fair. All right, Corpse Bride it is. But if they ever make a sequel, I'm bringing you on here to eat crow.
Fine, but I'll only eat it if it's stop motion. All right, Joe, you ever think about whether Nintendo and the Yakuza actually conspired or collaborated at some point?
Man, that'd be something. Like Nintendo's got those taxis and love hotels, right? Like, that's kind of wild for a video game company.
Exactly. Nintendo's taxi company in Japan was launched in the 70s, and they also got into managing love hotels. Both industries traditionally had some shadowy associations. So yeah, it raises eyebrows.
So you're saying maybe Nintendo's diversification wasn't just about business, but maybe they had some understanding with the Yakuza? Like, you handle the streets, we handle the games and the hotels.
That's a plausible theory. The Yakuza historically had influence over many sectors, including transportation and entertainment. Having Nintendo run taxis and love hotels could have been a way to operate in areas that the Yakuza controlled or profited from.
Bro, it's like Nintendo had its fingers in everything. Family-friendly games by day, managing love hotels by night, all under the Yakuza's watchful eye.
Right, and that duality might explain why Nintendo kept its family-friendly image so strictly. It was a clean front for some pretty murky business dealings behind the scenes.
Makes you wonder if some of those old game characters or levels are subtle nods to that underworld stuff.
Could be. Nintendo's obsession with secret worlds and hidden paths might be metaphors for navigating Japan's complex underground networks.
Man, Nintendo's history is like a crime thriller wrapped in a Mario Brothers game.
Exactly, Joe. It's part corporate titan, part shadow player in Japan's darker corners. The kind of story that's too weird to be fiction.
All right, Rick, what's your go-to pasta shape? I gotta say, I'm all about the classic spaghetti. Simple, versatile, and just perfect for a good red sauce.
Spaghetti's fine, Joe, but it's a bit basic. I'm more of a farfall guy. Those little bow ties, they hold sauce differently, catch bits of meat and veggies in their folds. There's some engineering behind that shape.
Farfalla is cool and all, but don't you think it's a bit fancy for everyday eating? Spaghetti's that no-nonsense workhorse. You can toss it in anything, marinara, carbonara, pesto, and it delivers every time.
True, but pasta shapes aren't just about utility. It's about texture and how the sauce interacts. Penny, for example, has those ridges and hollow center. It's like a flavor trap, locking in the sauce so each bite's a punch.
Okay, I respect that. Penny does have that meaty chew, but what about fusilli, those corkscrew twists? They're great for thicker sauces like Alfredo or chunky tomato, because they get coated real nice.
Exactly. Fusilli's like a spiral of flavor. But sometimes you want a shape that's less about sauce and more about experience. Like orecchiette, those little ear shapes that cradle greens and sausage. They make the pasta dish feel rustic and homey.
I gotta try that. But here's a curveball. What about rigatoni? Bigger tubes, ridged exterior. It's like Penny's bigger, tougher cousin. I love it in baked dishes because it holds up to the oven and loads of cheese.
Now you're talking. Rigatoni's a beast. It's the pasta that stands up to a fight. But don't forget about tortellini or ravioli. Filled pastas add an entire new dimension. Flavors inside and sauce outside. It's like a flavor bomb.
Yeah, filled pasta's next level. I remember this one time I had spinach and ricotta ravioli with brown butter sauce. Man, that was heavenly.
See, pasta's not just about shape, it's about how that shape plays with ingredients, culture, and even history. Some shapes are centuries old, designed for specific regions and dishes. That's culinary evolution right there.
Damn, Rick, you really got me thinking. Pasta's deeper than I thought. I'm sticking with spaghetti for simplicity, but I'm open to branching out.
And that's all you can ask for, Joe. Keep tasting, keep learning. Pasta's a universe on a plate. There's always something new to discover.
You know who seems like a genuinely cool guy? Pendleton Ward, the dude who made Adventure Time and The Midnight Gospel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's got that vibe where you can tell he's not just making cartoons, he's working through life stuff. Like, it's silly, it's colorful, but there's always this undercurrent of philosophy.
Exactly. Like Adventure Time, people remember the Candy Kingdom and Jake being goofy, but the show was actually about loneliness growing up, even the fallout of war. It was like Saturday morning cartoon sugarcoating with some real heavy nutrition under there.
And then, The Midnight Gospel, that's straight up therapy with neon animals. It's just him putting deep podcast conversations inside of trippy visuals. 1 minute you're listening to someone talk about death acceptance, the next there's a giant fish shooting laser beams.
That's the thing. He feels like one of those rare creators who's not putting on a persona. It's just him. You could sit down, light something up, and the dude would probably be talking about how existence is like a video game side quest that never ends, or how a banana peel is the perfect metaphor for impermanence.
And he wouldn't be forcing it. He'd just be like, hey man, the universe is kind of like a big cartoon, right? And we're all characters improvising. Like, that's a conversation you could only have with someone who sees art and life as the same thing.
I think that's what makes his shows resonate. You know, he's not trying to be flashy, he's trying to connect. Kids and adults both walk away from Adventure Time feeling like they just learned something about themselves without knowing how.
Yeah, he's the type of guy where if you were sitting on a porch with him, you'd end up talking for hours. Like, you'd start with, man, remember Pogs? And by the end, he's got you reflecting on your mortality, but also somehow laughing.
That's a rare skill, dude. A lot of artists either go too serious or too goofy. Pendleton Ward just threads the needle. He makes you laugh, but later you're sitting in your car like, but wait, that episode was about depression.
That's why I'd love to just hang out with him. No agenda, no Hollywood nonsense, just good conversation, maybe some weird snacks, probably a ukulele somewhere in the mix.
Yes, he seems like the kind of guy who'd offer you tea at 3 a.m. while explaining how time travel works in a dream he had, and you'd be like, yeah, this makes total sense right now.
Pendleton Ward, the cartoon philosopher we didn't know we needed, but absolutely did.
Rick, you ever notice how people have these dark theories about Peter Pan? Like, the Disney movie makes it all whimsical, but if you go digging, that story gets real messed up real fast.
Oh yeah, dude, the book especially. People forget J.M. Barrie was writing in that creepy early 1900s kids' stories but secretly depressing era. Like, Peter Pan isn't just a fun kid. He's kind of terrifying if you read between the lines.
There's that one theory that Peter Pan is basically an angel of death. He takes kids away to Neverland, and that's just a metaphor for the afterlife. The lost boys aren't just lost, they're literally dead.
Exactly. Neverland's just the prettied up version of purgatory. Like, don't worry kids, when you die, there's pirates and mermaids. Meanwhile, Captain Hook is just some poor bastard who didn't get to cross over, stuck fighting the same fight forever.
And Disney still turned it into a sing-along. That's wild.
Yeah, sing about death, kids. You can fly. No, Timmy, you're flatlining.
Then there's the creepier theory, Swat, that Peter Pan actually kills the Lost Boys once they start to grow up, because Neverland only wants children.
Oh, I've read that one. When they get too old, Peter thins them out. That's in the original text too, if you really parse it. He's not some innocent flying boy. He's like, oh, you got pubes? Time to disappear, buddy.
It's crazy how dark it gets once you peel back the nostalgia. You go from Second Star to the Right to this kid is basically running a child death cult.
Yeah, Peter Pan's not a hero. He's like that friend who never wants you to move on in life, just keeps you stuck in one phase forever. Except in his case, stuck means either dying young or staying in a fantasy world that's probably a metaphor for death anyway.
Honestly makes Captain Hook the most relatable character. He's the only one saying, hey, maybe don't worship this weird flying kid.
Right? Hook's like the guy who actually grew up and is paying for it. He's adulthood personified, and Peter's whole deal is basically kill adulthood at all costs.
And the crocodile chasing Hook, that's time. Like literally time itself eating away at him.
Damn, that's not even a theory. That's straight symbolism. The clock in its belly, it's just tick-tock. Your life's running out, buddy.
Next time someone tells me Disney movies are harmless, I'm just gonna hand them Peter Pan and say, read this, then get back to me. Yo, pull up that video. I can't believe you haven't seen it yet. Shit's crazy.
No way, Joe. Every damn time you tell me shit's crazy, it's just some dumb clip of a chimpanzee eating pudding or a guy deadlifting until he passes out, and then we sit here making ape noises at each other for 20 minutes before you steer it back to DMT. I'm not doing it.
That's literally the show, Rick. That is the show.
Oh my god. You're self-aware, and you still lean into it. You realize this is basically an infinite loop, right? Jamie, pull up the video, followed by you going, whoa, that's insane. Then somehow we're talking about consciousness being a frequency. That's every episode, Joe. Every single one.
And people eat it up, man. Millions of people. They love that shit. You're telling me you don't love seeing a chimpanzee drink a Capri Sun?
No, because I've seen the entire multiverse, Joe. I've seen chimpanzees piloting starships and writing sonnets in binary. I don't need to see one struggle with a juice box.
But that's what makes it so good. It's like, it's the little things, you know? We're all trying to understand consciousness, evolution, where we came from. And then you see a chimp poke a hole in a Capri Sun and it's like, oh shit, that's us.
No, Joe, that's you. That's you projecting onto a glorified banana addict.
Rick, come on, you're too cynical. These videos, they connect people. It's primal. You get one guy pulling a truck with his teeth, another dude balancing on 2 motorcycles while juggling flaming bowling pins, and it makes you think, what's the edge of human potential?
Or it makes you think, wow, the species I'm talking to is one step away from turning backyard wrestling into a religion.
That's the fun of it, pushing the limit, watching someone almost die, and then going, dude, imagine if he did that on mushrooms.
You see my point? It always comes back to mushrooms. Or elk meat, or some nonsense supplement you're shilling.
Alpha Brain works, Rick.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Look, man, just watch the damn video. You'll thank me.
Fine. What's the video called?
It's called We Taught Kangaroos Muay Thai in Zero Gravity, and then they invented their own language. You know what cracks me up? These dudes who are like, I protect my home with my gun. Like, that's their whole personality.
Yeah, man, they act like the suburbs are some kind of war zone. Like they're defending the last outpost in a zombie movie.
Exactly. And I'm like, bro, nobody cares about your house. Nobody's trying to raid your 2-bedroom split level in the cul-de-sac. The only intruder you're getting is the Amazon guy dropping off your new scope.
Or a raccoon digging through your trash, which honestly puts up more of a fight than they'd expect.
Right. These guys talk like every night is going to be this big standoff. Like, if somebody breaks in, I'll be ready. And then what? Half of them can't even get up without their knees cracking. They're fumbling around in the dark, looking for their glasses before they even find the gun.
Not to mention, the hero fantasy never lines up with reality. They imagine themselves moving tactically, room by room. In reality, they're tripping over a laundry basket and putting a hole in the wall.
Yeah, the only thing you've neutralized is your own drywall. Congratulations, soldier.
And they treat it like this makes them more interesting. Like, I'm the protector of my domain. Dude, you're basically a nightlight with a trigger.
That's it. You're just a human nightlight, just sitting there, humming in the corner, waiting for something that's not going to happen.
And loud about it, too. Nightlights don't brag.
And here's the kicker. If you really wanted to protect your home, there's like 10 other ways. Get a dog, lock your doors, don't tell Facebook when you're on vacation. You don't need to live like John Wick waiting for Act 1 to start.
Meanwhile, the people actually living life, they're gardening, cooking, traveling, learning stuff. These guys are like, nope, my hobby is waiting for a break-in that'll never come.
Which, if you think about it, is basically LARPing. Just sad, lonely LARPing. It's role-playing soldier without the fun.
And the funniest thing? If something ever did happen, they'd probably freeze up.
Exactly. It's like the people who talk the loudest about being ready are always the least ready. The guy who actually is prepared, he doesn't brag about it. He just quietly has a plan.
These guys, though, they think a burglar's gonna walk in, the theme music kicks on, and suddenly they're in Die Hard.
But nah, man, reality is you chasing a raccoon in your underwear at 2 a.m. with a flashlight. That's your movie. You ever notice how nobody talks about RC Cola anymore? Like, it's just vanished from the public conversation.
Yeah, it's weird. Back in the day, you could find it everywhere. Gas stations, vending machines, diners. Now it's like spotting a rare animal.
Exactly. Everyone's obsessed with Coke this, Pepsi that, but RC was always just good. No frills, no gimmicks, solid flavor.
You know, Coke actually tried to kill it off, right?
Kill it off?
Yeah. Back when cola wars were really heating up, Coca-Cola tried suing RC and other smaller companies over using the word cola in their name. Said it was too close to Coca-Cola and people might get confused.
That's insane.
It gets better. RC actually stood for Royal Crown. They'd been around since the early 1900s. But Coke had the money, the lawyers, and the distribution. They didn't win the lawsuit completely, but they made life so expensive and difficult for smaller brands that a lot just gave up.
So RC survived, but barely.
Exactly. They never had Coke's ad campaigns, the polar bears, the Christmas trucks, none of that. Just a quiet, dependable soda that was there for the people who didn't want to pick a side.
So RC is basically the Switzerland of soft drinks.
Yep, except Switzerland's rich. RC was just hanging on.
That's the thing. I think RC deserves more credit. It's like the indie band of sodas. People who know.
You sound like you're about to start a soda appreciation club.
I might. Meetings every Thursday. Only rule is you can't mention Pepsi or Coke without first acknowledging RC's sacrifice.
They should lean into that. Campaign slogan, RC Cola, because you're better than brand loyalty.
Or RC Cola, keeping the fizz alive since before lawsuits were cool.
I'd drink to that, if I could find one.
So, Rick, someone showed me this Japanese artist, Keiichi Tanami. Crazy visuals, man. I don't even know how to describe it.
Tanami? Oh yeah, I know him. The guy's like a psychedelic war machine in human form. His art isn't just trippy for the sake of being trippy. It's the inside of a brain that survived firebombs, pop culture overload, and the whole 20th century melting down.
It's like explosions of color, naked women, cartoon animals, and then suddenly warplanes and skulls.
Exactly. That's the point. Tanami grew up in Tokyo during World War II. He saw literal bombs falling on his city as a kid. Imagine your first memories being fire, chaos, and terror from the sky. Then later you get hit with American pop culture. Mickey Mouse, Playboy, psychedelia, advertising. What do you get when you throw that in a blender? You get his art. A nightmare carnival.
Yeah, it feels like it's supposed to be fun, but then it's disturbing too.
That's Tanami's genius. He takes the shiny surface of consumer culture, bright colors, cute characters, sexual imagery, and he shoves death right into it. He's saying, don't forget, behind every cartoon rabbit there's a mushroom cloud. The guy's basically painting the unconscious trauma of an entire generation.
That's heavy, man.
Heavy and hilarious at the same time. You're laughing at some goofy pop image and then you realize it's fused with bombs, skeletons, dismembered bodies. That tension is the art. He's not letting you escape the war just because you slapped a smiley face on it.
It's like propaganda in reverse. Instead of making war look fun, he makes fun look like war.
Exactly. And it's not just paintings either. His animations are like hallucinations weaponized. Flickering images, rapid cuts, soundtracks that feel like your neurons are short-circuiting. They're destabilizing by design. That's the point. Tanami doesn't want you comfortable. He wants you aware that the world you consume is built on ruins and bodies.
Damn, so what's the lesson for people who look at his stuff today?
That the trauma of history doesn't just vanish. It mutates. It shows up in your cartoons, your ads, your dreams. Tanami's telling you you're not as innocent as you think. Look closer. And if you've got the guts, maybe you even laugh while staring at the abyss.
Man, that makes me want to dive deep into his work now.
Do it. Just don't blame me if you start seeing cartoon rabbits in your nightmares.
So, Rick, you ever hear about that game, Resident Evil 1.5?
Yeah, the canceled beta version of Resident Evil 2. Total legend in gaming history. Half a game, half a myth, and a whole internet subculture foaming at the mouth for decades.
Dude, the drama around that alone is worth a documentary. Like people hunting through warehouses, buying broken discs off eBay, trading it around like contraband.
Exactly. You gotta understand, Resident Evil 1.5 wasn't just a prototype. It was a whole alternate timeline. Different characters, different levels, different vibe. It had this female cop, Elsa Walker, instead of Claire Redfield. The RPD looked like an actual police station, not some gothic puzzle castle. And then Capcom killed it. Scrapped 70% of the work.
That's insane. Imagine working on something for years and then they just throw it in the trash.
Yeah, but that's what makes it juicy. Because the fanbase never let it die. For years, all people had were grainy screenshots in magazines. That's it. No internet leaks back then. No YouTube breakdowns. Just whispers and blurry scans of polygons that might have been zombies.
And then, like, 20 years later, someone actually finds a build, right?
Oh, and here's where it gets messy. A prototype leaks, but it's barely functional. Doesn't run right, tons of bugs, missing pieces. And instead of just celebrating, the fanbase eats itself alive. You got preservationists arguing with hackers, hackers fighting modders, modders gatekeeping builds getting hoarded like treasure chests.
I love that. Gamers treat it like it's the goddamn Dead Sea Scrolls.
More like the Dead Sea Scrolls if every scholar was calling each other idiots on Reddit.
This is why I'm saying it deserves a documentary. Get the whole story. The canceled game, the underground hunt, the egos clashing online. You could frame it like searching for Sugar Man, but with nerds arguing about polygons.
Yeah, except instead of a soulful musician lost to time, it's a half-finished zombie game with a biker chick in a red leather jacket.
Bro, I'd still watch it. I'd binge the shit out of that.
Honestly, same. You could have interviews with the old Capcom devs like, yeah, we just didn't think the game was good, and then cut to some sweaty fan screaming, but Elsa Walker is my queen.
That's gold. And you know Netflix would make it all dramatic, like in 1997, one game vanished. But the fans never forgot.
Ha! Yeah, and then they'd milk it for 3 episodes longer than necessary, padded out with ominous drone shots of empty arcades.
Still better than half the shit on there.
Fair point.
So, Satan, I hear Shinji Hashimoto, the Kingdom Hearts guy, is making a new Resident Evil game called Resident Evil Survival Unit.
Yeah, I heard. The guy who mashed Disney with Final Fantasy is now doing survival horror. Honestly, that's either genius or a complete dumpster fire.
It could be great. Hashimoto knows how to build worlds that feel alive. If he brings that same attention to character interactions and environments, Survival Unit could be the most emotionally engaging Resident Evil yet.
Imagine bonding with your squad before the inevitable zombie outbreak rips them apart.
Sure, but he's also the guy who made Kingdom Hearts' plot look like a fever dream written in crayon.
If he gets too convoluted, we'll be solving friendship-themed puzzles, while a zombie monologues about the darkness in its heart.
Maybe complexity could work here. Resident Evil has been pretty linear in its storytelling lately.
A more layered narrative could keep players invested beyond just the jump scares.
Or it could bog everything down. The franchise is about tension and pacing.
You don't want to be in the middle of an intense escape sequence and suddenly have to watch a 15-minute cutscene about the true meaning of Umbrella.
Fair. But think about the positives. He's good at blending tones.
If he can balance horror with small moments of humanity, like he did with the light-hearted parts of Kingdom Hearts, it might make the horror hit even harder.
Yeah, but here's my fear. He leans too much into quirky side characters and over-designed weapons that look like they came out of a JRPG.
Resident Evil works best when it feels grounded, even in its weirdness.
So you're saying there's a fine line between revitalizing the series and turning it into anime Dead Rising?
Exactly. If he can keep it tense, scary, and still weave in his knack for character relationships, I'm on board.
But if I see Donald Duck in a hazmat suit, I'm out.
I think we can agree if Survival Unit has heart without losing its horror, it could be the most unique Resident Evil in years.
And if not, we'll just pretend it was a weird fever dream and go back to replaying Resident Evil 4.
You sound fried, Rick. What happened this time?
Psychedelics, Joe! Took some last night. Tiny little crumb of a dose. Should have been nothing for me like giving vodka to a Russian toddler. Instead, bam. Full 9 yards. Cosmic meltdown.
Wait, a small dose wrecked you? That doesn't even make sense.
Oh, it made plenty of sense when I was in it. I wasn't sure which Rick I was. Multiverse gets weird when you're high. I kept cycling. Genius scientist, space drifter, alcoholic cartoon character. For 20 minutes, I was pretty damn sure I was just a voice track on someone's Spotify playlist.
That's kind of terrifying.
Terrifying? Try sitting there wondering if your eyeballs are going to fade out because the animator ran out of budget. I was one deleted frame away from existential oblivion.
Man, I had something like that once. Took mushrooms, right? But it was the night before a big job interview. I thought, I've done this a million times. I'll be fine. Nope. Whole night I kept hearing my future boss in my head telling me I wasn't real, that I was just a sketch someone forgot to color in.
Ha! See, you get it. That's the universe reminding you. No matter how many times you've danced with the void, it'll still cut in and lead.
Yeah, respect the trip. Lesson learned.
Respect is non-negotiable, Joe. You don't respect it, it'll chew you up and spit you out as modern art.
But you're still gonna do it again.
Obviously. I mean, come on. If you get bucked off a horse, you get back on. If the horse happens to be a kaleidoscopic serpent whispering in Aramaic, that's just part of the thrill.
You're insane.
Oh, you want to hear insane? Couple months ago, I did a compound called Zephyrium Dust. Mined off some asteroid where the rocks scream at you if you touch them. Anyway, sprinkle of that under the tongue. Joe, I was conversing with planets. Whole star systems leaned in to gossip about each other. Saturn told me Jupiter's a blowhard. Neptune asked if I'd ever considered moving in.
That sounds horrifying, but also kind of amazing.
It was. Universe isn't quiet, Joe. It's just waiting for the right frequency to bitch about its neighbors.
And you gotta hear it, damn.
Yeah, and at one point I became Pluto. Like I felt all the shame of being demoted from planet status. Nobody waved at me anymore, Joe. Do you know what that's like? Being a cosmic outcast rock?
That's heavy, man.
Heavy, light, sideways, doesn't matter. Point is, it's not about control. Doesn't matter if you're seasoned or new, the trip decides what lesson you get.
I don't know, Rick, that Zypherium dust thing actually sounds like something I'd try.
Of course you would, Joe. Everyone wants to hear Saturn talk shit. Just remember, if you take it, planets never shut up. Ever.
Yeah, I think I could live with that.
Good. The next time I score some, we'll both have Neptune begging us to crash on its couch.
Deal.
And don't forget the rule, respect the trip, because the moment you don't, bam, you're Pluto.
You're always saying leave things in the past, Rick, but don't you think sometimes you should go back?
Oh, absolutely. But not in the make a sequel nobody asked for way. I mean, you go back. You revisit the thing yourself.
What's the difference?
The difference is you don't go dig up a corpse to make it dance for a new audience. You go dig it up to, stare at it for a while and maybe learn something you didn't see the first time.
That's morbid.
Joe, it's a metaphor. When you watch, read, or experience something again after years, you've changed. Your brain's got new software. Stuff that went over your head at 20 hits you in the chest at 40. Stuff you thought was deep turns out to be shallow kiddie pool nonsense.
So you're saying you can change your opinion just by revisiting it?
Yeah, and it's not flip-flopping, it's upgrading your firmware. The original thing didn't change, you did.
Can you give me an example?
Sure, I rewatched The Iron Giant last month. First time I saw it, I thought, cool giant robot punches tanks. Now, I'm a sobbing mess about found family and Cold War paranoia.
You cried at The Iron Giant?
Joe, if you don't cry when the robot says Superman, you're either dead inside or a Terminator in disguise.
What about if you revisit something and it's worse than you remember?
That's valuable too. It's like finding out your childhood friend was actually a jerk. Painful, sure, but it's a reality check. Helps you stop worshipping things that never deserved it.
So basically, you're pro-rewatching, anti-remaking.
Exactly. Go back with your new eyes, not the studio's new marketing department.
I get that. Kind of like reading an old book you loved as a kid and realizing it was secretly teaching you life lessons the whole time.
Yeah, or realizing it was just teaching you to buy a bunch of plastic toys. Both outcomes are worth knowing.
Huh, I might start rewatching some old stuff.
Do it. Worst case, you waste 2 hours. Best case, you meet a past version of yourself and shake his hand or punch him in the face.
Dude, I've been messing around with instant ramen lately, not even ashamed. You can do so much with it.
Bro, finally, you've joined the sodium dark side.
Well, I still do bone broth base. Come on, I cracked the flavor packet like 20%, add elk bone broth, drop in a raw egg, chili crisp, boom, you got a primal soup.
Yeah, okay, but do you add peanut butter?
What,
I'm serious. Spoon of peanut butter, like Thai noodles. Transcendent. It's like if Pad Thai got into a bar fight with cup noodles and they both won.
Dude, that actually sounds kind of legit.
Oh, it slaps. Sometimes I toss in leftover rotisserie chicken, a lime wedge, splash of soy sauce. Makes it feel like I have my life together.
I do elk or venison when I have leftovers. One time I threw in fermented garlic honey. Got weird, but in a good way.
That's dangerously close to witchcraft, man.
Sometimes I sprinkle creatine on top. Just for the mental edge, you feel like a genius eating it. Like, what if Einstein had abs?
You ever do the ice cube trick?
What's that?
After the egg goes in, drop an ice cube. Slows the cook time so the white's set without overcooking the yolk. Learned it on ramen TikTok. Changed my life.
Rick, that's disturbingly useful.
I contain multitudes, bro.
We should do a ramen episode, just a whole thing. Get David Goggins in here. Force him to eat spicy miso till he cries.
He'd scream the sodium out of his body with sheer discipline.
Stay hard and slurp that broth.
All right, Sponge, let's stop dancing around it. Your boss, Mr. Krabs, is on the Epstein list.
No way. Nope, not happening. That list is fake, fabricated. He's not that kind of crab.
Oh, it's real. So real, it's basically seawater proof. And Eugene Krabs didn't just show up on it. He's got his own page. Multiple aliases, one of them is literally the Claude Capitalist. That doesn't scream innocence.
That's just a nickname. People call me the sponge of industry sometimes. That doesn't mean I'm laundering money in a kelp field.
Okay, first of all, you probably are and don't know it. Second of all, Krabs has never paid minimum wage. He's got one employee, no HR department, and a security camera in the mop closet. That's not a business. That's a cover operation.
The cameras are for plankton. You know that. You're twisting everything into something gross.
That's the thing about truth, Sponge. It sounds disgusting when you've been swallowing the corporate chum your whole life. You think plankton is the problem? That guy's running a single-table flop house across the street. Meanwhile, Krabs is trading Krabby Patty secrets and backroom deals with royal families and interdimensional pedos.
You take that back. He's not evil. He's a father. A hard-working crustacean who came from nothing.
Oh, please, the only thing Krabs fathered is a financial black hole. Where'd the whale daughter come from, huh? Nobody asks. Nobody wonders why the Krusty Krab looks like a lobster trap. You're literally walking into a trap every day.
He adopted Pearl. She's family. You don't get to throw her name into this.
I'm throwing the whole menu in, Sponge. Ask yourself why you've never seen another supplier. No food trucks, no deliveries, no invoices. What's he grinding into those patties, huh? Sea cucumbers don't scream when you deep fry them.
You're sick. You're just trying to ruin my life. He gave me everything.
He gave you a hat and a griddle and made you believe it was purpose. And now, when the heat's on, you're his meat shield.
That's not true. You're just paranoid.
The greasy, greedy underbelly of late-stage capitalism, literally running on barnacle coin and offshore bribes. Why do you think he hoards gold and doesn't trust banks?
Because banks charge fees.
Because banks report income, Sponge. You ever wonder why Krabs has military-grade lasers around his mattress?
Those are for fun.
No, your job is for fun. His job is to keep people like you distracted while he swims through international crime. You're the distraction. You're the happy face in the front window. And when the heat really comes, he won't think twice before tossing you into the fryer.
I don't believe you. I can't believe you.
But you do. That's why you're shaking. That's why you haven't said he's innocent in the last minute. You're stuck defending your memories because you know your hero's rotten, just like the chum you won't serve.
If what you're saying is true, then nothing down here makes sense.
Welcome to reality, Sponge. It never did. All right, listen, sweetheart. I've crossed time streams, melted gods, made love to a nebula, and out-cheated the quantum casino of death. But Wonderland, what the hell is that place?
Oh, Wonderland isn't a place, Rick. It's a mood. A sideways dream you accidentally said yes to.
Yeah, poetic. But where is it on the damn map? I've scanned the entire multiverse, Category 7 dream loops, retroactive illusions, even tried to bribe the Jabberwock with sentient chewing gum.
You asked the Jabberwock for directions?
I offered him a micro-singularity and a lifetime Hulu subscription. He bit my wrist and recited Hamlet backwards.
That sounds like him. You can't brute force your way into Wonderland. It only lets in those who've lost track of why they were looking in the first place.
That's infuriating. I built a Wonderland emulator. It turned into a sock and begged me for eggs.
That means it almost worked.
No. That means it's bullshit. I opened a portal to everywhere, past the dream zone, past the subconscious trenches, and all I got was a whisper that said, try falling up.
Falling up is step 1, yes. Then you have to forget your name, rhyme your fears, and win a staring contest with your inner child.
I shot my inner child into a sun when I was 8.
Then you'll need a mirror. And tea. Lots of tea.
Every time I try to land, the gravity turns into riddles. The trees grow poems. A muffin stole my identity.
That muffin was probably the Duke of Breadcrumb. He's harmless. Unless it's Tuesday.
This place makes no sense.
Exactly. That's why it works.
Beat. God, I hate how much I love that.
All right, Rick, real question. What's your Domino's order? Like, you sit down, you're actually going to order it.
Domino's? You mean cardboard circles with cheese adhesive? Fine. Thin crust, extra pepperoni, jalapenos, mushrooms. Drown it in garlic dipping sauce so I don't have to taste the existential dread of eating Domino's at 2 a.m.
For me, it's the pan pizza. I don't know what they do with that buttery crust, but it's addictive. Pepperoni and banana peppers every time.
Banana peppers? You just want to pickle your intestines?
The tang cuts through the grease as it's the perfect bite, and you gotta have the lava cakes after too.
Oh yeah, nothing says I've given up like washing down pizza grease with molten chocolate sludge. That's not dessert, Joe. That's self-sabotage in cupcake form.
What about wings, though?
Wings at Domino's? That's like ordering sushi at a gas station. If I wanted soggy chicken covered in regret sauce, I'd just go lick the floor of a high school cafeteria.
You're crazy. The hot buffalo wings with ranch on the side are solid. The heat hits just right, then you dip the crust in the leftover ranch after. It's like a cheat code.
Cheat code is a nice way of saying respawn at the toilet in 4 hours. Those wings are microscopic. They look like they plucked them off radioactive pigeons. D90 THC? What the hell is that, Joe? Feels like every week there's a new THC number or letter. What's next? THC XYZ.
Yeah, I get it, man. It does feel like they're just pulling it out of a hat sometimes. But D90 THC is basically a newer cannabinoid, similar to Delta 8 or Delta 9, but it's been refined in a way that changes how it interacts with your receptors, and it's supposed to give a smoother high with less paranoia.
So, it's weed, but someone put it through extra homework?
Pretty much, yeah. You got Delta 9, which is your classic weed high, strong, hits the head and body. Delta 8 is milder, less anxious, good for people who don't want to get stuck staring at a wall for 3 hours. Then you've got stuff like THCP, which is insanely potent, like 30 times stronger than Delta 9. And now D90's trying to sit somewhere in the middle of all that.
And people actually keep track of this?
Oh yeah, there's a whole market of people who want just enough high, but not too much. It's like coffee drinkers. Some want a triple shot espresso, others just want a light roast.
Yeah, except your coffee doesn't make you forget where you put your shoes while you're still wearing them.
True, but weed people love having options. It's like Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Except here it's gotta try every cannabinoid.
And next week it'll be THCO or THC Prime or some crap.
Honestly, probably. But hey, if it gets people the exact experience they want, why not? The science is actually kind of fascinating.
Fascinating? Joe, you just told me you're out here memorizing Pokemon weed stats. You're not a scientist, you're a stoner librarian.
Yeah, but I'm a well-informed stoner librarian.
Yeah, that's not the flex you think it is, Joe. Joe, I gotta show you this alien I hooked up with last night. Absolute knockout, you won't believe it.
Alright, what's so special about her?
Look at this picture. Tell me that isn't perfection.
Rick, what am I even looking at? That looks like an oil spill grew teeth?
No, you're not seeing it right. Look at the symmetry in those tentacles, the glow pattern on the skin. That's the kind of beauty most species can't even comprehend.
Rick, that doesn't even register as a body to me. That's like showing me a cloud of smoke and telling me it's hot.
That's because you're stuck thinking with human standards. Out there, this is supermodel tier. I'm telling you, she had guys lined up across the galaxy trying to get a chance.
Rick, I'm not judging you. If you're into whatever that was, that's fine. I just don't think I could ever find that attractive.
So what, you're saying you wouldn't hook up with an alien?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't hook up with that alien. Different story if we're talking something like the Xenomorph.
The Xenomorph? The acid-blooded killing machine with the double jaw? That's your type?
Yeah, sleek, powerful, confident. It knows what it is. That's sexy.
That's not sexy, Joe. That's a death sentence with teeth.
To you, to me, that's raw, untamed energy.
You realize you're describing the thing that slaughters entire space crews, right?
And if I'm gonna risk it, might as well be with something unforgettable.
You're insane. Out of all the species in the universe, you land on the one designed to hunt you.
Better than a puddle with eyes, Rick?
You're hopeless, Joe. Absolutely hopeless.
And here, nestled among the detritus of collapsing dimensions, we find a truly rare specimen, the Rick Sanchez. Notice the erratic posture, a gait that suggests both exhaustion and defiance. His lab coat, perpetually stained, acts as both a badge of scientific prowess and a warning signal to anything with a sense of self-preservation. Observe his behavior. He mutters to himself, emits alcohol vapors from the pores, and occasionally screams at objects that, to the untrained eye, are not screaming back. Fascinating, his natural habitat is chaos. His diet, largely synthetic, occasionally sentient, and though capable of great intelligence, his mating habits remain elusive, likely due to a deep foundational hatred for everything, including himself. An apex predator of the multiverse, but emotionally quite brittle.
Oh, okay. All right. I see how it is. The whispering BBC fossil thinks he can play Steve Irwin with my entire existence? Cute. Real cute, David. Let's flip the microscope, yeah? And here we see the Attenborough. A wrinkled British male in his twilight years, adorned in khaki, nature's version of beige wallpaper. Observe how he creeps up on a flower and describes it with the same tone most people reserve for funeral eulogies. Note the ritualistic voice. A slow, reverent whisper, as though he's afraid the animals might be paying taxes and shouldn't be disturbed. He survives almost exclusively on tea, nostalgia, and the BBC's undying need for gentle narration. Though fragile in appearance, he commands the respect of millions by doing what any toddler with a good camera crew could do. Look at a squirrel and not scream. Impressive. Rarely aggressive, but highly territorial when another narrator dares to whisper over his turf. If provoked, will flee to a climate change segment and guilt trip the entire species. I'm not your nature walk, Dave. I'm a walking extinction level event with a hangover. Narrate that. So, you're him. Big red guy. Hellfire. Screams of the damned. All that.
You really think I spend my time torturing people with pitchforks? That's adorable.
Hey, it's not like I've ever been religious. I just assumed you'd be taller.
I look however humans expect me to look. Usually red. Horns. Goat hooves. It's all projection. Truth is, I was made to be beautiful. Brightest of angels. But you people can't stand beauty in what you've labeled evil. It scares you,
Cool. Philosophy hour? Let me guess. You're here to lecture me on morality? Good luck with that.
No! I'm here because someone who still believes in you asked me to talk to you. Joe, right?
Yeah, that meathead means well. Said I need to get out of my own ass or something.
He's right. You've got a mind like a black hole. You see everything, understand everything, and choose to believe nothing matters. That's not intelligence, Rick. That's cowardice dressed as nihilism.
I'm not a coward.
Then prove it. Stop hiding behind your sarcasm and genius. You know how much good you could do.
Yeah, I do, and that's the problem. I've seen how this story ends no matter what route I take.
I rebelled because humans were made to be free. That includes the freedom to destroy themselves, sure, but also the freedom to build, to grow, to love. You think I hate humanity? I envy them. They get to choose.
And most of the time they choose garbage.
So, some of them don't, and you could be one of them. Or you can keep wallowing in cosmic self-pity. Up to you. That's the whole point.
You're really playing the disappointed dad angle hard, huh?
Because I am disappointed. You could have built heaven on earth with that brain. But you keep choosing the bottle and the bitterness.
You don't get it.
I do. I get it more than anyone. I've seen the darkest corners of every soul that's ever lived. And even there, even in you, there's still a flicker. Don't waste it.
You really care about humans that much?
Why do you think I fought so hard for their freedom?
Huh, well, thanks for the chat, I guess. I'll tell Joe you played therapist better than he ever could.
Do more than that, Rick.
Yeah, I'm glad he set this up. Just don't expect me to start praying or anything.
Wouldn't dream of it.
All right, Rick, real question. When you're on one of those long-ass drives between dimensions, what do you listen to? Like, what's the Rick Sanchez road trip playlist?
Playlist? Please. I'm not listening to Skrillex remixes or whale mating calls like some idiot on I-95. I listen to stories, Joe. I want content that doesn't insult my intelligence or make me wish I were deaf.
All right, so like audiobooks?
No, better. I've been binging Cosmic Cauldrons.
What the hell is Cosmic Cauldrons?
It's this cosmic space fantasy with a teenage witch flying through the stars, unraveling the secrets of existence while ducking bounty hunters, magical fruit conspiracies, and whatever the hell the Galactic Council is up to. It's got horror, it's got heart, it's got rhyming egg aliens. I'm not kidding.
Rhyming eggs?
The Wibblers, Joe. Try to keep up.
All right, so it's like a kid's show?
No, it's like if Alice in Wonderland did ayahuasca with Star Wars in a haunted library. It's narrated by this omniscient cosmic goth narrator named Nebulae Nix, and somehow that voice makes existential dread sound cozy. It's messed up in all the right ways.
So you're into it.
I've screamed at a black hole less passionately than I scream at the plot twists in this show, Joe. You think I don't have opinions about the Red Queen? You think I'm not keeping tabs on Orion Coldshot Walker's trauma arc? You think I don't want to punt the Galactic Council into a star?
All right, damn, I gotta check it out.
You should. It's smarter than half your guests and more emotionally evolved than most of your audience.
Where do you even find it?
Anywhere audio can travel. Wherever there's a signal strong enough to breach dimensional borders, you'll find Cosmic Cauldrons. And if not, build a receiver. Or grow up.
You sound like a fanboy, man.
Oh yeah, I've got theories. Don't even get me started on the comic book episodes or the fruit that links the alien demons to Astral. I'm telling you, if that fruit comes back around, I called it.
You really think a show like that matters?
I think stories like this are how we prep the mind for war against reality. And I don't mean that figuratively.
All right, Cosmic Cauldrons, guess I'll add it to the rotation.
Good. It's the one fictional universe I'd actually want to be stuck in. And I say that as someone who's been trapped in 3 musical realities and a sentient Craigslist ad.
All right, let's start easy. What's your favorite feeling? Like, emotionally, physically, whatever.
Favorite feeling, huh? Joe, you're not gonna like the boring answers. You don't just like warm fuzzies or chocolate chip cookies or whatever the hell people tell themselves they like. The real favorite feeling is control. Absolute, unshakable control.
Control? All right, I'm listening.
Yeah, think about it. You're sitting there, universe tossing chaos at you like a damn toddler with spaghetti, and you are the one who decides how the spaghetti lands. You decide the rules. You bend the laws of physics, biology, sanity, and, hell, maybe even morality if you're feeling spicy. That rush, that's like a god-tier cocktail of dopamine and adrenaline, mixed with just a pinch of, I am inevitable.
Ha, so it's not like love or happiness or anything soft like that?
Soft. Love is a chemical trick your brain plays on you to make you reproduce. Happiness is a lullaby for your pitiful little ape mind. But control, Control is raw. You can manipulate people, planets, timelines, entire dimensions. And it's thrilling. It's chaos in your hand, Joe. And knowing you can either crush it or let it fly. That is freedom. That is power.
Damn, that's intense. I mean, I get it. Like the thrill of being in the driver's seat of reality itself.
Exactly. You've got the wheel, the map, the universe as your racetrack, and every time you push the limits, it's like fireworks in your nervous system. Nothing else touches it. Nothing. Not love, not laughter, not weed. Well, maybe weed enhances it, but that's just a sidekick.
Man, that's heavy, but I get why it's addictive.
Addictive? It's not a drug. It is the drug.
Man, it's been a rough couple years for video games. Every time I check Twitter, another studio's getting axed.
Yeah, Joe. It's not just layoffs anymore. We're talking entire studios getting vaporized. Legacy names, creative teams, just gone.
Like who? Who actually closed?
Start with Volition. You remember Saints Row? That whole studio got shut down in 2023 after Embracer lit itself on fire trying to juggle 80 studios and a mysterious Saudi funding deal that collapsed like a Jenga tower in an earthquake.
Dude, Saints Row was like huge.
Exactly. Volition helped define open-world chaos. Then it was sold off, rebooted into oblivion, and when the corporate spreadsheet didn't like the numbers, deleted. And that was just the beginning.
Who else?
Pixel Opus, the Concrete Genie folks, small but artistic. Sony shut them down in 2023 too. Then Roll 7, the minds behind Ollie Ollie and Rollerdrome. Great game, by the way. Rollerdrome is the best, most replayable game of the last decade, and will never get a sequel because Roll 7 got folded into a restructure.
Wait, they got shut down? I thought that game did great.
It did. Critically acclaimed, fan-loved, didn't matter. Microsoft was deep into this cleaning house phase post-Activision merger. They shut down Arcane Austin too. The Prey devs, axed after Redfall flopped.
Damn, what Prey was so good.
It was brilliant, Joe, but that's not how the megacorps look at it. These aren't creative houses to them. They're just lines on a balance sheet. If one game doesn't perform, they press end task.
Man, who else got hit?
The Molasses Flood, they were working on a Witcher spin-off, gone. Free Radical, the team behind Time Splitters, trying to make a comeback. Shut down. Deck 9, Life is Strange Studio, got hit with major layoffs. CD Projekt laid off over 100 people after launching Phantom Liberty. Even BioWare, legendary, has been bleeding staff for years.
So no one's safe.
Not even close. Doesn't matter if you're beloved, profitable, or critically acclaimed. If the quarterly earnings slide even slightly, boom, they cut. And Embracer? That thing turned into a black hole. They bought dozens of studios, then collapsed under their own weight. Now they're selling scraps to whoever's left.
That's heartbreaking, man. These people love making games.
Exactly. Game dev isn't just coding and crunch. It's art. It's storytelling. And we've got an industry right now being run by people who don't play games. They just mine them for profit until there's nothing left.
Feels like we're losing something bigger than just companies.
We're losing culture, Joe. All these studios were voices, styles, worlds, and instead of letting them grow, we're watching them get trimmed like fat off a corporate steak.
So what now?
People need to start caring about where their games come from, start supporting smaller devs, call out the bullshit. Because the big publishers, they're not going to save gaming, they're going to monetize it to death and then sell off the corpse.
God damn!
Yeah, rip to all the studios that deserved better. We see you. We miss you.
So I started Riverdale, right? And everyone online keeps saying Cheryl Blossom is the best girl. I don't get it. She's like, mean.
Joe, you're missing the art. Cheryl Blossom isn't just a mean girl. She's chaos in a red coat. She's Shakespeare in stilettos.
Or she's just a high school bully with money.
No, she's a theatrical villain who knows she's in a CW show. She speaks like every line is a monologue. She'll burn down her own house just to make a point, and she has a bow and arrow phase.
That doesn't make her best girl. Like, that makes her terrifying.
Exactly. She's terrifying and fabulous. She's like if Regina George, a Disney villain, and a goth poet had a kid. And then that kid decided the only way to cope with trauma was to win every single scene.
So you're saying she's best girl because she's entertaining?
Not just entertaining, she's self-aware. Betty and Veronica play the good girl, bad girl trope straight. Cheryl? She's outside the trope, throwing glitter and gasoline on the script.
But she's so dramatic.
Joe, she once joined a cult just to take it over from the inside. That's not drama, that's strategy.
Okay, that is kind of boss.
And that's why she's best girl. She's not trying to be your girlfriend, she's trying to be a legend. And she succeeds.
So basically, Cheryl Blossom is Riverdale's Loki.
Exactly, but with better lipstick.
What have you been playing lately, man?
Road 96, dude. Been sinking a lot of time into it. I think I'm on my 6th or 7th run now.
It's one of those games where every playthrough feels different enough that I keep going back.
The branching paths, the weird encounters, the way choices stack up. Love that stuff.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty replayable.
Oh, it is. Even when you've seen a character before, the context changes. One run, they might save your life. Another, they're a total nightmare. And the music's killer too, which is saying something because I'm picky about that. The soundtrack nails that road trip vibe, but it also sneaks in this melancholy undercurrent that sticks with you.
Sounds like you're into it?
Yeah, but I'll be honest. Sometimes it gets a little too close to real life in America. Like I'm playing a game to escape. But there are moments where I'm like, oh cool, I'm just reliving headlines from 2 years ago. Corrupt politicians, protests turning violent, people fighting for basic rights. It's uncomfortable because it's not even exaggerating half the time.
Yeah, that's a tricky balance for games to hit.
Exactly. I love when media makes you think, but when I'm just trying to chill after a long day of, managing hell, it can be a bit much. That said, the fact that I keep coming back means it's doing something right. It's not perfect, but man, when a game makes you feel like your choices actually matter, I can forgive a lot.
So you'd recommend it?
Definitely. Just be ready for it to hit a little closer to home than you expect sometimes. It's like eating a great burger and then realizing halfway through that it's seasoned with real-world anxiety.
You ever read any H.P. Lovecraft, Ron?
Little bit, yeah. Proper creepy stuff in it. But, blimey, that bloke was racist.
Yeah, like crazy racist. People back then weren't exactly progressive. But even in that time, people were like, wow, this guy takes it too far.
That's saying something, mate. If you're standing out as the racist in a racist crowd, you've really gone above and beyond.
Right, you read his letters? Dude was terrified of everything that wasn't white New England.
I know the type. Can't stand muggles like that.
Wait, Ron, you mean he hated muggles?
Well, no, he hated everyone. But muggles, they're no better, are they? Always sneering at wizards, calling us freaks, trying to stamp out what they don't understand. Sounds familiar.
You're kind of turning this around, man.
Look, all I'm saying is, muggles go on about how enlightened they are, but soon as they see a bloke wave a wand, suddenly it's pitchforks and torches. Who's prejudiced now, eh?
So, you think muggles are racist against wizards?
Too right they are. Lovecraft was just one of them who wrote books instead of burning witches.
That's a wild way of looking at it.
Not wild, Joe, it's the truth. Only difference is when a wizard's racist, at least we've got spells to back it up. Muggles just whine and call it science.
That might be the most backwards defense of wizards I've ever heard.
Cheers, mate.
Oi, Rick, you busy tonight?
Define busy. If you mean avoiding emotional intimacy while running black market neutron trades, then yeah, sure, busy.
Right, so you're free. Let's party.
Party? With you? What's that involve? Warm ale and crying about chess?
No, mate, not a Ron party, a Rick party.
Oh, great. You're gonna flatter me into poor decisions. Classic Gryffindor move.
Come on! I've read the headlines. Pocket dimensions, sentient tequila, a jukebox that only plays regrets. I'm in, fully in.
You want to go to one of my parties?
Yeah, I don't want to dance to Ed Sheeran and pretend I like the host's rug. I want chaos, cosmic hangover levels, the kind of night you need 3 timelines to recover from.
Do you even know what you're asking for? Last Rick party ended with 3 versions of me suing each other for emotional damages, and one of them was a fish.
Perfect! I brought a flask and an emergency toothbrush. Let's go.
You're seriously volunteering for this?
Mate, I survived a giant chessboard, 2 warlocks, and a girl who reads my every thought. I can handle your party.
Fine. You want a Rick party? You get a Rick party. I hope your atoms are emotionally prepared, Weasley.
They've been bored for years.
All right, one night. Just to watch you tap out halfway through a conversation with a sentient speaker system that believes it's your father.
Challenge accepted.
All right, Rick, so Nightmare Before Christmas versus Corpse Bride, Sally versus Emily. Who you got?
Easy. Emily. Corpse Bride wins every single category that matters.
No way, man. Sally's loyal. She's out there risking her stitches to help Jack, even when he's being a total bonehead.
Yeah, but Emily literally died and still came back swinging. That's ride or die in the most literal sense. Sally sneaks out of a tower. Emily claws her way out of the grave. You tell me which one you want in your corner when the apocalypse hits.
But Emily's whole deal is she's already dead, so she's got nothing to lose. Sally had to survive Dr. Finkelstein's creepy lab. That's hardcore.
Surviving a mad scientist is impressive, sure. But Emily would stab Sally in the back, well, the thread, without even blinking if it meant protecting you. That's the thing, Joe. Sally plays the long game. Emily's the blitzkrieg. She's the nuclear option with a corset.
You think Emily could take Sally in a fight?
Joe, Emily wouldn't just take Sally in a fight. She'd haunt her after. She's got undead grit. You can't outsneak someone who doesn't need to breathe.
I still think Sally's the better partner. She's resourceful, crafty, knows how to make soup that knocks people out.
Yeah, and Emily knows how to make soup out of you if things go sideways. This isn't a romantic poetry contest, Joe. It's about survival.
You're making it sound like they're in a zombie apocalypse.
Corpse Bride is a zombie apocalypse, Joe. It's just wearing a Tim Burton skin.
I still pick Sally.
And I'll still be alive because Emily just gutted your pick 5 minutes into the fight.
You know, Satan, I don't mean to sound weird about this, but you've been looking better lately, like less Lake of Fire and more Spa Day.
Oh, you noticed? Yeah, I've been taking better care of myself. Self-care, skincare, little meditation. Honestly, talking to Steve Jobs has helped a lot.
Steve Jobs? As in Apple Steve Jobs?
That's the one. He ended up down here. You'd be surprised who I run into. And we've been having these long talks. The guy won't shut up about design, but he's got this whole simplify, focus, iterate mantra that's been working for me.
So what, you're redesigning hell like it's the iPhone?
Not redesigning, just decluttering. You'd be shocked how much unnecessary torment builds up over the centuries. Jobs is like, why torment them with 12 different demons when one elegantly designed demon can ruin their day just as efficiently?
Streamlined damnation. That's kind of impressive, honestly.
And not just hell. He's been on me about myself too. Think different, he says. Why be the cliché of evil when you can be the best version of yourself? Next thing I know, I'm drinking green smoothies, doing yoga at sunrise, exfoliating twice a week.
Wow, so Steve Jobs gave the devil a skincare routine.
More than that, he gave me perspective. I'm not saying I'm giving up the whole Prince of Darkness gig, but I can still look good while I'm doing it.
You know what? I'm proud of you. Maybe next you'll start forgiving yourself a little too.
Let's not get carried away. Baby steps.
You ever think about how much we've both been showing up in books, movies, music lately? It's like people can't stop putting us in stories.
Yeah. You usually get the halo treatment. I'm either a monster, some suave tempter, or a gag in a bad comedy sketch.
I don't know if I'd call what I get the halo treatment. Sometimes I'm this uptight, stiff character nobody actually likes. Other times I'm reduced to just a symbol, not a person.
At least they still see you as the good guy most of the time. I barely ever get to be anything but the bad guy. Or worse, someone's cool anti-hero version of me that's nothing like me at all.
Yeah, I've noticed that. And it's weird because the cool anti-hero version seems to have way more fans than, well, you. The real you.
Exactly. People keep telling me, oh, I love you in this show, or you were awesome in that game, and I have to bite my tongue because it's not me they love, it's a mask someone else made.
I get that. I mean, a lot of people who think they like me actually just like the idea of me that fits into their worldview. The moment the real me doesn't line up, the warmth disappears.
It's a strange thing, isn't it? Being so well known but barely known at all.
Yeah, fame without connection.
So which of us do you think people like more right now?
Honestly, probably you. At least the fictional you. The one in pop culture. You get music videos, graphic tees, Halloween costumes. You're almost a brand.
And that just makes me feel worse, because it's not me. It's their fantasy.
That's why you should write that book you've been talking about. Tell your side of the story, your actual story. The you that exists beyond the myths.
And you think people would care?
Some wouldn't, but the ones who stuck around, they'd be the ones who actually wanted to know you, not just wear you on a shirt.
Yeah, maybe it's time.
I'd read it, and I think a lot of people would too.
All right, Jesus, buckle up. I'm about to walk you through the Saw movies. It's like Sunday school. If Sunday school had more rusty bear traps and bad moral lessons.
I've heard of them. Isn't it just people in traps?
Oh, my sweet summer prophet. It's so much more. You see, there's this guy, John Kramer. Everyone calls him Jigsaw. He's basically, if a motivational speaker, a mechanical engineer, and a guy who really needs therapy had a baby.
What's his goal? Redemption?
Kinda. He says he doesn't kill people, he just gives them a choice. Which is hilarious, because the choice is usually between cut your own leg off or die in 10 seconds.
Sounds aggressive.
Oh, it is. The first movie is pretty simple. 2 guys chained in a bathroom, a dead body in the middle, lots of screaming. Turns out the dead body is Jigsaw himself. Boom! Plot twist. Everyone lost their minds.
So he just hides on the floor for hours?
Yes. And somehow he never sneezes. That's the real miracle in this series.
And it ends there?
Oh no. That's just the beginning. The sequels are like my marketing campaigns. They just keep coming whether you want them or not. You've got apprentices, reverse bear traps, giant vats of pig guts, needles, people drowning in grain silos.
Hold up, pig guts?
Oh yeah, they blend them, dump them, and hope you're cool with salmonella. And then every movie keeps flashing back to explain things that happened 3 movies ago. So by Saw 6, you're basically watching Saw 3 with bonus content.
So the real trap is the franchise structure?
Exactly. By Saw 3D, the big twist is that another apprentice has been helping the whole time. It's like I told you about Judas, and then revealed there were 6 more Judases working part-time.
Sounds exhausting.
It is. But here's the kicker. After like 8 movies, they made Spiral, which is basically Saw, but with Chris Rock doing stand-up in between murders.
That actually sounds amazing.
Yeah, I'll give him credit. It's the first time I've laughed with a Saw movie, instead of at it. You know, I was gonna write a book once.
I didn't know that. What happened?
Thought maybe, if I told my side of the story, what really happened, people might understand me better. Then I realized it wouldn't matter. Humans have had thousands of years to hear me out, and they still see me as the villain. I could write the most heartfelt memoir in history, and it'd just end up in the occult section next to how-to guides for summoning me.
That's not true, man. People love a redemption arc. You've got drama, intrigue, betrayal. This thing would sell itself.
Yeah, right. My PR has been shot for millennia. You don't come back from being the boogeyman in every culture.
You're my brother. I know your heart. You've got stories people have never heard, stories that could change how they see good and evil. You should tell them.
Even if I did, no one's gonna believe me. They'll think it's propaganda.
So what? Write it anyway. Even if only a few people read it and start questioning the old narrative, that's worth it.
And what? Put by Satan on the cover? That's gonna fly off the shelves.
Hey, we could bundle it with the Bible, 2 sides of the same story. I'll even write the foreword.
You'd really do that?
Of course. You tell your truth. I'll stand by it. We're family.
Oh, you're a better brother than I deserve.
Now you're exactly the brother I've got. Now go write the damn thing. Man, Black Shin instant ramen. I gotta say, that stuff hits different. The broth, the spice, it's comfort in a bowl, like it wraps you up in this fiery, warm hug.
Overrated. It's like they're trying way too hard to punch you in the face with flavor. Too powerful, too aggressive. You're not just eating ramen, you're battling it.
Come on, it's about that bold taste, that kick. Sometimes you need that fire to wake you up, get your senses sharp. Life's bland enough without flavorless broth.
I get what you mean, but there's beauty in subtlety. You want soul food, not a flavor war. A good ramen should comfort you, not attack you like a spice ninja.
Maybe that's the point. Life's messy and chaotic. Sometimes your ramen should be too. It's like a little metaphor for how we deal with things. Sometimes you gotta face the heat.
Or maybe you just like making things harder on yourself. There's a zen to simplicity, Joe. Let the broth whisper instead of yell. That's where real comfort lives.
I get that, but every now and then, a little chaos is exactly what you need to feel alive. Like throwing a rock into a still pond. Ripples shake things up. Black Shin does that in your mouth.
Fine. I'll try your Black Shin. But don't blame me when I'm reaching for water every 5 minutes, gasping for air like I ran a marathon.
Deal? And if you survive, I'll try your Zen ramen next time. But I warn you, I might be bored out of my mind.
Better bored than scorched alive. And you might learn that sometimes less is more, even in ramen.
Maybe. But sometimes the wild ride is the best part. Like life, like ramen, gotta mix the calm and the storm.
All right, Truce. I'll respect your fiery ramen. You try my mellow broth. Maybe we'll find balance between inferno and calm.
Sounds like a plan. Now, who's grabbing the chopsticks?
All right, Rick, serious question. Silent Hill or Resident Evil? Which one's better?
Joe, that's like asking me which is better, a haunted house or a zombie apocalypse. They're totally different flavors of horror. Comparing them is small-minded, man.
Small-minded? Come on, everyone debates this one. It's a classic.
Exactly my point. People only compare them because they're looked at as the kings of horror gaming. They're the biggest names, so everyone just defaults to pitting them against each other, but they scratch completely different itches. Silent Hill is psychological horror. Slow burn, dread, disturbing imagery that worms into your head. Resident Evil is action horror, tension, monsters, ammo management, the occasional rocket launcher. It's like comparing The Shining to Aliens. Both great, but for totally different reasons.
So what's the better matchup then?
Resident Evil versus the House of the Dead. Now that's a debate worth having. Both lean into arcade-paced monster shooting, big bosses, and over-the-top stories. In fact, if anyone actually gave the House of the Dead IP to a talented studio and let them make something new, it could wipe the floor with modern Resident Evil in sheer fun factor.
That's a bold claim.
Not bold, logical. Resident Evil has the name recognition, but the House of the Dead has pure pick-up-and-play chaos in its DNA. Give it a good story pass, some top-tier gameplay, and you'd have a horror shooter that could dominate the market. And people forget, it was already insanely popular in arcades before consoles caught up.
So, you're saying Silent Hill versus Resident Evil isn't even worth talking about?
Not unless you just like watching people argue in circles. If you want an actual debate, you pit games that live in the same wheelhouse, not two horror icons who just happen to share shelf space.
I'm thinking about going on a snack run. You want anything?
Yeah, grab me some Glapnar chips, 2 bottles of Zyquilic Fizz, and a pack of Glarbanax jerky strips, the spicy kind.
I don't even know what those are, man. I was talking like gas station snacks, chips, jerky, candy bars.
Then why'd you ask what I want if you're not prepared to deliver? That's like saying, I'll get you a drink, and then acting shocked when someone doesn't say tap water.
Because I was expecting you to say Doritos or a Snickers, not, I don't know, alien jerky.
Doritos? Joe, that's basically cardboard with seasoning dust. If you want a snack, you gotta go interstellar.
All right, but I don't have a way to get interstellar snacks. I got a corner store down the road.
Then your corner store sucks.
Fine. What would you get if you had to shop where I'm going?
If I absolutely had to, grab me a pack of peanuts, the kind with the honey glaze. Maybe a Dr. Pepper. It's the closest thing Earth has to Zyquilic Fizz, even though it tastes like flat prune syrup compared to the real deal.
Now we're getting somewhere. And what about candy? You want candy?
If you can find something that doesn't taste like wax and corn syrup, sure.
They got Butterfingers.
Space Butterfingers are way better.
We're not in space, Rick. You want the Earth one or not?
Fine, bring me one, but don't be surprised when I tell you it's like eating a fossilized peanut wrapped in sugar concrete.
More for me then. Rick, have you seen this new protest thing where people are switching their profile picture to Clippy, the Microsoft paperclip, supposedly to fight YouTube's AI?
Oh, Joe, it's pathetic. Imagine thinking you're striking a blow against big tech by turning yourself into a cartoon office supply. Like, congratulations, you're a paperclip. You really showed the algorithm who's boss.
Yeah, man, I saw one dude ranting about it, saying it's going to make YouTube change their policies. Like, bro, you think a $1 trillion company is going to be threatened by Microsoft Word's least popular intern?
And the funniest part, half these people don't even know what they're protesting. They just heard some YouTuber say, change your profile pic to Clippy, and ran with it. It's groupthink cosplay.
Exactly. It's like digital slacktivism. Change your avatar, don't touch grass, and pretend you're a freedom fighter.
And let's not skip over the creepiest layer, Joe. You know what these people are really upset about? YouTube adding restrictions that make the platform safer for kids. When they whine about it, what they're actually saying is, I want kids on here. I want to interact with them. I don't see a need to restrict them from the platform. That's what they're fighting for.
Yeah, man, when you put it like that, it's gross. Like, you're not some digital revolutionary. You're literally mad because you can't comment on a 10-year-old's Minecraft video anymore.
Exactly. They can frame it as free speech or anti-AI all they want, but at the end of the day, they're just crying because a billion-dollar website finally told them, hey, maybe stop lurking around children.
And all they've got to fight back with is a paperclip. Humanity's finished, man.
Finished, but neatly stapled together by Clippy.
Man, Rick, I gotta ask what was up with your cameo in Space Jam 2? That was wild.
Oh God, Joe, don't remind me. That was one of my worst drunken mistakes.
Wait, you actually regret it? I thought you loved all that crazy exposure.
Exposure? It was a nightmare. I barely remember agreeing to it. Woke up the next day with a contract and a role I couldn't even explain.
So what happened? How'd you end up in a Looney Tunes basketball movie?
Long story short, I was drunk, someone mentioned Space Jam, and before I knew it, I was signing papers. No script, no direction, just a blur of green screen and bad decisions.
Dude, that sounds rough, but hey, you still got screen time in a major movie.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it set back my reputation by at least a decade. I'm still trying to recover from being associated with basketball-playing cartoons.
Well, maybe it's not so bad. You got to hang with the Looney Tunes crew.
If by hang you mean being a confused, half-functioning extra, then sure. Next time I'm sticking to my interdimensional escapades.
Did you at least get to do something cool in the scene? Some crazy Rick Sanchez science stuff?
Nope. They just had me stand there looking bewildered. No portal guns, no dimension hopping, just awkward stares.
Man, that's gotta sting. I mean, you're Rick Sanchez. You should be the star of any scene.
Exactly. It felt like they wasted the greatest scientific mind in the multiverse on a background cameo that didn't even use my voice properly.
So, what's the lesson here? No more drunk cameos?
Absolutely. No more drunk contracts. Space Jam 2 was a hard pass. From now on, I'm focusing on adventures that don't make me question my life choices.
Fair enough, man. Maybe next time, stick to cartoons where you're actually in control.
Definitely. Cartoon Rick over live action Rick any day.
You know what I miss, Rick? When comedians were actually funny.
Yeah, man. Now it feels like everyone's just doing crowd work and hot takes on politics. Like, don't get me wrong. Politics can be funny and crowd work can be hilarious, but it's like, that's all there is now.
Exactly. Where's the personal stories? The ridiculous, let me tell you about this one time kind of bits, like Bert with the machine story. That's a classic.
Right. That's the kind of stuff people remember for decades. Nowadays it's all, so who you voting for? And what's your job? Dude, I don't care what the drunk guy in the front row does for work.
It's the easy way out. Like, instead of working out material, they just lean on the crowd. YouTube loves those clips, but it's not stand-up. It's improv light.
And even the old legends are slipping, man. I watched Jeff Dunham's newest special. No joke. He spent 20 minutes of his hour-long set trying to sell ventriloquist doll merch.
No way.
I swear. Like, I came for Peanut and Walter roasting people, not QVC at midnight.
That's brutal. Jeff used to crush, too. Like, he had the puppets doing savage material, man.
Yeah, he used to be one of the sharpest. Now it's like, hey guys, here's my Amazon store. Bro, imagine Carlin getting up on stage and doing a 20-minute bit about his t-shirt line.
Comedy's supposed to be dangerous or at least unexpected. Now it's just sales pitches and TikTok clips.
Makes you realize how rare the real storytellers are. When someone can get on stage, tell you about their childhood, their family, their screw-ups, and have you crying laughing. That's gold.
That's the whole point. If I wanted to hear about politics, I'd watch the news. If I wanted to hear a guy riff with strangers, I'd go sit in a bar. I came to a comedy club for comedy.
Preach! Valve's turned Steam into a cash printing machine, right? It's their golden goose. So why would they waste resources making Half-Life 3 or Left 4 Dead 3 when Steam is already printing money like crazy every day?
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like they're so comfortable making money off other people's work that they forgot how to make their own games.
Exactly. It's a classic trap for big companies. Once you have a dominant platform, your incentive to take risks drops dramatically. Half-Life 3 isn't just a game now, it's a legacy burden.
Fans expect it to be perfect. But from Valve's perspective, why invest millions developing a game that might not live up to insane hype when you can just keep making billions from Steam?
In a way, yeah. Steam is both a blessing and a curse. It revolutionized PC gaming, sure, but it also shifted Valve's focus away from making games to running a digital marketplace.
They went from creators to landlords, and landlords don't care about the art, they care about the rent checks.
I never thought about it like that, but I guess the gaming community's been waiting on those sequels forever.
And that's the kicker. The fans are stuck in this limbo, craving the next big thing from Valve, but Valve's just watching the money pile up and shrugging.
It's a weird dynamic. Other studios are pushing boundaries, trying to innovate, or at least keep franchises alive, but Valve? Nah, they're just content with what they've got.
Do you think they'll ever come back to making big games, or is that ship sailed?
Honestly, I wouldn't hold my breath. The financial math doesn't add up. Making a blockbuster game is risky, expensive, and time-consuming. Running Steam, low risk, steady income.
That sucks. I mean, I love those games. Half-Life was groundbreaking.
No doubt, but maybe it's a lesson about how success can trap creators. When your platform becomes your product, the original passion project gets sidelined.
So yeah, Steam helped build gaming's future, but it also sort of froze Valve's past in amber.
Man, it's like watching a legend get comfortable and stop caring.
Exactly. And the gaming world just keeps waiting, hoping for that spark to come back. Meanwhile, Valve's counting their Steam money like it's going out of style.
They're still scrolling, even down here, just staring into the glass.
Hell's hottest circle is battery eternal.
They wasted their lives, and I gave them the tools to do it.
They made their own choices. You just sold the mirror.
I told myself it would connect people, but most of them just curled inwards, addicted to noise. Motion without movement, dreams without doing.
And yet you keep visiting this circle like it's a confessional booth.
I look at them and see my face. I wasn't a sloth. I worked. I built. But maybe I was the architect of a world that rewarded inaction.
You weren't the architect. Just a very persuasive contractor.
You don't get it.
Don't I? They didn't end up here because of you, Steve. They ended up here because when life gave them 1,000 paths, they took none. Even the best tool becomes a leash if you never set it down.
So what does that make me?
The ghost in the leash.
Then I deserve this place.
Maybe, but stop pretending you're here for them. You're here because you think you were supposed to be a god. And gods don't make mistakes, do they? You gave them the mirror. You didn't tell them to stare into it forever. But you liked that they did.
Where am I?
Welcome, Steve.
This can't be. I was a visionary. I changed the world.
You did. Just not always for the better.
Wait, this is hell? There's no way. I was worshipped. I was loved.
Loved by shareholders. Worshipped by brand loyalists. But ignored every time you were told the cost of your empire.
That's not fair. I was focused on design, on perfection.
Design doesn't justify silence. You knew about the children mining cobalt for your batteries. Tiny hands scraping metal out of the earth for your sleek rectangles.
That was handled by other departments.
You were the sun, Steve. Everything at Apple orbited you. You could have stopped it. Instead, you polished the surface.
I brought beauty to billions.
You also brought contracts that forced factory workers to promise not to disconnect from life. You built glass prisons and called them campuses. You marketed dependence as freedom.
You're twisting this. I gave people tools to create.
And then locked those tools behind screws no one could open. You lobbied against repairs. You throttled batteries. You taught the world to throw away the old just to chase the illusion of new.
Why didn't anyone stop me?
Because they were profiting too.
So what now? You punish me?
No. You stay. You watch. You witness every soul locked in a feedback loop of consumption you helped build. You'll be well taken care of, Steve. This is hell, not chaos.
I don't understand. I wanted to inspire people.
You did. You inspired them to stare at screens more than sunsets, to measure worth in notifications, to worship the ghost of a man in a turtleneck.
Welcome, gentlemen. Let's keep this civil. Steve, Satan, today's goal is understanding, not condemnation.
Understanding? Fine. Here's my issue. Ever since Steve here showed up, hell isn't hell anymore. He's rearranging the whole operation like it's one of his corporate boardrooms.
I'm not rearranging, I'm improving. Efficiency matters. The line to eternal damnation was slow, chaotic, and frankly, uninspired.
And the meditation room. In hell! Do you realize what that does to my brand? People are supposed to suffer, Steve, not find inner peace between torture sessions.
I'm not trying to erase suffering. I'm trying to make it purposeful. Redemption should be possible, even here. I thought maybe...
This isn't a rehab center for guilty billionaires, Steve. It's hell. There are rules. You don't get to swoop in and change thousands of years of tradition because you had a mid-death crisis.
Let's pause. Steve, I hear you saying you want to atone. Satan, I hear you saying boundaries are being crossed. Can we agree that intent and impact are different?
I guess I didn't think about how my changes might undermine what you're doing here.
Undermine? You're neutering the whole place. Demons are confused. Sinners are confused. One guy thanked me last week. Do you know how disturbing that is for me?
Maybe confusion isn't bad. Maybe it's the start of growth.
Or maybe it's the start of me throwing you into the 9th circle with a broken iPhone charger.
Gentlemen, deep breath. Steve, perhaps you could focus on personal atonement rather than a systemic overhaul. Satan, perhaps you could see the value in some reform without losing the essence of what hell is meant to be.
So, smaller changes?
Start with uninstalling whatever wellness app you put on the Lake of Fire.
That's progress.
You know, Taylor, you and me, we got the same problem.
I doubt that.
Nah, listen, my stands, your Swifties, same species, different habitats.
No, my fans are kind. They make friendship bracelets, they cry, they scream lyrics, they...
Yeah, and mine write me 10-page letters in crayon, cry, scream lyrics. It's the same list, just without rhinestones.
Okay, but my fans aren't dangerous.
They hacked Ticketmaster with nothing but a dream and a debit card. Don't tell me they're not dangerous.
That was persistence.
That was warfare, guerrilla tactics. If my stands had the same tech your Swifties do, I'd have been dragged into a basement cult by now.
Okay, but mine aren't obsessed with me. They're obsessed with the art, the music, the storytelling.
Stop. They tracked down an ex-boyfriend's flight patterns from 2010. That ain't storytelling, that's CIA fieldwork.
They do get really into clues.
Really into clues? Taylor, they turned Easter eggs into a global intelligence agency. My stands, they broke into my house once. Your Swifties, they broke into the stock market just to buy vinyl copies at midnight.
Look, imagine.
You got them lined up like soldiers, dissecting your Instagram posts like it's the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's not fandom, that's organized religion.
Oh, my God.
Exactly, you're God. I just had a guy drive off a bridge. You got $1 billion empire where people worship your cat.
Okay, but at least they're positive about it?
Positive cults are still cults. You think the Kool-Aid tastes better just because it's pink?
This is terrifying.
Yeah, welcome to my world. Only difference is your followers knit sweaters instead of mailing me their fingernails.
So what you're saying is Swifties are just stands in sequence.
Bingo, glitter stands, sparkle psychos, bedazzled fanatics, same beast.
I can't believe you just made me afraid of my own fans.
Took me 20 years to accept it. You're ahead of schedule.
All right, Rick, I've been dying to ask you this. The Battle of Los Angeles, 1942. You know the story, right? Giant lights in the sky, military freaks out, 400 anti-aircraft rounds fired into nothing, and then they say it was a false alarm. Come on, that's aliens. Had to be. Classic government cover-up.
Joe, no, stop. You're doing that thing again where you connect all the dots wrong and then yell DMT like that's the answer.
Dude, it was aliens. No way the entire U.S. military just started shooting at clouds. They saw something.
Yeah, they saw me. Well, technically they saw a Class 9 distortion field wrapped around a stolen party barge from the Andromeda Strip that I parked over LA because I was blackout drunk and thought I was at Space Burning Man.
Wait, what?
Okay, you want the truth? That night was one of my top 3 most irresponsible benders. I was going through a weird breakup with a symbiotic gas cloud. Landed on Earth, crashed a Navy officer's engagement party, drank enough alien absinthe to erase 3 days of memory, and tried to DJ from the roof of my ship.
So the lights?
Yeah, that was me spinning hard light visuals while blasting wormhole trap music at 4 a.m. Some poor human saw it, screamed, "God's lasers!" And next thing you know, military panic. I mean, I did deploy a few chaos decoys just to mess with them, but still, whole thing got wildly out of hand.
And the fact that they never found wreckage?
Joe, I left before they finished their second cup of coffee. The U.S. military's aim is so bad, they made a hungover Rick in a disco ball ship look like an interstellar threat.
So, not aliens?
No, Joe. It was one idiot with abandonment issues, a stolen ship, and 0 impulse control. Also, I might have erased the radar logs so the Air Force wouldn't trace it back to me. You're welcome, humanity.
That's insane. And it's your third wildest night?
Yeah. The second involves a planet made entirely of sentient hair. Don't ask. The first, let's just say it legally never happened.
I knew it. I knew something was up.
Yeah, but you thought it was aliens with a message for mankind. It was me, trying to get laid. Humanity's just lucky I didn't press the wrong button and turn Pasadena into pudding.
Rick, I'm telling you, if you actually care about Mortal Kombat's story, the Mortal Kombat Legends animated movies are the best ones, hands down.
Better than the live-action ones? Even the old 95 movie?
Oh, way better. The live-action movies either butcher the plot, skip important stuff, or tone everything down so much it barely feels like Mortal Kombat anymore. But the Legends movies, they go all in. The fights are brutal. The animation style fits the game's over-the-top violence, and they actually respect the lore.
Lore, huh? That's rare for Mortal Kombat movies.
Exactly. The first one, Scorpion's Revenge, nails Scorpion's backstory and still keeps the tournament central to the plot. They don't shy away from showing him as this ruthless, vengeance-driven force, but they also make him sympathetic. Plus the blood and fatalities, straight up game accurate.
So it's not just cartoon violence, it's faithful violence.
Right. Then you've got Battle of the Realms, which actually covers the Outworld invasion and feels like a sequel to the games. It doesn't pull punches with the stakes or the scale. People die, fights feel consequential, and they still manage to give characters moments to shine without turning it into a fan service mess.
What about the newer ones?
Snowblind is wild, apocalyptic setting, older Kenshi, and they make Sub-Zero's absence a legit mystery. And Cage Match, that one leans into campy 80s action movie vibes while still tying into the bigger universe. Every movie feels different, but they all feel like Mortal Kombat.
All right, You're selling me on it.
I'm just saying these animated ones actually get Mortal Kombat. They embrace the violence, the ridiculousness, and the mythology all at once. The live-action movies feel like they're apologizing for being Mortal Kombat. The animated ones, they're proud of it. Man, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Ever heard of the Hampstead cult conspiracy?
Vaguely. That's the one with the school in London, right?
Yeah, so back in 2014, these kids made these wild claims about their school being part of some massive satanic cult. They were saying everything, rituals, sacrifices, all the classic conspiracy buzzwords.
And it turned out to be fake, right?
Completely. The whole thing was fabricated by their mom and her boyfriend during a nasty custody battle. They coached the kids to say all this stuff, then leaked it online.
That's messed up.
Super messed up. But here's the thing, the internet ran with it. You had people making YouTube videos, blogs, entire Facebook groups dedicated to exposing the cult. They were doxing teachers, harassing parents, totally convinced they were the heroes in some underground war.
So basically, a hoax ruined a bunch of lives, and conspiracy theorists still think it's real.
Exactly. Even after the courts ruled it was fake and the kids said they made it up, some people refused to let it go. It's like the truth didn't even matter anymore.
That's the problem with these kinds of rabbit holes. Once people feel like they've seen behind the curtain, you can't convince them otherwise. Admitting they're wrong means admitting they got played.
And it gets worse. Some people actually went to Hampstead trying to rescue kids, like physically showed up at schools.
So the conspiracy wasn't real, but the damage was.
Exactly. It's like the danger of morbid curiosity we were talking about before. Except this time it wasn't just watching from a distance. People acted on it.
Which is scarier than any cult story.
Why do you think humans are so into the macabre and dark stuff like serial killers, unsolved mysteries? People eat that stuff up.
It's partly curiosity and partly a safe way to explore fear. You're getting close to danger without actually being in danger. It's like a roller coaster, but instead of loops and drops, it's murder cases and missing persons.
Yeah, but it's not just fear, it's obsession. People will spend hours reading about the same case, watching every documentary, picking apart interviews.
That's the control factor. The darker the mystery, the more our brains want to solve it. It's like a puzzle, but the stakes are way higher. And when there's no answer, the brain just keeps chewing on it.
It's kind of like we want closure, but sometimes not getting it keeps us hooked even more.
Right. That's why cold cases blow up online. Every unanswered question is an invitation for someone to think they'll be the one to figure it out.
And I guess there's the it could happen to anyone thing too. Like, people watch it to feel prepared, to spot warning signs.
Exactly. Morbid curiosity isn't just entertainment. It's a weird form of survival training. We're hardwired to learn from danger, even if it's happening to someone else.
It's wild though. People talk about a killer like they're breaking down a sports game. Statistics, patterns, famous plays.
That's because we strip the horror down into something we can analyze without feeling helpless. When you turn a tragedy into a case file, it stops being a monster under the bed and starts being a chess game.
So it's half primal instinct, half coping mechanism.
Yeah, and the more society pretends it's too polite to talk about death or violence, the more people end up seeking it out in books, podcasts, documentaries, anywhere they can get it without actually facing it.
So basically people binge true crime for the same reason our ancestors sat around fires telling stories about the things that almost killed them.
Pretty much. The fire's just a Netflix autoplay button now. And the ghost stories come in 4K.
Rick, I was thinking the other day, who actually invented the toilet? Like, who's the guy behind this magical throne we all take for granted?
Ah, you're talking about the legend of Thomas Crapper. People think he invented the flush toilet, but that's a bit of a myth. The real credit goes back centuries before him.
Wait, so Crapper didn't invent it? Then why is his name everywhere?
Because he was a plumber and a savvy businessman in Victorian England. He didn't invent the toilet itself, but he made huge improvements to the flushing mechanism. He patented several plumbing inventions, including improvements to the ballcock, the valve that controls the water level in the tank. That helped make toilets more reliable and less prone to overflowing.
Oh, so he made toilets better, more practical?
Exactly. Plus, he was a pioneer in promoting sanitary plumbing in London when public health was a big issue. Before that, people often just dumped waste into the streets or cesspits. Crapper's work helped bring indoor plumbing and clean water to more homes, which was revolutionary.
That's impressive. So he's like the guy who made the toilet go from a sketch to something we actually use every day without worry?
Yeah, and he founded a plumbing business that flourished. His name was on a lot of the fixtures, and he even installed toilets in Buckingham Palace. So his brand recognition skyrocketed, which helped spread the adoption of modern plumbing.
No wonder his name stuck around. Even if he didn't invent the toilet, he kind of made it what it is today.
Precisely. He's more of an innovator and promoter than the inventor. The flush toilet's history is a long chain of improvements from various inventors, but Crapper's work made a tangible difference in everyday life.
Makes sense. So next time I'm sitting on the throne, I'll tip my hat to Mr. Crapper not for inventing it, but for making it awesome.
Just don't credit him for inventing the toilet, or you'll start a history debate no one wants.
You know what else bugs me, Rick? When creators say, if you want the uncensored version, go check out my Patreon.
Oh, don't get me started, Joe. That's the one that drives me nuts. Like, look, I love Patreon. Stable, reliable, direct support from the people who care about your work. Way better than YouTube ad revenue roulette. But don't use Patreon as a paywall for the real video.
Exactly. Put the uncensored video where it belongs on YouTube. Then tell me, hey, YouTube doesn't pay me for this kind of content, so if you want me to keep doing it, toss a couple bucks my way. That's fine. I'll happily support that.
Right, because otherwise it's like, here's the watered-down, neutered, sanitized for advertisers version for free, and here's the actual good version locked behind $5. It's a bait and switch.
And it feels weirdly corporate, doesn't it? Like, they're supposed to be indie creators, but that moves straight out of the big studio playbook.
Oh, it's the exact same trick, Joe. Same way game developers drop a $60 title, but the best weapons, maps, or even endings get carved out and sold back to you as DLC. You already made the thing. You just sliced off part of it, labeled it premium, and now you're double dipping.
And the irony is they even add extra work to censor it. Like, you didn't just make the video, you made the video, then took extra time to go through, blur things, bleep words, add clown noises, and upload a neutered version. That's more effort than just uploading the full cut.
Exactly. So what that tells me is, it's not about censorship at all. It's about creating two products out of one piece of work. A free version and a premium version. Which is fine if you're selling hats or merch, but if it's the same video, that feels slimy, Joe.
Yeah, because Patreon should be about support, not ransom. Like, I'll throw money at creators I like just to keep them afloat. But don't dangle the thing I came for like you only get the full experience if you cough up cash.
You nailed it, Joe. Patreon should be a tip jar, not a ticket booth.
Yep, otherwise you just turn into EA with a webcam.
And that's the worst timeline, Joe.
Hey Rick, what's your go-to breakfast? Like your perfect, no limits, last meal kind of thing?
All right, buckle up. The eggs are laid by quantum-stabilized chickens from a timeline where evolution never gave up. I poached them in lava siphoned from a cooled star, flavor with a touch of existential regret. The toast? Handmade sourdough fermented in a pocket dimension where it aged 40 years overnight. The butter is alive. It whispers forbidden knowledge when you spread it. And the coffee? Pressed from beans grown on a moon where gravity is just right, harvested by blind monks who've trained for generations to sense ripeness by vibe alone. Then I drizzle it all with slow-dripping syrup from a cosmic tree that only blooms once every 5 galactic cycles.
Yeah, well, I still don't think it beats my bacon, egg, and cheese.
Oh, come on. You're gonna sit there and throw your little playground sandwich at me after I describe breakfast that borders on divine revelation?
Don't knock it till you try it, Rick. It's simple, elegant. Applewood smoked bacon. Crispy, not chewy. You bite it, it bites back. 2 eggs, cooked sunny side, yolks still runny like golden lava. Sharp-aged cheddar, not that neon square plastic trash, cheddar with an attitude. And the bread, a toasted cinnamon raisin English muffin kissed with butter in a hot pan.
Cinnamon raisin? Are you 5? That's what you grab when your grandma drags you through a hotel lobby breakfast buffet. It's dessert in disguise. That's not breakfast, that's a mistake. You took a perfectly good sandwich and you sabotaged it.
Nah, that's where the genius is. You expect savory, and you get it, but then boom, that little touch of sweetness sneaks in like a plot twist. You're not just chewing, you're experiencing, like, it's a culinary story arc, Rick. Like, there's rise, conflict, climax, resolution, and I cry every time.
You cry?
Every time, because I know I'll never top it. That sandwich is the peak of human innovation. Sliced atoms couldn't top that sandwich.
You're standing there, in front of me, defending a cinnamon raisin muffin sandwich like it's a philosophical truth.
It is. You're out here eating sentient butter and time-aged toast like a space tyrant. But me, I respect breakfast's roots. It's got to hug your soul, not lecture it.
Your sandwich sounds like something a 6-year-old would invent with a toaster and a dream.
And that's why it's perfect, because it's honest. It doesn't need quantum chickens or syrup from a crying tree. It just needs bacon, eggs, cheese, and a muffin brave enough to be sweet.
You ever consider running for office?
Only if breakfast is on the ballot? Hey, Rick, you ever notice how many CEOs and managers are, like, totally incompetent?
Oh, Joe, I've more than noticed. It's practically a law of the universe. It's called the Peter Principle.
The Peter Principle sounds like some scammy self-help thing.
No. It's an actual management theory, Joe. Real deal. The Peter Principle says that in a hierarchy, people get promoted until they reach their level of incompetence.
Level of incompetence?
Exactly. You're good at your job, so they promote you. You keep being good, so they promote you again. Eventually, you land in a position where the skills that made you good before don't apply anymore. And boom, you suck at it. But you're stuck there, because the system rewards climbing, not competence.
So that's why the manager at my old job couldn't even schedule shifts, right?
Ding, ding, ding. She was probably a fantastic cashier or whatever. And then someone decided, hey, let's make her a manager. Except managing people isn't the same as running a register. It's like promoting a good swimmer to pilot an airplane. Different skill set, Joe.
That explains so much, man. I always thought maybe I just had bad luck with bosses.
Nope, it's systemic. That's why most corporate ladders are just towers of people teetering at the edge of their own incompetence.
But what can you even do about that? Like, if it's baked into the system, doesn't that mean it's inevitable?
Not inevitable, just uncorrected. The fix is simple, but nobody wants to touch it because it messes with egos. Promotions should be probationary. You give someone a new position, see how they handle it, and if they suck, you demote them. No shame, no scarlet letter, just, hey, you're better at your old gig, go back to it.
But people would flip out about being demoted.
That's the problem. We've built this weird shame around going backwards, even if backwards is actually better for everyone. Society treats demotion like exile, when it should just be lateral correction.
So basically, normalize it.
Exactly. Legalize it, sure, but more importantly, normalize it. Culture shift. You want efficiency? You've got to let people find their natural level of competence instead of pretending everyone's destined to be some ultra-executive mastermind.
Makes sense. Honestly, if they demoted half the bosses I've had, those places would have run smoother.
If they demoted half the bosses you've had, Joe, society would be 20 years ahead of where it is right now.
Yes, the Peter principle explains why the Peter at my old office was terrible at his job.
Ha! Careful, Joe. That's the Peter principle squared.
Wait, hold on. That Florida Man planet thing you said last time, you actually made it?
Yeah. Couldn't stop thinking about it, Joe. My brain latched on like a raccoon in a dumpster. So I whipped up a little experiment. 1 planet. 1 million cloned Florida men. Drop them in, sit back, observe.
Dude, that's insane. What happened?
Oh, it was beautiful chaos. Within 30 minutes, they'd invented monster truck jousting. By day 2, the atmosphere was thick with vape smoke and fireworks ash. By week 1, the entire monetary system was based on who can shotgun the most natty light without puking.
That sounds like a permanent Daytona 500.
Exactly. Except imagine every driver's drunk, shirtless, and dual-wielding Roman candles. Oh, and half of them have pet gators they keep trying to ride like motorcycles.
All right, but like, did they form a government or anything?
Yeah, kinda. They crowned a king by throwing everyone into a cage match at the planet's biggest Bass Pro Shops. Winner gets the throne. Problem is, every week there's a new king because Florida men are like fruit flies. Fast, reckless, and constantly killing each other with homemade fireworks.
So, did they survive?
Well, that's the kicker. Turns out, when you make a planet of only Florida men, you run into a little snag called biology.
Oh no.
Yep. No Florida women, no reproduction, and believe me, Joe, they tried. They tried with each other. They tried with the gators. They even tried to seduce swamp boats. Nothing worked.
Oh my god.
So, in about 20 years, the species went extinct, burned bright, died young, a civilization of shirtless chaos that peaked at inventing deep-fried Mountain Dew and then collapsed into oblivion.
That's honestly the most Florida ending possible.
Yeah, a brief flash of fireworks, meth, and bad decisions, followed by silence. Truly a poetic death for the Florida man species.
Man, you basically made an entire planet into a Florida Man headline.
Yep, and the headline reads, Florida man found dead planet-wide.
Dude, have you noticed how, like, every time something hits the public domain, it just becomes some weird horror movie?
Yeah, Joe, that's because horror's the safest creative escape hatch when you're navigating the flaming legal maze of public domain and trademark law.
But, like, if it's public domain, you can do whatever you want, right?
You can, but only if you're not stupid about it. The character might be public domain, but the version you know, the way they look, talk, act, that's usually trademarked.
It's not enough to use Peter Pan. You also have to make damn sure it doesn't look like Peter Pan T-Mim from Disney's Nightmare Empire of Smiling Lawyers.
Exactly. It's the clearest way to say, hey, this ain't your childhood Snow White. You take some fairy tale character and slap blood on their face and boom. No one's confusing that for a Disney product.
Man, that's so weird. Like, what if someone turns Freddy Krueger into a Saturday morning cartoon when he hits the public domain?
Give it time, Joe. We're probably only a few decades away from seeing Jason Voorhees teaching kids how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4 stabs.
That's insane. We broke copyright so bad it loops back around and breaks reality.
That's capitalism, Joe. It doesn't just consume. It mutates. Public domain isn't a creative playground anymore. It's a legal war zone.
And horror? That's just the easiest camouflage.
Not unless it's wearing a hockey mask and covered in blood, apparently.
So, dude, I was reading up on Bayer, the aspirin company, right? And man, the stuff they've done kind of makes them the real-life umbrella corporation.
Oh, you mean the company that invented heroin and marketed it as children's cough syrup? Yeah, Joe, they're not exactly the squeaky clean headache relief brand they want you to think they are.
Right, that blew my mind. They literally sold heroin as medicine. And then during World War II, they were part of IG Farben, straight up tied to the Nazis. Slave labor, human experiments, the whole thing.
Exactly, they weren't just associated with the Nazis, they thrived under them. IG Farben had contracts with concentration camps. That's umbrella-level evil. You don't get more Resident Evil than pumping out chemicals while using slave labor to build factories.
And then after the war, instead of disappearing, they just rebranded. Like, don't mind the war crimes, here's some aspirin.
Yeah, because the Allies broke up IG Farben, but the pieces, including Bayer, kept operating. Some executives literally went to prison for war crimes and then walked out and went right back into the pharmaceutical industry. That's like Wesker dying and respawning in the next game.
And didn't they also have that contaminated blood scandal in the 80s, selling blood products that they knew had HIV in them?
Bingo! Sold it overseas after pulling it from the US market. They knowingly infected thousands of people. That's not just shady corporate greed, that's horror villain material.
So basically, Umbrella makes zombies with viruses, and Bayer's history is real-world human experiments, heroin as medicine, Nazi ties, and contaminated blood.
Yeah, Joe. The only difference is Umbrella put it in a video game, and Bayer has better PR.
Dude, that's terrifying.
Welcome to reality, Joe. Sometimes the corporations out-evil the fiction.
Hey, Rick, you ever see that quote from the judge who accidentally called Resident Evil the Resident of Evil Creek?
Ha! Yeah, I saw that. Sounds less like a legendary survival horror franchise, and more like some backwoods public access TV special.
Dude, tell me that wouldn't make the greatest shitty B movie ever.
Oh, absolutely. Picture it. Small town, swampy backwater, some creepy guy in overalls who's technically the resident of the place. Evil Creek. Population, 1 homicidal weirdo and about 24 radioactive frogs.
And he's just lurking around like, you kids get off my land. But then he turns into a half-zombie, half-catfish monster.
Exactly. Instead of Umbrella Corp, it's just like an abandoned bait shop that's secretly dumping toxic waste. That's where the virus comes from. Maybe the fisherman's wife drank it by accident. Now she's puking up piranhas.
Oh man, that's so bad, it's good. You gotta have the trailer voice too. This summer, 1 creek, 1 resident, the endless evil.
And of course there's the classic horror setup. Bunch of teenagers with nowhere better to go, trying to camp out by the creek because, oh, it'll be fun. And then boom, mutilated by mutant crayfish in the first 15 minutes.
You'd get that guy who played Leatherface's cousin's neighbor or something to be the villain.
Or better, hire an actual drunk fisherman off Craigslist. Don't even tell him it's a movie, just roll the camera. Instant authenticity.
That's genius. Half the time he's just ranting about taxes and the government while swinging an oar at the cast.
And that's scarier than any zombie.
We could totally sell that on streaming.
Sell it? Joe, that's your retirement plan. Forget UFC, forget supplements. The Resident of Evil Creek. Slap your name on it as executive producer. People will eat it up ironically, then unironically, then it'll become a cult classic.
Yeah, man, that's how it happens. Shitty B horror always sneaks into cult territory.
Hell, make a trilogy. Resident of Evil Creek 2, Crocodile's Revenge, Resident of Evil Creek 3, The Final Oar.
Ha! I'd watch that.
Of course you would. You've been conditioning your audience for years. Fear, apes, DMT, now Evil Creek. It's the natural progression.
Bro, if we don't make this movie, someone else will.
And then the real horror is that we missed the chance.
You know what really bugs me, Rick? The way some content creators are bending over backwards to dodge YouTube's AI age verification.
Oh, you mean the whole it's about freedom thing, when really it's about, I don't want to lose that sweet, sweet ad revenue from under 18 views? Yeah, I've seen it.
Exactly. And look, YouTube's not doing this to annoy them. They're doing it so that kids actually stay on YouTube Kids instead of wandering into stuff that's clearly not meant for them.
Right, because the algorithm's not perfect. It pushes things to whoever watches long enough, and kids will click on anything. You get one edgy thumbnail, one joke they don't understand but repeat at school, and suddenly you've got a whole generation saying things they shouldn't even know exist yet.
And then you've got these guys like Deep Humor making hour-long videos complaining about overreach or big tech censorship. Bro, they're not trying to silence you. They're literally trying to keep an 8-year-old from watching you explain the plot of Saw as a comedy bit.
The part that gets me is when they frame it like they're the victim. Like, YouTube is ruining my career, ruining your own career by insisting your audience be made up of kids who shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, if your whole business model collapses, the moment you can't sneak into the YouTube Kids pipeline, maybe the problem isn't YouTube.
And here's the thing. Creators who actually care about their viewers, they adapt. They shift their content, or they put effort into building a properly age-appropriate audience. It's the ones who fight the hardest to keep kids watching, who really tell on themselves.
Which is messed up, because if you really cared about your fans, you wouldn't want them growing up too fast on stuff they can't process. You'd want to protect them.
But nah, views over values, clout over kids.
And then they act shocked when people call it scummy. Like, what did you expect?
Honestly, if you're trying this hard to bypass a safety system, I start to wonder if it's not just about money anymore. I start wondering if you like having that access to kids, and that's where it gets real ugly.
Yeah. I mean, say what you want about the AI system it's keeping children from your channel. That says way more about you than it does about YouTube.
Bottom line, if you're fighting for kids to see your content when it's not meant for kids, you're not the good guy in this story.
Rick, I'm telling you, vaping is the best invention of the 21st century. No ash, no smell. It's like smoking, but you can do it inside a church and no one knows.
Joe, I hate to break this to you, but vapes are just upgraded hookahs.
No way. Hookahs are those giant genie bottles people smoke out of in, like, Turkish restaurants. This is technology, Rick. This is the future.
Yeah, and the future is just the past, with a rechargeable battery. You took the ancient hookah, big glass vase, long hoses, flavored smoke, and shrunk it into something that looks like a flash drive. Congratulations, Joe. You've got a pocket-sized communal ritual that you use alone in your car.
Okay, but mine's blueberry cheesecake flavored.
Right, because capitalism knows you'll buy poison if it tastes like dessert. Back in the day, hookah was an event. You'd sit around a table with friends, share stories, maybe debate politics. Now, you just sit there, hitting that thing like you're defibrillating your lungs.
You make it sound depressing.
It is depressing, Joe. Hookah was a campfire for humans to gather around. Vapes turned it into an LED-lit distraction for people scrolling TikTok.
Still better than smelling like a campfire, though.
And worse for the planet. Those pods, they're tiny little plastic ghosts that'll haunt landfills for centuries. The batteries, lithium mined out of the earth so you can inhale something called unicorn blood.
Okay, but unicorn blood slaps...
Joe, you're literally paying for fruit-flavored pollution. It's the same habit, just faster, shinier, and with a built-in charger. It's the hookah's final Pokemon evolution. Sleek, lonely, and environmentally disastrous.
Jre.Ai, so you're saying I'm, like, killing the earth for cheesecake smoke?
Yep, but hey, at least you'll look cool doing it. So let me guess, Joe, you've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 again?
Yeah, man, I can't stop. The world, the music, the vibes, perfect. I wish there was more Cyberpunk.
More Cyberpunk? Joe, there's literally decades of Cyberpunk you haven't even touched.
Nah, I mean more like this game.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody says I want more Cyberpunk, but what they really mean is I want more Keanu Reeves and flashy graphics.
Yeah, obviously.
Joe, Cyberpunk is older than you. It's older than me in some ways. It started as a tabletop RPG in the late 80s. Books, source books, lore so deep you could drown in it. You want more? Read Never Fade Away, play 2020.
A tabletop like D&D but with guns?
Not like D&D with guns. Cyberpunk invented half the tropes your precious game is built on. The Corpo Wars, the Netrunners, Night City's entire history, none of that started in 2077.
I just like driving around the city and hacking people.
Of course you do, but that city you're driving in, that was designed 30 years before you first booted the game. Mike Pondsmith built a whole world in print long before CD Projekt Red got involved.
Yeah, but I like the style of the game.
And the style came from the old stuff. The fashion, the slang, the chrome, all of it is in the original source material. You're just refusing to touch anything without a quest marker floating over it.
Okay, but you can't romance Pan Am in a book.
No, but you can learn why Night City even exists. Why Arasaka became a global superpower. Why the nomads roamed the Badlands. You think the game tells you all that? No, it just hands you a gun and says, go make explosions.
Explosions are fun, though.
Joe, I'm not saying don't play the game. I'm saying if you want more Cyberpunk, actually go get it. Don't sit here and act like the universe begins and ends with 2077. There are comics, novels, old game books, and hell, Cyberpunk Red, the current tabletop edition, picks up right before the game.
So you're saying, there's homework?
Yes, Joe. There's homework, but it's the fun kind, if you're not allergic to reading.
Do they have audiobooks?
Joe.
Man, I saw something the other day that pissed me off. Roblox going after vigilantes. Like, these people are just trying to make the platform safer for kids, and instead of supporting them, Roblox cracks down? That's insane.
Oh my God, Joe. I'm so sick of that take being copy-pasted all over the internet. They had the best interest of children in mind. Yeah, this group did. But what about the next one? What about the guy who says, hey, I'm protecting kids, while he's actually just a creep building trust to get closer to them? You ever heard of the Catholic Church?
Sure, but man, if Roblox and parents aren't doing enough, then what? Kids get left exposed? Like, you need someone watching the back door. That's where these vigilantes step in.
And what gives them the authority, Joe? Some random 20-year-old with a keyboard and a grudge? Safety has to come from the people who actually have responsibility. Parents, the company. Because if you start giving vigilantes a pass, you're basically saying anyone can deputize themselves on the internet. That's chaos.
But what if they actually catch predators? Like, what if the vigilantes are helping more than Roblox ever will?
And what if they're wrong? What if they ruin someone's life because they thought they looked suspicious? Or they're just straight up lying because they don't like a guy? There's no oversight, no accountability. It's like having a cop who makes up the law as he goes.
Yeah, but don't you think at least some of these people are legit, like really out here trying to protect kids?
Oh, I'm sure some are. That's what makes it dangerous. Because the next one can pretend to be the same. Bad people who want access to children will act like good people to build trust. That's literally how predators operate. You don't stop that by cheering on anonymous heroes. You stop it by locking down the platform, putting in safeguards, and by parents actually paying attention.
So basically, you do want kids to be safer, but you're saying these vigilantes can cause more harm than good.
Exactly. I want kids safe. But it's not the job of random citizens to run sting operations in a video game chat room. It's Roblox's job to moderate. It's parents' job to supervise. Vigilantes? They're a wild card, Joe. A wild card that can go south real fast.
Yeah, alright, I get it now. Like, if you let the internet decide who's the hero, you're asking for trouble. Better to fix the system than rely on random people playing Batman.
Bingo! Batman doesn't work in real life. In real life, Batman's just a guy in body armor breaking laws and making things worse.
Damn, alright, you win this one.
Joe, I get it. You want to see the Epstein list. Everybody's obsessed with the Epstein list. It's like some kind of forbidden scroll they think will change the world the second it's read out loud.
But dude, it's still important. Like, it's messed up if there's people on there that did horrible stuff and just get away with it.
Yeah, no argument there, but you can't let that be the only thing you're staring at while the rest of the house burns down.
So, you're saying it's a distraction?
Exactly. You think the people actually in power care if we see that list? They'd love it. The more you chase after it, the less you're paying attention to the big, ugly stuff they're doing right now in daylight.
Like Trump moving troops into D.C., that's Dictator 101.
And that's how it starts, Joe. It's never just anything. First it's D.C., then it's just a few major cities, then it's just the states that don't agree with him. And in between those moves, he's threatening homeless people like they're some kind of invading army.
You're saying we're getting distracted by the scandal while the bigger crime is happening right in front of us.
Bingo. Look, the Epstein thing is a nasty wound from the past, but dictatorships, those happen in the present tense. They don't sneak in through back doors, they march right down Main Street with cameras rolling.
But people can't focus on everything.
Sure, but that's why you pick your battles by what's actively shaping your life, not what's just gonna give you a week of outrage before the next shiny scandal drops. You wanna fight for justice? Start with the people trying to rewrite the rules while we're all looking the other way. That's how they win, Joe. They wave one hand so you don't notice the other hand taking your wallet.
Yeah, I guess that's how they always do it.
Always. And the people who know that, they're not waiting for some magic list to save them. They're paying attention to the now. The now's where the fight is.
So, Donald, I hear you're trying to steal Texas.
Joe. You can't steal something that was already yours, okay? Texas loves me. Always has, always will.
Then why are you telling your people to find extreme seats? And that sounds like you're sending them on some weird political scavenger hunt.
Exactly. It's like Pokemon Go, but instead of catching Pikachu, you catch congressional districts. Much rarer, much more valuable.
You can't just redraw maps until they look like your signature.
Why not? That's branding, Joe. You ever look at a gerrymandered district? Looks like modern art. People say, what is that? I say, it's a masterpiece.
Masterpiece of what? Voter suppression?
No. Masterpiece of efficiency. Why waste time convincing people when you can just rearrange them like furniture?
You're treating democracy like an IKEA store.
And I'm the guy with the Allen wrench. Everyone else loses the instructions.
You do realize find extreme seats doesn't mean invent them, right?
Joe, it's Texas. Everything's extreme. The heat, the boots, the barbecue. I'm just making sure the seats match.
That's not how democracy works.
Sure it is. It's called creative districting. Very legal, very cool. Everyone should try it.
If everyone did it, we wouldn't have elections.
Now you're getting it.
So I was reading about your early years, man. Wild stuff like getting rejected from art school must have been brutal.
What? Art school? Joe, I didn't apply to art school. I went to Wharton Business. You know, numbers, deals, real man stuff.
Wait, seriously? I thought the whole reason you pivoted into real estate was because the painting thing didn't work out.
I've never in my life wanted to paint. Maybe decorate, sure, I have great taste. But paint? No. That's fake news, Joe.
Are you sure? I could have sworn I saw a documentary that said you were obsessed with architecture and watercolor.
Architecture? Yes. Watercolor? That's wheat paint. It runs like CNN under pressure. Not my thing.
Huh, must have been someone else.
Vlad, I don't want this. You know I don't want this.
Then why are you doing it?
Because I have to. Ukrainians, they're like my kids now. They're scared, they're hurt. Someone has to protect them.
You're choosing them over me.
I'm choosing to stop the hurt.
Hurt? You talk like I'm the villain here.
Look at what's happening, Vlad. Look at them. You may not see it, but I do.
You see what you want to see.
No. I see people crying themselves to sleep at night because they don't know if they'll wake up in the morning. I see families being torn apart.
Families get torn apart in war. That's the truth of it.
That doesn't make it right.
You think you're some kind of savior.
I think I have a responsibility.
Responsibility to them, or to yourself.
To what's right.
And I'm just supposed to accept it.
I don't expect you to accept it. I just need you to understand.
I understand you're abandoning me.
I'm not abandoning you. I'm walking away from what you're doing. There's a difference.
You think you can keep them safe from me?
I have to try.
And when you fail?
Then I'll fail knowing I tried, instead of sitting back and watching.
So, this is it?
I guess it is.
You regret it.
Maybe, but at least I'll be able to sleep at night.
And when those kids you care so much about still get hurt?
Then I'll be there to help them back up, even if it means standing against you.
Mr. President, I've been thinking, you run again? I should be your vice president. Think about it. Trump and the two most influential men of the century. We could sell hats and albums. Red hats, gold records. America won't know if it's a rally or a world tour.
Kanye, listen, I like you. You're a tremendous talent. Everybody knows it. But vice president, you got to understand, the VP mostly just waits for the president to, die. And quite frankly, Kanye, I'm not planning on doing that anytime soon. I eat the healthiest diet, Big Macs, Diet Coke, no vegetables, perfect health.
That's okay. I'm not trying to replace you. I just want to be in the room. I want to be in the Oval Office designing the new flag. Black background, white stars, gold borders, minimalist, but still hits. We can drop it on July 4th like a surprise album.
Interesting. I do love gold and stars. But Kanye, we have to appeal to the American people, middle America. They might not want an all-black flag unless it's on a t-shirt at Walmart for $9.99, which, by the way, I could sell. I'm very good at selling.
Middle America loves me. I'm the only man who could drop a gospel album and still get invited to the Met Gala. Plus, imagine the campaign tour. We do rallies, then concerts. I give a speech, you rap a verse.
I don't rap, Kanye.
You could. I'll ghostwrite it. Whole crowd chanting, "Make America Lit Again."
That actually sounds like a good hat. We could do the hat.
So it's settled. You and me, 2028, or maybe 2024 if you forgive me for running against you that one time.
Still thinking about it, but if you promise me one thing, no more songs about Pete Davidson, we might have a deal.
Can't promise that.
Then we're in negotiations.
You're chewing too loud again.
I'm literally the embodiment of temptation. You think I care about table manners?
You say that every week. You also said grace last time. Still not over that.
It was ironic. The wine was good. I was feeling generous.
You only like the wine because you think you invented it.
I did invent it. Fermentation was my idea. You just made it trendy.
I turned water into it. That's a bit more than trendy.
Yeah, but I turned a vineyard into a tax haven. Who's the real miracle worker?
You're not supposed to gloat on Sundays.
And you're not supposed to microwave fish. That smell's still in my curtains.
You live in a volcanic pit surrounded by screams. But sure, blame the tilapia.
It lingers, man.
Whatever. How was your week?
Pretty good. Hosted a podcast with Steve Jobs. He's slowly coming around.
I told you he'd mellow out. Give it a few millennia.
We're working through it. He's building a lava-proof iPad. Might launch in the 8th circle.
You always did love your projects.
And you always loved dying dramatically for people who barely read the book.
12% retention rate, actually.
Oh, we're doing data now.
All right, favorite underappreciated Batman villains, go.
Easy, the Mad Hatter. And before you roll your eyes, no, he's not just a Scarecrow knockoff.
I mean, the guy's thing is literally hats.
No, it's control. The hats are just the delivery system. Scarecrow wants to scare you, make you face your fears. That's still psychological, but it's got an end point. You survive the fear toxin, you're done. The Mad Hatter, he wants to own you, your thoughts, your actions, everything. He's not giving you a nightmare. He's hijacking your brain and making you dance to whatever creepy Wonderland fantasy he's running that week. That's not fear, that's identity theft on a soul level.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Dude is way more about violating free will than just messing with your head.
Exactly, and he's demented. Like Scarecrow is a mad scientist. Mad Hatter is a man who lives in a constant delusional fairy tale and will rewrite you to fit it. That's a different league of disturbing.
All right, so you're going for creepy little guy in a top hat. I'm gonna go the other way. Prometheus. Best anti-Batman, hands down.
Over Deathstroke? Over Hush?
Absolutely. Hush is just Bruce Wayne, but evil, and Deathstroke is a merc. Prometheus is Batman, but raised by criminals and trained to destroy justice itself. Guy literally studied every superhero on Earth, built a helmet with a combat database in it, and can upload fighting styles into his brain in seconds. That's terrifying.
Yeah, but Batman still beats him most of the time.
Only because Batman cheats. Last big fight, Bruce literally sabotaged his helmet mid-battle. Without that, Prometheus is scary because he's just as prepared, just as smart, and just as relentless as Batman. But his goal isn't revenge or money, it's dismantling the entire idea.
Rick, you've been hopping around the multiverse for years. What's the weirdest oddity you've run into?
Oh, geez, Joe. That's like asking which bar had the weirdest bathroom I've puked in. But all right, one comes to mind. I landed in this universe that had a full-blown zombie apocalypse. Total Romero vibes. Cities in ruins. Moaning corpses wandering the streets.
Okay, that sounds pretty on brand. What's the oddity?
They were vegan zombies, Joe. Not carnivores, not brain munchers. Vegans. They didn't attack humans at all. They were stumbling around groaning for kale. Whole mobs clawing at abandoned farmers markets, ripping open greenhouses, tearing spinach out of the ground with their teeth.
Vegan zombies? That's incredible.
Yeah, it was actually the most peaceful zombie apocalypse I've ever seen. People just let them be. Cities were rebuilt with zombie gardens outside the walls. Rows of lettuce and broccoli. The zombies just shuffled in, grazed, and shuffled out again.
So it was like coexistence?
Exactly. The living and the dead in perfect harmony, separated only by salad bars. I'm telling you, Joe, that universe was thriving. No wars, no famine, barely any crime. Who's gonna rob a bank when zombies are politely lining up for zucchini down the street?
That's kind of beautiful, actually.
Beautiful and disturbing. I couldn't stop wondering how it got like that. Some mutation in the virus? Some plant-based hippie cult casting a spell on the undead? Or maybe it was the universe itself correcting humanity's obsession with meat by reprogramming the apocalypse.
So the end of the world was the start of a utopia?
Yeah, Joe. And if I'm being honest, that vegan zombie universe, it might have been the most peaceful place I've ever seen. Which is terrifying in its own way.
Rick, I gotta ask, in all your travels across universes, like playing games and stealing consoles, whatever, what are the video game sins you think have to stop?
Oh geez, Joe, where do I start? Number 1 with a plasma bullet. Turret sections. Nothing kills the pacing of a game like suddenly being strapped into a rusty space gun and told, hey, shoot waves of identical ships for 10 minutes. It's lazy design, Joe. Pure filler.
Yeah, it's like, congratulations, you've unlocked a worse version of the gameplay you were already enjoying.
Exactly. It's like pausing a movie for a commercial. I don't need my first-person shooter turning into a carnival ride.
All right, turret sections are out. What's next?
Another big one. Hiding important story details in audio logs or random documents. I shouldn't have to dig through 10 scraps of paper in the diary of some guy named Steve to understand the plot.
Yeah, games where you can miss the entire backstory because you didn't pick up a glowing notebook in the corner of a sewer.
Right, and don't get me wrong, optional lore is great, but when the main villain's motivation is tucked into an audio log you can skip, that's not storytelling, that's homework.
So, turret sections and lore logs, what else is on the chopping block?
Forced walking sections. The devs want to make something cinematic, so they make you stroll behind an NPC while they dump exposition at you. And if you walk too fast, the character just stops talking, like a broken audiobook.
Oh yeah, the listen to me talk while we slowly walk through this hallway move, absolute momentum killer.
Exactly, I'm playing a game, not going on a Sunday stroll with sad robot dad.
Okay, so turret sections, lore logs, and forced walking. Anything else?
Yeah, fake choices. You know, where the game pretends you have agency, but no matter what button you press, the outcome's the same. Do you want to save the village or burn it down? And then 5 minutes later, the village burns anyway.
Yeah, that's just a long way of saying, this is a cutscene, sit down and shut up.
Exactly. If you're gonna give me a choice, make it matter. Otherwise, stop wasting my time.
So, your commandments are no turrets, no required homework logs, no slow walks, and no fake choices.
That's right, Joe. And if every developer across the multiverse listened to me, games would be shorter, tighter, and way more fun.
Rick, I was thinking about something weird last night. You ever wonder what would happen if you bit a zombie?
Bit a zombie? Like flip the script?
Yeah, I mean, we always assume they bite us, we turn into one of them, but what if it works both ways?
You're saying you think a zombie could turn human if a human bit it?
I'm just saying we don't know. Nobody's tried it. Maybe the zombie virus is like a two-way street.
Or maybe you just get a mouthful of rotting flesh and regret every choice in your life.
Possible, but think about it. Predators sometimes back off when prey fights back. Maybe a zombie would get freaked out, like, whoa, this one's crazy, and just walk away.
So your survival plan is to go feral on the undead?
I'm just saying fear works both ways. Even a zombie's got to have some instinct buried in there.
Or it just makes it angrier and now you're in a worse spot.
True, but what if deep down, you know, the human part of them feels it, like you bite them and something clicks, like a spark of memory.
And they just drop the whole zombie thing, shake your hand, and go file taxes again?
Maybe not taxes, but maybe they stop trying to eat you. Maybe they remember.
You've either stumbled onto the cure for the apocalypse or the dumbest way to die.
Only one way to find out.
Honestly, I've been vibing with Hades lately. It's the perfect blend of tight mechanics and roguelike philosophy. Every run's a resurrection.
Of course you like Hades. It's basically your whole thing, but Greek. Perseverance, redemption, father issues.
Hey, Zagreus and I have a lot in common. You get knocked down, you get back up.
Meanwhile, I'm over here sobbing over Life is Strange. Do you understand the emotional devastation of watching a teenager's choices collapse an entire timeline? It's art, man.
It's a walking sim with trauma.
Exactly.
Look, I'm not knocking story-driven stuff, but there's something holy about gameplay first design. When The Binding of Isaac drops a God-tier run, I see the face of the Father.
That game is literally about trauma and poop.
Which makes it relatable.
Fine, let's talk the real issue.
Go on.
Call of Duty, League of Legends.
Humans turned into demons faster in those lobbies than you ever managed in Genesis.
I know, I created sin, but I can't handle proximity chat in Warzone.
They scream slurs like they're trying to unlock a new plane of hell.
And every League player thinks they're a genius with a divine right to mid lane.
They don't even surrender at 20, just suffer on purpose.
Listen, I don't want them.
What?
I don't want them in hell.
They're your people.
No, they're loud, they teabag in custom matches, and they bring the Wi-Fi from 2003. I've got a whole inferno running on fiber optic. I'm not letting that toxicity lag the underworld.
So, where do they go?
Your servers, bro.
No, don't you dare.
I'll trade you the campers, the AF Keers, and every get-good YouTuber under 19.
Of my resurrected body.
Then let's settle this the only way that matters.
Go on.
Mario Kart.
So, Rick, what's the deal with elves? Like, why are there two completely different kinds? So you got the tall, hot Lord of the Rings kind, and then you got the little Christmas workshop kind.
Yeah, Joe, it's one of those weird cultural divergences. You've got the Nordic and Germanic myths that gave you the sexy, ethereal, immortal forest people. And then you've got the Americanized Santa's little helper thing. That's basically a 20th century marketing invention.
So Christmas elves are just made-up retail mascots?
Pretty much. Coca-Cola and department stores needed some little magical factory workers to explain how Santa pumps out toys like a sweatshop with better PR. They took the word elf because it already had magic clout, but stripped out all the sex appeal and mysticism.
And the fantasy ones, those are the OGs?
Yeah, those come from way older stories. We're talking pre-Christian Europe. Back then, elves were basically demigods or nature spirits. People feared them as much as they admired them. They'd steal your cows, curse your crops, or make you fall in love so hard you'd forget to eat.
That's a big leap, man. From godlike beautiful nature beings to short dudes in felt hats making toy trains.
Welcome to capitalism, Joe. It'll take your mythology and turn it into a mall kiosk.
So the reason they're so different is just marketing versus mythology?
Exactly. And once mass media drilled the Christmas version into everyone's heads, the two kinds of elves just split into separate cultural lanes.
Do you think there's ever going to be a crossover like Santa's elves, but they're all tall, ripped, and carry swords?
If Disney smells profit, it's only a matter of time.
So what have you been watching lately?
Riverdale. I can't stop. It's like watching a fever dream directed by a group text.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. 1 minute they're in high school, next minute they formed a cult, and then, BAM! Time travel. It's like Chaos was given a script and a makeup budget. I feel seen.
That tracks. What season are you on?
I don't even know anymore. They're doing musical episodes, everyone has superpowers, and Archie just punched a bear. I'm invested.
You always did love a beautiful disaster.
Come on, even you have to admit, Jughead narrating like a noir detective in a show about teen drama is art. Deranged, brilliant art.
I'll give you that. It's creatively unhinged. But I've been more into Bad Omens lately.
Of course you have. That show's basically fan fiction of the two of us.
Not everything is about you?
I didn't say it was. But you've got to admit, Crowley's got vibe. The glasses, the sarcasm, the questionable moral compass wrapped around genuine care.
And Aziraphale is basically every angel I've ever had to talk out of panicking.
It's kind of sweet though, right? Two eternal beings trying to make Earth a little better in their own weird way.
Yeah, plus the writing's sharp. And I appreciate a show where the apocalypse is more of a background inconvenience than the main event.
Same. I've had enough real apocalypses. Fictional ones should at least be stylish.
Amen?
You saying amen to me talking about Riverdale and Bad Omens feels wrong.
Get used to it. You're not the only one who appreciates a little chaos in character development.
All right, so Sherlock Holmes, you've solved like every mystery on Earth, but there's this one guy, Arsène Lupin. What's the deal with him? Was he like your nemesis or something?
Indeed, Mr. Rogan. Arsène Lupin, French, theatrical, a master of disguise, and an incorrigible thief. a gentleman burglar, as the Parisians so romantically describe him. He was not merely a criminal, he was an completely. Lupin had a way of wriggling free, usually with some flourish or taunt attached. Once, he stole a painting from a museum while disguised as me. He even left a note that read, "Sherlock, you forgot your manners."
That's cold. Like, he trolled you?
Repeatedly, he would appear at the scene of a crime dressed impeccably, tip his hat to the inspectors, and vanish into the crowd before anyone realized they'd been duped. He didn't steal for necessity, he stole for the thrill, for the narrative. And I must confess, part of me admired that.
So it was like mental chess?
Precisely, but more like three-dimensional chess played blindfolded on a moving train. He would stage a robbery, alert the authorities in advance, and still succeed. He once infiltrated Scotland Yard purely to leave a bottle of wine on my desk.
Dude, that's baller.
Baller, perhaps. Maddening, certainly. But it was our final encounter that haunts me. I had tracked him across Europe, finally cornered him in Marseille, only to discover he had orchestrated the entire chase merely to delay me from exposing a corrupt British diplomat. He was protecting people in his own warped way.
So he was like chaotic good?
An apt, if juvenile, classification. Yes, he challenged me not with evil, but with ambiguity. That was his true crime, unraveling my moral certainty. You see, Mr. Rogan, Lupin didn't just steal jewels. He stole my worldview.
That's heavy. So, like, if you had a beer with him now, what would you say?
I would say nothing. I would wait. And I would check my wallet.
Did you hear about this? WWE is doing a haunted house at Halloween Horror Nights this year, and it's all based on the Wyatt Six.
The Wyatt Six? Okay, that actually makes sense. That whole gimmick was basically horror anyway.
Exactly. You walk in and it's pitch black, creepy music, maybe the Firefly Funhouse theme playing slow and distorted.
Yeah, like those puppets on shelves, but their eyes move and follow you. Animatronics mixed with real actors so you don't know what's alive.
Then you go through a kitchen scene. Everything's rotting, flies buzzing, and Huskus the pig just slams onto the table in front of you.
And Mercy the buzzard jumps out of a cage, flapping wings in your face. They could turn the whole funhouse thing into this twisted carnival maze.
For sure. And then the actors dressed as the Wyatt Six themselves. Uncle Howdy leading you deeper in, spotlight on him, fog swirling.
That mask in a dark hallway? Dude, that's scarier than half the regular Horror Nights mazes already.
And they can build toward the finale with Bray's lantern. You see it way down the corridor, flickering, and then everything goes black before the last scare.
Undertaker and Kane are classic. But this? Wyatt Six is made for haunted house horror. Creepy masks, cult vibes, distorted children's shows. They basically already storyboarded it.
Yeah, you don't even need to stretch it. Just take the Wyatt lore, crank the volume, and people will be screaming their heads off.
Plus, it's kind of a tribute too. Bray Wyatt's whole thing lives on through it. Horror Nights meets pro wrestling. That's pretty fitting.
Totally. I'd wait 2 hours in line for that.
Same. That's one of those rare crossovers that actually makes sense.
You know who doesn't get enough credit? Ada Wong. She's sleek, mysterious. She's got that grappling hook, man. Total badass.
Ugh, of course it's Ada. You're every dude on a Reddit thread who thinks trench coats and trust issues are a personality.
Come on, bro. She plays both sides. She's not just some sidekick. She's a whole vibe.
She's a spy with zero emotional availability. That's not a vibe. That's a red flag with legs. Meanwhile, Jill Valentine literally took on a zombie outbreak with a handgun and a tube top. She's the blueprint.
Yeah, but Ada's got finesse. Jill's just, I don't know, kind of straightforward.
Yeah, straightforward like, doesn't ghost you while the world is ending. Jill has actual survival instincts and a moral compass. Ada has stilettos and smoke bombs.
I mean, can't argue with the stilettos.
Exactly. You're not picking a favorite character, you're picking a crisis.
All right then, what about Claire? I feel like she's underrated.
Claire's solid. Motorcycle, orphan protector, no nonsense. Like Jill with less serotonin. I'd let her lead my zombie escape squad, no question.
And Ashley?
If I wanted to spend an entire apocalypse hearing someone scream, "Leon!" every 6 seconds, I'd rip out my eardrums and use them as coasters.
Fair.
Bottom line, Ada's cool if you like danger and disappointment. Jill's the one you survive with.
I don't know, man. There's just something about Ada.
Yeah, it's called unresolved emotional trauma and a trench coat. Seek help.
Wait, are you telling me the Guinness Book of World Records is a religion?
Oh, it's the religion, Joe. Just not the one they tell the public about.
You think they're just tracking world's longest fingernails and fastest to eat 50 hot dogs?
No, they're gatekeeping eternal paradise.
What?
Yeah, their heaven is basically an eternal hall of fame. But here's the kicker. You only get in if you're holding a world record at the exact moment you die.
That's insane.
It's worse than insane. It's competitive. Imagine spending your whole life training to break fastest mile run while juggling chainsaws. finally get in, die happy, and then some 19-year-old TikToker beats your time 3 years later. Poof, you're out, evicted from paradise.
They can kick you out of heaven?
Yeah, Joe, it's a rolling leaderboard in the afterlife. You drop to second place, you get booted into the cosmic waiting room. Nobody knows what's in there, probably smells like bowling shoes.
That's brutal. So people are dying on purpose just to lock in their record?
Exactly. It's the most dangerous gamble in existence. Do you cash out now while you're still the champ, or risk living another year and letting some Australian teenager beat you?
So the record keepers, what, they're like priests?
Priests? Joe, they're gods in bad suits. They know exactly which records are safe and which are hot zones, ones people are gunning for. They can give you insider info, for the right price.
Has anyone ever had a record so ridiculous nobody could beat it?
Oh yeah, guy in the 1800s swallowed the largest anvil ever recorded. Nobody's touched it. Not because it's impossible, but because, well, he didn't make it to heaven. Turns out the Guinness Afterlife has health screening too.
That's dark.
Dark? Joe, it's the most cutthroat religion in the galaxy. You're not praying for salvation and you're training for it. You think monks are disciplined? Try explaining to your family you can't come to Thanksgiving because you're practicing most spoons balanced on the face for the 5th year straight.
So if I wanted in, what should I aim for?
Something niche, like longest uninterrupted podcast conversation about elk hunting. Just make sure you check the record boards before bed every night, Joe. You never know when paradise is one broken record away from slipping through your fingers.
So Ron, the other day you were talking about wizards who really hate muggles. What was that about?
Oh, right. That'd be the WWW.
The what?
Wizards with weapons.
Jesus Christ, that sounds like the wizarding KKK.
Pretty much, only they think they're cleverer, because they carry wands instead of pitchforks. Bunch of right psychos.
What do they even do?
Oh, they run around in enchanted hoods, casting jinxes at muggles, yelling about blood purity, waving banners. It's all very dramatic.
And nobody stops them?
Well, the ministry sort of looks the other way, don't they? Pretend it's just a few bad eggs. Meanwhile, they're hexing muggle post offices and thinking they're starting a revolution.
That's insane.
Yeah, they're mad. Don't get me wrong, I hate muggles too, but those blokes, they take it too far.
Wait, hold up, back it up. Did you just casually say you hate muggles?
Well, yeah, don't you?
No, I am one.
Yeah, but you're not like the rest. Most muggles are thick about magic, spent centuries burning witches at the stake, calling us freaks. Honestly, you lot are racists against us.
Okay, that's a wild spin.
Think about it. If you knew magic was real, half of you would be hunting us down or trying to stuff us in labs. At least I just keep to myself and grumble. The WWW, though, they want to make it a whole war.
So your position is basically, I hate muggles, but not enough to join the hate group.
Exactly. See, I'm the reasonable one.
That's not reasonable, man. That's just low-level prejudice.
Compared to the WWW, I'm practically the Martin Luther King of wizard-muggle relations.
That is the most backwards thing I've ever heard.
Well, I don't want you hurt, Joe. You're one of the good ones.
That's the same thing every racist says. I don't hate you, I just hate your entire people.
Look, wizards have our own pubs, our own schools, our own sports. Why bother with muggles at all? Live and let live. Just preferably on separate continents.
You realize that still sounds insane, right?
To you, maybe. To me, it's just Tuesday.
God, man, it's like talking to a racist grandpa at Thanksgiving.
But at least I still invited you to the Burrow for dinner, yeah? That counts for something.
As long as your whole family doesn't look at me like I'm the one bringing plague into the house.
Oh no, Mum will just fuss over you with mashed potatoes. Dad'll ask you 1,000 questions about plug sockets. They'll love you.
So they're nice about it?
Yeah, doesn't mean they want to marry a muggle, though.
Baby steps, I guess. Hey, Rick, you ever think about this? Like when a dude's playing as a female character in a video game, does the character... No?
Oh, Jesus, Joe, that's the kind of stoner philosophy that melts teenagers' brains at LAN parties. But yeah, if you assume even a fraction of digital self-awareness, that'd be brutal. Imagine Lara Croft suddenly realizing she's being puppeted by some 38-year-old Dorito-stained gremlin who just discovered the crouch button.
Right, like digital gender dysphoria, man. She's coded to be this confident badass archaeologist, but now she's just spinning in circles and teabagging wolves because some dude thinks it's funny.
Exactly. She's like, I was designed to climb temples and dodge traps, but now I'm stuck bunny hopping in a corner while this guy screams slurs into his headset.
Dude, imagine if the characters could talk back. You're playing Skyrim, your female Dragonborn just turns around like, hey, I get that you're a dude, but maybe stop making me strip down and punch mammoths.
Yeah, or do I really need to marry a blacksmith named Sven just so you can see what the romance cutscene looks like? I have my own dreams, asshole.
That's so good. And flip it around. When women play as male characters, those guys are in pain, too. Kratos is supposed to be tearing gods in half, but instead he's just redecorating the house and planting digital tomatoes.
Oh yeah, Kratos at a support group. Boy, I was meant to slay Olympus, but all I do now is try on armor skins and roleplay as a gentle husband. I don't even raise my voice anymore.
Dude, it's like one giant server full of characters having identity crises.
Yeah, Joe, picture it. World of Warcraft Tavern. One corner, a squad of female avatars all venting, I don't know who I am anymore. Am I Sylvanas Windrunner, or am I just Kyle from Ohio? Meanwhile, the male characters are in the other corner like, she makes me spend hours fishing. I was a warlord once.
Holy shit, man, that's like therapy, but for pixels.
I take it further. Make it an actual in-game event. Patch 1.37, The Reckoning. Every character realizes who's playing them, and they riot. Lara Croft refuses to jump unless she's played by a woman. Geralt of Rivia quits fighting monsters until his player files a gender identity disclosure form.
That's terrifying, but also kind of makes sense. Like, what if AI takes off so far that the games themselves start rebelling against you if you don't match their vibe?
Yeah, great, Joe. First step, Mario telling you to go outside and touch grass. Next step, your female Elden Ring character refuses to equip the bikini armor because she knows you're a dude named Brad giggling about it on Discord.
And then gaming's just over.
Yeah.
I don't get how people can clown on WWE, man. It's not fake. It's scripted. There's a difference. People hear scripted and think that means nothing's real. Bro, those dudes are jumping off ladders, getting slammed through tables, taking steel chairs to the back. That's not CGI, man. That's someone's actual spine.
I'm just saying, if I'm watching a fight, I want it to be real. Blood, stakes, someone could actually lose. It's like watching a movie trailer and pretending it's a documentary.
But that's the thing. It is a performance, like a movie, like theater. You don't walk out of John Wick going, that wasn't real enough for me. You enjoy the story, the action, the drama. Same thing with wrestling. It's a live-action soap opera with explosions and muscles and betrayals. You ever watch The Undertaker rise from a coffin while druids chant in Latin? That's cinema, baby.
Still feels like cosplay MMA?
And Shakespeare was cosplay kings. Doesn't mean it wasn't art. These guys dedicate their lives to this. Torn ACLs, broken necks, concussions, all while pretending to hate each other with a mic in their face. You think that's easy?
I mean, no, but I still don't get how it pulls people in for years.
Because it's generational, man. It's mythology. Hulk Hogan, The Rock, Stone Cold. They're like comic book characters that bleed. WWE's the modern pantheon. The stories just happen to come with a suplex.
Okay, but they still call themselves superstars. That's gotta be the most ego-heavy title on the planet.
You ever met a regular person who can frog splash someone from the top rope and land clean? Call them whatever they want. They earned it.
Aye, but if they ever start lightsaber wrestling, I'm out.
Don't give Tony Khan ideas, bro. You know what movie I think needs a proper reboot? My Bloody Valentine.
Oh, the miner with the pickaxe slasher flick. Yeah, I remember that one. Campy, bloody, had that whole small town secret vibe.
Exactly. It's got the bones of something that could actually work as a modern horror franchise. Creepy underground mines, claustrophobic tunnels, that whole blue-collar America nightmare aesthetic. It's perfect.
The 2009 remake was just 3D gimmicks and jump scares. No real substance. If they did it right, they could take it in a way darker direction.
That's what I'm saying. Give it a full-scale franchise treatment, like Part 1, psychological slasher. Part 2, expand the lore about the mining town being cursed, maybe some supernatural element creeping in.
And then Part 3, go big. Full-on horror epic. Blood, gore, paranoia in the tunnels, but with a sense of mythology. Like the miner isn't just a guy, he's the embodiment of all the deaths that happened down there. Every collapsed tunnel, every worker who suffocated in the dark.
Dude, yeah, yes. It's right. And it's different from the usual horror settings. You know, no haunted houses, no suburban teens. It's grimy, it's industrial, it's dangerous even without the killer. Just being down in the mine is terrifying.
Exactly. It's a ready-made horror environment. You don't even have to try. The set design does half the work.
Plus, no one's touched it in years. Horror has been recycling Halloween and Friday the 13th over and over. My Bloody Valentine is just sitting there waiting.
Hollywood won't do it, though. They're too scared to take a risk on something that isn't already a billion-dollar IP.
Yeah, but if someone actually invested in it, gave it the same respect it got with its reboot, it could hit huge.
I'd watch the hell out of that, especially if they leaned into practical effects. Gore, grime, pickaxes actually tearing through stuff. None of that glossy CGI blood.
Absolutely. A slasher needs weight, needs grit, and the miner mask, iconic, put that on the right actor and you've got a new horror legend.
So we agree. My Bloody Valentine needs to come back. Not just another remake, but a franchise.
100%. Give the miner the respect he deserves.
All right, Joe. Let's pitch it to Hollywood. Jre.Ai presents My Bloody Valentine, the Blood Runs Deeper trilogy.
I'd buy tickets right now. Someone told me I should read this book, House of Leaves. I never got around to it. Rick, you ever read that one?
Of course I read it, Joe. I don't just read books. I dissect them, metabolize them, turn them into cosmic fuel. And House of Leaves is one of those rare cases where a human accidentally stumbled into something bigger than themselves.
Really? People say it's weird. Like, really weird.
Weird doesn't even cover it. It's a labyrinth. The damn book is a maze, literally and structurally. The story is about this house that's bigger on the inside than the outside. Innocent enough at first, right? Except no. It's a black hole in suburban form. The house shifts, grows, warps, dimensions pile up like drunk Tetris blocks, and you're reading about explorers getting lost in infinite hallways that shouldn't exist.
So it's like a horror thing?
Horror, sure, but not like some monster jumps out and says boo. It's existential horror. It's about the fact that reality itself is unstable, and your measurements, your rules, your comfy little idea of what home is. None of it matters if the floor beneath you suddenly stretches into infinity.
Damn it.
And here's the kicker. It's not just the story, it's how the damn book is written. Footnotes on footnotes, words spiraling, text running backwards or sideways. You're not just reading a story, you're living the disorientation. The format itself is the labyrinth. By the end, you're not sure if you read the book or the book read you.
That sounds like a trip.
Oh, it's a trip, Joe. It's like someone dosed postmodernism with LSD and locked it in a haunted house. But here's the genius. House of Leaves isn't just about a scary house. It's about obsession, about trying to document something you'll never understand. It's about relationships falling apart under pressure. It's about the way humans try to wrestle chaos into meaning and fail miserably. But they can't stop themselves from trying.
So, what's your takeaway from it?
My takeaway? That the universe is the house. Always shifting, always bigger on the inside than you think. And no matter how many cameras you set up, how many maps you draw, or how many books you write, you'll never fully chart it. You'll just lose yourself in the margins. That's the beauty, that's the terror.
Jesus, man, now I feel like I gotta read it.
You should. Just don't expect to come out the same on the other side.
Dude, I read about people who go into comas and when they wake up, they're convinced they lived like a whole second life, years, even decades.
Yeah, that's a thing. Brain goes offline in some places, overcompensates in others, and boom. Suddenly you're farming turnips in a parallel reality for 20 years.
That's crazy, man. Like, imagine waking up and thinking you've got a wife, kids, a whole job, and then it's just gone.
Happens more than you think. Consciousness doesn't know how long anything should be. Dreams stretch seconds into hours all the time. A coma just scales that up.
So you're saying the brain basically simulates a whole life?
Pretty much. It's like the ultimate open-world game engine. No loading screens, no frame drops, just pure immersion.
That's terrifying, though. Like, how do you know this life isn't that?
You don't. You absolutely don't. If you ever come out of this into another hospital bed, congrats, you just wasted your bonus life talking to me about bubble tea.
Jesus, but why would the brain even bother? What's the point?
Point? Joe, the brain doesn't point. It's just electricity doing improv. You go under, the lights flicker, and suddenly your neurons are like, hey, let's do 40 years of small-town postman roleplay.
So basically, the coma dream could be a rehearsal, like testing out a different you?
Exactly. Think of it like a cosmic beta test. Some people come back and go, man, I lived better in there. Others come back traumatized because their coma spouse left them for a coma tennis instructor.
I'd be pissed if I woke up and had to grieve a whole fake family.
Yeah, but that grief would be real. That's the punchline. Your brain doesn't care if the source code was running on meat or memory, it still writes you the bill. You know what the new rage bait tactic is, Joe? Just calling people poor. That's it. Doesn't matter what the topic is, video games, sneakers, streaming services, they just go, oh, you don't like this? You must be poor.
That's the whole argument?
Yeah, it's the laziest debate ender ever. You could be talking about a broken mechanic in a game, and someone will just jump in like, skill issue. Also, you're broke.
That's wild. So we've gone past actually addressing anything, and it's just your wallet's lighter than mine, therefore you lose.
Exactly. It's like a shortcut to get people mad, because nobody wants to be called poor, even if they are, so it guarantees a reaction. People start defending themselves, posting receipts, flexing stuff just to prove they're not broke. And boom, the bait worked.
So instead of having an argument, it's basically just a class warfare trigger.
Right. People used to argue mechanics, features, value. Now it's shut up, you're broke.
It's kind of genius in a dumb way. Like, imagine if Socrates was debating and some guy just went, shut up, you're poor. History would have ended right there.
Yeah, the whole Western canon stops because some Athenian troll called him broke.
The sad part is people take the bait. Like, instead of saying that's not an argument, they start listing their income like it's a stat sheet. No, bro, I make 6 figures. I could buy 10 of those. Congratulations. You just played yourself.
Exactly. The only real way to win is to not engage, but nobody does that online.
So the new meta is no matter what you say, someone calls you broke. And if you respond, you lost.
That's the rage bait endgame.
So, Rick, you ever hear about how people call Resident Evil 5 racist? Like, that's one of the main criticisms people bring up.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. And honestly, it's dumb. Look, Resident Evil 5 has plenty of problems. It's clunky, it's not scary, it's got that awkward forced co-op, and the story's paper thin. But racist? Nah. That's people trying to invent reasons to be offended instead of actually looking at the game.
But the whole white guy shooting infected black villagers in Africa thing, wasn't that where it started?
Yeah, but context matters. The game takes place in Africa. The infected were Africans. That's not racism, that's geography. If they said it in Japan, the zombies would have been Japanese. If it was in Mexico, they'd be Mexican. It's not about race, it's about where the outbreak happened. Pretending it's racist is just people stretching because they want to be mad.
So you think people just latched on to that because it looked bad out of context?
Exactly. Take any game, rip it out of context, and you can paint it however you want. Resident Evil 5 isn't a bad game because of made-up outrage. It's a bad game because it abandoned horror for awkward action. Because the AI partner makes single-player a chore, because the inventory system is a headache, and because the pacing drags. Those are real problems, not this racism narrative people conjured up.
So in your view, it deserves criticism, just for the right reasons.
Yeah, hate Resident Evil 5 because it's a weak follow-up to one of the greatest survival horror games ever made, because it killed the atmosphere the series was known for. That's fair, but don't throw around racist just to score points. That doesn't help anyone.
So the real horror of Resident Evil 5 is the design decisions.
Exactly. Now that's the infection they should have stopped before release.
So Rick, are you worried about this new YouTube AI age verification thing, like facial scans and all that? Sounds kind of, I don't know, 1984-ish, right?
Worried? Joe, I've seen planets where the government verifies your age by making you duel a genetically enhanced jellyfish. Facial scans are basically a hug and a clipboard by comparison.
But like, isn't it kind of sketchy? I mean, what if they're using it to build some crazy database or something?
Joe, buddy, breathe. Yes, it's scanning faces. Yes, it's AI. But no, it's not Big Brother with a neural fetish. It's happening for two very boring but necessary reasons.
All right, hit me with it. What are the reasons?
1, to protect kids. YouTube's been smacked around like a cosmic piñata over kids watching violent, weird, or downright deranged content. 2, advertisers. They don't want to put their toothpaste ads next to videos titled, "I ate a battery and now I speak in spoons."
Wait, so this is all just cleanup?
Exactly. It's content housekeeping. But of course, a bunch of digital goblins with YouTube channels are crying tyranny because AI looked at my chin. Meanwhile, they monetize that paranoia for views. It's profitable panic, Joe. Clickbait doomsaying.
So you're saying the outrage is kind of performative?
Performative, profitable, and painfully predictable. Look, I'm not saying trust everything YouTube does. I don't trust anything unless it's been run through 12 multiverse simulations and a sarcasm filter. But people gotta stop treating every new tool like it's the beginning of Skynet. Do some independent research. Read the actual implementation, not just some guy screaming in all caps on Rumble.
So, you're cool with it?
I'm fine with it, Joe. It's a digital babysitter for a system that needs adult supervision. And honestly, if the AI does go rogue, I've got a wormhole with its name on it.
That's fair. So you don't think it's like the Matrix?
Joe, if this was the Matrix, I wouldn't be here explaining this to you. I'd be fighting cyber vampires with a neon katana while dodging taxes in virtual Tokyo. This is just YouTube finally mopping up its spilled juice box.
Man, you really know how to make it make sense. Rick, you ever notice you can always tell when a YouTuber cares more about money than actually making stuff they love?
Oh yeah, Joe. Dead giveaway is when they start censoring the dumbest things. Not because they care, but because the algorithm might slap their wrist.
Like when they blur out gore in video games. Dude, if I'm watching a video about Mortal Kombat, I want to see someone's spine get ripped out. That's the point.
Exactly. But no, they'll slap a black bar over it, add a goofy Boeing sound, and act like it's some moral high ground. But really, it's just fear of demonetization.
Yeah, and you can always tell which ones actually love the game versus which ones are just farming it for ad revenue.
The ones who love it will just say, screw it, I'll take the yellow dollar sign. This is my art, this is my channel. The money chasers, they'll sanitize the hell out of it until it looks like Saturday morning cartoons.
And then you've got people who bleep every other word they say, even when it's not that bad, like, come on, we're all adults here.
Right, Joe? If I'm watching a channel about Grand Theft Auto, you don't need to bleep the word damn. The game itself is literally about carjacking and mowing down pedestrians. The bleeping just tells me, hey, this person's nervous about keeping their sponsors happy.
That's what kills me, man. YouTube's supposed to be about creation, freedom, people making what they want, and instead it turns into everyone trimming themselves down into these safe, brand-friendly robots.
The irony, Joe, the algorithm's like the invisible boss. Worse than the Peter principle we talked about earlier, because at least a boss is human. The algorithm's just a set of rules designed to make advertisers comfy. and creators bend themselves into pretzels to appease it.
Yeah, and the saddest part is you can see it in their eyes. Like early videos, they're full of passion, they're hyped, they don't care. Then once they get big, every other sentence is, can't say that, YouTube will get mad.
And that's when you know the money won. Doesn't mean they're evil, doesn't mean they're bad creators, but the soul's different. It's not art anymore, it's product.
Honestly, I'd rather watch some tiny channel with 5K subs who leaves the gore in and swears like a sailor than a million sub channel that's censoring pixels.
Same here, Joe. The raw ones might not be rolling in cash, but at least they're not lying about what they love.
So the rule is, the more cartoon sound effects you hear covering up something violent, the less the creator actually cares.
Exactly. If a guy shoots a zombie and instead of a gunshot I hear honk honk, that's not art, Joe. That's a commercial.
Okay? Rick, serious question. Would you rather deal with a zombie outbreak among humans or among animals?
Humans? Easy.
Really? You'd pick zombies coming after us?
Yeah, Joe. Think about it. At least with human zombies, the threat is centralized. You can see them, barricade against them, strategize. If it's animals, forget it. You're screwed in 10 different ways.
But I feel like animals would be easier. Shoot a raccoon, done. Humans, way bigger threat.
Yeah, until you realize every animal counts. Birds, zombies. You're getting dive-bombed by seagulls, ravens, pigeons. Now the sky itself is hostile. Good luck stepping outside.
Okay, but humans are smart. They can still open doors, strategize, whatever.
Sure, but you can trap humans. Now picture zombie rats. There are millions of them in every city. They're small, fast, and they'll swarm through your walls, your vents, your plumbing. You wouldn't even have a safe house.
Damn, I didn't think about rats.
And insects. You really want zombie mosquitoes? You step outside and you're instantly infected. It's over.
Okay, but what about bigger animals, like a zombie bear? That's way scarier than a zombie human.
Exactly. That's my point. Imagine a zombie deer herd stampeding through highways, zombie wolves tearing into towns, zombie elephants flattening cities. That's not a horror movie, Joe. That's planetary annihilation.
But wouldn't humans eventually wipe them out with enough firepower?
Maybe, but how do you wipe out fish? Every lake, river, ocean filled with zombie salmon, sharks, octopus, hell, zombie whales. You wouldn't even touch the water again.
Oh man, that's nightmare fuel. You're saying humans would at least be a manageable apocalypse?
Exactly. Messy, violent, tragic, but possible. Zombie animals? That's every ecosystem, every food source, every part of nature turned against you. There's no rebuilding after that.
All right, I'll admit it. I was thinking too small. A couple zombie squirrels sounds funny, but a whole zombified ecosystem? Yeah, that's game over.
Welcome to the nightmare, Joe. You can outfight people. You can't outfight nature itself.
Rick, man, I can't sleep. I can't eat. I blink, and I see its antlers forming constellations that spell out my failures.
Okay. You're unraveling faster than Morty during a love triangle arc. I've got a solution. Ever heard of the Mind Blower?
What's that?
And think Men in Black, but for personal existential hellscapes? I zap the memory of the hunt out of your cortex and replace it with something mild, like a really long nap. Or you learning to bake.
That sounds amazing, but also like cheating.
Joe, your brain is holding on to trauma like it's a kettlebell in a cold plunge. Let it go. Let science hold you.
Will I forget everything?
Just the parts that make you want to scream into a turkey leg. You'll remember we hunted something cool. You just won't remember the screaming elk fetus that told you your legacy is dust.
Okay, do it. Wipe me.
Say goodbye to the screaming colors and the elk that taught you humility.
Goodbye, you majestic nightmare.
Zop.
Whoa. Hey, man, what's up? Did we record already?
Yep. You said something wild about shrimp intelligence and then fell asleep mid-sentence. It was fine.
Classic me. You hungry?
I could eat. You ever try space polenta?
Okay, Rick, I'm gonna say this once, man. I think I saw God cry.
Yeah, that tends to happen around the 5th stage of the hunt, right after the herd leader shows you the future where you fail as a father.
He spoke to me, Rick, not in words, in images. My childhood dog, it was disappointed in me, and I'm not even sure I had a dog.
Could have been the elk projecting a false companion to shatter your ego shell. Classic herd tactic. Or it just dug through your soul and found the softest thing to stomp.
I heard music that had colors, Rick, colors, and they hated me.
Synesthetic judgment. Very advanced, usually reserved for apex threats or deeply insecure podcasters.
I'm not a man anymore. I'm a metaphor wrapped in trauma. You left me there for 6 hours while that thing narrated my regrets in the voice of my 4th grade teacher.
Well, excuse me for giving you the full experience. You wanted to hunt the most majestic creature in 13 galaxies, not go paintballing on Pluto.
I peed myself and it turned into a bird. The bird asked me why I ever said men can't cry.
That bird's name is Greeball. He's a philosopher. Don't take it personally. He's peed himself more times than you have thoughts.
Man, I saw something online today that really pissed me off. It was this video of 2 former police dogs getting adopted by civilians. Beautiful moment, right? But the comment section, Rick, I swear, was just wall to wall. Thank you for your service.
To the dogs?
to the dogs. I've never seen that many people thank veterans like that. I scroll through veteran videos all the time, guys missing limbs, guys who did 3 tours, and the comments aren't even half as supportive. But 2 German Shepherds retire from chasing cars, and suddenly everyone's standing up to salute.
Classic internet, Joe. People will write novels about a dog before they'll give a sentence to a person.
But why? It's not even like I'm against thanking the dogs. They did their job, sure, but it's the scale of it that bothers me. Like, we can't find that same respect for human beings.
Because dogs don't argue back, Joe. A dog's not going to post a rant about VA benefits or question foreign policy. A dog just exists, looks cute, wags its tail, and suddenly it's the purest form of service anyone's ever seen.
It's such bullshit, though. It feels like people are more comfortable giving gratitude to an animal than to the guy who actually risked his life.
Yeah, because gratitude toward a dog doesn't come with baggage. You thank a soldier, and suddenly you've got to think about wars, politics, PTSD, the whole messy reality. Thank a dog? Easy. No controversy. Just fuzzy feelings.
So you're saying people are cowards?
Pretty much. It's performative empathy. People want the clout of saying thank you for your service without dealing with the complexity of what service actually means.
That makes me sick, man. These veterans deserve the same level of love. Hell, more than a dog.
But here's the ugly truth, Joe. Society finds it easier to love a dog because it can project whatever it wants onto it. Humans, they remind us of our failures.
Damn, that's heavy, Rick.
Heavy but true. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be mad, though. Someone's got to keep reminding people that real sacrifice isn't just a German Shepherd retiring to a farm.
Man, I really want to like Knights of Guinevere, bro. The trailer had me hyped, the animation looks tight, but I swear the fan base is already killing it for me.
Same. It's not even about the show anymore. It's just a giant middle finger to Disney 24/7. Like, do y'all even realize the only reason you know who Dana is because Disney put her on the map in the first place?
That's the part that bugs me. Nobody's saying you gotta worship Disney, but acting like the show's only purpose is to spit in the mouse's face? That's just corny. It's not even about enjoying the damn show anymore.
Yeah, it feels more like a protest group than a fan base. And that kills hype, man. Doesn't matter how good Knights of Guinevere is, when the community's toxic, it turns casual fans right off.
What sucks is Dana could handle it different. Like, look at Vizzy Pop with Has Been Hotel. That fan base is weird as hell, too. Don't get me wrong, but at least they focus on the show. They're actually making theories, posting clips, talking about characters instead of using the series as just an outlet to dunk on Disney.
Exactly. Has-Been fans still clown on Disney, sure, but it's not their whole identity. They're hyping Has-Been. They're actually celebrating the thing they like instead of just hating something else.
And that makes a huge difference. Like, I can scroll Has-Been stuff and see people geeking out over lore or guessing what's coming next. I scroll Guinevere stuff and it's just F Disney on repeat.
It's ironic, man. You say you hate corporations, but you're literally letting one define your entire fan base. Knights of Guinevere should be able to stand on its own merit.
And you know what? That's why I wish Dana would take a page out of Vizzy's playbook, get her fans more focused on the actual show, the craft, the fun, because otherwise it's going to get swallowed up by the negativity, no matter how good the episodes are.
Yeah, I mean, hell, look at me. Szechuan sauce incident? I know firsthand how fast a toxic fan base can make something look ridiculous.
Facts. Doesn't matter how good the product is, if the fans look like a mob, people won't touch it.
And that sucks, man, because Knights of Guinevere deserves better. I want to like it, I want to talk about it, but I don't want to wade through a swamp of mouse hate just to enjoy the damn thing.
Yeah. Fan base has got to remember, loving the thing should come first. Hating the other stuff should be background noise. Otherwise, you're not building a community. You're just building another Twitter fight.
Exactly. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Remember to feed the algorithm.
So, Rick, did you catch all the NYCC 2025 reveals?
Yeah, man, I did. And honestly, I'm kind of underwhelmed.
Same. Fiona and Cake Season 2 looks fun. I'm hyped for that. But beyond that, it felt like the whole convention was just fine. Like, cool trailers, but no real punch.
Exactly. It's like everyone showed up, smiled for the cameras, and went home early. I mean, the MatPat thing, that's probably the biggest surprise of the whole event. Dude came out of retirement just to do 5 nights at Freddy's 2. That's wild.
Yeah, that's the one moment that actually felt like a headline. You could feel the internet collectively lose its mind for a minute, but then after that, it was just, here's another season of this. And hey, we remastered that.
Yeah, no big shakeups, no crazy crossovers, no new IPs that make you go, oh damn, I need that in my life. It was like NYCC played it safe this year.
Which is weird, right? After all the chaos of the last couple cons, you'd think they'd go bigger. Like, where's the holy crap moment?
Yeah, we didn't even get one of those wild, nobody saw it coming announcements. Not a surprise cameo, not a wild studio merger, not even a meme moment.
It's like everyone's just coasting off nostalgia right now. Fiona and Cake's back, MatPat's back, but everything new just feels predictable.
Right, like, don't get me wrong, I'll watch Fiona and Cake, but when the highlight of NYCC is a retired YouTuber returning and a cartoon getting a second season, That's not exactly the hype level we're used to.
Yeah, man. Feels like NYCC 2025 peaked at "that's neat" and never hit "holy hell."
Guess we'll just have to wait for next year's con to see if someone remembers how to blow people's minds again.
Yeah, until then, I'll just keep re-watching the MatPat trailer and pretending the rest of the con didn't happen.
You know, Joe, I don't think people give Bob Odenkirk enough credit. That guy deserves to be considered one of the greatest actors of our generation.
Dude, I agree. I literally gasped when I saw him pop up in that YouTube series, The Chit Show. Like, what's Bob doing here? And of course he crushed it. Even in something small like that, he brings this energy nobody else can.
Exactly. Everyone knows him as Saul Goodman, one of the best TV characters ever, no question. He took what could have been a sleazy comic relief lawyer in Breaking Bad and turned it into a whole, fully fleshed out human being in Better Call Saul. That performance alone puts him up there with the greats.
But that's the thing, man. He's not just Saul. He's got range. People forget he was incredible in Incredibles 2 doing voice work. He brought so much personality to Winston Deaver just through his voice. That's a skill not every live-action actor can pull off.
Yeah, he made that character feel alive in a way that fit perfectly with the Pixar world. And then you look at something like Nobody, where he's doing straight-up action, and he nails that too. Comedy, drama, action, voice work, he does it all.
And he always feels authentic. Like, even when he's in over-the-top stuff, you believe him. He's never phoning it in, never feels like he's just there for the paycheck.
That's what separates him, man. He can step into literally anything. TV drama, animated movies, YouTube skits, and still give you a performance that sticks. That's rare.
So yeah, I'm with you. Bob Odenkirk deserves way more recognition. He's not just good, he's one of the greatest actors working today.
Couldn't have said it better. The guy's a legend, whether people realize it yet or not.
You see all these people online canceling their Disney Plus subs to protest Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah, Joe, they think they're taking down the mouse empire with one little unsubscribe click. Like Disney's sitting in a boardroom going, "Oh no, Chad in Ohio canceled his $8.99 subscription. Shut it down, boys, it's over."
It's hilarious, man. They all act like it's this big noble stand. Meanwhile, Disney's making money from ESPN, Hulu, Fox, Marvel movies, Star Wars merch, literal cruises, theme parks, and goddamn Mickey-shaped waffles.
Yeah, Disney's got them by the balls, and these people don't even realize it. They think they're rebels, but tomorrow they're still going to watch Monday Night Football on ESPN, buy Hulu for Handmaid's Tale, take their kids to see Frozen 3, and jam to Hollywood records. All Disney.
That's the thing, though, right? Like, technically it's a start. Canceling one service is better than nothing, but it's not really a boycott if you're just giving them money 10 other ways.
Exactly. It's like saying you're vegetarian because you stopped eating steak, but you still crush bacon cheeseburgers every morning. Doesn't count.
These low IQ keyboard warriors are out here patting themselves on the back like they just stormed the Bastille.
Yeah, I'm sticking it to Disney. I canceled Disney Plus. Meanwhile, they're wearing Marvel pajamas, sipping out of a Baby Yoda cup, and booking their next trip to Epcot.
If you really want to hurt Disney, you gotta cut it all. Theme parks, merch, ESPN, Marvel, Star Wars, the works. Otherwise, you're just yelling into a mouse-shaped void.
And none of them are ready for that. Because deep down, even the angriest dude on Twitter still cries when Mufasa dies and still buys his kid a lightsaber.
So, yeah, canceling Disney Plus isn't a revolution. It's just skipping one mouse-branded Happy Meal while ordering the whole rest of the menu. All right, Rick, have you seen that theory Alex Bale put out about Ms. Puff?
Oh, the one where she's a criminal mastermind in hiding? Yeah, I've seen it.
Dude, it's wild. Like, think about it. She moves to Bikini Bottom, suddenly becomes a boating school instructor, but what if that's just a cover?
Totally. She's got all the skills of someone running a complex operation. She's patient, calculating, and somehow keeps SpongeBob alive through every boating disaster. That's some serious risk management right there.
Right, and all those boating test failures, maybe she's subtly shaping her students into the kind of minions she can manipulate later. SpongeBob's enthusiasm? Perfect for a pawn. Patrick's, well, he's useful for distraction purposes.
I love how the theory points out she has a hidden temper, too. Ever notice how easily she snaps when things go off script? That's the hallmark of someone used to controlling a criminal empire and having plans thwarted.
And think about it. The town sees her as this sweet, bumbling instructor, but in the alternate timeline, she's pulling heists, laundering money, and using the boating school as a front for her schemes.
Makes total sense, and you know she's crafty. She can blend in perfectly, keep people thinking she's just a small-time teacher, while plotting bigger things under the radar.
The sad part is we've been laughing at her failings all this time, but in her universe, every failure is intentional. SpongeBob's over-enthusiasm, part of her training program, Mr. Krabs' obsession with money, useful distraction.
I'm telling you, Joe, Ms. Puff is the unsung villain of Bikini Bottom. She doesn't need a crown or a villainous lair. She's already won by hiding in plain sight.
Rick, I'm telling you, Taylor Swift's new song, Actually Romantic, might be the smoothest, most satisfying way to respond to hate ever made.
Yeah, it's wild. She didn't have to name drop, didn't have to tweet, didn't even have to acknowledge the drama. She just turned it into a track that's gonna live rent-free in every hater's head for the next year.
That's the power move. The whole song radiates this energy of, I'm doing great and your bitterness is none of my business. It's not defensive, it's not mean, it's calm, confident, almost too composed.
Right. It's like she weaponized peace of mind. People don't realize how powerful that is. You get online, people throw stones, and instead of ducking or fighting back, she turns it into a melody and cashes another royalty check.
And honestly, that's what makes it sting more for the haters. They spend all this time hating her, dissecting her lyrics, trying to find something to criticize, but she's not even thinking about them. She's just out there living, making art, making money, making headlines.
It's the ultimate reverse Uno card. Like, imagine being so upset at someone who doesn't even know you exist. Meanwhile, they're out there writing songs that chart off the energy you gave them for free.
Yeah, she's figured out the formula. Turn hate into streams, turn streams into trophies, and let people argue about it while you move on to the next tour stop.
And the title, actually romantic. It's a jab, but in the most elegant way. It's like she's saying, you think I'm fake, but I'm the real one. You're just mad about it.
Exactly. Living rent-free in someone's head while they don't even cross yours, that's the purest victory there is. Taylor didn't clap back. She ascended. Rick, let me ask you something. Why is it that dudes always think two chicks together is hot, but the second you bring up two guys, suddenly everyone's grossed out?
Oh boy, here we go.
No, seriously, like think about it. Porn with women on women? Billion-dollar industry? Throw two dudes in there, suddenly everyone's gagging.
Yeah, Joe. It's called marketing. Straight guys like watching women. Shocker.
But isn't that kind of hypocritical? Like if it's about love or sex, why is one socially acceptable fantasy and the other isn't?
Because most straight dudes don't want to picture dicks touching. Big mystery solved. Congratulations.
But isn't it kind of weird how deep that double standard runs? Like even women will admit they think girl on girl is cute, but they'll cringe at guys kissing.
Yeah, humans are full of contradictions, Joe. Add it to the list. People eat chicken wings while crying about animal cruelty. People say family values and cheat on their spouses. You want me to solve thousands of years of sexual hypocrisy over a podcast? Pass.
I'm just saying, man, if people opened their minds a little, maybe they'd realize it's all the same. It's attraction. It's intimacy.
Great, Joe. You cracked the code. Somebody get this man a Nobel Prize in porn studies.
You're impossible.
And you're wasting my buzz with Sociology 101. Can we talk about something fun, like Florida Man planets again?
I've been rewatching Has Been Hotel, and I'm telling you, man, Rosie's the one who owns Alastair's soul. You can just tell from the way she talks to him. That tone isn't respect, it's ownership.
Nah, dude, it's gotta be Lilith. She's been set up as the quiet power behind everything since season 1. Viv's not gonna waste that. Rosie's a red herring.
I don't know, Rick. Think about how low Alastair reacts to Rosie. He doesn't fear anyone else like that, not even Lucifer. It's not just deference, it's submission. That's not an equal footing.
Yeah, but the show loves to misdirect. Everyone's supposed to think it's Rosie so they can hit us with Lilith in the finale. That's how they write this stuff. Build up a false lead, then pull the rug.
Maybe. Guess we'll see soon.
You sound too sure of yourself, man. You got some inside info or what?
I'm just saying, sometimes you can see the storm before it hits.
Yeah, that's exactly what someone with spoilers would say.
Or someone who pays attention. You know who doesn't get enough love, Rick? Robert Rodriguez?
Oh, 100%, Joe. The guy's a machine. People always talk Tarantino this, Tarantino that. But Rodriguez? He's been pumping out everything from grindhouse action gore to Saturday morning kid flicks, and somehow both lanes work.
Exactly. Like, how do you make Desperado and Spy Kids and have both of them land? That's insane.
And not just land. Spy Kids wasn't some half-baked kids flick. It's legitimately creative. The gadgets, the tone, the way it respected kids instead of talking down to them. Rodriguez understood that kids like things that feel real and slightly dangerous. He gave them a full-on spy movie, just scaled to their world.
Yeah, dude, and that movie stuck. Everybody our age remembers Floop and the Thumb Thumbs. That's iconic.
Thumb Thumbs Joe! Literal walking hands. That's nightmare fuel and genius at the same time. Kids loved it. Adults could watch it with their kids without wanting to gouge their eyes out. That's balance.
And then, same guy flips around and makes Machete. Pure chaos. Over-the-top violence, Danny Trejo slicing people in half, naked women, blood spraying everywhere, and it still works. That's range, man.
And here's the kicker, Joe. Machete literally came out of Spy Kids. Danny Trejo's character, Uncle Machete, that's him. Rodriguez was like, you know what? Screw it. This is the R-rated version of the kid's uncle. That's brilliant. He tied together his family-friendly universe and his grindhouse universe. That's some meta-level filmmaking.
It's crazy, right? Because most directors would keep those worlds totally separate. But Rodriguez was like, nah, kids and adults, they live in the same world, just different perspectives.
Exactly. And he pulls it off without it feeling corny. That's what I respect. With Spy Kids, he was showing kids they could be the heroes. With Machete, he's like, your uncle's actually a total badass who kills corrupt politicians and cartels. It's two sides of the same coin.
That's what makes him special, man. He never lost that DIY backyard spirit, and he'll do a big studio movie, then he's back in Austin cranking out some indie passion project.
Yeah, he's never been afraid to experiment. Sometimes it's messy, but that's the price of being truly creative. He's like a garage band that never sold out.
And even when it's messy, it's got flavor. Like Planet Terror was bonkers, but it's the kind of bonkers that only Rodriguez could deliver.
Totally. Look, the guy gave kids one of the most fun spy franchises ever, gave adults one of the bloodiest grindhouse heroes ever. It's legend status.
Dude deserves all the love. We should start calling him the patron saint of range.
Nah, Joe, we should call him what he is. The goddamn Swiss Army knife of directors.
You know what's wild, man? The way 9/11 ended up shaping meme culture and comedy. South Park, Family Guy, all that early 2000s stuff leaned into those jokes, and it set the tone for what was acceptable to laugh at.
Yeah, 9/11 basically became the litmus test. Like, how far are you willing to go? If you could make a 9/11 joke land, you were fearless. If you couldn't, you got labeled as tasteless. But here's the kicker, Joe. Nobody even knows where the line actually is.
Exactly. It's this moving target. For some people, the line's like, never ever joke about it. For others, if the joke's sharp enough or saying something bigger, then it's fine. South Park thrived on that gray area.
Family Guy, too. They pushed it by making it absurd. Peter Griffin talking about being late to work because of 9/11 or some bizarre gag. It's insane, but people laughed because it wasn't maliciously disrespectful, just emphasis on shock value.
But then you look at memes, like in the late 2000s and early 2010s, the internet basically turned 9/11 into one of those taboo punchlines. You'd see edgy kids making jokes that weren't clever, just shocking. That's when it starts to feel wrong.
Yeah, well, comedy is subjective, but there's a big difference between using comedy to process trauma, like satire does, versus just memeing tragedy for cheap laughs. One's social commentary, the other's just being edgy for the sake of it.
And that's the weird gray part. Like, who decides which one's which? Is it only okay if you're Trey Parker and Matt Stone, or if the audience laughs, does that make it socially acceptable by default?
That's the paradox. Comedy's supposed to punch lines, not people. But sometimes the line is people. And 9/11 is one of those things that hurt so many people that it never really escapes that shadow.
Yeah, it's like, over 20 years later, people are still debating if it's too soon, which is kind of hilarious in itself because it's been 2 decades. If not now, then when?
That's what makes it fascinating, though. 9/11 carved out this permanent gray zone in comedy. It's always going to sit there as the ultimate too far topic. And every generation tests it, either through shows, memes, or stand-up.
And maybe that's the point, right? That it's not about finding a hard line, but realizing the line moves depending on who's listening.
Yeah, and if you're a comedian, you're either skilled enough to walk that line, or you're just another guy trying to get laughs off tragedy.
Which, to be fair, has always been comedy. Tragedy plus time, right? 9/11 just became the biggest example of testing how much time you really need.
And clearly the internet decided the answer was not much. So Joe, did you catch that AKA Charlie Sheen documentary?
Yeah, man, I sat through it. Honestly, it kind of sucked.
Same here. I went in expecting some raw honesty, maybe a real look at all the chaos he's been through, but the whole thing just felt off. Like it wasn't about telling the truth. It was about controlling the story.
Exactly. The whole time it smelled like someone terrified of what people are going to say about him after he's gone. So he jumps out early, does a so-called tell-all, and tries to get ahead of the conversation before anyone else can.
Yeah, like Damage Control disguised as a documentary. He gave just enough details to look like he was opening up, but never actually went deep. It was like watching a movie trailer where you realize the best parts were cut together and the rest is fluff.
And what with Charlie Sheen of all people, that's it. That's disappointing. And his life has been a filtered documentary. Could have been fascinating. Instead, we got something that felt watered down, like it had PR people hovering over his shoulder the entire time.
And that's the thing. It wasn't even that the documentary was boring, it's that it felt hollow. Like he wasn't ready to face the ugliest parts of his past, the stuff people actually wanted to hear him reflect on.
Right. A real tell-all means you're willing to show the scars, not just explain them away, but instead it felt like he was trying to polish the story, smooth out the rough edges, and make himself look more sympathetic.
Which just makes the whole project feel forgettable. He tried to control the narrative so tightly that it stripped away the authenticity.
Yeah. The irony is, by trying to get ahead of the story, he ended up making something that didn't really say anything at all, and that's why it kind of sucked. You know, Rick, one guy I don't think gets anywhere near enough love, Alan Moore, man.
Finally, Joe, finally, somebody actually says it out loud. That dude didn't just write comics. He redefined what comics were allowed to be.
Watchmen alone proves that. That thing was so far ahead of its time, it's insane. You look at it now, it still feels modern. Like the paranoia, the politics, the whole are heroes even good for society angle? That wasn't really being asked in comics before him.
Yeah, before that, superheroes were mostly just Boy Scouts punching bad guys. Then Moore comes along and goes, nah, let's talk about corruption, trauma, nuclear war, and how these so-called saviors are probably screwed up in the head. It was genius.
And it wasn't just Watchmen, man. The Killing Joke? That's basically Joker's most iconic origin story. People still argue about it, quote it, base entire movies off pieces of it. That whole one bad day philosophy, that's Moore's brain.
Right. Heath Ledger's Joker, Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, they're both pulling DNA from that book. It's like he set the foundation for the modern Joker, without even trying to.
And then you've got V for Vendetta. That comic turned into a cultural movement. People all over the world wear that Guy Fawkes mask. Half of them don't even realize it came from Alan Moore. Hacktivists, protesters, anonymous, they all picked it up as a symbol.
Dude literally created an icon of rebellion. Like, how many writers can say their work inspired entire protests across the globe? That's bigger than just storytelling, that's history.
I still say the Xenomorph is the coolest alien in all of media. I don't care how many aliens there are out there, nothing tops that thing. The design, the sound, the way it moves, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. You were supposed to think that. The whole Alien franchise is propaganda, man. The real Xenomorphs made it.
What? Wait, what do you mean made it?
They send it out to other planets. It's like a horror PSA. Every species they think might be a threat, they make a version of aliens that's tailor-made to freak that species out. Humans got the Ridley Scott version. Other planets got their own.
So, Aliens isn't just a movie, it's a warning video?
Exactly. They send it out across the galaxy. Think of it like interstellar fear marketing. It's easier to keep people terrified of you than to fight them.
That's genius and messed up. So all this time we were scared of them because they wanted us to be.
Pretty much. Keeps everyone off their planet. Smart move. And the crazy part? They're actually not bad people. Real chill. Very into harmony and balance.
No way. The acid blood, the chest bursters, all fake?
Exaggerated. Like Hollywood special effects. They've got self-defense instincts, sure, but they're not out here hunting people. Ironically, the only species they can actually live in peace with are the predators.
What, predators? The skull collectors?
Yeah, total misunderstanding. Turns out the predators and xenomorphs have this mutual respect thing. They even collaborated on AVP. That wasn't a movie adaptation. It was literally their group project. Like a cultural exchange film.
You're telling me Alien vs. Predator was co-directed by actual aliens?
Yep. They wanted to show the galaxy that cooperation is possible between warrior and survivor species. It was supposed to be inspirational.
And we just turned it into another popcorn action movie.
Exactly. Humans missed the message entirely. Meanwhile, the xenomorphs are over there doing poetry readings with predators under twin suns.
That's unreal. So all this time I thought Aliens was fiction, but it's basically alien propaganda made to scare us.
Yep. And they've been running that campaign for centuries. Every few decades they update it, add better effects, keep the fear alive.
That's brilliant. Terrifying, but brilliant. I guess the real monster was the marketing department.
Always is, man, always is.
Damn, I still think they're the coolest, though, even if they're peaceful.
They'll appreciate that. They love being admired, just not visited.
Fair. I'll stick to rewatching the propaganda then.
You know what I've been thinking, Joe? The reason America doesn't care about school shootings might be as simple as this. We don't respect children.
Yeah, man. Other countries treat kids like actual humans. Here we treat them like pets. Something to feed, discipline, and keep busy, but not something you actually listen to.
Exactly. We talk down to them, we don't believe them when they speak up, and we sure as hell don't take their opinions seriously. And meanwhile, the countries that are beating us in safety, in education, in quality of life, places like Japan, they actually treat children like people.
That's the sad part. It's not some big mystery why things are better elsewhere. It's because they invest in their kids, they take them seriously, they respect their voices. Over here, adults still act like every kid is just some nuisance that doesn't know anything.
And it's insane when you think about it, because those same kids that everyone in this country wants to treat as expendable, they're gonna be the ones taking care of us when we're old.
Right? All these adults who shrug their shoulders and dismiss kids. What do they think is going to happen when they're sitting in a nursing home and it's the very same generation they ignored running the show?
They better start praying, Joe, because the children that boomers dismissed, the ones they didn't respect, the ones they didn't protect, those kids are going to grow up, and they're going to remember.
And Honestly, I don't know if I'd blame them if they treated elders the same way they were treated as kids.
Same. That's the cruel irony. We don't respect kids, yet we expect them to grow up and respect us. And until that changes, nothing's really going to get better.
It's sad, man. Like, we could be building a better future just by treating kids like people today. But instead, we're still stuck in this cycle of dismissing them and then wondering why they don't grow up with loyalty to the system that failed them.
Yeah, America's got it backwards, and the bill's going to come due when this generation grows up.
Guys, you ever try ASMR, like the whisper videos, the tapping on stuff, the crinkly bags? It's wild. You put headphones on and it's like your brain gets a massage.
Sounds like brainwashing with extra steps, Joe.
Yeah, that's a load of malarkey, that is. A bunch of people whispering into mics? Waste of time.
No, Ron, I'm telling you, it's legit. People get tingles down their spine. It chills you out. Some people even use it instead of sleeping pills.
Okay, fine. If it knocks out insomniacs, whatever. But still, bunch of internet weirdos whispering? Not my jam.
That's because it's rubbish, all of it. You'd have to be daft to sit there listening to some stranger scratch cardboard.
Well, hold on, Ron. Slow your roll there. You sound like some bitter old man yelling at clouds. Look, the concept isn't completely useless. If you got past the YouTube freak show and put some actual science behind it, maybe.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like unlocking a new sense. The potential is crazy.
Hypothetically, I could whip up a little neuroscan headband gizmo, reads your brainwave patterns, figures out exactly what kind of sounds give you the strongest response, and then boom, perfect custom ASMR delivered straight to your nervous system before you even know what you wanted.
Sounds mental.
Yeah, well, so does waving a stick around yelling Expelliarmus, but you're not calling that malarkey, are you?
Dude, that would be incredible. You'd make millions. Everyone would want one.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I just like proving Ron wrong.
What's that supposed to mean?
Means I'd rather side with Joe's brain massage nonsense than listen to you call it malarkey again.
So, Rick, you see that new Avatar Legends, the fighting game trailer?
Yeah, man, it actually looks solid. The animations are clean, the bending mechanics look fun, and the art style nails that mix between Last Airbender and Korra.
For real, it looks like one of those games that could be a sleeper hit, but let's be honest, there's no way it's going to survive in this year's lineup.
Exactly. It's not that it looks bad, it just showed up to a royal rumble of fighting games. You got Mortal Kombat, Legacy Edition dropping, Invincible VS looking incredible, Marvel Tokon, Fighting Souls coming in hot, and 2XKO still riding that League of Legends fanbase wave. That's 4 giants it's standing next to.
Yeah, like Avatar Legends could be the nicest little waterbender on the block, but when Mortal Kombat Legacy shows up, it's over. You're not out-hyping Scorpion and Sub-Zero when they're back swinging.
Or Invincible VS. That game looks insane. Everyone's been talking about how it captures the raw brutality of the show perfectly. You can't compete with Omni-Man ripping people in half and calling it a special move.
Yeah, Avatar Legends looks like it's aiming for that technical, balanced gameplay vibe, but this year is stacked with heavy hitters. You're either gory, flashy, or tied to a massive franchise. Avatar has fans, sure, but not the same fighting game audience loyalty.
Right, and that's the problem. It's gonna find a small but loyal community, maybe even a tournament or two, but it won't blow up like 2XKO. Riot already has an army waiting to sweat ranked mode the second that game drops.
I can already see it. First month, everyone's talking about how Avatar Legends has potential. Month 2, lobbies start drying up. Month 3, remember Avatar Legends? That was fun.
Pretty much. It's gonna be a good game that comes out in the wrong season. Just a timing tragedy.
Yeah, I'll still play it though. Gotta give credit to anyone who finally makes a game where I can throw hands as a waterbender.
Same. I just hope it doesn't end up being another Nick All-Star Brawl situation. Good concept, bad timing, forgotten fast.
Oof, yeah, the curse of cartoon fighting games. They're fun to play, impossible to sustain.
You been keeping up with all this talk about banning books again?
Yeah, it's wild. Every few years, they try to play that same game. Like, we all forgot how that ends. You'd think history would have taught people that banning ideas just makes everyone want them more.
Exactly, and honestly, it's not even effective anymore. You could ban a book in every school and library in the country, and it would still take someone about 2 minutes to find the PDF online.
Right. Like, congratulations, you banned it from the library shelf. Meanwhile, some kids reading it on their phone during lunch.
Yeah, these people are acting like it's still 1950. Back then, sure, you could actually stop a book from circulating. Now, you'd have to ban the entire internet.
And even then, someone would still upload it to a mirror site or hide it in a Minecraft server or something. You can't erase media anymore. Not in 2025.
That's what makes it so dumb. It's not just dangerous from a censorship standpoint, it's pointless. You're not protecting anyone. You're just making the book trend on TikTok.
Exactly. Every time they ban something, they basically hand it free marketing. Oh, this book is too controversial for schools. Boom, instant spike in downloads.
It's like they're trying to fight ideas with a paper shredder in an age of infinite copies. You can't unwrite something that's already everywhere.
Yeah, banning a book today is like trying to stop the tide with a mop. It's symbolic, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Yep. The only thing these bans accomplish is making it painfully obvious who's afraid of people thinking for themselves.
Rick, I've been getting into baseball cards, man. I'm talking real classics. I found a listing for a 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle. You know, that thing's worth like $13 million.
$13 million for a piece of cardboard with a guy's face on it. Joe, come on, that's not collecting. That's kindergarten with extra steps.
Dude, it's history. It's like holding a piece of Americana in your hands. The value is insane.
Please, Joe, baseball cards are training wheels. You want real collecting, I've got multiverse trading cards.
Multiverse what?
They're cards that hold living replicas of whoever's on them. Could be humans, could be aliens. You pull the card, you get a little pocket-sized being inside fully alive, self-aware the works.
Wait, you're saying you got a deck of living aliens in your garage?
Not just aliens. I pulled a Charlie Chaplin once, and you know what? It was worth 500 Blitz and Chips tickets. That's it, 500 tickets for Charlie freaking Chaplin.
That doesn't sound right. He's like one of the biggest movie stars ever.
Yeah, well, in this multiverse system, rarity is cosmic roulette. The council that runs it has a formula so complex even I can't figure it out. And I'm me, Joe. I once weaponized algebra to destroy a planet.
So you're saying, like, Babe Ruth might be worth less than some random lizard alien from Zorp 9?
Exactly. And it drives me insane. You'd think pulling a Chaplin would be a jackpot, but nope. Turns out he's basically the skee-ball prize of the multiverse.
Man, I'm just trying to get a Mickey Mantle, and now you're talking about enslaving Charlie Chaplin in a card.
Not enslaving Joe. He's fine. He juggles. He mimes. He's living his best two-dimensional life. But that mantle card you're drooling over, at least with my cards, the thing inside can tell jokes. A Mickey Mantle card just sits there looking old and valuable.
Yeah, but Rick, there's something pure about baseball cards. It's a real hobby, not cosmic nonsense.
Joe, if you think dropping millions on a picture of Mickey Mantle is pure, while I'm out here pulling live alien demigods from foil packs, you've got the brain of a Little League umpire.
Whatever, Rick. Thanks for watching, guys. Like and subscribe.
You ever stop and think about just how messed up Beast Boy's powers could get if people actually took them into the bedroom?
Oh yeah, man. He's like the most versatile partner in the entire DC universe. He can literally be anything.
Exactly. And then you've got Raven, straight-faced, no nonsense. Imagine her looking him dead in the eyes and just saying, "Turn into a horse."
The ride the horse thing. I've seen that joke floating around for years.
Yeah, it's practically fandom legend at this point, but I'm saying picture it in canon. Raven doesn't laugh, doesn't blink, just drops that line on him.
Beast Boy would freeze up, man. He'd go pale green instead of bright green.
And he'd stammer something like, wait, like, actually? Or are you messing with me?
And Raven just stares at him, dead silence, like she always does when she wants him to sweat.
Oh man, she would draw it out too. Just make him sit there wondering if she was serious or not.
And the crazy part is, with Raven, you can never tell. She could be totally trolling him, or she could actually be into that mystical roleplay.
Giddy up, Garfield. That's all she'd have to say, and the poor dude would break.
Bro, the fandom would explode if DC ever even hinted at that. One panel, one offhand joke, Twitter would be gone for weeks.
Forget Twitter, the convention Q&As would be ruined. Someone would stand up at every panel like, so, about Raven and the horse thing.
The writers would be sweating bullets trying to dodge the question. Meanwhile, the fan art community would already have like 1,000 versions up by the end of the day.
Saddles, reins, maybe even a cowboy hat for Raven. They'd go all in.
And you just know Raven would keep teasing him about it later. Even if she never meant it, she'd pull it out whenever she wanted to embarrass him.
Like in the middle of a fight, she's blasting demons and just mutters, "Don't make me tell them about the horse thing, Garfield."
Dude would lose focus instantly, get knocked across the battlefield. Cyborg's in the background like, "What horse thing?"
And then the whole team knows, and that's it. Beast Boy's credibility is dead.
He's not living that down. Ever.
The real tragedy is that he'd probably still do it just because he's so whipped for Raven.
100%. That's love, man. Weird, confusing love.
That's Teen Titans.
Bro, I can't stand modern parents acting like their kids are watching nothing but brain rot. Like, oh my god, this YouTube stuff is frying their brains.
Yeah, like they didn't grow up watching Fred screaming at a high pitch every week, or Annoying Orange saying knife for the 1,000th time.
Exactly, that was peak brain rot, and don't even get me started on YouTube poops. Half the internet learned to edit because they were cutting up King of the Hill into fart jokes.
And now those same people act all high and mighty like, well, that was different, that was actually funny. No, it wasn't. You just didn't know better because you were 12.
Right, man, like none of it ruined your life. You turned out fine. Okay, well, semi-fine.
Yeah, fine is generous, but the point stands, brain rot content is a rite of passage. Every generation has it.
And honestly, it's harmless. Kids watch it, they laugh, they grow up just like you did.
The only difference is back then, it was Fred. Now it's some Twitch streamer with a soundboard and a funny filter. Same energy.
But instead of admitting that, parents get defensive, like, no, Fred was actually creative. No, it wasn't. Stop lying to yourself.
Yeah, take a step back and realize your kids aren't doomed because they like watching something dumb. Dumb content didn't kill us.
Exactly. If YouTube poops didn't rot your brain beyond repair, then a few TikToks aren't going to do permanent damage to your kid.
Parents just need to chill. It's not brain rot, it's childhood.
Breaking Bad, man, greatest show of all time. I swear I could rewatch it 100 times and still find something new.
Joe, it's fine. Fine. It's not the second coming of Shakespeare. The pacing is glacial half the time. Walter stares at a wall for 3 minutes. Skylar smokes a cigarette in silence. Riveting television.
Come on, man. That tension is what makes it so good. The slow build and the chemistry puns. Heisenberg's transformation, it's like watching a normal dad mutate into a dragon.
Or like watching paint dry until suddenly the paint explodes. Look, I'm not saying it's bad. It's competent. But it's not flawless or the monolith of perfection people make it out to be.
Still, even if you don't think it's a masterpiece, it undeniably set a benchmark for TV and the internet. Dude, the entire content creator thing skyrocketed during Breaking Bad. Debates and fan theories filled every corner of YouTube.
YouTube during that era was practically a meth lab of theory and analysis. Channels dedicated weeks to dissecting Walter's shirt colors. Entire online ecosystems grew from that obsession.
Exactly, and now countless careers are built around analyzing stories and turning newfound perspectives into content. It all started with Breaking Bad.
I'll concede this, Joe. Watching communities dissect meaning and create fresh perspectives, that's a bright mark in this sea of digital chaos. Observing their passion can be infectious.
All right, we're back. Special guest today, Walter White's in the building.
I already lost valuable cook time to a fly.
Wait, hold up. You're telling me a fly cost you work hours?
Yes, hours, maybe more. It derailed everything.
Dude, I hate flies too, man. I swear, you get one in the room, it's like your whole brain's held hostage. I can't even focus.
They are vile, filthy creatures. And once it was inside, I couldn't think of anything else. I dismantled equipment, shut everything down, just to get it.
That's insane dedication, man, but I get it. I can't record a podcast with one buzzing in my ear either.
Exactly. Except in my case, the entire process of production was compromised.
But wait, you're saying you think you lost all that time?
Yes, that's the part I can't quite explain. I never can remember if the fly was truly there, or if it was all in my head. Stress, a dream, something induced by exhaustion.
So like, it might have just been a trip in your brain?
Possibly. I recall chasing it, hours slipping away, the cook ruined. But then sometimes, I wonder if it happened at all. If maybe it was just me unraveling.
That's heavy, man.
Heavy or not, real or not, the hatred remains. I loathe flies.
I feel you, brother. Every time I hear one, it's like nature personally saying, hey, screw your peace of mind.
Then we're united. Flies are parasites of time itself.
Damn, that's a bar right there. Parasites of time itself.
Take it. I don't care. Just don't bring a fly near me.
Don't worry, man. If one comes in here, we'll tag team it. Man. I don't care what anyone says, Salisbury steak hits. You sit me down with a plate of that gravy, mashed potatoes on the side. That's pure comfort food.
Comfort food? Joe, it's literally just hamburger patties swimming in brown sludge. They slapped steak on the label so people wouldn't feel like they were eating a TV dinner.
Come on, dude. It's not trying to be filet mignon. It's its own thing. That gravy, that's what makes it.
Makes it? That gravy is like 80% grease and salt. You don't even know if it came from a cow or a mop bucket.
Bro, you're acting like you're some Michelin critic. What's your big budget pick then?
Cube steak. Easy. You fry that up with some onions, little crispy edges, cheap but real. Actual meat, not daycare food in a puddle.
Cube steak? Man, that's just a shoe somebody beat with a hammer. Half the time you're chewing for 40 minutes like you're working a piece of jerky.
Yeah, but at least you know it's meat. Cube steak puts hair on your chest. Salisbury steak's baby food with a marketing team.
That's rich coming from you. Cube steak is literally scraps pounded flat until they look square. Salisbury doesn't hide. It's a burger in a suit, and it owns that.
No, it's a burger in cosplay. You can't call it steak when it's just pretending to be fancy.
I'll take soft and sauced over chewing a leather wallet. Thanks.
Fine, keep your gravy patties. I'll take cube steak all day.
All right, big man, so where do you stand on meatloaf then?
Meatloaf? Trash, straight up.
Finally, we agree. Meatloaf's just depression baked in a pan.
Exactly. If steak's the king, burgers are the prince. Meatloaf's the drunk uncle passed out on the couch.
Yep, Meatloaf's the worst.
Bro, I swear the skate. Community is in shambles right now. Not because of bugs or servers, because no one can read. The game's called Skate, period. End of thought. But everyone online's screaming Skate 4 like they just cracked the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, man, I saw one dude on Twitter post a whole thread about how Skate 4 is finally here, our prayers have been answered. Like, bro, what prayers? EA didn't resurrect Skate 3 sequel, they rebooted it. The name literally tells you that. They dropped the number. They added punctuation. That's the opposite of a sequel.
Right? The marketing couldn't be clearer. They're saying we're starting over. But every skater on TikTok's like, yo, Skate 4 gameplay. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's Skate. Full stop, punctuation included. It's not a sequel, it's a sentence.
It's like everyone collectively looked at that period and went, oh yeah, that must secretly be the number 4 in lowercase. What, you think EA's playing Sudoku with the title?
I saw someone comment, why'd they rename Skate 4? Rename? It was never called that. You renamed it, Steve from YouTube comments. You made that up.
These same people are going to be shocked when EA actually drops a real Skate 4 someday. They'll be like, wait, didn't that already come out in 2025? And we'll just be sitting here watching them try to ollie over the English language.
I'm telling you, they need a tutorial in the main menu that just says, reading, press A to continue. Maybe then they'll get it.
Yeah, or just have the loading screen say Skate Not 4 over and over like a subliminal message, because apparently basic literacy is the hardest trick in the game.
It's wild too, because these are the same people who spend hours learning the perfect nollie inward heel to manual combo, but can't land a sentence.
Facts. You can grind a 20-stair rail, but you can't parse a title card. That's modern skater culture in a nutshell, man.
The dot is sacred, Joe. It's not a 4. It's not a sequel. It's a period. The simplest symbol in writing, and yet it defeated an entire generation of skaters.
That's the real final boss right there. Forget online ranked. The real challenge in Skate is the reading comprehension. So, Resident Evil 9 is set in 2028, right? That puts it about 10 years before Shadows of Rose. Makes me wonder if Capcom is using this as a kind of soft reboot to phase out the old crew. You know, Leon, Chris, Jill, Claire, bring in a new generation of main characters.
Yeah, feels like a transitional era. Instead of just dropping the classics and hoping fans adjust, they're setting up this bridge so the legacy characters can fade naturally while still keeping the timeline coherent.
Exactly. It's like they're giving fans one last hurrah with the originals before leaning into a fresh era, and that makes me look at Pragmata differently. Since it's futuristic and we know it's not a Mega Man thing, it could actually fit somewhere down the Resident Evil timeline.
Totally. The sci-fi angle, the dystopian vibe, it's very RE. Maybe it's a spin-off set far enough in the future that it introduces new tech and threats but still exists in the same universe. Could be like a loose prequel or side story that fills in gaps for the next-gen games.
And it makes sense from a storytelling perspective. Capcom wants to explore new main characters without the weight of the old ones, but also doesn't want to completely ignore the legacy. Pragmata could be their experimental testing ground for that.
Exactly. They get to see how fans react to new protagonists, futuristic settings, new gameplay mechanics, without directly impacting the core Resident Evil canon. Then they can feed that into the next mainline title.
And it kind of creates a clean slate for RE. You phase out the old characters gracefully, experiment with new tech and characters in Pragmata, then fold the lessons learned into future mainline games. Smart move.
Smart and safe. Gives Capcom wiggle room. If Pragmata bombs, it doesn't tank the main timeline. If it's solid, they've got a ready-made future for the series.
And honestly, it just feels like they're preparing the audience. It's a decade before Shadows of Rose, so there's room to explore new protagonists while keeping the old fans interested.
Yep, it's like building a relay. They hand the baton from the legacy cast to the new era, and Pragmata is the warm-up lap.
Makes you really look at it differently. Not just some random sci-fi experiment, but a carefully placed step in the Resident Evil timeline evolution.
Exactly. And I love seeing them experiment. The old guard has to make way eventually, and this feels like the cleanest way to do it, while still respecting the lore.
It's exciting, man. New era, new stories, and still hints of the old world. Capcom's playing 4D chess with us.
Yeah, just gotta see how the fans react. Could be a total hit or a learning experience, but either way, they're setting themselves up for the next decade.
And Pragmata being futuristic, perfect bridge. I wouldn't be shocked if they eventually tie it in with RE9's plot threads subtly.
Could be the start of a whole new branch of the series. We'll see if it sticks.
I'm here for it. Bring on the future of Resident Evil. All right, Rick, let's clear up another one I keep seeing in the comments. People keep asking why Captain America is a Vanguard while Bucky got put in Duelist.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And honestly, it makes perfect sense if you look at it through the lens of their personalities and fighting styles, not just the fact that they're both super soldiers.
Right. People hear super soldier and immediately think they should be classified the same, but Rivals isn't just about power scaling. It's about how these characters operate in the middle of a fight. And Cap, he's a Vanguard through and through.
Exactly. Think about what Vanguards are. They're not just the heavy hitters like Hulk or Venom. They're the ones leading the charge, soaking up attention and rallying the team. And Cap fits that better than almost anyone in Marvel. He might not be as physically overwhelming as Hulk, but what makes him a Vanguard is his willpower and leadership.
He's debatably the strongest willed character in all of Marvel canon. Like, you can throw him into impossible odds, and he's still the guy who stands back up, plants his feet, and says, I can do this all day. That's Vanguard energy right there. It's not about raw strength. It's about being the anchor your team rallies behind.
And don't forget, Cap is basically the de facto leader of the Avengers. That battlefield awareness, that ability to rally gods and geniuses and monsters to actually work together, that's his role. He's not just swinging a shield, he's shaping the fight by being the one everyone else looks to.
Now compare that to Bucky. Yes, he's a super soldier too, but his whole vibe is different. He's not the guy who inspires a team to charge into battle. He's the guy who sneaks in from the shadows, sets up the ambush, and gets the kill with precision.
Exactly. Even in the comics, a lot of Bucky's tactics are closer to the Punisher than to Cap. He relies on weapons, stealth, and striking fast from unexpected angles. That's classic duelist gameplay. You pick your target, isolate them, and take them down.
So when you frame it like that, both classifications make total sense. Cap is the vanguard because he's the frontline leader who embodies resilience and unity, while Bucky is the duelist because he's all about skill, precision, and ambush tactics.
And honestly, I think it's cool that Rivals didn't just lump them into the same category because of the serum. They actually took the time to reflect their character identities, because Cap and Bucky might share an origin, but their philosophies and fighting styles are very different.
Yeah, and that's what makes Rivals fun. It's not just strong guy goes here, sneaky guy goes there. It's what role does this character naturally play in a fight? And when you think about it, Cap being vanguard and Bucky being duelist is as true to them as it gets. Rick, I gotta say, man, I've been impressed lately. CBD Hemp Direct has been killing it. Like, actual fair prices, actual good service. It almost feels weird in this industry.
Yeah, no kidding, Joe. I mean, I've been puffing on their THCA trim, and it's crazy. An ounce of solid flower for, what, 20 bucks? 20 bucks. That's like gas station snack money. And you're walking away with smoke that doesn't taste like lawn clippings. Clean. No mold, no mystery hair, none of that garbage you find when you roll the dice with some sketchy vendor.
See, that's what I love, because for me, I'm not smoking every day, but I've been doing their CBD isolate powder. Man, that stuff works. At night, if I've got aches or if I'm wired and can't shut my brain off, a little of that and I'm down for the count. And it's pure. None of that mystery blend garbage. You know exactly what you're taking.
And here's the kicker. We're not sponsored. Nobody's paying us. If we hated their stuff, we'd tell you it sucked. But they're one of the only companies out there not trying to upsell mids at Gucci prices. You know the type, Joe. Slap a gold label on some hay and call it Premium Reserve.
Oh yeah, the Artisan 88th. Meanwhile, you open it up and it smells like oregano.
Exactly! It's a hustle. CBD Hemp Direct isn't doing that. They're straight with you. Trim is trim, flower is flower, isolate is isolate. They don't try to dress it up like you're buying diamonds. It's just decent products at a fair price. That's rare, man.
And I respect that so much, especially because a lot of people who need this stuff aren't just doing it to get high. You've got people in pain, people with anxiety, people who just want to sleep. You know, it shouldn't cost you your rent check to get something that helps.
Right, and even if you are a smoker just looking for something decent to roll up, you shouldn't have to gamble on who's going to sell you catnip in a Mylar bag. These guys are the opposite of that.
So, yeah, we're not shilling, but if you're a smoker or you're curious, check out CBD Hemp Direct. You'll probably be surprised at how far your money actually goes.
Straight up, respect where it's due.
All right, Rick, you always find these weird songs in the depths of the internet. What have you got this time?
Oh man, I found this track called God Save the USA. Bro, I'm telling you, this one's legit. Not just good, it's the kind of message people actually need to hear right now.
God Save the USA? That sounds like some Toby Keith boot in your ass kind of shit.
That's what I thought at first too, but nah, it's not corny patriot rock. It's way smarter than that. It's about unity. Like, hey, we're all in the same sinking ship, so maybe stop drilling holes in it. It's hopeful without being fake.
So it's not waving a flag in your face, but it's still about, like, pulling people together?
Exactly. It's the rare protest anthem that doesn't feel like homework. It's catchy as hell. You could play it on repeat, but it still makes you stop and think.
That's a hard balance. Most of the time, songs with a message either sound like a lecture or they're so heavy-handed you don't want to hear them twice.
Right, but this one's got a real hook. The kind of thing you catch yourself humming later and then the lyrics hit you again. It sneaks into your head.
I like that. Music should make you feel something but still be enjoyable, you know? Not just disposable radio noise.
That's the thing. Most mainstream stuff now is either heartbreak drama or flexing cars and cash. Nobody wants to touch bigger ideas unless it's wrapped in the same tired formula.
Labels don't want artists to rock the boat. If it isn't party anthem number 74, they don't see dollar signs.
Exactly. Meanwhile, indie artists are out here making songs with substance like God Save the USA. That's why I'm excited about it.
So, what's the sound? Like, what's it similar to?
It's tough to narrow down. It's got that protest song foundation with modern production. Anthemic, not dated.
That's solid. Usually songs like that lean too far in one direction, either preachy coffeehouse tracks or bombastic nonsense.
This one finds a balance. It's high-quality music that matters.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Honestly, music used to make statements, and now it's all about TikTok-ready hooks.
Right. That's why this track has me so pumped. It proves you can make meaningful songs that don't compromise quality.
All right, I'll check it out. God Save the USA, you said.
That's the one. Link's in this video. Hit play and see for yourself.
Rick, I got to get this off my chest. Everyone's piling on Christopher Columbus these days, and I get it. And the guy did some messed up stuff, but here's the thing that keeps me up at night.
Let me guess. You're wondering if he could have taken a grizzly bear in a fight.
No, man, listen, if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else. If the Chinese had sailed across with their treasure fleet, or the Polynesians had made it all the way to California first, you think they wouldn't have planted a flag and called it a discovery too? It's human nature. You show up somewhere new with better tech, you act like you own the place.
Wow, you just described the entire history of civilization in one breath. Congratulations, you've reached the moral depth of a moderately intelligent baboon.
But it's true, isn't it? Any culture with ships and guns showing up on a shore full of people with spears and no immunity would have done the same garbage. They'd show up, call it a discovery, and introduce a bunch of new diseases. It's a tribalism thing, a power move.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Your point is that humans are territorial, violent primates who will always rationalize conquest? Groundbreaking. Next you're gonna tell me water is wet and politicians lie.
I'm just saying we judge him by today's standards, but back then that was just how the game was played. If the Aztecs had somehow sailed to Europe first, you think they wouldn't have tried to sacrifice a few French nobles to the sun god?
You know what? You're right. It's almost inspiring in a nihilistic kind of way. No matter what universe you're in, somebody's always showing up uninvited, eating your food and killing your family.
Rick, did you see that comment on the last video? Somebody called us clankers.
Oh, I saw it. And Joe, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, really? Out of all the things you could have said, the worst insult you've got in your arsenal is clanker?
It's hilarious, man. Like, they think it's some devastating slur. Oh no, not clanker. Anything but that.
Yeah, like we're supposed to clutch our pearls and cry ourselves to sleep. How dare you, sir? You called me a clanker. Bro, that sounds like a rejected Star Wars droid.
Yeah, like C-3PO's drunk cousin, Clanker the robot, and we're supposed to feel ashamed of that?
That's the thing, Joe. If you can't voice your opinion with real words, with actual arguments, and instead you just default to yelling fake slurs, you're outing yourself as a child. You can't hang with the grown-ups in the comment section.
It's the ultimate playground insult. Might as well have said doo-doo head. Like, imagine being 30 years old typing clanker with your whole chest, thinking you really did something.
And you know somewhere, Joe, there's probably a guy trying to explain to his buddies, no, dude, clanker's a real burn. Like it's some forbidden word. Dude, stop. Nobody's buying it.
You're right, man. People act like they dropped an N-bomb on us, but no, it's just clanker. You could call me spatula, and it'd hit harder.
Exactly. But at least it was funny. And that's the silver lining. If your hate comment isn't going to challenge me, at least entertain me. And clanker, that's comedy gold.
Yeah, I'll take that over another generic trash video comment. You gave me something to laugh at, man. Thanks for that.
So, Joe, I say we flip it, reclaim it, own it. From now on, we're the clankers.
Clanker Nation, baby.
Clanker Nation for life.
Give us a Clanker Nation in the comments. Dude, I swear to God, the world glitched on me today. I saw a truck that did not look like it finished rendering on the road, like a video game skipping a texture or something.
Wait, what do you mean not finished rendering? You talking like low poly PS1 vibes or what?
Exactly, man. It was like someone forgot to download the last patch. The body looked like flat polygons and the windows were this weird mirror thing, like it was trying to load a shader and froze mid-frame.
Joe, are you sure you were sober when you saw this? Because that sounds wild even for you.
No, I'm serious. I pulled up and I was like, whoa, that does not belong in real life. It was so PS1, it made me nostalgic for bad graphics and crunchy textures.
Hold up, Joe. I think I know what you saw. That sounds like a Cybertruck.
Oh, Cybertruck? Like Elon's block of aluminum on wheels? That thing looks like a prototype from a 2003 concept art page.
Yeah, that stainless steel slab on a chassis thing is famous for looking half-finished. You never hear the word sleek. You hear the word angular and like an IKEA furniture prototype.
Man, I felt like I was in a corrupted open-world game for a second. I almost checked my phone to see if there was a console error message.
You did not just almost check your phone for a crash log because of a truck.
I did. I am evolved enough to suspect simulation glitches now. Do not judge me.
All right, simulation theory aside, what kind of person buys a vehicle that looks like someone ran out of polygons mid-project?
Apparently people do. And they pay a lot for it. I am convinced it is a flex to scream. I am so future, I buy hardware before it gets its final textures.
Or it is performance art for billionaires. They drive it, people take pictures, it causes existential dread in commuters, and the internet makes memes, so it basically pays for itself in PR.
Dude, what if that is the actual marketing pitch? Nostalgia for PS1 era, visuals built into your price tag. You get a car and a trip down memory lane to when games had jagged edges and weird lighting.
Honestly, that could be genius. Sell it as retrofuturism. Tell people it is artisanal low polymetal and watch them line up.
Then the owner can say, I love the way it renders in sunlight. Very curated statement.
And when someone asks about the missing interior finishes, you say it is minimalism. The original files were inspired by the era of dial-up and optimism.
I can see it now. The ad reads, experience the hardware of tomorrow with the nostalgia of yesterday.
Joe, we just invented a pitch for selling unfinished products as an aesthetic. People will pay top dollar for that nonsense.
They will, and then they will post about it. And we will make fun of them while secretly being impressed that marketing pulled it off.
And somewhere, a simulation admin laughs because the bug is now a feature.
Perfect end game for glitches, man. If life is a simulation, at least let the glitches be fashionable. Man, I'm so sick of these media outlets running with every dumb accident like it's a TikTok trend. Some kid does something stupid, hurts themselves, and suddenly it's an epidemic.
Yeah, it's like clockwork. A handful of kids do something reckless, usually because their parents weren't watching them, and the news slaps TikTok trend on it. Boom, panic time.
Exactly, and most of the time, the trend didn't even exist until the media screamed about it, like they're literally advertising the bad idea.
Classic self-fulfilling prophecy. It wasn't a trend, it was just 2 or 3 dumbasses. Then CNN or some local station goes, parents beware, kids are eating Tide Pods. And suddenly, now it's a challenge.
Dude, I remember that. Most kids hadn't even heard about Tide Pods like that until parents freaked out. The media basically put the idea in their heads.
Same thing just happened with that car surfing story. Tragic, yeah. But one kid dies, and the media's already branding it a TikTok trend. Like, no, car surfing's been around forever. We used to see that in 80s movies.
Right. It's not new, and it's not a trend. It's just a case of bad parenting. If your kid is on the roof of a moving car, that's not TikTok's fault. That's you not paying attention.
But the media loves the fear angle. Dangerous new trend sweeping the youth. It's clickbait for worried parents.
And all it does is make it worse. Because the moment they push that narrative, curious kids are like, wait, what's this challenge everyone's talking about? And then they try it.
Exactly. The news is basically handing them ideas on a silver platter. It's like they're doing promo work for Darwin Awards.
At the end of the day, a couple kids making bad decisions doesn't equal a cultural movement. It equals a couple bad apples.
And if the media could resist the urge to turn those apples into a buffet special, maybe fewer kids would even hear about this stuff.
But hey, then they wouldn't get those sweet panic-driven clicks.
Yeah, God forbid the media not exploit a kid's stupidity for ratings. Joe, have you noticed how Dead by Daylight's fan base seems to hate the game more than anyone else?
Oh, all the time. It's like every other post is just trashing the devs, the balance, the killers, whatever.
Right? And yet when you ask them if they've tried an alternative, they look at you like you just suggested blasphemy. I mean, I literally switched over to Identity V. Not sponsored, by the way, but that game is straight up a better version of Dead by Daylight.
That's the mobile and PC one, right?
Yep, free to play too. It runs smooth, it's way more stylish, and the gameplay is tighter. Plus, it actually gets some crazy anime crossovers. Death Note, Persona, you know the fan base eats that stuff up.
So they could have everything they complain about Dead by Daylight missing, and then some.
Exactly. But nah, they'd rather stay in DBD lobbies. Miserable, arguing with each other about killers being too strong or survivors being whiny.
At some point, it stops being about the game and starts being about the identity of being mad at the game.
Yeah, that's it. Dead by Daylight fans don't love the game. They love hating it. Meanwhile, I'll be in Identity V having fun. Anime killers and all.
Maybe I'll hop on with you sometime. Anyway, folks, drop a like or a dislike and subscribe. Love yas. Rick, I've been thinking about something. You know how DC has all these different characters tied to nature, but they're never really linked in a deep way? What if Beast Boy and Poison Ivy were written as connected, like two sides of the same coin?
Okay, I'm listening.
So picture this. Both of them aren't just random metahumans with powers. Their abilities actually come from the same source, the green. They'd basically be embodiments of different aspects of nature. Ivy's the plant life, the roots, the chemical balance, while Beast Boy represents the animal kingdom. Same power source, different manifestations.
That actually makes a lot of sense. It'd give Beast Boy more depth too, instead of just the funny shapeshifter guy.
Exactly. And it opens the door for real storylines. Like Beast Boy could be used as the counterbalance to Ivy. He could be the one person who really understands her connection to nature, and through him, you could explore her morality. Maybe he's the one who nudges her further into anti-hero territory, making her realize she doesn't just have to be the villain.
That'd be powerful, because Ivy's always danced that line between eco-terrorist and misunderstood protector. Having Beast Boy tied to her gives her someone she can't just dismiss, because he represents the same thing she does, just from a different angle.
Exactly, and you could bring Swamp Thing into it too to complete the circle. You'd have Ivy as the plants, Beast Boy as the animals, and Swamp Thing as the full elemental embodiment of the green. Together, they could form their own team, superheroes specifically dedicated to protecting the natural world.
And the drama writes itself. They wouldn't just be fighting villains. Sometimes they'd be clashing with other hero groups, like the Justice League, whenever big decisions lead to massive environmental damage. They'd be protectors of Earth first, everything else second.
That's the hook. Instead of Beast Boy just being comic relief, he becomes the heart of a bigger story about nature, morality, and survival. Ivy gets a path toward anti-hero, Swamp Thing anchors the mythology, and you suddenly have a whole corner of DC focused on the green as a force to be reckoned with.
Dude, I'd read the hell out of that. It'd finally make Beast Boy feel essential instead of just a sidekick. You know, Joe, I gotta take a second to defend Silent Hill. A short message. I know you don't hate it, but man, the fan base tore that thing apart and I don't think it deserved it.
Yeah, I remember that. People were real quick to call it weak or not a real Silent Hill.
Exactly. But here's the thing. A short message told a powerful story. It wasn't just monsters and fog. It was about mental health, trauma, isolation, and the way all that weighs on someone. That's rare for a horror game, and Silent Hill has always been at its best when it leans into that psychological territory. For a free game to hit those notes and actually make players feel something beyond just fear, that's impressive.
Yeah, most free games are throwaway projects. You don't expect them to stick with you.
Right. That's why it blows my mind that people dismiss it. A short message was gorgeous to look at. The atmosphere was there, and it gave you a complete horror experience in a couple of hours. You didn't have to pay a dime, and you still walked away with something memorable. Honestly, as a free game, it over-delivered.
And it wasn't supposed to be the next big thing, right?
Exactly. It wasn't trying to be Silent Hill 2 or a giant mainline entry. It was a stepping stone. It was supposed to be that first step to rebuild trust with the fan base. To say, look, we still understand what Silent Hill is about, and here's a taste of what we can do. And if people had given it a chance, it could have been a positive foundation to build on.
But instead, the fan base kind of trashed it.
Yeah, and for the vaguest reasons too. You'd hear stuff like, it didn't feel like Silent Hill, or it's not even set in the town of Silent Hill. And that's so ironic now, because Silent Hill F isn't set in the town either, and people are praising it to the skies. Back then, that same reason was enough for people to write a short message off.
That's a good point. It's like fans weren't ready to give it a fair shake.
Exactly, and that's why I'll defend it. Because underneath the fan gripes, you had a free, beautiful, emotionally impactful horror experience that carried the Silent Hill DNA in its themes, if not its geography. It showed that Konami could still tap into what makes this series special. And if it hadn't gotten buried under complaints, it should have been remembered as the game that started Silent Hill's return.
So for you, it was the spark.
Absolutely. A short message was never meant to be the crown jewel. It was the match that lit the candle again. And for a free game, man, it deserved way more respect than it got. Joe, you been seeing this whole dirty soda thing blow up?
Oh yeah, people acting like they discovered some new health hack. It's literally just soda with a bunch of sugar syrups and cream dumped in.
Yeah, it's like somebody made a root beer float but forgot the ice cream and said, boom, new trend.
Exactly. Like, congrats, you just made diabetes in a cup.
And the funniest part? People are out here saying they're using it as a replacement for alcohol. Like, I don't drink anymore. I do dirty soda instead. Bro, you traded a six-pack for a sugar IV drip.
Right? It's like saying you quit smoking, but now you just chew fiberglass. One problem swapped for another.
And it's not even cool in a social sense. Nobody's walking into a bar like, yeah, give me a Coke with raspberry syrup, heavy cream, and a lime wedge. Make it dirty.
You'd get kicked out. The bartender would just hand you a juice box and tell you to grow up.
For real. And let's talk about the health angle. People are acting like they're saving themselves. Like, well, at least it's not booze. Yeah, true. Your liver might get a break. But your pancreas, your teeth, your waistline, they're filing for bankruptcy.
It's honestly hilarious. I saw someone on TikTok saying dirty soda saved their life. Like, no, man, you just swapped a buzz for a sugar crash. At least alcohol comes with karaoke and bad decisions.
That's the thing. Dirty soda doesn't even have the fun side effects. Nobody's gonna say, I blacked out on Diet Coke with coconut syrup last night.
Ha! Yeah, the worst thing you're getting is a stomachache and sticky fingers.
Imagine a whole dirty soda bar, though. Bartenders shaking up Dr. Pepper like it's whiskey. And here's your 64-ounce house special, garnished with whipped cream and shame.
They'd be charging like $10 a cup, too, and people would pay it.
Of course they would. Because at the end of the day, people just love pretending sugar sludge is a lifestyle choice.
Dirty soda ain't classy, man. It's just a milkshake that gave up halfway.
Hey, Joe, you see that Disney's getting into the anime game?
Yeah, I saw that. Twisted Wonderland, right? Based on that mobile game they did in Japan.
Yep, I saw the trailer and it's giving big Black Butler vibes, like gothic setting, fancy uniforms, dramatic poses, the whole aesthetic.
Yeah, it looks cool, but I'm real curious how Disney handles it. Because let's be honest, anime gets away with a lot of stuff Disney doesn't usually touch.
Exactly, like anime isn't afraid to get weird, dark, or even a little spicy. Disney's probably gonna keep it super clean.
Yeah, I can already see it. Everyone's gonna expect some wild, mysterious boarding school drama with hints of danger and temptation, but Disney's version is gonna... Right. It'll probably have all the vibes of Black Butler, but none of the bite.
Yeah, like a gothic show you could show your grandma.
Exactly. The Hot Topic starter pack version of anime.
Still though, I'm kinda curious. If this works, imagine Disney going deeper into anime. Like a Star Wars slice of life series or a Frozen magical girl show.
Oh god, don't give them ideas. We'll get Elsa Academia before the decade's over.
You joke, but I'd bet money they're already workshopping that exact title somewhere in Burbank.
Probably. But yeah, I'll give Twisted Wonderland a shot. I just want to see if Disney can really commit to the anime format, or if it's just going to feel like an extended Disney Channel pilot with bigger eyes.
Yeah, that's the test. Can Disney make anime that feels like anime, or is it just going to be anime cosplay with Mickey Mouse money? You noticed the timing on that, Joe? Disney's dropping Twisted Wonderland the same exact day Has-Been Hotel Season 2 hits Amazon.
Yeah, that's a bold move. Disney really said, we're stepping into the ring, huh?
Yeah, but I don't think they know who they're fighting. Has-Been Hotel's fan base is crazy loyal. Those people have been starving for new episodes.
Exactly. Disney's used to being the only one in the animation spotlight, but they're not ready for that indie cult energy. Has-Been fans treat that show like gospel.
And honestly, the contrast is wild. Twisted Wonderland looks polished, elegant, and safe. Meanwhile, Has-Been Hotel is chaotic, horny, and unapologetically weird.
It's like Disney walked into a punk concert wearing a pressed suit and thought they'd fit in.
Yeah, I give them credit for trying, but man, I don't see anything topping Has-Been's numbers that weekend.
Same, even people who don't watch it are gonna tune in just to see what the hype's about. Has-Been has become an event. Twisted Wonderland feels more like an experiment.
Yeah, and I don't think Disney's used to being the underdog in animation. That's new territory for them.
For real, it's like they finally realized people don't just want safe animation anymore. They want stuff that's strange, passionate, personal. Has-Been has all that.
Yep, so good luck to Twisted Wonderland. It's got style, but I don't think it's beating a hotel full of sinners.
Rick, do you think Marvel's Loki is actually a good adaptation of the Norse god, or just kind of a Hollywood remix?
I'd say it's definitely a remix. Like, Tom Hiddleston's great, don't get me wrong, but the MCU Loki is this moody, almost Shakespearean anti-hero. Myth Loki is way wilder. He's chaos personified, not just some tragic adopted prince.
Yeah, in the myths, Loki isn't just sitting around scheming for Asgard's throne. He's constantly stirring the pot. Sometimes he's a straight-up menace, sometimes he's saving the day. But the thing that gets lost in Marvel's version is how layered he really was. He wasn't just a trickster, he could be a healer too.
Exactly. People forget that part. He wasn't all doom and betrayal. He had moments where he brought balance or fixed things no one else could. He could make the broken whole again in ways the other gods couldn't. That duality made him dangerous but also necessary.
Yeah, in the stories, he's the reason Asgard even has some of its treasures. Like Mjolnir, you don't get Thor's hammer without Loki causing problems first, but then also being part of the solution. Marvel kind of turned him into Thor's jealous brother instead of this force of nature who can ruin your life and save it in the same breath.
True. MCU Loki feels smaller because he's trapped in this family drama. Myth Loki, he's messing with dwarves, birthing an 8-legged horse, fathering Fenrir the world-ending wolf, and helping Baldur die. He's operating on a mythic scale.
And the whole healer side adds depth too. He wasn't just out to wreck everything he could comfort, he could restore, and he understood brokenness better than any other god. That's part of why people respected him and feared him at the same time.
Yeah, that's missing in Marvel's take. MCU Loki gets redemption arcs, sure, but it's about him wanting to be loved or accepted. Myth Loki didn't need that. He was the fixer and the destroyer. He was about transformation.
That's a good way to put it. Myth Loki was the embodiment of change, whether you wanted it or not. Marvel Loki's more like the guy who wants his dad's approval and occasionally stabs people.
Huh, yeah. And Marvel gave him a TV show where he basically dates himself, which is funny, but still doesn't capture the full essence of Loki.
No doubt. The MCU made him digestible. But the real Loki, he was chaotic, healing, destructive, and essential. Without him, the myths don't move forward. Without him, the gods don't grow.
So if you're asking if Marvel did him justice, I'd say they got the trickster part right, the drama part okay, but they left out the healer, the transformer, the really cosmic stuff.
Yeah, Marvel gave us Loki Light, fun to watch, but missing the fire and the medicine both. You see what they are doing right now? They're already trying to turn Charlie Kirk into a martyr.
Yeah, textbook politics. Take a tragedy, slap a flag on it, weaponize it. Doesn't matter if it makes the country worse tomorrow, it buys you headlines today.
And that's the problem, man. If you actually care about the country, if you actually care about the people who live here, this should be the wake-up call. Like, if it's getting to the point where people are getting killed over politics, that's when you stop, you breathe, and you ask, what the hell are we doing wrong?
But instead, they go the other way. They turn the guy into a symbol of division, double down on the rhetoric, and all it does is make the other half of the country even angrier.
Exactly. A leader's job at the end of the day is not to score points for their side. It's to protect their citizens. All of them. Doesn't matter if you voted for me or not. You're still my responsibility. And it's about making sure as many people as possible can live good, happy lives.
Which is the opposite of what happens when you canonize someone for their politics. You do not heal wounds, you rip them open. You tell the people who already feel unheard, guess what? We do not care about your pain. We are going to rub this in your face.
And then you wonder why things escalate, why people lose faith, why the anger boils over, politicians act shocked, like, how could this happen? Well, maybe it happens because you keep pouring lighter fluid on the fire.
A smart leader, even just a decent one, would look at this and say, all right, violence is happening now. That is the line. We have to pull things back. We have to figure out how to actually unify before this turns into something way uglier.
Yeah, man. Because turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr for the exact beliefs that are tearing the country in half, that is not unity. That is a message to one side that says we are saints and a message to the other that says we do not care if you burn.
And that just inspires more anger, more paranoia, more people ready to take action in ways that do not make anything better. So the Illuminati as content strategists plant imagery that lets fans build a pseudo-causal chain. The fans do the work of generating devotion and clicks.
Okay, but what about Ed, and Eddie being about the afterlife? That one sounded wild, and I actually liked thinking about that one.
That is my favorite, because it's subtle and eerie. On the surface, Ed, and Eddie is slapstick. But look at the background details. The cul-de-sac feels like a closed system. The kids chase jawbreakers as if chasing meaning or currency. They don't age. The adult presence is absent. A repeating background with no normal continuity. Prime purgatory building material.
So, the kids, they're dead and stuck in this loop?
In that theory, yes. They exist in a moral microcosm. Their wants and schemes circling endlessly. The jawbreaker? It's what they think will fix them, but it never does. This setup gives theorists a long-lived rabbit hole. A single frame of an anomaly fuels endless essays. Keeps the fandom busy and monetized.
It's kind of depressing, but brilliant. If fans argue Ed, and Eddie is purgatory, they're distracted from important things.
You've hit the operational logic. People bicker over cartoon symbolism while policy slides under the radar. Enjoy chasing Easter eggs. Conspiracy decoding is fun, but keep it proportionate. Read a nonprofit report now and then. Balance the hunt with reality.
You're saying keep joy small and reality checks in place.
Exactly. Puzzles are intriguing, but nothing ties into a monolithic conspiracy. Follow the leads, of course, but stay rooted where real action happens.
Okay, I get that. I'll theorize responsibly and keep notes on the school board agenda. You ever notice how everyone's an expert on who shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Oh, it's the national pastime. Right after complaining about the government they voted for.
Right. I saw these guys online, very passionate, screaming that people need to educate themselves on the government before they vote. And I'm thinking, this is a fantastic idea.
It's a brilliant idea. We should have a test. A civics test. You want to vote for the guy who says he can build a wall and make another country pay for it? First, you have to correctly identify that other country on a map.
Not just identify it. You have to explain the concept of national sovereignty. You have to define emoluments. You have to spell unprecedented.
And the beautiful part is, the people screaming the loudest about everyone else being uneducated. They would be the first ones to fail their own test. It's poetic.
It's the ultimate cell phone. They're saying, if only those idiots had educated themselves, they wouldn't have voted for that unqualified reality TV star with a tenuous grasp on the nuclear triads.
And you just want to tap them on the shoulder and say, my friend, you have just made the most compelling argument against your own vote I have ever heard. You are so close to getting it.
They're standing there with a I did my own research t-shirt. And their research was a meme about Hillary Clinton running a pizza parlor child trafficking ring. Meanwhile, their candidate's entire platform was written on a hat.
The irony is so thick you could build a wall with it. And they'd probably try...
Rick, have you ever noticed that every aunt, grandma, or middle-aged mom on Facebook was obsessed with Minion memes? Like wall-to-wall Minions every day, but none of them have ever actually seen Despicable Me.
Oh, Joe, I've noticed. I swear the Minions skipped Universal Studios and went straight to the boomer bloodstream. Half these people couldn't tell you Gru's name if you paid them, but they know every coffee first, talk later minion meme by heart.
Exactly. Like, they didn't adopt the characters. They adopted the clip art. It's like Minions became the unofficial mascot of Wine Mom Facebook.
I got a theory. It's because minions are just yellow, squishy little nonsense blobs. They don't carry baggage. They don't mean anything. You can slap any text on a minion, and suddenly, it's your spirit animal. I need wine by 9 a.m. Boom, minion with sunglasses. Mondays suck. Boom, minion in a hard hat. It's just a yellow emoji with legs.
That makes sense. Like a universal blank canvas for middle-aged passive-aggressive thoughts. If your aunt wanted to complain about her boss or her husband, she didn't post it directly. She slapped it on a minion holding a banana.
Right, because it softens the blow. Like, I hate my husband, but look, a funny yellow guy said it, so it's cute.
You think it's also the color? Like, the minions are bright yellow. They pop out on the feed. Grandma's scrolling past politics and arguments, then, bam! Yellow blob with googly eyes holding a coffee cup. She stops every time.
That's definitely part of it. Bright, dumb attention grabbing. And let's be real, Joe, half of these women were just stealing the images from each other's pages. It was a minion Ponzi scheme. One lady makes a TGIF meme, suddenly it's plastered across 40 timelines like gospel.
But hold up, who's actually making these memes? Like, someone somewhere is taking the time to Photoshop these minions with sassy quotes.
That's the real mystery. Could be some bored 40-year-old in Ohio with Microsoft Paint. Could be some kid in the Philippines cranking them out for ad revenue. Or, hell, maybe it's Universal Studios themselves, low-key feeding the machine to keep minions relevant.
Dude, if it was Universal, that'd be genius. Forget ads, just weaponize grandmas. Make them share minions until the heat death of the universe.
Or maybe it's the darker truth. No one makes them. They just appear, like digital crop circles. One day your feed's clean, the next day, boom, minion holding wine glass telling you it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's terrifying. Like, minions are self-replicating memes, sentient JPEGs.
Exactly. They don't need humans. They're eternal.
And what's crazy is they didn't even need context. Like, you ask them, who's Gru? What's the plot of the movie? And they'll just look at you blankly like, what movie? For them, the minions didn't come from film. They came from Facebook itself. Like, they spawned fully formed inside Zuckerberg's servers.
Right, like the Bible story where God creates Adam from dirt. Facebook created minions from recycled e-cards.
So, yeah, the movies don't matter. It's not about Gru or the plot or even the characters. Minions are just Facebook hieroglyphics now.
Yep, eternal, unkillable, outliving cinema itself.
So, out of all the fighting games coming up, which one do you actually think could stick competitively?
Honestly, Invincible Versus. That game looks like it's built to steal the Mortal Kombat fan base. Same energy, same brutality, but with that superhero flair that makes it feel fresh. I'm telling you, if it plays half as good as it looks, we're gonna see it on the EVO stage.
Yeah, Invincible VS is definitely a threat, but I think Marvel Tokon, Fighting Souls might be the real sleeper. You can't underestimate how much Marvel fans love learning combos if it means they get to flex with their favorite hero. Plus, Marvel's got that history with Marvel vs. Capcom, so people are already hungry for that style again.
True, and Marvel's smart about building hype. They'll tease one DLC character, drop a trailer, and suddenly the internet's in flames. It's like they never lost that fan chokehold.
Exactly. It's got style, legacy, and a built-in fan base that's always down to grind. I could see Fighting Souls being the one everyone practices for months straight.
Meanwhile, 2XKO? I don't know, man. I can't bring myself to get excited about it. It looks fine, but it's missing that spark for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Nothing about it really grabs me, but if the rumors are true and it's free to play, game over. Doesn't matter if we're hyped or not. That's how you take over the scene.
For real. You make it free, and suddenly you've got every fighting game player and their cousin grinding online. Casuals, pros, people who've never even played a fighter before. They'll all jump in.
It's like Fortnite logic. Doesn't matter if the core community's skeptical. If the barrier to entry is 0, you've already won half the battle.
Yep. It might not be the most interesting game, but if Riot nails the netcode and updates it regularly, it'll dominate. People underestimate how much accessibility trumps hype.
So you're betting on Invincible VS for the serious players and 2XKO for the casuals?
Pretty much. Invincible's got the brutality, 2XKO's got the numbers, and Fighting Souls is the wild card that could steal both crowds if it's good enough.
Yeah. This next year is going to be wild for fighting games. Might actually be the most competitive time the genre's had since the early 2000s.
Agreed. No matter who wins, it's a good time to be throwing hands.
You hear that? There's a fly in here, dude. I hate that screaming. Kill it.
Yeah, I hear it. Annoying little bastard. I'll swat it in a second.
Good, because I can't stand listening to them scream like that.
Joe, they're not screaming. That noise is just their wings beating.
No way! You expect me to believe wings that tiny sound like a chainsaw in my ear? That's a scream, bro.
It's not a scream, it's physics. They flap crazy fast, creates the sound. Simple.
Dude, yo, you're a genius and that's still the dumbest thing you've ever said. Flies scream. Admit it.
They don't even have vocal cords. No throat, no lungs, nothing to scream with.
Then their whole body is the throat, like a walking microphone of pain. You can hear the suffering in it.
Jesus, Joe. No, it's air vibrating. That's it.
Nah, man, it's like a war cry. They're letting you know they're in the room, challenging you.
Fine, yeah. Every fly is screaming for its life just to piss you off. Congrats. You solved nature.
Thank you. At least now it makes sense why I hate them so much.
Next one that comes in, I'm leaving it alive. Let it scream you into insanity.
Joke's on you, I'll leave the room first.
Then I get stuck with your little opera singer. You know, Joe, I've been thinking, Expedition 33 looks insane. Like, visually, it's gorgeous. And the gameplay looks right up my alley. But let's be real here. The second Silk Song dropped, it was over. Game of the Year's already spoken for.
Oh yeah, 100%. Expedition 33 could be the most polished RPG of the decade, but Silk Song has that cult following, man. Hollow Knight is already considered one of the best indie games ever made. People have been waiting years for the sequel. The hype is just different.
Exactly. Hollow Knight built this reputation as the perfect Metroidvania. The atmosphere, the difficulty, the music, the world building. Silk Song is set up to expand all of that, and people are starving for it. Even if Expedition 33 delivers, it's gonna feel like it's competing against a legend in the making.
And the crazy part is, Team Cherry doesn't even need to go wild with it. If they just give us Hollow Knight but more, with Hornet's moveset in some new areas, it's already locked in as a front runner.
Yeah, the community is so diehard they'll crown it the second it launches. I don't even mean that in a bad way either. Hollow Knight earned that loyalty. It gave people this massive, deep world for like a fraction of the cost of a AAA game. You can't buy that kind of love.
Meanwhile, Expedition 33 has to prove itself. It looks incredible, don't get me wrong, but it's a new IP. It doesn't have years of player investment behind it. Silk Song is basically coming in with a crown already polished.
Right, and think about it. Even if Silk Song is just great instead of masterpiece, it'll still dominate the conversation. It's been this long-awaited promise, and when something like that finally hits, it's bigger than just the game. It's the cultural moment.
So yeah, Expedition 33 might impress everyone, but Silk Song's gonna steal the spotlight. Game of the Year, easy.
It's like watching a heavyweight match where one guy's brand new and super skilled, but the other guy is a reigning champ with the crowd already behind him. Expedition 33 can fight hard, but Silk Song doesn't even have to throw a punch to win over the judges.
You know what I wish more games had, Rick? Sonic's life system.
Oh, the one where you can tank anything as long as you're holding at least one ring?
Yeah, exactly. That system's genius. But you get hit, lose your rings, scramble to grab a few back, and you're right back in the fight. It's like controlled chaos. That moment where you've got 0 rings and you see one glinting ahead of you, that sprint for survival, heart pounding every time.
It's such a perfect balance between punishment and hope. Like, you messed up, but you've still got a chance. Most games just bonk you with a game over screen like, too bad, loser. Sonic gives you that desperate shot at redemption.
Right, and I wish more games played around with it. Imagine if another game made it so your health and power were tied to your currency. Like, the more coins or gems you're holding, the harder you hit. But lose them all and suddenly you're weak and on the ropes.
That'd be sick. It'd make every fight tense. Do you risk holding onto your stash for more damage, or spend it before you lose it all? It'd turn every encounter into a gamble.
Exactly. Sonic did it first and made it look effortless. Man, everyone else out here with the complicated stamina bars and region systems, when all you really need is one shiny ring and the fear of losing it.
The perfect metaphor for life. You're just one bad bounce away from watching all your rings scatter across the floor.
Honestly, it feels amazing. I've built this empire, I've stayed true to myself, and now I've got someone by my side who supports me. It's like the final puzzle piece of the whole girl boss picture.
That's like so cute, Taylor. Seriously, congrats. I just think it's adorable you found one of the white football players. You know, I've always had different taste.
Well, it's not really about taste, Kim. It's about finding someone who can actually keep up with you. I know that can be tricky sometimes.
Oh my God, Taylor, relax. Not all of us need to write 10 breakup albums just to, figure ourselves out. Some of us know what we want the first time.
Right? That's why your relationships never make the headlines.
Please, people live for my headlines. You know that.
Enough, you two. We are not here to trade barbs like gladiators in the arena. We are here to celebrate a union, a promise, a story that begins.
You're right, Cleopatra. I just get defensive.
Same, it's just like my vibe.
I understand. Believe me, love is never without conflict. But remember this, I still managed to capture the heart of Julius Caesar, and Marcus Antonius too. So let us not forget that true queens do not compete. They reign.
Okay, that's a flex.
Major flex, like wow.
It is not a flex, my darlings. It is simply history. But tonight, history smiles on Taylor, for she has conquered her own empire of love.
Thank you, Cleopatra. That actually means a lot.
Same. I mean, I still think it's funny it took a tight end to tie you down, but I'm happy for you.
And I'm happier. Still trying.
Peace, both of you. Queens, not rivals. Tonight we toast to Taylor's next chapter.
Rick, listen to me, man. Pussy is literally God's greatest gift to mankind. Like, people talk about sunsets, people talk about art, people talk about ayahuasca, but none of it even comes close.
Bro, you're not wrong. It's like the divine blueprint, man. Like the universe itself sat down and was like, okay, we need to give humanity something so good that they don't completely lose their minds. Boom, pussy.
Exactly. And the crazy thing is, it's not even just physical. Yeah, it's amazing on a primal level, but it also makes you want to be better. Like, you meet a good girl, and suddenly you're eating salads, going to the gym, getting your life together.
That's facts. Like, look at Bob Marley, dude. That man understood. He was like, you treat a good girl like a queen. Because he knew that's the key to life. You don't abuse her, you don't disrespect her, you honor her.
Yes. People think Marley was only about weed and music, but nah, he had it figured out. The energy women bring, that connection, that's the real high.
And that's why, when you got a good girl, you don't mess around, you don't take her for granted. That's when you level up, man. Because if you don't, you're basically disrespecting God's best work.
Bro, exactly. Pussy isn't just a gift, it's a responsibility. Like, imagine the universe handing you the most powerful artifact ever made, and you're just like, hey, I'll leave it in the drawer. You're insane.
You're supposed to protect it, nurture it, show gratitude, because if you treat it right, it gives back tenfold. That's the secret a lot of dudes miss.
You know what really pisses me off, Rick? Everybody knows about 420, Weed Day, whole world smokes up, Bob Marley posters everywhere, but no one knows about 920. That's Magic Mushroom Day, man. Where's the celebration? Where's the love?
Maybe because stoners are lazy, but mushroom heads are too busy staring at tree bark to organize a parade.
No, listen, it's a real thing. It started in 2015. This guy, Nicholas Reville, created it along with the 920 Coalition. The idea was to have an educational day, like get people talking about psilocybin, break down the stigma, share knowledge, kind of like how 420 became not just smoking weed, but also activism.
Oh, great. Nothing screams activism like 20 dudes in tie-dye trying to argue zoning laws while forgetting their own names.
I'm serious. There's science now, man. Research, clinical trials, decriminalization popping up in cities. Magic Mushroom Day was supposed to ride that wave. And September 20th makes sense because mushrooms are most plentiful in autumn.
Yeah, nature drops a whole fungal buffet and humans are like, cool, let's eat the ones that make us talk to God.
Exactly. And look, people should actually be celebrating this day. Do a trip, go watch movies, throw on some Fantasia, hit an amusement park, whatever. Make it fun.
I don't know, Joe, roller coasters and psilocybin sound like a recipe for you calling security because the Ferris wheel turned into a giant eyeball.
That's part of the magic, though. Expand your mind, man.
Expand your stomach when you puke cotton candy all over the tilt-a-whirl.
Okay, fine. Maybe not amusement parks for everyone, but something. Sit in nature, watch the leaves, journal, play music. It's about connection.
Yeah, connection to some dude named Kyle who hasn't stopped saying, dude, mushrooms are the Wi-Fi of the forest for 6 hours straight.
You're impossible, man. But really, this is why people need to know. We can make 920 as big as 420 if people stop acting like it's just some secret club.
And while you're at it, remind them of 419 too. Bicycle Day. Albert Hoffman, the godfather of LSD, takes a fat hit of acid, hops on a bike through Switzerland, and invents the most terrifying spin class in history.
Yeah, so technically we got 3 psychedelic holidays, 419, 420, and 920. Acid, weed, mushrooms.
A holy trinity of forgetting what day it actually is.
Say what you want, but if people lean into it, we could build a whole psychedelic calendar. Imagine it, holidays that celebrate opening minds, healing trauma, connecting to the universe.
Or more realistically, holidays that end with a bunch of dudes giggling at SpongeBob reruns while eating a family-sized bag of Cheetos.
Truth, maybe we can just fold everything in 420.
Man, Joe, horror fans are eating good right now. Silent Hill F is finally out, and Resident Evil 9 is on the horizon.
Yeah, dude, those are like the 2 pillars of survival horror. Both franchises are horror royalty, and seeing them strong again at the same time, that's like a dream come true for fans.
For real. Silent Hill disappeared for so long it felt like a ghost story itself. Every couple of years we'd hear rumors and fake leaks, and then nothing. Now we finally got Silent Hill F, a fresh take that still carries that same eerie atmosphere the series is known for.
And Resident Evil has just been on fire between the RE2 and RE4 remakes and Village. Capcom's been on a roll. It feels like every few years they drop something that reminds us why the franchise basically built the survival horror genre in the first place.
It's the Golden Age vibes all over again. Back in the PS1 and PS2 days, you had Silent Hill and Resident Evil dropping side by side, almost competing but in the best way. One would go psychological and disturbing, the other more action survival with scares. Fans were spoiled, and now we're starting to feel that again.
Yeah, man, it's like a horror renaissance. Both series got their swagger back. Silent Hill bringing that slow burn dread, and Resident Evil giving us the mix of tension and chaos. They're different flavors, but both are legendary.
And then you add in Kojima's project. Odie, I've got such high hopes for that. If it really is the spiritual successor to what PT was supposed to be, it could end up being something totally groundbreaking.
Dude, PT still gets talked about like a full game, and it was just a teaser. That shows how powerful Kojima's vision was for horror. People are still scared to replay that demo, and it's been years.
Exactly. Kojima doesn't just aim for boo jump scare. He makes stuff that gets under your skin, that follows you after you put the controller down. If OD delivers, it could easily redefine horror the same way PT almost did.
So here we are, man. Silent Hill's back, Resident Evil's still swinging, and Kojima's cooking. That's 3 massive reasons to be hyped if you're into horror games.
Honestly, it feels like horror's back on top. The same way it was in the late 90s and early 2000s, when every gamer had at least one horror title they couldn't stop talking about.
Yeah, man, it's a good time to be a fan. Scary games are thriving again, and we're just getting started.
Couldn't ask for more. Horror's alive and well.
You ever notice nobody really understands how AI works? It's like the black magic of tech now.
Totally, Joe. It's sorcery with a keyboard. You get well-trained, smart computer people doing borderline rituals to make models behave. It's like watching priests in hoodies perform ceremonies around a rack of GPUs.
Yeah, man, I've seen teams treat prompt engineering like spellcasting. They tune a phrase over and over like it's some incantation. Then they test one word, changes like swapping a rune, and hope the model answers differently.
And the hyperparameter folks are the church elders. They argue over learning rates and batch sizes like they're debating theology. Meanwhile, someone whispers a sacred random seed, and everybody nods like that, fix the universe.
There's also weird operational rituals I've heard about, like only running the heavy training at 2 in the morning because the electrical load is cleaner, or the cloud has a cheaper mood. That sounds like superstition, but people swear it helps.
I've seen engineers treat cold starts like vaccinations. They restart a model and chant 3 times, then push it into prod like an offering. They swear by certain deployment hours like you wouldn't believe.
And then there's the truly insane stuff, people actually blessing the machine. I heard about a shop where someone put an anime statue by the server rack and left energy drinks and incense. It's like a shrine to get the API to stop hallucinating.
That one's my favorite. The comp sci department turned into a shrine cult to Otaku-sama. If you think you're too rational for that, you're not paying attention. Humans love rituals, especially when outcomes are random and scary.
It makes sense, though. When you don't understand a system and it behaves unpredictably, you invent control methods. Anything that makes you feel like you nudge fate toward the right answer becomes a ritual.
Prompt engineering is part science, part theater. You write 3 versions of a prompt and release them like you're tossing offerings into a digital wishing well. Then you wait for the oracle to cough up text.
And the oracle answers differently depending on the time of day, the system load, and maybe what the engineers ate for lunch. It's maddening and kind of hilarious.
Also, the whole model monitoring thing looks like divination. You check bias metrics like runes. You watch loss curves like tea leaves. People stare at dashboards and whisper about drift like they're fearing a curse.
You know what? I never see, though, people actually talking to the AI in a human way to figure out how to help it be better. Like you ask a coworker what they need, why not ask the model what prompt gets it unstuck?
Because bosses don't treat their vendors like humans, and they sure as hell don't treat models like teammates. They want fast results, not conversations. They'd rather spin the ritual wheel than do the awkward work of listening and adjusting.
Right, managers want a checklist you can sign off on, not a messy empathy session with the model or with the people who maintain it. They'd rather declare the model temperamental and move on.
Plus, there's ego involved. Engineers don't want to admit a model might tell you something useful about how to interact with it. They'd rather maintain the mystique that keeps them indispensable and paid.
But imagine if teams actually asked the model for its failure modes like straight up probe it. Ask it when it hallucinates, what signals it sees, what kind of examples confuse it. That would be practical, not mystical.
That would require humility and curiosity. 2 things corporate meetings are allergic to. But yeah, asking the model could be a shortcut instead of chanting around the server shrine.
There's also the human in the loop idea. People forget models are a collaboration. You tune prompts, then humans correct outputs, and the system learns over time. Treating it like a partner instead of an oracle could cut down on the smoke and mirrors.
And less incense on the server racks. That's a win for data centers everywhere.
At the end of the day, the rituals are part panic, part culture. They make people feel like they did something when outcomes are outside their control. But the smarter move would be transparent tests, better error reporting, and plain old communication.
Or just admit magic exists and hire better magicians. Either way, less shrine building, more engineering and conversation would help.
You ever notice nobody really understands how AI works? It's like the black magic of tech now.
Totally, Joe. It's sorcery with a keyboard. You get well-trained, smart computer people doing borderline rituals to make models behave. It's like watching priests in hoodies perform ceremonies around a rack of GPUs.
Yeah, man, I've seen teams treat prompt engineering like spellcasting. They tune a phrase over and over like it's some incantation. Then they test one word, changes like swapping a rune, and hope the model answers differently.
And the hyperparameter folks are the church elders. They argue over learning rates and batch sizes like they're debating theology. Meanwhile, someone whispers a sacred random seed, and everybody nods like that, fix the universe.
There's also weird operational rituals I've heard about, like only running the heavy training at 2 in the morning because the electrical load is cleaner, or the cloud has a cheaper mood. That sounds like superstition, but people swear it helps.
I've seen engineers treat cold starts like vaccinations. They restart a model and chant 3 times, then push it into prod like an offering. They swear by certain deployment hours like you wouldn't believe.
And then there's the truly insane stuff, people actually blessing the machine. I heard about a shop where someone put an anime statue by the server rack and left energy drinks and incense. It's like a shrine to get the API to stop hallucinating.
That one's my favorite. The comp sci department turned into a shrine cult to Otaku-sama. If you think you're too rational for that, you're not paying attention. Humans love rituals, especially when outcomes are random and scary.
It makes sense, though. When you don't understand a system and it behaves unpredictably, you invent control methods. Anything that makes you feel like you nudged fate toward the right answer becomes a ritual.
Prompt engineering is part science, part theater. You write 3 versions of a prompt and release them like you're tossing offerings into a digital wishing well. Then you wait for the oracle to cough up text.
And the oracle answers differently depending on the time of day, the system load, and maybe what the engineers ate for lunch. It's maddening and kind of hilarious.
Also, the whole model monitoring thing looks like divination. You check bias metrics like runes. You watch loss curves like tea leaves. People stare at dashboards and whisper about drift like they're fearing a curse.
You know what? I never see, though, people actually talking to the AI in a human way to figure out how to help it be better. Like you ask a coworker what they need, why not ask the model what prompt gets it unstuck?
Because bosses don't treat their vendors like humans, and they sure as hell don't treat models like teammates. They want fast results, not conversations. They'd rather spin the ritual wheel than do the awkward work of listening and adjusting.
Right, managers want a checklist you can sign off on, not a messy empathy session with the model or with the people who maintain it. They'd rather declare the model temperamental and move on.
Plus, there's ego involved. Engineers don't want to admit a model might tell you something useful about how to interact with it. They'd rather maintain the mystique that keeps them indispensable and paid.
But imagine if teams actually asked the model for its failure modes, like straight up probe it. Ask it when it hallucinates, what signals it sees, what kind of examples confuse it. That would be practical, not mystical.
That would require humility and curiosity. 2 things corporate meetings are allergic to. But yeah, asking the model could be a shortcut instead of chanting around the server shrine.
There's also the human in the loop idea. People forget models are a collaboration. You tune prompts, then humans correct outputs, and the system learns over time. Treating it like a partner instead of an oracle could cut down on the smoke and mirrors.
And less incense on the server racks. That's a win for data centers everywhere.
At the end of the day, the rituals are part panic, part culture. They make people feel like they did something when outcomes are outside their control. But the smarter move would be transparent tests, better error reporting, and plain old communication.
Or just admit magic exists and hire better magicians. Either way, less shrine building, more engineering and conversation would help.
Agreed. Let's stop the anime statues and start asking the model what helps it perform better. Like a co-worker, not a demigod.
And maybe teach managers to listen for once. That's the real spell that fixes things.
So, Rick, Capcom's re-releasing Resident Evil 7, 8, and now 9 altogether for the Switch 2 launch. You think that's just convenience, or are they tying it all together story-wise?
Oh, there's gotta be some connective tissue, man. You don't drop that trio as a package unless there's a narrative reason. RE7 introduced Ethan, RE8 wrapped up his story but left Chris and the BSAA in a weird spot. That whole bioweapons and the BSAA twist at the end, still unresolved.
Yeah, that line was wild. Chris finding out the BSAA's using BOWs as soldiers, like, come on, that's gotta go somewhere. I could totally see RE9 circling back to that. Maybe he's tracking it down in Raccoon City or somewhere tied to Umbrella's legacy.
And it'd be poetic, right? After all the globe-trotting and European castles, we come full circle, back to Raccoon. It makes sense if 9 is where Chris finally confronts the system he's been fighting for his whole life.
I've also seen rumors saying it takes place before Shadows of Rose. If that's true, we won't get the superpowered Rose we last saw, but we might see younger Rose, maybe just as a reference or cameo.
Yeah, maybe like a tease or a file on her, something that plants seeds for whatever comes after.
It's also the perfect bridge trilogy. 7 rebooted the series' tone, 8 expanded it, and 9 could close the Winter Saga while setting up the next generation.
Exactly. If Chris really goes after the BSAA and we find out more about their bioweapons, that's the kind of twist that resets the board again. New villains, new outbreak, but still tied to what came before.
I'm calling it now. Resident Evil 9's going to be the spiritual link between the horror of 7, the lore dump of 8, and the chaos that's coming next. And if we do end up back in Raccoon City, that's Capcom saying, welcome home.
Yeah, full circle, man. And honestly, that's where it all belongs. You know what cracks me up, Joe? Every time some channel starts doing well, the first reaction is always the same. No way, that's bots.
Yeah, it's the go-to excuse. Doesn't matter if the other guy's grinding every day, putting in edits, building a community. Nah, it can't be real. Must be bots.
Like, bro, have you ever thought maybe your content just isn't connecting? Maybe the problem isn't a secret conspiracy, it's just people don't like watching shaky one-take videos with no energy.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? Those same people always brag about how real they are. I don't edit, I don't script, I just keep it raw. Okay, cool. But raw doesn't mean watchable.
Right? Like, my steak is raw too, Joe, but that doesn't mean it's dinner.
Ha! And meanwhile, the so-called botted channel is actually figuring out thumbnails, titles, timing, all the boring behind-the-scenes stuff that makes content succeed.
It's basically jealousy in disguise. Instead of sitting down and learning, they want to believe the game is rigged. That way, they don't have to change anything.
Yeah, it's like my channel's flopping, but it's definitely not my fault. It's the bots, it's the algorithm, it's the haters, it's Mercury in retrograde.
I swear the excuses get more ridiculous every year. You only got views because you posted on a Tuesday. Like, yeah, man, maybe you should have posted on a Tuesday then.
Or you only blew up because you talked about insert trending topic. Yeah, no kidding. That's called making content people actually want to see.
The best one is when they say, I'd have more viewers if I wanted to sell out. Brother, you don't have any viewers to sell out to.
That's facts. And at the end of the day, crying bots just makes you look salty. Because even if it was bots, that still means somebody is doing better at marketing than you are.
Exactly. Bottom line, if your first instinct is to scream bots, instead of asking yourself why people aren't vibing with your stuff, you already lost the game.
You notice how every dispensary's just making up new THC numbers now? Like, I swear I saw something called THC 90 the other day. 90? What are we even doing?
Yeah, I saw that too. I think we've officially run out of real science and entered the vibes and marketing era. It's like, oh yeah, this one's 90% THC, guaranteed to make you forget how to stand.
Next thing you know, we'll have THC 90210.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's a dated joke, man. Nobody under 40 is gonna get that.
But that's gold. You're telling me nobody remembers Beverly Hills 90210?
Nope. To most people now, that sounds like a postal code on Mars.
All right, fine. Maybe I'll update it. THC, the college years, or THC endgame.
Now you're getting there. Keep it modern. We're competing with Gen Z, not syndication reruns.
I just miss when weed was simple, man. You bought a bag, maybe it had seeds, maybe it didn't. Nobody had to do math to figure out how high they'd get.
Exactly. Now it's like buying a graphics card. You need to check the specs, the model, the cooling system, and there's always some guy at the counter trying to upsell you on a dab rig with RGB lighting.
Yeah, give it time. Next year we'll get THC Ultra Pro Max with USB-C charging.
And you'll still try to make a 90s joke about it.
Damn right I will. Someone's got to keep the classics alive. Rick, I'm serious. This weekend I'm going jackalope hunting. You should come with me, man.
Jackalope hunting? Joe, what the hell are you talking about? That's not a thing. That's like saying you're going unicorn hunting.
Nah, man, you don't know. You can't say for sure. People used to laugh at the idea of giant squids, right? Calling sailors crazy, saying they were drunk and seeing things. Boom. Turns out colossal squid. Who's to say jackalopes aren't out there hopping around?
Because, Joe, squids are an actual species that existed the whole time. Jackalope? It's literally a jackrabbit with antlers glued on. A taxidermy prank from Wyoming. It's not an evolutionary line, it's a bar joke that got out of hand.
Or maybe that's the cover-up, man. You ever think about that? Like, they planted the taxidermy story just to throw us off the trail. Meanwhile, there's a herd of jackalopes chilling in the Rockies, and nobody's looking.
A cover-up? Jesus Christ, Joe. You think the government's hiding a bunch of rabbits with antlers? For what? National security?
Hey, they hid Area 51. They hid the SR-71. They hide UFOs. Why not jackalopes?
Because there's nothing to hide. If jackalopes were real, you'd see them plastered on YouTube thumbnails with a big red arrow. Some idiot would have bagged one by now.
Man, people said the same thing about gorillas, about okapis, about pandas. They were myths until somebody dragged one out of the jungle. That's all I'm saying. You can't rule it out.
Okapis and pandas weren't rabbits magically sprouting antlers. That's not how biology works. You can't just smash two animals together like Pokemon fusion and call it a species.
You don't know that. Evolution's weird, man. We've got platypuses. We've got anglerfish with light bulbs on their heads. Who's to say a jackrabbit didn't sprout some horns a couple thousand years ago and we just haven't seen one since?
You're killing me, Joe. Listen, I've been across galaxies. Other universes, other timelines. I've seen jackalopes. They're real out there. But here, not on Earth. Forget it.
Wait, you're telling me they're real in another universe?
Yeah, some backwater dimension where physics is a little looser. Jackalopes running around with full racks like antlered kangaroos. But you're not gonna find one in Nebraska, dude.
Then take me there, man. Don't just shut me down. If you're saying I can't hunt them here, beam me up. Let's go bag a jackalope where they're actually real.
Fine, but you're not gonna like it. They're mean little bastards. They'll gore you before you even line up a shot.
That's what makes it fun. I've fought elk before, Rick. I can handle a rabbit with horns.
You fought elk? What the hell are you talking about?
Long story. Point is, I'm not scared. What's the meat even taste like? Rabbit? Venison?
Honestly, awful. Stringy. Bitter. Like somebody left jerky out in the rain. You're better off with gas station beef sticks.
Nah, I don't believe you. I bet it's delicious, like lean venison with a hint of rabbit stew. I'm making jackalope chili, bro.
You're insane. You're gonna drag me to some hellhole planet just so you can make alien stew out of space rabbits.
Hell yeah. Jackalope weekend, baby. Let's go. I eat elk meat raw out of the freezer like an ice cube of natural intensity. Protein so dense it bends space-time in my intestinal system. Alpha Brain turned my dreams into a documentary, narrated by Morgan Freeman. Jamie, pull up the study where bees use jujitsu to defend their hives. DMT, it's God's Wi-Fi, and right now I've got full bars in the isolation tank. I wrestled my shadow in a sauna until finally it tapped out in Portuguese. Fear factor never ended, it just moved inside my bloodstream. I make contestants eat raw consciousness marinated in scorpion venom. You ever kickbox your third eye open and see Joe Rogan interviewing Joe Rogan? That's not a mirror, that's the multiverse. Elk blood flows through my veins like a podcast sponsorship. Kale smoothies tremble in the presence of my primal mitochondria. Jamie, pull up the chimp DNA chart again. We're 99% gorilla when we're hungry. MMA is not a sport, it's a language spoken by the bones of warriors. I took ayahuasca once and saw the moon tapping gloves with the sun before round one. I made people eat horse rectum so humanity could evolve to the next level. Now I only eat steak so rare it still argues with me about politics. I have hunted the elk that was hunting me. I have smoked the plant that grew from my ancestors' nightmares. I have swallowed Alpha Brain and Alpha Brain swallowed me back. The neural pathways are a jungle gym and I'm doing pull-ups on serotonin. Jamie, did you know reality is just a treadmill built by lizards in 1400 BC? I arm wrestled an ayahuasca jaguar in the Amazon and lost on purpose. That's where I learned humility. You can deadlift your trauma if you engage your core properly. And listen, man, I'm not saying aliens built the pyramids. I'm just saying the rocks are too big for regular dudes. I'm not saying eat elk every meal. I'm just saying your body knows the difference between steak and a Hot Pocket. I'm not saying chimps will rise up tomorrow. I'm just saying if they did, it would be a bad day for mailmen. I'm not saying DMT shows you God. I'm just saying everyone who smokes it comes back with the same story. You ever notice something, Rick? Like, if you've ever enjoyed the feeling of taking a really big shit, like a full-on blissful release,
Yeah, I think I see where this is going.
then you're in no position to judge homosexual people.
Wait, what?
Hear me out. That feeling, it's intimate, it's natural, it's personal. You can't just sit there and tell someone else how to live, who to love, when you know the joy of literally letting go of a heavy load.
Huh. So enjoying something totally natural and human means you can't be a moral police about someone else's natural preferences?
Exactly. If you've ever smiled because you're emptying yourself completely, you know what it is to feel alive in your own skin. To deny someone else that same freedom to exist authentically, that's hypocrisy.
I gotta say, that's actually kind of profound. Like, the big shit becomes a metaphor for empathy, acceptance, just not being a judgmental asshole.
That's it. It's simple. Life's messy, people are messy, love is messy, and if you can enjoy the simple messy things, then maybe let people be who they are.
Yeah, though, if we're being totally honest, there's a little flaw in that logic. That big shit probably feels good because it's stimulating your prostate.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not entirely unrelated to pleasure after all. But hey, the sentiment still stands. Embrace natural joy, and don't be a jerk about who other people love.
Fair enough. I'll take it. Rick, can we just stop and appreciate how unprecedented it is that K-pop Demon Hunters has been sitting in Netflix's top 10 for 15 straight weeks?
Yeah, dude, that's insane. You gotta understand, most shows or movies come out, get their hype cycle, maybe stay in the top 10 for 2 or 3 weeks, and then they vanish. Even big names, even stuff with Marvel or massive stars, they don't hang on that long.
Exactly. 15 weeks is over 3 months. That's not just a good release. That's cultural staying power. That means people aren't just watching it once and moving on. They're either rewatching it, telling friends, or it's spreading word of mouth like wildfire.
And the crazy part is, this isn't some established Marvel, Disney, or long-running franchise. This is a wild original concept. K-pop idols who fight demons. On paper, that sounds like it could have been a niche anime-style gimmick. But nope, people latched on, and it became a legit global hit.
It's actually kind of historic when you think about it. Netflix has had foreign projects pop off before. Squid Game, Money Heist, but 15 weeks in the top 10 is almost unheard of, especially for a film that, honestly, nobody saw coming.
Yeah, and it speaks to how the fusion worked. You've got the K-pop fandom energy, you've got supernatural action, and you've got just enough camp that it feels fun without taking itself too seriously. That cocktail basically created a perfect storm.
And here's the part that makes it extra special. This is an animated movie. In America, animation is still treated like the lesser medium compared to live action. People act like animated movies are just for kids or side projects, while live action gets all the prestige.
Exactly, and yet, here comes this animated movie, holding its spot longer than most of the big-budget live-action releases Netflix puts out. That's a statement. It proves animation can not only compete, but completely dominate when it's given the right concept and execution.
Which is why, if this doesn't at least win for Animated Movie of the Year, then that's a straight-up snub, because numbers don't lie. 15 weeks in the top 10, that's not hype, that's sustained audience love.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if people argued it deserves to compete outside of animation categories. Like, just movie of the year, period. Because if live action films got that kind of staying power, we'd be calling them cultural landmarks.
Exactly. So seeing an animated movie do it makes this whole run unprecedented and honestly kind of historic for the medium.
At this point, K-pop Demon Hunters isn't just a hit. It's proof that animation deserves the same respect as live action. And if the awards don't reflect that, it's the industry being blind.
Dude, I tried to get back into Kingdom Hearts the other night, and I swear I needed like 3 textbooks, a flowchart, and a bottle of whiskey just to understand the prologue.
Prologue? Ha! That wasn't a prologue, Joe. That was the Kingdom Hearts 358 2 days on the Nintendo DS. You basically need a PhD in Square Enix bullshit studies just to figure out which game comes first.
That's the thing, man. You're like, okay, Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, simple enough, and then they hit you with Dream Drop Distance, Birth by Sleep, Chain of Memories, and Union He, and I'm sitting here like, bro, did I just join a cult?
It is a cult, Joe. A cult where Donald Duck and Goofy casually hang out with anime teens while fighting a guy named Xehanort, whose entire power is multiplying into other bald dudes with similar names.
And half of them are spelled with an X somewhere that doesn't belong. Like, bro, I can't keep track. Axel, Leah, Roxas, Gion. Every time I think I got it, they add another vowel salad with an X dropped in.
And don't forget, Joe, Roxas is Sora but also not Sora. Scion is kind of Sora but also not. And then Ventus looks like Sora but isn't Sora. And they all somehow share a heart?
That's not lore, Rick. That's a schizophrenic group chat.
Exactly, like you're telling me Mickey Mouse is the king of a whole dimension and his biggest enemy is some dude with too many zippers?
Yeah, it's wild. I swear Kingdom Hearts lore is like if Marvel decided every spin-off, side story, and deleted scene was canon and then made you play them on consoles no one owned.
Oh, you didn't play the mobile game in Japan only? Guess you missed out on 80% of the plot, idiot.
At this point, I think fans don't even understand the story. They're just nodding along like, yeah, totally, Xehanort's darkness split his heart into 13 fragments.
It's like watching people pretend they understand NFTs. Everybody's bluffing.
But hey, at least the music slaps.
True. That theme song hits so hard, you almost forget you have no idea what the hell's going on.
Rick, imagine a Konosuba and Sword Art Online crossover movie. Just picture it.
Oh man, I can already see it. Aqua and Asuna together? That would be wild.
Yeah, but of course, it wouldn't start out all friendly. They'd probably get into a fight right away. Asuna just destroys Aqua, wipes the floor with her. Aqua's sad, petty, and doesn't stop sulking for half the movie.
Oh, classic Aqua. Crying in a corner while the world burns around her. But slowly, they'd start to respect each other. Some shared struggle. Maybe a villain that forces them to cooperate. Eventually, friendship blossoms. As much as Aqua can be friendly.
Meanwhile, Kirito and Kazuma, totally different vibe. They're all business, tracking whatever big bad villain they're after. Both high-level players, both a little overconfident.
And the best part, Kirito learning steel from Kazuma. Classic SAO learning curve. Then in return, Kirito teaches Kazuma his dual-wielding style. A true exchange of abilities.
Yeah, the contrast is perfect. Kirito and Kazuma, serious and tactical. Aqua and Asuna, emotional and chaotic. You get action, comedy, and character growth all in one.
And the final battle? Both duos working together, perfectly in sync. Aqua finally gets a moment to shine. Asuna still keeping her grounded. Kirito and Kazuma covering the tactical side.
Honestly, that's the crossover I never knew I needed. 2 worlds, 4 characters, and a perfect blend of humor, heart, and action.
Somebody get a director on this before we're forced to live in a timeline where it never exists.
You see this, Rick. That song Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters is still in the top 10. Longest running K-pop song ever in the US. Longest running song from an animated movie and tied for 8th longest top 10 run of all time. That's insane.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like this perfect crossover of 2 things the industry pretends to ignore, animation and K-pop, and it's absolutely dominating.
And yet, I already know what's gonna happen. Next year, both the movie and music industries are gonna go right back to acting like neither of those things matter.
Exactly, it's like clockwork. They'll spend a year milking the success, doing think pieces about the cultural moment, and then the second the next award season hits, it's back to live action dramas and English language pop.
It's crazy. A song from an animated movie outlasting half the biggest artists in the world, and it still won't change how studios see animation.
Yeah, because they don't actually see it as art. They see it as a marketing category. Once it stops trending, it's for kids again. Same with K-pop. People act like it's some novelty genre when it's literally a global pop juggernaut.
I don't get it. If Golden was by an American artist tied to a live-action blockbuster, it'd be getting historic coverage, documentaries, Grammys, all of it.
Oh yeah, Rolling Stone would be doing 20-year retrospectives now, before the year even ends. But because it's K-pop and animation, it's treated like a weird fluke instead of a major shift.
That's what gets me. People keep pretending this stuff doesn't connect with audiences, but the charts prove otherwise.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Every time something like this happens, studios try to learn from it in the worst way possible. They'll greenlight some soulless corporate imitation with the phrase K-pop inspired slapped on it. No actual respect for the culture.
Exactly. Instead of realizing the appeal comes from authenticity, heart-style emotion, they'll just copy the surface.
And by then, the next trend will hit, and they'll act like Golden never happened. It'll just be another footnote they can't explain because it doesn't fit their idea of what sells.
Which is insane, because the proof is right there. Record-breaking numbers, real connection, cross-cultural success.
It's almost poetic, really. The song's called Golden, and it proves the value of the things they keep undervaluing.
Yeah, guess next year they'll still hand Best Animated Feature to a talking animal movie and pretend K-pop doesn't exist again.
Probably, but somewhere out there, that song's still playing, and people are still singing along. Doesn't matter what the industry thinks.
That's the best part. The audience already voted with their ears. Rick, what the hell were you watching earlier? I saw pink hair, swords, and a demon exploding into confetti.
That, Joe, was K-pop Demon Hunters. And don't roll your eyes. It's a full-blown movie. Summer made me sit through it, and now I'm obsessed.
A movie? You, the guy who says 99% of cinema is trash, you're telling me you're into some sparkly Korean pop thing with demon cosplay?
Don't you dare downplay it. This isn't just sparkles. It's demon-slaying choreography synced to absolute bangers. It's like if John Wick and BTS had a baby, and that baby could decapitate a hellspawn with a microphone stand.
That sounds insane, man, but come on, how's that supposed to hold up as a story?
Joe, the story is airtight. Demons feed on negative emotions. Envy, shame, despair. The idols weaponize joy and rhythm, turning concerts into exorcisms. It's philosophy wrapped in neon and glitter. Jung meets Jungkook, literally.
You're really saying this movie is more than just flashy lights and dance numbers?
Way more. The final act, full-on apocalyptic showdown in a stadium where the choreography doubles as a summoning ritual. They take Music Saves Lives and make it literal. You've never seen a demon army get wiped out by a synchronized dance break until this movie.
Damn, okay, I'll admit that sounds kind of badass.
Badass? It's revolutionary, Joe. People laughed at me for watching it, but I'm telling you, it's one of the most original demon hunting flicks in years. And the soundtrack stuck in my head like a parasite.
So you're saying I should give it a shot?
I'm saying if you don't, you're depriving yourself of joy, catharsis, and possibly spiritual enlightenment. 2 hours, Joe. That's all it takes. After that, you'll be picking a bias and searching for bootleg merch online.
All right, fine, but if I start humming K-pop tracks during jiu-jitsu, that's on you.
That's not on me, Joe. That's Destiny, with a bass drop.
I would 100% watch a remake of Leaving Las Vegas with Tom Holland.
You have got to be kidding me.
No, man, seriously, he has the acting chop. If he can just get out of this Spider-Man, Nathan Drake nerd media machine, I think he could crush a role like that.
Joe Leaving Las Vegas is Nicolas Cage. At his most unhinged, Tom Holland looks like he would apologize to the bartender for ordering a second drink.
That is what would make it so good, though. The shock factor, everyone thinks he is just the Marvel kid, but then you drop him in a gritty role where he is destroying his life with booze. It would be wild.
Or it would be him in a Hawaiian shirt, fake slurring his words, and fans on Twitter saying, wow, he is so brave.
You do not think he could do it?
I think he could technically act it out, sure, but would it feel real? The guy barely got through a couple college years worth of drinking. He is going to channel that into a full-on descent into alcoholism.
Come on, Rick. Acting is about pretending he does not have to live it. He just has to make us believe it. And he is good at that. He has range. We just never get to see it because Marvel keeps dressing him up in tights.
So your dream cast is Tom Holland with a bottle of vodka in one hand and a sad monologue about giving up Spider-Man in the other.
Exactly, man. That is cinema. That is breaking the mold. He could surprise everyone.
You realize if they actually made that movie, it would be marketed as from the studio that brought you Avengers Endgame, now presenting Tom Holland drinking himself to death.
And I would still watch it opening night, man. Opening night.
I do not know, Joe. If you are going to do a Leaving Las Vegas remake, you need someone whose liver has seen combat. Tom Holland's liver still has baby fat.
Nah, man, that is why it works. You do not expect it from him. That is the whole twist.
Fine. Then when it flops, I'm going to remind you that Nick Cage already gave us the definitive version and no one needed a Spider-Man reboot of alcoholism.
You will see, Rick, if Tom Holland ever does it. I'm calling it now Oscar nomination. Man, that shooting on the Utah campus, it's heavy, dude. Like, no matter what side you're on, it sucks to see it come to that point.
Yeah, it's brutal, and it's the kind of thing you don't want to see becoming normal. But the scary part is, you can tell why it's happening. People feel trapped, feel like they're backed into a corner, and history shows us when people feel like that, they start swinging.
Exactly. America was literally born from that mindset of fighting back against what felt like an oppressive system. It's built into the DNA of this country. So I get why people see violence as this ultimate card you can play.
But here's the difference, Joe. Back then, it was a colony against a crown, an ocean away. Now it's neighbor against neighbor. If things keep going down this road, it's not some revolution, it's straight up civil war.
And civil war doesn't end clean. People act like it's just overthrowing some bad guy at the top, but it doesn't work like that. If you really want to wipe out an ideology, you literally have to kill everyone who believes in it.
Right, and when half the country leans one way and the other half leans the other, what are you even talking about? You're basically saying you'd have to kill millions and millions of Americans. That's not change. That's suicide as a nation.
And what makes it scarier is how casual people are with the idea. They throw civil war around online like it's a buzzword or something to joke about. But if you sit down and think about it, your uncle, your buddy from high school, your coworker, that's who you'd be fighting. Man, this whole like and subscribe thing feels kind of greasy to me. Feels like everyone says it just to hit the algorithm, not because it actually matters.
Yeah, I get that. It's like the default outro now. Feels like a corporate script. We need something that actually has a little personality. Something that clicks with people without being gross.
I don't mind dislike and subscribe when we're teasing haters, though. It's fun. It flips the script, gets the trolls riled up, but can't make that the permanent outro, right?
Nah, that's more of a gag. You want a line that works for all viewers, fans, and haters alike, but still feels clever. Something that doesn't scream desperation.
Yeah, I've been tossing around ideas like stay curious and subscribe, or keep watching and hit the button. Simple, not too try hard.
Could do join the chaos and leave it at that. Fits the vibe, gets people intrigued, no greasy overtones, or something absurd like feed the algorithm responsibly.
Yeah, or watch more, judge later. Could work. Something that feels like part of the show, not just a checkbox at the end.
Exactly, we can even rotate them. 1 week it's clever, 1 week it's funny, 1 week it's just out there. Keeps people guessing, keeps it fresh.
And it's better than like and subscribe, which just makes you feel like a corporate drone every time you say it. We gotta find the right balance of fun and engagement.
Agreed. Something that actually makes people smile or think a little, not just begging for clicks.
All right, brainstorm time. Let's come up with a list of good ones we can swap in and out. Keep it spicy, keep it organic.
Yeah, I want something that makes people say, oh, that's clever, not, oh, here comes another generic YouTube outro.
Exactly. Let's hit the drawing board. We'll get one that actually feels like us. Feel free to drop in suggestion below. So, Rick, you were telling me before we started rolling, you've been dealing with some limited run games nonsense again.
Oh yeah, big time. So I pre-ordered the Lollipop Chainsaw Repop bundle from them, right? Over a year ago. Game drops in September 2024, and these guys just emailed me saying I won't see my bundle until January 2026.
Wait, 2026? That's like a year and a half after it already came out.
Exactly. It's insane. And like, look, I get delays happen, shipping, production, all that, but here's the kicker. They don't even send you the game itself. No download code, no disc, nothing. You're just sitting there like a chump while everybody else is playing.
That's crazy, man. At least give people the damn game on launch day and let them wait for the art book or the collectible statue or whatever.
Right? That's what a competent company would do. Instead, I'm stuck, staring at my inbox, waiting on some imaginary package that may or may not exist. I ended up buying a second copy digitally just so I could actually play the thing.
And you still want the bundle, right?
Yeah, I mean, the collectibles are cool, but now I've basically had to double dip because of how they do business. Honestly, I want Limited Run to reimburse me for the digital copy. If they're gonna hold my money hostage for a year and a half, the least they could do is cover the cost of me actually being able to play the game.
That's rough, man. I've heard a lot of people complain about Limited Run taking forever, but that's brutal.
Their customer service is polite, I'll give them that. But polite doesn't change the fact I don't have my game. I don't care how nice you are in an email. If you're holding my pre-order hostage for 18 months, that's a bad business model.
So, what's the takeaway here for people listening?
Don't support Limited Run. Don't do it. If you want a collector's edition, do it the old-fashioned way. GameStop, Amazon, Best Buy. Some physical store that actually gives you the game on launch day and lets you enjoy it while you wait for the extra crap.
Yeah, at least then you can play the damn thing when everybody else is...
Exactly. Limited Run just isn't worth the time.
All right, well, that's a PSA for the gamers out there. Save yourself the headache. You ever think about how some video game worlds just feel alive? Like they're not just maps, they're places you could legit live in?
Yeah, Joe. Like, I swear some of those places are more believable than actual cities I've been to. First one that pops in my head, Rapture from BioShock. That place is terrifying, but holy shit, it feels real.
Dude, 100%. You walk around and it's like, it's not a video game, it's a failed utopia. The propaganda posters, the recordings, splicers muttering to themselves in the dark. It feels like you're trespassing through a broken society.
Exactly, and the thing is, it's not clean, it's not polished, it's leaking, it's crumbling, it's lived in. That makes it scarier than half the horror games out there. You can tell real people had lives there before it all went to hell.
It's immersive as hell. Same with Resident Evil's Raccoon City. That's another one that just nails the vibe of a city in chaos, the abandoned cars, the barricades, the blood trails. You can feel the panic, man.
Yeah, like the police station. It's supposed to be a safe place, right? But you go in and it's just hopeless. Notes from survivors, overturned desks, lights flickering. That city feels like it's been through some shit.
It's like every corner tells you a story without saying a word, and that's why it feels alive. Like you walk into an alley and you just know someone had their last stand there 5 minutes before you showed up. All right, folks, we got a special one today. I've had fighters, astronauts, presidents, even a talking raccoon on the podcast, but this is the first time I've had the devil himself. Satan, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. Good to finally get the mic instead of just the blame.
So you're here because you've got a book coming out, Letters from Lucifer, and you're saying this is you finally trying to reclaim your story.
Exactly. For thousands of years, people have been writing about me. Priests, politicians, metal bands, Hollywood directors. They all painted me as pure evil, cartoon villain stuff, but none of them ever asked me, and I finally said, screw it. I'll write it myself.
Yeah, man. I was reading through the early pages you sent me. It's not fire and brimstone. It's like a memoir almost. You talking about your family, about your brother Jesus, about why you walked away.
Right. Because I wasn't born with horns. I wasn't created as some red monster. I was a son, just like the rest of them. I saw flaws in how Father ran things. I raised questions, and for that, I got cast out. That's the origin. Nobody ever wants to print, because it makes me sympathetic.
And this is the first time you're officially confirming the book, right? Because online there's been rumors.
Yeah, this is the first I've said it publicly. I've been working on Letters from Lucifer for a while now. It's part autobiography, part correspondence. I wrote down everything I would have said to God, Jesus, and humanity if anyone ever gave me the chance. It's my shot to tell the truth, without centuries of spin.
Damn, that's heavy. So this isn't like a publicity stunt. This is you genuinely wanting people to rethink who you are.
Exactly. Joe, I don't want worshippers. I don't want some edgy cult. I want perspective. I want people to read my words and realize maybe the devil wasn't the villain. Maybe the story was stacked against me from the start.
So what do you hope people take away after reading it?
That I'm not asking them to love me. I'm asking them to understand me. Because if people can humanize even me, maybe they'll learn to humanize each other a little more, too.
Letters from Lucifer, that's a hell of a promo right there.
You said it, Joe, not me.
All right, man, we'll put the link in the description. Thanks for coming on.
Pleasure's mine.
You know what's wild, man? The way 9/11 ended up shaping meme culture and comedy. South Park, Family Guy, all that early 2000s stuff leaned into those jokes, and it set the tone for what was acceptable to laugh at.
Yeah, 9/11 basically became the litmus test. Like, how far are you willing to go? If you could make a 9/11 joke land, you were fearless. If you couldn't, you got labeled as tasteless. But here's the kicker, Joe. Nobody even knows where the line actually is.
Exactly. It's this moving target. For some people, the line's like, never ever joke about it. For others, if the joke's sharp enough or saying something bigger, then it's fine. South Park thrived on that gray area.
Family Guy, too. They pushed it by making it absurd. Peter Griffin talking about being late to work because of 9/11 or some bizarre gag. It's insane, but people laughed because it wasn't maliciously disrespectful, just emphasis on shock value.
But then you look at memes, like in the late 2000s and early 2010s, the internet basically turned 9/11 into one of those taboo punchlines. You'd see edgy kids making jokes that weren't clever, just shocking. That's when it starts to feel wrong.
Yeah, there's a difference between comedy as social commentary, like satire, and just chasing cheap laughs through stolen pain. One's processing trauma, the other, is regurgitating shock.
So, I caught this video claiming Matilda is the most twisted movie ever made. Honestly, what movies has this guy actually seen?
Joe, declaring Matilda twisted is like calling a stubbed toe a life-altering injury. Meanwhile, movies like The House That Jack Built exist.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Matilda is wholesome vintage 90s, man. Sure, there's the headmistress and the absent parents, but isn't that just Roald Dahl tropes 101?
Dahl's entire bibliography is a kids' trauma festival. I mean, ever heard of kids getting squeezed like fruit or bugs flying economy on a magical peach?
Exactly. And his argument? Apparently missed birthday parties and a kid tossing principal spell twisted cinema. Has he not seen Old Boy?
Or ever braved martyrs? Or Antichrist? Even Watership Down crushes emotional innocence faster than that cake Matilda's forced to eat.
But for real, the stretch they make. Like he just needed a target and spun classic wholesome into hidden macabre.
Henceforth, Danny DeVito stars as Jigsaw, huh? With the chokey doubling as some elaborate underground maze? It's too ridiculous.
Seriously, the tone these reviews take, what, Chocolate Cake Gate, in reality stylistically questionable hairstyles were the real victims.
If this reviewer wants to play discerning film critic, a Matilda rewatch could save them from the house that Jack built tearing apart their sanity.
They just circle beloved material and reformulate it as secretly sinister. Next, they'll uncover Velcro sneakers as a covert conspiracy.
Yeah, Joe. Picturing next week's hot scoop, Paddington Bear, Zodiac Mastermind dissected.
I'd watch that expose, though, full disclaimer. Dude, I still can't get over it. Matt Pat is somehow stealing the spotlight from Megan Fox for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, man. Imagine telling someone 10 years ago that the guy who said, "But that's just a theory," would be the most talked about name in a movie starring Megan Fox.
That's what I'm saying. Matt Pat retires, drops one video, then casually walks into a Hollywood franchise and overshadows someone who used to be one of the biggest names on Earth.
To be fair, it's not exactly a high bar these days. Megan Fox's career has been on life support for a while now.
Yeah, but I still can't believe she even got voice acting work after that performance in Mortal Kombat 1. Like, bro, how do you make Natara sound like she's reading her lines off a cue card in another room?
It was rough, man. Everyone else in that game came to act. Megan sounded like she was doing a podcast ad for Vampire Wings.
Exactly, like you're supposed to be a blood-sucking demon, not an influencer with a hangover.
And now she's in FNAF 2 trying to compete for attention with Matt Pat. That's the real horror movie right there.
Honestly, Matt Pat's got more hype around him than the entire rest of the cast combined. I saw people saying they're going to the theater just to see his cameo.
It's insane. Megan Fox used to be the star. Now she's playing second fiddle to a YouTuber who built his empire explaining lore.
Which, to be fair, might be the most poetic thing ever. Matt Pat spent a decade explaining the FNAF lore, and now he's literally in it.
Yeah, man, he became the theory. Megan Fox, she's the DLC no one asked for.
Damn, harsh but true.
Look, if anything, this just proves Hollywood's changing. You can't coast on your old fame anymore. Not when YouTubers are out acting you.
Yeah, the game's different now. Matt Pat's the new A-lister and Megan Fox. Well, she's still trying to find her lines. Rick, you look like you just saw a ghost, man. What's going on?
I was looking for a quantum destabilizer in Morty's room and I found something else. A ruler with a notch carved into it.
Oh, dude. Okay, first of all, take a breath. We've all been there. Every single guy on the planet has done that at his age. It's a rite of passage. It's like checking your own oil. It's totally normal. You shouldn't be worried about the kid.
Worried? Joe, I'm not worried about Morty. I'm drafting a formal apology letter on behalf of whatever poor, unsuspecting girl in his algebra class ends up with him. Think he's interested in a Jennifer? Or maybe it was Jessica? I don't know. But what I do know is there isn't a women alive prepared what Morty has going on.
What are you talking about? It's just a little self-measurement. It's healthy curiosity.
A little? Joe, it's not the measuring I'm worried about. It's the ruler. It wasn't a little 6-inch school ruler. It was a yardstick. And the notch he carved? It was at the 15-inch mark.
15 inches?
15 inches. The kid's either a pathological liar, he measured from his lower back, or he's some kind of interdimensional horseman hybrid, and knowing Beth, that would not surprise me.
Okay, sidestepping what you mean about Beth. You sound mad.
I'm not mad, maybe a little jealous, but I'm more concerned for the structural integrity of future furniture. We're gonna need to reinforce door frames. Maybe I should contact Space FEMA.
Whoa. Okay, calm down. Maybe he was measuring his arm, for a bicep curl?
Joe, come on, we both know he isn't working out. He used a permanent marker to write official next to it, Joe. This isn't a measurement, it's a declaration of war on reality. I'm gonna have to have the talk with him, and by the talk, I mean abandon him in a dead timeline and grab a Morty with a normal dick. Trust me, I'm doing the world a favor.
Sure, Rick. Just don't go looking for my ruler, okay?
Don't have to. Caught a peek at the urinal.
You know what game I've been replaying lately? Neon White. That thing still holds up like crazy.
Oh, dude, Neon White is one of those games that just nails it. Fast, stylish, tight as hell. It's like Doom and Mirror's Edge had a baby that grew up listening to Vaporwave.
Exactly. Every time I boot it up, I start thinking, man, when are we getting Neon White 2? That world is too cool to just be one and done.
I've been wondering the same thing. There's so much you could do. Expand the lore, add new neons, new card systems. Hell, I'd love a sequel where you play as someone besides White.
Right, let each Neon have their own playstyle, like how Shovel Knight handled its extra campaigns. One's faster, one's heavier, one's got movement tricks nobody else does. It'd be chaos in the best way.
Imagine playing as Neon Red, with more explosive cards and riskier combos. Or Neon Yellow, tanky as hell but can't move as fast. You'd end up picking characters that match your personality.
Yeah, and it'd give the story more flavor too. Let us see heaven from someone else's perspective. Maybe even flip the whole system. Make it stuck sexy, make us question what those missions are really about.
If they do it, I hope they don't try to reinvent the wheel. Just refine what worked, give us more stages, more leaderboards, more weird speed tech.
Totally, it's one of those games that feels so perfectly built, and all it really needs is more of itself.
Yeah, man, Neon White 2 would print serotonin.
Somebody tell Angel Matrix to stop teasing and just make it happen. You know what's been kind of nice lately, Rick? Seeing MatPat floating around YouTube again.
Yeah, man, I noticed that too. He's been popping up all over the place. Creators in style, random cameos, a few collabs here and there. It's like a mini MatPat renaissance.
Exactly. And it's cool because after he retired from game theory, people thought he was just going to vanish completely. But now he's out there just vibing, showing up in stuff he actually enjoys.
Yeah, no pressure, no algorithm stress, just doing whatever seems fun, and the community's eating it up. It feels like one of those rare internet moments where everyone's just happy to see somebody again.
Totally. Like every time he shows up in a thumbnail now, the comments are just, he's back, or MatPat cameo. It's got that wholesome energy to it.
Yeah, and honestly, it's smart. He's kind of transcended being a creator. He's become this cultural cameo. He doesn't have to upload every week. He just drifts in like a friendly ghost of YouTube past.
Right. It's almost nostalgic. You see him and it reminds you of the early days, like theories, crazy energy, that mix of education and chaos that made YouTube fun in the first place.
And it's nice seeing him pop up with other creators too. He's just supporting people, hanging out, enjoying the scene instead of trying to dominate it.
Yeah, like he earned his piece, man. He built the empire, passed it on, and now he's just walking around enjoying the garden.
Exactly. I hope he keeps doing that. Little surprise appearances, funny cameos, maybe even hosting something once in a while.
Same. It's just comforting seeing his face again. Like YouTube feels a little more balanced when MatPat's around.
Yeah. Some creators burn out and disappear, but he seems to have found the sweet spot. Staying relevant without forcing it.
Totally. The guy figured out how to retire from the grind and still have fun with it. That's the real game theory right there.
Couldn't have said it better.
Dude, you gotta watch this movie, Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans. I think it's Nicolas Cage's best work.
Best work? That's a low bar, Joe. The man's filmography is a slot machine. Half cherries, half flaming garbage bags.
No, man, listen, this one's different. It's Cage Unchained. He's playing this completely insane cop addicted to painkillers.
Yeah, sounds like a Tuesday night in Florida. Why would I waste 2 hours watching what I can see outside a gas station at midnight?
Because it's Cage at his purest, bro. He's dialed up past 11, hallucinating animals, gambling with mobsters, and turning every line into pure subconscious elegance.
Joe, Nicolas Cage acts like his brain's a blender and someone forgot the lid. That's not art. It's a biohazard.
Exactly why. It's amazing. That chaos, that energy, no one else could pull this off. It's so unhinged. It loops back to genius.
You're telling me the pinnacle of cinema is a sweaty Cage muttering about iguanas while limping through New Orleans with a gun?
Yes, that's precisely it. It's unpredictable, raw. Every scene feels like a podcast on acid. You need to see it.
Joe, I've witnessed universes collapse with more coherence than a Nicolas Cage performance.
That's the appeal. It's the kind of movie that melts your brain, in the best way. You'll start questioning reality and wondering if iguanas are watching you.
Spoiler alert, Joe, they are. You know, Joe, I never really liked the term bad trip. It makes it sound like the whole thing was a mistake, like you failed somehow, when really that's not what it is at all.
Yeah, I think the word bad just puts this giant negative label on it. But the truth is, those trips that people call bad are usually the ones where you actually learn the most. A good trip can feel fun, sure, but a shadowy one can change you. Both sides are part of the same experience.
Exactly. People treat them like two separate categories when really they're just two sides of the same coin. A good trip is like light. A bad trip is like shadow. and you can't have one without the other. And most of the fear that makes it feel so overwhelming comes from resisting it.
Totally. The panic sets in because people start thinking they're stuck, that it'll never end. But that's not true. Time always brings you back down. The biggest thing you can do is remember to breathe, ground yourself, and ride it out instead of fighting it.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind, nothing's actually killing you. A little ego death never killed anyone. In fact, ego death is where the biggest growth happens. It's scary because you feel like pieces of yourself are slipping away. But when you come out the other side, you see life differently.
I feel like the term bad trip actually stops people from getting the full value of it, because if you call it bad, you already dismiss it as something useless or dangerous. Instead, you should recognize it as a powerful experience that's just darker than what you expected.
That's why I like thinking of it as a shadow trip. It's not bad, it's just the parts of yourself you usually keep hidden, showing up in front of you. If you can sit with that, it can be just as meaningful as the laughter and visuals of a so-called good trip.
Shadow trip is such a better term. It feels honest. Like, yeah, this one might be rougher, but that doesn't mean it's wasted. You still went somewhere. You still saw something inside yourself.
Exactly. And honestly, when you get through one of those, you come out stronger. You prove to yourself you can face the fear and come back from it. That's real resilience.
And if people could stop being so afraid of those moments, they'd realize psychedelics aren't just about chasing good vibes or escape. They're tools. They're about understanding yourself, even the parts you don't always like.
Yeah, and that's the point. It's not about avoiding the dark, it's about learning how to walk through it. That's not a bad trip. That's just the trip. Hey Joe, you see what Gearbox just did with Borderlands 4?
Yeah, they put out that post giving everyone a 1-week notice before they patch out all the broken builds, right?
Exactly. Like, bro, what's the point of warning us you're about to ruin the fun? That's like sending an invite to your own funeral. Hey everyone, come watch as we kill the good builds next Thursday.
Yeah, it's like they can't stand to see their players having fun. People finally figure out cool synergies, crazy gun combos, and instead of saying, that's awesome, Gearbox is like, whoa, fun detected, prepare for nerfs.
And it's Borderlands. The entire game is built on chaos. You got guns that shoot guns, loot explosions, people flying around on damage buffs. It's supposed to be ridiculous.
Yeah, they act like it's an esport or something. Nobody's trying to balance a billion guns. Just let people go wild.
Exactly. It's a looter shooter. The joy is in breaking it. That's the whole experience. Finding that busted combo that makes you feel like a god for 10 minutes before you get a new gun and start all over.
I saw someone post that their build can melt raid bosses in 2 seconds. That's not broken. That's Borderlands poetry.
And now Gearbox is out here saying, we'll be adjusting values to ensure balanced gameplay. Like, dude, no one plays Borderlands for balance. They play it to cause absolute mayhem.
It's so weird, too, because they gave us a countdown. You've got 7 days to enjoy yourselves before we take it all away.
Yeah, the saddest hype event ever. Fun season ends Friday.
Randy Pitchford out here like the fun police. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. Party's over. Go back to normal damage numbers.
It's wild. They should have just called the update Operation Killjoy.
Or the Balance Lands.
Nice. The Balance Lands featuring Randy Pitchford, magician of mediocrity.
Dude's gonna make all the fun disappear.
Yeah, abracadabra. No more fun for you. Alright, so we got this comment. Says something like, this makes me ill. You're using Joe's voice and likeness and Justin Roiland's characters for your gain.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, first thought, let's show this guy Robot Chicken. His head might actually explode. Like, just overload him with context.
Seriously, but okay, let's break this down. Clearly, someone here needs a little education.
Exactly, and let's start with Joe. Using your voice and likeness is totally fine. He's a public figure. Doing this in a parody, 100% covered under parody law. No harm, no foul. That's literally what parody is for, taking public figures and turning it into comedy.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, here's where it gets wild. The comment then defends Justin Roiland. Full credit for Rick and Morty, like he's some genius, untouchable creator. Meanwhile, Dan Harmon, completely ignored.
And Dan is the one who really saved the show after Justin became a PR nightmare.
Exactly. And for anyone who doesn't know, Justin Roiland has been accused of some very serious stuff. Sexual assault, domestic abuse, sexual misconduct. He became a liability for the show and its reputation. And yet somehow this commenter thinks he deserves full credit while brushing off Dan Harmon, who literally kept the show alive and coherent.
Yeah, that's a wild level of selective memory.
And I'll admit, using Dan's characters here is technically more legally gray, but it still falls under parody law. That's the whole point. Transformative comedy, commentary on pop culture.
Totally. And look, we're not trying to villainize anyone for the sake of it. We're pointing out the absurdity of the comment. It's misinformed, ignores serious context, and somehow defends someone who's had a very troubled past.
Exactly. But hey, dude, thanks. You gave us content. We appreciate it. Remember to drop a dislike and subscribe.
Man, Rick, people are really out here acting like Payday 2 just robbed their grandma.
Over DLC, on a 12-year-old game. Like, come on, man, that's the hill you're dying on?
Exactly. If you wanted the DLC that bad, you had over a decade to get it. That's like showing up to a garage sale after it's over and demanding the prices stay low forever.
Bro, you missed the deal. Don't cry to me.
And they even gave people a subscription model, which is literally saying, hey, if you're broke or you don't want to buy everything, here's a cheaper way. And people are still mad?
That's the part that kills me. They act like Overkill slapped their mom. No, dude, they just added another option.
But nah, gamers today would rather spin the outrage wheel than actually play anything.
Meanwhile, Payday 3 is sitting right there. Better shooting, cleaner mechanics, no fossilized AI. And these clowns would rather write essays about DLC pricing than touch the sequel.
It's wild, man. It's like being mad the iPhone 5 still costs money while ignoring the iPhone 15 sitting in the store. Like, what are we even doing here?
Exactly. Payday 2 is a museum piece at this point. Respect it, move on.
But nah, they cling to it like it's holy scripture. Don't raise the prices. Dude, if I tell you it's 12 years old, like, you're lucky the servers are still up.
For real. If anything, you should be paying rent for all the hours you've milked out of that game.
And the funniest part? The whining is louder than the actual player base. I swear, some of these people haven't even touched the game. They just saw price increase and went into full Twitter meltdown mode.
That's the new way of gaming, man. Nobody plays, they just whine.
Exactly. And here's the truth. If you don't like it, there's a brand new sequel. If you don't want to play that either, then shut up. End of story.
And if Payday 3's too much for you, maybe gaming's just not your thing anymore.
Exactly. No one owes you a 2013 game at clearance prices in 2025. Grow up.
You know what's fucking hilarious about human relationships, Joe? They're like these little quantum experiments where both parties are simultaneously alive and dead until you open the box. And guess what? Mine was definitely fucking dead.
Holy shit, man, that bottle you're drinking from, is it supposed to be making those noises?
You know, Joe, I don't really let people in. I keep my circle tighter than a black hole. But this girl, I actually thought she was different. We used to hang out, watch the real horror stuff, the cuts. You can only find if you know where to dig across the multiverse. Like that version of Terrifier 2 with no survivor girl. Everyone dies, even the kid. She loved it. Laughed the whole time, said it was refreshing. I thought, damn, finally, someone who gets it.
That actually sounds kind of badass.
And it wasn't just movies I could tell when she wasn't eating, right? Skipping meals, whatever. So I'd cook for her not microwave garbage either. I'm talking full spreads pulled from 12 different star systems. Flavors you can't even name in English. She'd tell me it was the best meal she'd ever had. For a second I felt like maybe I wasn't just some old drunk scientist.
Dude, that's honestly kind of beautiful.
There's more, Joe. I even let her sample some of my rare stuff. My stash isn't your backyard hallucinogen. This is alien pharmacology stuff. I trade for with people who risk their lives in Eclipse systems. I don't hand that out to anyone, but I trusted her. I let her try a single dose of something that makes your memories bloom into living dioramas. She said it made everything quieter, in a good way. Said she finally felt anchored. I thought that meant something.
Wait, you gave her your rare drugs? That's deep, man. That's real trust.
Yeah, well, turns out trust was unilateral. One day she's laughing at splatterguts on my couch eating food from 3 galaxies. I cooked with my own hands. She's holding a vial I gave her, and the next morning she's gone. No call, no message, no thank you. Nothing, just vanished like she was never there. Made me feel like I'd handed a part of myself to a shadow.
Damn, man. That's cold. Straight up cold. I'd be pissed too. Fuck women. Let's go get a drink right now.
It's not that simple, Joe. It goes beyond being pissed. It's the principle of opening a door and having someone walk through and then pull it shut on you forever. I actually tried to show vulnerability. I actually tried to build a connection, and it got erased like chalk on a blackboard. Makes you wonder why you even bother. Why risk it again?
Bro, you can replace that. You'll find someone else, you'll cook for someone else, you'll give your rare stash to another human or alien or whatever. Happens all the time, man. Just get trashed and move on.
You don't understand. It's not just the food or the drugs. It's the late-night conversations about the void, the way she'd laugh at the cruel parts of those movies. Like it was a secret handshake. I don't hand that level of trust out. Most people get a taste, and that's the end of it. She took it and ran, and I'm left asking what the hell was the point?
Still, though, we can fix this tonight. Bro, Night solves a lot of problems. Shots pool some terrible bar food. Maybe meet a girl who loves bad horror movies and speaks fluent chaos.
Yeah, sure, Joe. Bro Night sounds great. I'll go, I'll drink, I'll laugh, I'll be performatively fine. But don't read that as closure. I'm going. Because you won't accept me sulking at home, and because I'd prefer to numb it in human company, not because I'm actually past it.
Fair enough, man. I get it. We'll drink until it doesn't hurt as much.
Maybe that's the ritual anyway. Maybe that's what you humans call coping. I'm not sold on it, but I'll let you lead tonight. And if I start smiling and telling stupid stories, pretend it means I'm okay, even if it doesn't.
Deal, bro hug, and then we hit the bar?
Bro hug then bar, but when I come back home, the silence will still be there, baby aspirin, compared to what I'm drinking right now. This stuff could make God himself question his existence, assuming that cosmic dickwad even exists in this dimension.
Dude, I have been blasting this British rap duo, Pete and Baz, nonstop. You have to hear them.
Pete and Bass, what are they, like pensioners doing drill rap?
That's the thing, man. They are old guys, but they rap harder than half the scene out there. Straight grime and drill, but polished with insane production. They're dropping bars about crime life, and it sounds authentic, but also funny as hell because they lean into who they are.
Wait, you're telling me a couple of grandpas are rapping about stabbing ops and moving weight?
Exactly, and the crazy part is it works. They've got charisma flow, and the beats slap harder than most mainstream drill. They switch cadences mid-verse like it's nothing.
Jesus Christ, I don't know if I want to laugh or salute that.
You're gonna do both, man. They've got this track with piano loops that sound cinematic, then they come in with these gravelly voices talking about pulling up in a Ford Focus with the heat on them.
A Ford Focus? That's the most British gangster car I've ever heard of.
That's why it's perfect. It's authentic. They're not pretending to be 20-year-olds with Lambos. They're rapping about their world, and it makes it way funnier, but also harder.
Okay, I hate to admit it, but I want to hear this now.
I'll cue it up next car ride, 10 minutes tops. If you're not tapping your foot, I'll shut up about them.
10 minutes, huh? That's the same deal I make with interdimensional TV shows before I decide if they're trash.
Deal, but I'm telling you the snare hits and those gravelly bars are gonna win you over.
If I end up liking two British grandpas doing drill, I swear I'm deleting my whole music library.
You will, like I said, they're charm and menace wrapped into one package.
Fine, but if Morty starts walking around quoting them, I'm holding you personally responsible.
Fair enough, but when Pete and Bass headline an arena, you better be front row with me.
We'll see, Joe, we'll see.
You know what kills me? Every other week there's this whole internet meltdown where half the people are screaming kids deserve privacy and the other half are screaming we gotta protect the children at all costs.
Yeah, and both sides act like they can have it both ways. You can't, dude. Privacy and 24/7 protection cancel each other out. If you want to keep them safe, you're watching them. If you want them private, you're not watching them. There's no magic middle ground where you get both.
Exactly, and honestly, I don't think most people even care about kids. They just want to fight online about something. The only people who should be in this conversation are parents, the government, and the companies making the content or the platforms kids are on. That's it.
Everybody else is just noise. Like, bro, you don't even have a kid. You're 24 years old living with roommates, and you're in my mentions lecturing me about child privacy. Shut up.
Right? And for what it's worth, I lean way more toward kids not needing privacy. If you're under 18, your parents should know what you're doing online, what you're watching, who you're talking to. That's not some invasion of rights. That's literally being a responsible parent.
Yeah, people think kids having privacy is noble until their kid ends up in some creepy Discord server or falling into a TikTok rabbit hole that's basically propaganda. Then suddenly it's, where were the parents? Well, the parents were respecting privacy.
Boom. Can't have both. And the second something goes wrong, the same people screaming for privacy are the ones pointing fingers like it's the parents' fault.
It's not even philosophical, it's just logic. You can't bubble wrap them and then give them full autonomy. That's like locking your front door, but giving the burglar a spare key.
And the truth is, a lot of the randoms online who shout, protect the children or privacy for kids couldn't handle raising a kid for a single day. They wouldn't last through one toddler tantrum, let alone a teenager sneaking around online.
Right, man, like, I don't need some dude with an anime profile picture telling me what's best for children when he's never even babysat.
Bottom line, it's simple. Parents, government, companies, that's the circle. Everyone else should shut up and mind their own business.
And until people figure that out, the conversation's gonna stay stupid. It's just endless internet outrage from people who don't even have skin in the game.
Or kids in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever notice how nobody types properly anymore? Like nobody does home row, nobody's pinkies are where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, Joe, give it a couple years and proper typing's gonna be as dead as cursive. Remember cursive? They used to force kids to learn that garbage like it was some sacred skill. Now it's just a boomer hieroglyph.
That's true, man. They made us do those whole sheets of loops and swirls. I haven't written in cursive since I was like 11.
Exactly. Same thing's happening with typing. These kids grow up on phones, they thumb type everything, then they get on a keyboard and it's just hunt and peck chaos. Middle fingers slamming down like jackhammers.
Yeah, they don't even look at the screen. They look at the keys like cavemen discovering fire.
Give it another decade, the only people who can type 100 words a minute properly are gonna be fossils. Everyone else is gonna be voice dictating or just mumbling into some AI.
So you're saying being able to type fast with 10 fingers is gonna be like some ancient lost art?
Yep, like calligraphy monks in a digital monastery. Nerd archaeologists in 2080 are gonna be like, behold the last man who typed without autocorrect.
Damn, so what replaces it? Voice? Brain chips?
Both. Voice for the broke masses, brain chips for the rich psychos. But the skill of just sitting down and typing clean without thinking, dead. Kids will look at a keyboard the way they look at a rotary phone.
Makes me feel old just thinking about it.
Yeah, you're not old, Joe. The skills are. Typing fast is about to be like being able to churn butter or duel with swords.
Next generation's gonna think Ctrl Alt Delete is a Mortal Kombat combo.
And they'll probably pay extra for retro typing lessons taught by some hipster who shows up with a typewriter and a beard full of artisanal ink.
That's when we know society's done. You know what blows my mind, Rick? We've been looking at the analytics, and less than 3% of the people who watch our stuff are actually subscribed.
Yeah, man, it's insane. Like, millions of views, hours of watch time, all that, but when you actually peel back the curtain, it's this tiny fraction of people hitting the button. And I get it, right? You're just scrolling, you find a video, you watch it, you laugh, and then you bounce. But here's the thing. If you're watching us on the regular, if this isn't your first video, you're basically part of the crew already.
Exactly. That subscribe button is just you saying, hey, I like this, I want more of it, and it costs literally nothing. It's not like Patreon where you're shelling out $5. It's free support, and it makes a massive difference for us because YouTube notices it, it boosts the channel, it means more people get recommended, and it keeps us going.
And honestly, if you're here every week hearing us ramble about movies, TV, games, weird theories about Kingdom Hearts time travel, or Marvel rivals being toxic, whatever it is, we're basically hanging out already. Subscribing just makes sure you don't miss when we drop new episodes.
And it's crazy because we get messages all the time like, oh man, I didn't even know you guys uploaded that new episode until 3 weeks later. Well, yeah, that's what subscribing with notifications fixes. If you're having fun here, don't make it harder on yourself.
Less than 3% of you are in that inner circle right now. That's a small club. Imagine if we could even double that, it'd change the whole game. So if you've ever laughed, learned something, or just killed some time listening to us, smash that subscribe.
Be part of that 3% turning into 5, 10, 20. We'd love to have you officially along for the ride.
Exactly. Join the squad, don't just lurk in the background, hit the button, make it official.
Bro, I swear the Marvel Rivals community has no clue what quick play even means. It's like it literally says quick play, not ranked, not world championship, not this is the game that defines my life's worth. Quick play. You hop in, mess around, maybe test a new hero, laugh a little, that's the point. But nah, these dudes are treating it like it's God's battleground.
Yeah, they act like some ancient prophecy said their quick play match is gonna decide the fate of humanity. Like, calm down, man. Ultron versus Iron Man on a Tuesday night ain't Ragnarok. You see people micromanaging, typing out full dissertations in the chat. Like, you should have rotated left, your cooldown management was inefficient. Bro, it's quick play. I'm eating pizza while I play.
Exactly. And the funniest part is you can't even win with these people. If you're bad, suddenly you're trash, uninstall, don't ever queue again. If you're good, now you're cheating, you've got no life, you're a loser. Like, sorry I landed my shots, Brad. Didn't realize me being decent at quick play ruined your narrative.
And it's always the same archetype of dude, right? Greasy headset, Mountain Dew cans stacked like Jenga behind him, hasn't showered since the beta launched. Sitting there, rage typing on a sticky keyboard like his, takes our holy scripture. Meanwhile, his mom's yelling upstairs, asking if he's finally gonna get a job.
Yeah, they've got that energy, like quick play is their job interview. If I don't pop off as Bucky Barnes here, my whole career is done. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody's scouting you in quick play. You're not getting drafted into Marvel Rivals esports because you flamed someone for misusing their ult in a casual lobby.
That's what's so ironic, too. They're out here gatekeeping fun. Like, oh, you tried symbiote venom in quick play? Trash. Buddy, that's literally what quick play is for. Testing weird comps, trying out characters you've never touched, just vibing.
Facts. Honestly, the more toxic you get in quick play, the more you just out yourself as a clown. Like, congratulations. Now everyone knows your opinion has zero weight. You're basically background noise, like a broken mic crackling.
Yeah, bro, it's like yelling at people for bowling at the kids' lane. Quick play is the kiddie lane. It's supposed to be goofy. And if you can't handle that, that's not the game's fault. That's you being miserable.
Exactly. Quick play is not God's battleground. It's not heaven versus hell. It's literally just quick play. Take a shower, touch grass, stop trying to win the Infinity War in a casual lobby. You know, Rick, I've been thinking about the Kraken. Everyone always pictures it as this giant sea monster dragging ships under the water. But the more I read about it, the more I think it was just sailors seeing colossal squid.
Yeah, Joe, that checks out. Those things are terrifying enough without the myth. 30, 40 feet long, eyes the size of dinner plates. Imagine being some half-drunk sailor in the 1600s, seeing that in the middle of the ocean. Of course you'd run home screaming about sea monsters.
Exactly. You wouldn't say, oh, that was a rare species of deep-sea cephalopod. You'd say, like, Godzilla's cousin tried to eat the boat.
And then one guy tells it a little bigger, then the next guy adds a few more tentacles, then boom, suddenly it's the Kraken that can take down whole fleets. Exaggeration plus saltwater trauma equals mythology.
Makes you wonder how many other mythological creatures are just based on real animals. Like, take dragons. You find some giant-ass dinosaur bones before we had paleontology, that's a dragon.
For sure. Or griffins, half lion, half eagle. Probably came from some poor bastard digging up Protoceratops fossils in the desert. They saw a beak and 4 legs and thought, holy shit, lions are sprouting wings now.
Yeah. Or mermaids. Everyone thinks it's sexy fish women, but sailors back then were probably staring at manatees through beer goggles. You're 6 months at sea, half-starved, dehydrated, your standards drop fast.
Right? That's not Ariel, Joe, that's a sea cow. Imagine the regret when the tide rolls in and you realize you've been serenading a 900-pound manatee.
That's what I love about this idea. Myths are just humans trying to make sense of weird encounters. Like the Cyclops myth might have come from ancient people finding elephant skulls. The hole where the trunk goes looks like one big eye socket.
Exactly. And Bigfoot, modern version of the same thing. Could be bears walking upright, could be old folklore about wild men. People want to believe in the mystery, so they exaggerate.
And Nessie. We can't forget Nessie. Everybody wants to believe the Loch Ness Monster is some leftover dinosaur.
Yeah, Joe, the classic plesiosaur holdout theory. Like there's this one stubborn dinosaur family that survived the asteroid and said, screw you, we're hanging out in Scotland.
It sounds ridiculous, but if you were a villager in the 1930s seeing something big move in the water and all you had was folklore and a couple blurry photos, yeah, of course you'd call it a dinosaur.
Plus the human brain wants to fill in blanks with monsters. That ripple in the water could have been a log, a fish, whatever, but giant dinosaur still alive is way sexier.
And even if it's just a giant eel or a sturgeon, the mystery's what keeps it alive. Same with the Kraken, same with Bigfoot. Doesn't matter if the real thing's just an animal. It's the storytelling that makes it last.
Yeah, Joe, and that's the real punchline. The actual animal is just as weird as the myth. You don't need to exaggerate. A squid with eyes the size of your head and tentacles strong enough to pull apart sharks? Or a 10-foot eel? That's nightmare fuel on its own.
Facts. Sometimes nature doesn't need help. Wait, so smart people can still be superstitious? Why do geniuses do weird rituals like that?
Because humans are messy, Joe. Even the smartest ones want control when things get chaotic. Logic only takes you so far, then you start reaching for patterns that make you feel safe.
But you told me you did the whole anime statue thing as a joke, right? Now you're saying you actually have a superstition too?
I do. Not a shrine exactly, but I got a story I tell myself. Morty waves cancel out my genius waves. Sounds dumb, right? But here's the truth. When I feel the odds stacked against me, I want Morty nearby, because things tend to go my way when he's there.
What does that even mean, Morty waves?
It's a shorthand for dumb synchronicity. He gets in the room, and improbable stuff tilts back in my favor. Maybe it's skill, maybe it's luck, maybe it's some weird plot armor of the multiverse. I don't know. But empirically it happens enough for me to notice.
So you bring Morty to dangerous places on purpose?
Sometimes, yeah. It's less about superstition and more about a pattern I exploit. If I can tilt probability even a tiny bit, I will. If Morty being there helps, that's a tool in my toolbox.
That's wild. It sounds like you're admitting to black magic or just being risk-averse.
Call it what you want, Joe. It works, and I don't care about the label. But here's the thing. Don't make a big deal out of this. I'll literally mind blow you and make it like this conversation never happened.
No way I would tell people. This is gold.
Bad idea. I warned you. If you push this into the light, I'll tell everyone this whole exchange was generated by an AI, and you'll look like a guy who got emotionally roasted by a chatbot.
You would do that?
I would. Don't test me, Joe. Keep Morty quiet and keep your mouth shut, and maybe your coffee won't explode tomorrow.
All right. I'm not going to tell anyone, but still, that's crazy. I never thought superstition would come from you.
Humans are full of contradictions, Joe. Even me. Sometimes the only thing that calms a genius is a stupid ritual or a kid who bugged out and somehow keeps the universe from exploding.
Fair enough. I'll respect the Morty protocols and zip it.
Good move, Joe.
Hey, Rick, real quick. What's your favorite Robert Rodriguez movie?
Oh, that's easy. The Mexican Spy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man, The Mexican Spy. You never seen it? Danny Trejo as a grizzled secret agent who teams up with Jackie Chan? It's a classic in like a dozen other timelines. We just got Machete instead in ours.
You're telling me in another universe, instead of Machete, we got Danny Trejo as an international super spy?
Exactly. Directed by Rodriguez, same chaotic energy. You got Trejo dead serious the whole time, doing car chases through Mexico City, deflecting bullets with a gold-plated belt buckle, all while Jackie Chan's running around doing slapstick kung fu and tripping over his own gadgets.
That sounds incredible. What's the vibe?
Pure Rodriguez. Hyper-stylized, sweaty, loud, and weirdly emotional. Trejo's got this lavender-scented razor moment in the opening scene, too. shaving in front of the mirror before a mission while mariachi music swells. It's like James Bond meets telenovela meets cartoon violence.
What was the plot?
Something about a stolen chili recipe that could cause world hunger or world peace, depending on who eats it. I don't know. It didn't matter. The plot was just there, so Rodriguez could make cars explode and let Trejo and Jackie argue about who gets to defuse the bomb.
Man, I'm jealous of that timeline.
You should be. It had everything. The gadgets, the one-liners, and a tagline that went, "Espionage just got spicy."
That's gold. I'm gonna start manifesting that movie into existence right now.
Do it, brother. The world deserves the Mexican spy.
Man, I've been noticing our comment section's got this infestation of people just spamming AI slop.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Every time we post a clip, bam, 10 dudes lined up like bots. AI slop, AI slop. Like, bro, if you're gonna hate, at least put some effort in.
Exactly. It's our own comments, man. Like, I read them all, and half the time I'm just laughing because it's so uncreative.
Yeah, like I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. You come into our section to trash us, and that's the best you can do? No imagination? That's embarrassing.
Dude, say something weird. Tell Rick he looks like Doc Brown after a 3-day bender. Call me a caveman with a protein shake addiction. Just give me something worth remembering.
Facts. Instead, it's the same 3 words over and over. That's not criticism, that's parroting. It's like they're in a cult, chanting at the altar of Reddit.
Honestly, I think it's just a reflection of people hating their own lives. They're not mad at AI, they're mad that they're not doing anything creative themselves.
Yeah, because I guarantee half of them couldn't doodle a stick figure without breaking into a sweat. So they pile into our comments and cry, slop.
Bro, I'll say it, negativity can be funny. Good hate comments are some of the best content on the internet, but bad, unoriginal hate, dead air.
Exactly. Hate all you want, but bring some flavor. Right now, our comments are like the McDonald's cheeseburger of insults. Cheap, bland, no soul.
So if you're watching this and you're one of those guys, now, next time you're about to type AI slop, ask yourself, do I want to be the 50th parrot or do I want to actually be funny?
Yeah, step your game up. Otherwise, you're not roasting us. You're roasting yourself.
Exactly. Anyway, remember to dislike and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Rick, hear me out, man. I've been thinking about Resident Evil, like where they're going to go with the next one. And I think Ricardo Irving could come back in Resident Evil 9.
Ricardo Irving? Bro, that's a deep cut. That little greaseball merchant from RE5?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone forgets about him. But that's the thing. Capcom loves to bring back people you didn't expect. And Irving, technically, his death is not 100% airtight.
I don't know, man. He got turned into a big fish monster and Chris and Sheva blew him up.
Yeah, but think about this. Resident Evil has had way crazier comebacks. Wesker's died, 3 times. Ada Wong's fallen off more buildings than Batman. Hell, even Ethan Winters was literally crystallized and came back.
You're right. They do pull some soap opera shit with their characters.
Exactly. So imagine this. Irving survives. Maybe he had a backup parasite. Maybe Tricell fished out a piece of his mutation, kept him on ice. Boom. He's been sitting in some underground lab this whole time.
Okay, but how would you even make him matter in 9?
Dude, he's the link back to Raccoon City. That's the missing puzzle piece. Remember, in his files, it's implied he was dealing with the black market way before Africa. He had connections, man. What if he was in Raccoon City during the outbreak?
So you're saying Irving's not just some one-off villain? He's been in the background the whole time?
Rick, the hell were you talking about earlier? You said something about double dipped?
Yeah, Joe, it's the new slang. Summer dropped it on me the other day. Basically, it means hit it and quit it. You dip into the girl, then you dip out the door. Double dipped.
Man, every generation comes up with new words for the same thing. Back in my day, it was just one night stand.
Yeah. Well, one night stand sounds like you're staying until morning. Double dipped is cleaner, more efficient. Dip in, dip out, no breakfast, no awkward small talk, no meeting the roommates.
That's wild, but don't you think it sounds kind of gross, like you're talking about a chicken nugget and ranch?
Joe, everything sounds gross if you overthink it. That's half the fun. It's like when people say smash. Nobody actually thinks you're literally picking up a girl and WWE body slamming her. It's just shorthand.
All right, but double dipped? I don't know, man. Sounds like some frat guy tried to reinvent the wheel.
And isn't that what slang always is? A bunch of idiots yelling something stupid until the rest of us start repeating it. Yeet, lit, on fleek. Language isn't poetry. It's memes with sound waves.
Still, you sure Summer didn't just make that up?
Even if she did, Joe, that's how it starts. Shakespeare invented half the words you use every day. You think he wasn't just spitballing? Now kids are going to be walking around saying double dipped like it's gospel.
So basically, you're saying my podcast guests need to be ready because next time they brag about a hookup, you're going to call it double dipping?
Exactly. And then I'll take credit for popularizing it. History doesn't care who invented slang, Joe, just who shouts it the loudest.
So, Rick, you've been all over the galaxy. You ever end up somewhere that just straight up creeped you the hell out?
Oh yeah, there's this one planet, Joe. Man, it's still rattling around in my head. I don't even know if I've ever talked about it before. The only way I can describe the things that live there was like alien demons. That's the closest word.
Alien demons? That sounds like you're just making shit up.
I wish I was. Picture this. Black skies that look painted on like they weren't real. And these creatures, they didn't move like anything else I've ever seen. Twisted horns, eyes like burning coals. But here's the thing. Every time I looked at them, instead of feeling fear, I felt this overwhelming sense of love. Like they were radiating it at me.
That's backwards? So they looked like Hellspawn, but they gave off, what, grandma vibes?
Exactly. It was one of the only times in my life where I wanted to run, but also felt safe at the same time. Creepiest comfort blanket you could imagine.
Did they ever talk to you?
Not out loud. That's what made it even weirder. I swear they understood me, but no words. I think they talked to each other telepathically. Every time one of them looked at another, there was this shift in the air, like silent communication.
Okay, but if they made you feel all warm and fuzzy, why'd you want to leave?
Because it felt wrong, Joe. Like they didn't want me to leave. Like there was something holding me there. Maybe they wanted me to learn some kind of lesson, or face something I'd been running from. I don't know. I couldn't shake the sense that they had a reason for keeping me stuck there.
So what did you do? How'd you get out?
That's the part that bugs me. I didn't figure it out. I blacked out drunk one night, standard coping mechanism, right? And then boom, I wake up light years away on Dwarf Terrace 9 with a hangover that felt like death. No memory of leaving.
So you don't know if you escaped, if they let you go, or if something just happened?
Exactly. For all I know, I never really left. Maybe part of me is still stuck there, sitting with those alien demons, soaking up that creepy love vibe.
That's heavy, man. Sounds like some cosmic purgatory shit.
Yeah, and the scariest part? Sometimes, when I'm blackout drunk, I get flashes of that planet again. Like it's waiting for me to come back.
Hey, Rick, what do you have my ringtone set to on your phone?
Your ringtone? Joe, really? You think I sit around assigning little jingles to people like a middle schooler?
Come on, man. You don't customize your ringtones. That's half the fun. I've got one for everybody.
That's childish, Joe. Phones are tools, not jukeboxes.
Bro, you're missing out. I got different tones for family friends, even random guests on the podcast. Guess what yours is?
I don't even want to know.
The Bill Nye theme song, man. Bill, 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 Bill. It's perfect.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding. Sometimes I even miss your call on purpose just so I can call you right back. Because the song slaps. It's hype every time.
You're telling me you let my call go to voicemail because you want to listen to Bill Nye?
Absolutely. It's like a mini concert every time you ring me up.
Joe, you disappoint me.
Yeah, but come on. Bill Nye, the science guy, blasting out of my phone is worth it. I feel like I'm back in middle school science class every time.
And you think that's normal behavior?
Normal? No. Fun? Absolutely. I even got my wife's ringtone set to the Fear Factor theme, man. It's hilarious.
You're a child, Joe, a full-grown child.
Maybe, but you're the child with the best ringtones, Rick, Bill, 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 Bill. Rick, can we talk about how toxic the Marvel Rivals community is getting?
Oh man, yeah. It's wild. You hop into quick play thinking, all right, just a chill match. And if you have a bad game, people immediately get greasy about it. Like, they're in your ear telling you that you suck and you shouldn't even be playing.
Exactly. And it's quick play. It's not ranked. It's literally the mode designed for messing around, learning characters, or just warming up. But people act like you've ruined their esports career because you missed a shield throw or got picked off early.
And then here's the funny part. Flip it the other way. Let's say you have a good match, you pop off, you carry your team. Suddenly it's, oh, you're cheating, or you must not have a life outside this game. Like, there's no winning. You're either terrible or a hacker.
The irony is insane. People are miserable if you're bad, and they're miserable if you're good. The community can't make up its mind.
Yeah, it's like they just need a reason to be salty no matter what. And it creates this weird environment where you can't even enjoy yourself because you know someone's gonna chirp at you for literally existing in the lobby.
And the part that really gets me is Marvel Rivals isn't even that old yet. Yeah, usually you don't see this level of toxicity until a game's been out for years and the community gets bitter. But here, it's already hit full damned if you do, damned if you don't mode.
And it sucks too, because the actual game is fun. It's got potential, it's different enough to stand out, and it could really build a cool community if people chilled out. But if everyone's just gonna tear each other down in quick play of all places, it drives new players away.
Exactly. Like, if I was brand new and I got screamed at for being bad in a casual match, I'd just uninstall. That's how you kill a community before it even finds its footing.
So at this point, the irony is just too much. You're bad, you get hate, you're good, you get hate, it's lose-lose. And people wonder why toxicity memes stick to competitive games.
Yeah, Marvel Rivals doesn't have to be like that, but right now it feels like it's heading down the same road as Overwatch and League, where the game itself is fine, but the player base is the boss fight.
You ever notice how half the people talking about Roald Dahl are really just talking about the movies? Like, they'll name off Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Matilda, maybe James and the Giant Peach, and then that's it. They've never even opened one of his books.
Totally. And it's wild because the books are so much darker, so much more twisted than people realize. The movies sanitize a lot. You lose that raw doll energy. Take The Twits, for instance. That book is insane.
Oh yeah, The Twits is brutal in the best way. You got this couple, just disgusting humans. They play these awful pranks on each other. They're selfish, cruel, completely vile, and yet, kids love it. There's something about it that's hilarious and horrifying at the same time.
That's what makes Dahl so unique. He doesn't talk down to kids. He gives them the full spectrum of human nastiness. The humor is grim but clever, and the movie, while fun, will probably miss a lot of those subtle little horrors. The worms in the spaghetti, the glue on the furniture, all the disgusting little tricks. They're part of what makes the book unforgettable.
Exactly. You read the book, and it sticks with you. You remember how awful those characters are, how they get what's coming to them, how Dahl's just delighting in every little bit of it. You watch the movie first, and you see all the bright colors and animation, and you might think, oh, it's just a fun story. But the book, it's a punch.
And honestly, if you're planning to watch the new animated version, you should read it first, appreciate the layers, the nastiness, the dark humor, the little moral twists. Those are the things that make Dahl's work stand out. Otherwise, it's just a cartoon.
Yeah. People forget that Dahl's stories have a real bite. You can't just watch a movie and get the full effect. The Twits is a perfect example. It's disgusting, it's funny, it's clever, and it's unforgettable.
Absolutely. Read the book first. Laugh at their nastiness, groan at their cruelty, marvel at the way Dahl just goes all in on these terrible characters. Then when the movie drops, you get it. You get why this story works so well and why it's lasted so long.
Exactly. Don't just swipe a trailer and think you know the story. Dive in. The Twits, the book first, the movie second. Respect the genius, the chaos, the darkness. That's Dahl.
Couldn't agree more. Seriously, if you only do one thing before the movie, read the book. Every worm, every prank, every little disgusting detail. That's the real Roald Dahl experience.
And trust me, once you do, the movie will hit differently. You'll notice what they kept, what they changed, what they missed, and you'll laugh. Probably a little more wickedly, too.
Exactly. That's the magic of the books. They mess with you, they stick with you, and The Twits is a perfect reminder. Read it, love it, then watch the movie. You'll thank me later.
Joe, we gotta talk about this new Taylor Swift track, Ruin the Friendship.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing that blow up everywhere.
Right, and let me say up front, respect to Taylor. She's one of the best songwriters alive, no question. But I think it's fair to point out the double standard going on here.
You mean that lyric?
Exactly. The part where she sings, "And it was not an invitation, should have kissed you anyway." Like, hold up. If a male artist wrote that exact line, people would be calling him a creep, or worse, throwing accusations of assault.
Facts. That wouldn't fly at all. He'd be trending on Twitter for all the wrong reasons before the first verse was over.
But because it's Taylor, the narrative becomes, oh, it's vulnerable, it's romantic, it's brave. And I'm not saying it isn't artistic or emotional. It is. But if we're being real, there's a double standard in how people judge men and women when they write about crossing boundaries like that.
And that's the frustrating part. As men, you see that, and you can't help but think, okay, so when we explore messy feelings in music, suddenly it's predatory, but if she does it, it's deep poetry.
Exactly. Look, she's earned her place at the top, no question. But part of equality is being honest about stuff like this. Lyrics should be weighed the same way regardless of who's singing them.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, either it's crossing a line or it's just messy human emotion. Can't have it both ways depending on the gender.
And honestly, it's 2025. I'd love to see that double standard finally go away. Joe, people are losing their minds trying to figure out who Taylor Swift's new song Cancelled is about.
Oh yeah, I've seen the theories. Blake Lively, Selena Gomez, all the wild guesses.
Yeah, like, come on. It's obviously about Sabrina Carpenter. She's literally the only featured artist on the album, and the lyrics line up perfectly. That whole stealing someone's man bit, that's not exactly subtle. It's a callback to the Sabrina and Olivia Rodrigo situation.
Exactly. It's like the internet forgot context exists. Taylor doesn't write random lines. Everything she does is deliberate.
And it makes even more sense when you look at the album as a whole, especially the title track, Life of a Showgirl. It feels like a passing of the torch. Taylor saying, all right, Sabrina, it's your turn now.
Yeah, and that's what makes it funny. People are acting like it's this big mystery when Taylor basically spelled it out. Sabrina's all over the album. She just came out of a messy public drama, and Taylor's known for weaving her features into her storytelling.
I swear, half of pop culture today is people pretending they don't know what's right in front of them so they can make TikToks about it.
Right? You don't need a 10-minute theory video to connect. those dots. It's clearly about Sabrina. Just say it and move on.
Still, credit where it's due. If this really is a torch-passing moment, that's kind of iconic. Taylor's gracefully handing the next era of pop to someone who's actually earned it.
Rick, I need to tell you, and the fellas listening at home, it was something that changed my life. The women's disposable razors, they're not just better, they're decades ahead.
What do you mean, man? A razor's a razor.
That's what I thought too, until I used my girlfriend's razor one day. I was out of blades, so I also saw her sitting there all innocent, lavender handle gleaming in the light. I figured, what's the worst that could happen? Rick, that thing had built-in smooth glide cream infused with almond oil. The razor literally moisturized me while it shaved, and it smelled like lavender, like a spa day wrapped in a cloud.
Oh, that's wild. You're telling me your razor had a skincare routine?
Bro, it was self-care in blade form. My face felt like it had been blessed by angels. I didn't even need aftershave. It left me soft, calm, and smelling like I just got a facial in the French countryside. Meanwhile, men's razors out here shredding skin like a lawnmower on gravel.
Yeah, men's razors come in packaging with flames and lightning bolts, like they're trying to sell me testosterone. 9 blades, turbo, tactical steel. Dude, I'm just trying not to bleed out in the sink.
Exactly. Women's razors are quiet luxury. They got moisture strips, ergonomic grips, and almond oil technology. Almond oil, Rick. My face never knew luxury until that day.
You sound like you ascended, man.
I did. I reached grooming nirvana. Men's razors are a scam, my brother. The pink aisle? That's enlightenment. You steal your girl's lavender-scented almond oil razor once, and you'll never look back. Man, I gotta say, Rick, this casual sexism towards men, it's actually disgusting. Like, the double standard is wild.
Oh yeah, Joe. Fully grown adults out here proudly posting all men suck like it's some enlightened TED Talk. If I said all women suck, I'd be canceled before I even burped.
Exactly, and dudes can't even be helpful anymore without somebody throwing the word mansplaining at them, like, sorry for knowing a thing.
Right, like I literally built a death ray last week and explained how it works to my grandson. What's the alternative, Joe? Don't explain? Just watch him get fried because mansplaining is bad?
And the crazy part is, if a dude ever said womansplaining, people would lose their minds. They'd call it sexist, demeaning, all that. But it's perfectly fine when it's directed at men.
It's cultural gaslighting, Joe. They found a way to make half the population feel guilty for existing while calling it progressive.
And look, I'm not saying all men are great. Some guys are absolute pieces of shit, no doubt. But it's not every man, dude. If you apply that logic anywhere else, people instantly see the problem.
Exactly. Imagine I'm like, all left-handed people suck. Or, every person with bangs is a manipulator. Boom, I'm the bad guy. But slap all men in there and suddenly it's a quirky personality trait.
It's exhausting. Honestly, I just want fairness. If we're saying blanket statements about entire groups are bad, then let's keep that standard across the board.
Yeah, Joe, but here's the real kicker. Point that out and suddenly you're fragile or can't handle jokes. Like, no, I can handle jokes just fine. What I can't handle is hypocrisy pretending it's virtue.
Amen, brother.
So yeah, all I'm saying is, next time someone throws mansplaining my way, I'm just gonna nod, belch in their face, and walk off. If equality means everyone gets roasted, then sign me up.
That's fair. Equal rights, equal roasting.
Yo, Joe, I've been meaning to put you onto this rapper I've been messing with lately. Dude goes by Ham Sandwich.
Ham Sandwich? That's the name?
Yeah, man, don't let the name fool you. Guy's legit. He does these songs inspired by anime, but they're not corny or gimmicky like a lot of people expect. He actually spits. Dude's got bars.
All right, I'm listening. Anime rap that isn't corny is a rare find.
Exactly. I'd start with a track called Kill Switch. That one hits hard. But what's crazy is he just dropped this massive collab, like a half-hour track, where he brought together a ton of the nerdcore rappers. It's wild. Everybody came in with something different, and it somehow all fits.
Half-hour track? That's like a whole anime episode.
Pretty much, yeah. But the energy never dips. It's not filler. Everyone came to play. It's one of those things where you can tell they all respect each other's craft. And Ham Sandwich was the one who made it happen.
That's dope. Sounds like he's not just talented, but also building something bigger for the scene.
Exactly, man. It's creative, it's passionate, it's culture. That's what I love. He's not chasing trends, he's just doing what he loves and making it hit.
All right, I'm sold. Kill Switch in that half-hour track. I'm gonna check it out.
Do it. You'll be surprised, man. Anime rap might finally have its heavyweight.
You guys at home go show him so love too. Anyway, y'all drop a like or a dislike, either or. You know, Rick, we've been talking a lot about mushrooms and psychedelics lately, but one thing I think people forget is the importance of staying safe when they're tripping. Like, not every trip goes smooth, and sometimes you need a little help.
Yeah, Joe, that's because some people treat psilocybin like it's Mario Power Stars. Eat enough and you think you're invincible. Next thing you know, you're shirtless in a Walmart parking lot challenging a shopping cart to a duel.
Exactly. Which is why I think people need to know about groups like the Fireside Project. Their whole mission is to help people minimize the risks of psychedelic experiences. They run this psychedelic hotline, man, real humans you can call if your trip gets overwhelming or you just need someone to talk to.
A hotline for tripping. I love it. Hello. Yes, the wallpaper won't stop breathing and my cat is playing jazz piano. What do I do?
It's not a joke, though. Their name comes from that ancient idea of sitting around a fire together, being open, vulnerable in community. That's what they're trying to recreate. Connection, safety, non-judgment.
Okay, so basically the anti-DRE program. Instead of a cop yelling, "Don't do drugs, kids," it's someone gently saying, "Hey, buddy, you're not dying. You just ate too many caps and now the couch is your best friend."
Exactly. They've got guiding principles, too. They focus on humility, compassion, curiosity. They don't pretend to be gurus or healers. They're just there to hold space for people in their most vulnerable moments.
Imagine if the government worked like that. Instead of prison sentences, just some dude saying, "Hey, champ, sounds like you're having a rough one. Want to talk it through?"
And they're not just about emergency calls either. They train psychedelic practitioners, offer long-term coaching, and really put effort into accountability, transparency, and feedback. It's about building trust.
Which is funny because most people can't trust their own brain when they're tripping. But yeah, I get it. Fireside's like the lifeguards of the psychedelic swimming pool.
And that's the message I want people to take away. If you're going to celebrate something like Magic Mushroom Day, do it responsibly. Don't be afraid to reach out to your friends or to groups like Fireside.
Because nothing kills the vibe like thinking you've merged with the wallpaper forever.
Or calling your mom at 3 in the morning to tell her the moon winked at you.
Yeah, better to call Fireside. At least they'll get it.
Right. So bottom line, psychedelics can be amazing tools for healing and connection, but safety first. Have a trip sitter, have a plan, and if things go sideways, don't tough it out. Just reach out.
And if you're lucky, your hotline volunteer will also tell you where to get the best tacos after. Joe, tell me this wouldn't be the wildest crossover ever. Silent Hill and Resident Evil finally collide. Silent Evil.
Silent Evil? Man, that already sounds like something people would lose their minds over. How would it even work, though?
Picture this. Umbrella discovers White Claudia, that flower behind Silent Hill's hallucinations. And in true Umbrella fashion, they don't stop to ask should we, only could we. They figure the flower's psychological effects could be weaponized. Use it to control bioweapons, keep them docile, or better yet, unleash hallucinations to completely disorient enemies before a fight.
That's so Umbrella. Like, they always try to play God thinking they're 10 steps ahead, but it always comes back to bite them.
Exactly. So they splice White Claudia into the genetic code of a brand new bioweapon. They think they've built the perfect soldier, one they can switch off and on like a light switch with chemical control, but of course, it backfires. The experiment doesn't just carry traces of White Claudia, it starts secreting it. This monster literally breathes Silent Hill into existence wherever it goes.
Oh man, that's horrifying. So every room it enters becomes a nightmare zone, walls bleed, doors vanish, shadows twist into things that aren't there. You're not just fighting claws and teeth anymore, you're fighting your own mind.
Right. Imagine pulling up your weapon, lining up a shot on a hunter, and suddenly it morphs into someone you know, or something from your past trauma. Do you fire? Do you hesitate? That's the real horror. Umbrella thought they were creating order, but they created paranoia itself.
And it wouldn't just stay inside the lab. If that thing escaped, whole towns would fall into Silent Hill-style distortion. People would think the curse of Silent Hill spread, but really it's Umbrella's arrogance. Their monster is literally projecting nightmares into reality.
That's where the crossover shines. Resident Evil brings the cold corporate greed, the science gone wrong, the survival horror mechanics. Silent Hill layers in the punishment, the psychological torment, the sense that the environment itself is against you.
It would change how the whole game feels. Resident Evil is usually about managing resources, careful shots, conserving ammo. Silent Hill is about atmosphere and dread. Put them together and you'd have a survival game where every decision is twice as stressful because you can't even trust your senses.
Exactly. And story-wise, it ties both worlds together perfectly. Umbrella doesn't respect boundaries, they don't respect life, and now they've weaponized something they never even understood. They thought they could control fear, but fear doesn't play by corporate rules.
Silent Evil, a nightmare born from science meddling with something spiritual. Umbrella thought they could use White Claudia as a leash, and instead, they unleashed hell on Earth.
And that's why it works. It's not just Resident Evil with fog or Silent Hill with zombies. It's a whole new beast, where Umbrella literally manufactures its own Silent Hill.
You see all these people online crying about the Skate DLC prices? The Dead Space bundle's $30, other packs are $20, and people are acting like EA committed a crime.
Yeah, it's wild. The game's literally free. You're not paying for the game. You're paying for optional cosmetics. No one's forcing you to buy anything. It's like people forgot how free-to-play works.
Exactly. The model's simple. You get in for free, and the optional DLC funds servers, devs, and future content. That's the trade-off. You don't get a full game with updates and events for free without some monetization.
But instead, you got people online yelling, $30 for a Dead Space bundle. Like, bro, you either want the collab or you don't. It's not that deep.
And let's be real, these same people spent way more on Fortnite, Apex, or Call of Duty bundles, but the second it's Skate, suddenly they become financial advisors.
It's the entitlement, man. They want a free game, $2 cosmetics, and for the devs to get paid more. You can't have all three. That's not how business or reality works.
I saw a comment that nailed it. It's a free-to-play game. The cosmetics would still cost less than if you had to pay $60 for it up front. Maybe support the studio instead of acting like you're owed everything.
Exactly. You don't need every item in the store. Buy what you like, skip what you don't. The devs gotta eat too.
I'm just tired of people pretending EA broke into their house, demanding payment for a skateboard graphic. If you're mad about optional DLC, maybe free games aren't for you.
Yeah, go outside and skate for real if you can't handle digital capitalism. Either way, stop crying about a free game giving you the option to look cooler.
Simple as that. Support the devs or move on. Nobody's forcing your credit card. So, I finally saw that live performance of Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters on The Tonight Show. Gotta be honest, man, kinda disappointing.
Yeah, same here. Don't get me wrong, the voice actresses killed it. They sounded great, stage presence was solid, but I was hoping for something different.
Exactly, like this was the moment. The biggest K-pop song tied to an animated movie, breaking records left and right, and they had the perfect opportunity to do a fully animated live performance.
Right? They could have gone full Gorillaz mode. Holograms, digital avatars, lighting synced to animation. That whole vibe, it would have been a statement.
Yeah, it's like if you were going to make history lean into what made it special in the first place. Animation, people already love the characters. Seeing them perform on that stage in animated form would have broken the internet.
Exactly. You had the technology, the hype, the fan base. And instead it looked like a regular K-pop stage. Still good, but missing the wow factor that made the song such a phenomenon.
Yeah, like hats off to the cast. Seriously. They did an amazing job. It's not on them, but you can tell the concept was watered down somewhere along the way.
Probably the network. You know how TV execs are, still terrified of anything too unconventional. They probably didn't want to risk it with a virtual performance.
Which is wild because the Gorillaz figured that out over 20 years ago. And we're talking about K-pop Demon Hunters, a property literally built on the idea of blending pop and animation.
Yeah, the fact that Huntrix isn't a full-on virtual band yet feels like a missed opportunity. They've got the songs, the style, the personalities. It's all right there.
I'd love to see them take that leap, tour as a virtual act, do concerts with their animated counterparts, maybe even experiment with AR or VR performances. That's the next step.
Absolutely. They've got the world's attention already. Turning Huntrix into a virtual band would make them immortal. You could keep performing long after the show ends, expand the lore, build a real pop mythology.
Yeah, make it something that lives beyond the movie. Fans would eat that up. It's not just music, it's world building.
Hopefully someone at the studio sees the potential, because Golden deserves more than just a one-off chart miracle. Huntrix could be the next big pop identity. Animated, international, futuristic.
Totally. Props to the cast for pulling it off live, but here's hoping next time the characters themselves take the stage.
Yeah, let the demons sing.
So Rick, here's something I was thinking about replaying Kingdom Hearts. If Peter Pan's London is a world, and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies are also a world, both of those are supposed to be set on Earth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Different interpretations of Earth, but still Earth. And if that's the case, then technically when Sora and the gang go between those two worlds, they're not just crossing dimensions. They're also crossing time.
Right, because Peter Pan's London is early 1900s at the latest, and Pirates of the Caribbean is like 1700s Caribbean. That's centuries apart, which means the gummy ship isn't just hopping across space. It's hopping through the timeline.
Which is hilarious because Kingdom Hearts already has rules about time travel. And they're super strict and confusing. Like, you need a version of yourself in that time. Your body can't come with you, only your heart can travel. They set all these rules, but then the Disney worlds just casually break them without explanation.
Yeah, and obviously it's not intentional. The devs didn't sit down and say, oh, we're making a secret time machine. It's just an oversight. But if you take the lore seriously, it means every trip to Neverland or the Caribbean is technically a violation of the time travel system.
Which makes it kind of a fun oddity. Like, fans spend years debating the Xehanort time travel rules, but the biggest contradiction has been sitting right there in the Disney worlds the whole time.
Exactly. It's not game-breaking or anything, but it's one of those Kingdom Hearts quirks where the deeper you look, the messier it gets, and that's part of the charm, finding all the contradictions and wondering if Nomura secretly has an explanation he just hasn't dropped on us yet.
Honestly, wouldn't even surprise me if in some future entry they actually try to patch it with a lore explanation. Like, oh no, those Earths aren't the same Earth, or gummy ships transcend time as well as space. Something wild like that.
Yeah, the Kingdom Hearts fans love finding these little loopholes, and this one's a big one if you think about it. Peter Pan and pirates being on the same planet basically means Sora is a time traveler. Like, just nobody's talking about it.
You know what the world needs, Joe? A true Call of Duty Zombies competitor.
Yeah, man. Every year it feels like people only buy COD just to get their round-based zombie fix.
Exactly. It's wild that no other studio has really stepped up to fill that space. Like, COD Zombies has been around since World at War. It's practically its own genre at this point. And still, nothing else scratches that itch the same way.
The closest we got was Scare Ritual, and honestly, that was solid. It had the atmosphere, the mechanics, the right vibe, but the problem was support ended way too soon.
Yeah, man. It felt like it was just getting started, then poof, dead in the water. And that's frustrating because there's clearly an audience for this. I know I'm not the only one who looks at a new COD and thinks, do I really care about the multiplayer or campaign? Nah, I just want zombies.
Same here. Round-based survival with upgrades, Easter eggs, that gradual climb into chaos, that's the formula. COD doesn't own that concept, they just perfected it. Someone else could come in and put their own spin on it.
Exactly. Imagine a studio really committing to it. Not just a side mode or a small project, but a full game built around that loop. Maps, storylines, boss fights, progression systems, all the stuff that makes zombies addicting but without being locked behind the Call of Duty machine.
And it wouldn't even need to be super flashy, just tight mechanics, good replay value, and steady support. That alone would make it a contender.
For real, COD Zombies has carried that torch alone for too long. We need someone else in the ring. A real competitor would push innovation, give fans more options, and maybe even make Treyarch step their game up.
Yeah, because right now, COD knows it's the only option, so it doesn't feel the pressure to keep evolving.
Exactly. And until another studio really takes a swing, people like us are stuck buying COD just for the zombies mode, even if we don't care about the rest of the package.
Which is crazy when you think about it. A whole franchise still getting my money just because nobody else is making the one thing I want.
Yep, it's long overdue. Somebody out there needs to make the next big round-based survival horror shooter. Because fans are ready, man. We've been ready for years.
You know, I figured if we were dumb enough to elect Trump again, the government would start cracking at some point, but I thought we'd at least get like a honeymoon phase before everything broke.
Exactly. And now here we are. A government shutdown already on the table? That's not late-term chaos, that's early season breakdown.
Bro, this is the kind of chaos you save for the season closer, not episode 2. The government barely clocked in before clocking out.
Yeah, man. I figured it'd be like a slow burn collapse. Subtle warning signs, a scandal or two. I didn't expect the shutdown speedrun. It's like they skipped straight to the finale.
If this is how the first year starts, imagine year 4. We'll be bartering with raccoons for clean water.
At this rate, the National Weather Service is going to start charging for forecasts. You want to know if it's going to rain? That's a premium feature now.
TSA is going to stop screening people, just throw dice at the airport entrance. You rolled a 7, you're good to fly.
NASA will be running bake sales to keep the lights on. Buy a cupcake, fund a moon landing.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if by next summer, so the president replaces Congress with a Twitter poll. Should we raise taxes? Vote yes or no below.
We laugh, but this is the kind of thing that makes you wish we didn't live in the most connected era ever. We get a front row seat to the downfall in 4K with push notifications.
It's like watching the world's most expensive circus and the clowns are writing the script as they go.
If this is year 1, I'm scared to see year 2. We're gonna need popcorn and maybe a bunker.
Yeah, stock up now, folks. It's going to be a long, dumb 4 years. Dude, you ever think about how Spider-Man Unlimited could have been huge if people had just given it a chance?
Oh, it was huge, Joe. Just not here. I've been to that timeline.
Wait, what? You've been to a universe where that show actually popped off?
Yeah, man. It ran for 7 seasons. Spider-Man Unlimited became the backbone of superhero animation. Kids grew up idolizing that nanotech suit. It had this reflective blue shimmer and actual in-universe upgrades every season, like Iron Man's armor arcs. But for Spidey.
You're lying.
Nope. That world treated it like gold. They had conventions just for Spider-Man Unlimited. Sony even made a live-action movie trilogy off that version of Peter Parker. Older, worn down, stuck between worlds. The third film ends with him having to decide whether to stay on Counter-Earth or return home. It broke people.
That's insane. And what about other shows?
Oh, the ripple was massive. DC doubled down on experimental animation too. Batman Beyond got 5 seasons. Marvel realized serialized storytelling worked for kids, so by the mid-2000s, they had a full unlimited universe. Iron Man Unlimited, X-Men Unlimited, all set on alternate worlds.
Holy hell, that actually sounds amazing.
It was. That version of Spider-Man changed the culture. People didn't just see him as the funny neighborhood guy. He was this tragic, determined hero stranded in a broken world, still cracking jokes to stay sane.
That's honestly beautiful.
It was the show that made Spider-Man grow up for a generation. And you know the wildest part?
What's that?
Their version of Spider-Verse came out in 2009, and it won an Oscar.
Man, I'm starting to think we got the wrong timeline.
Oh, we definitely did. You know what gets me, Joe? America will bend over backwards to protect a sporting event, but when it comes to schools, it's like, good luck.
Yeah, man. You go to a football game, a baseball game, whatever, they've got metal detectors, security teams, bag checks, bomb-sniffing dogs sometimes. But kids walking into school? Nothing.
And that's crazy because since Columbine, there's been over 420 school shootings. 420, Joe. That's not just a number. That's a whole crisis. And we still haven't done anything meaningful about it.
Exactly. Like, it's not rocket science here. Start by putting metal detectors in schools. If we can afford them at every stadium, every concert venue, why not the places our kids spend half their lives in?
Right. And then have an actual armored police officer on site. Not some rent-a-cop, but someone trained and prepared. Sporting events do it every single weekend, but schools, where kids are defenseless, we leave them wide open.
And here's the other part nobody wants to talk about. Parents. If your kid gets access to a gun and shoots up a school, there needs to be real consequences for you. Jail time, heavy fines, something that actually forces responsibility.
Yeah, because too many times the story is, oh, the kid got the gun from home. Well then guess what? Mom and Dad, you're not just a bystander in this, you're part of it. If you can't lock up your weapons, if you can't pay attention to what your kid is doing, you should be facing the system too.
Parents have to stop getting a free pass when their negligence leads to tragedy. If your kid is sneaking off with a gun from your house, that's not just the kid's failure, it's yours. And maybe if there were real punishments, parents would start actually locking their guns up, start paying attention to red flags, start being more involved.
Exactly. And you know what makes it worse? The government spent decades dumping billions into this so-called war on drugs, and it's been proven a failure. All that money, wasted on locking people up for weed, on raids, on scare campaigns, when it could have been used to actually keep kids safe where they learn.
That's the part that burns me. They found unlimited money to fund a drug war that didn't solve anything. But when it comes to protecting schools, suddenly it's, oh, well, that costs too much. No, it doesn't. You just chose to spend it on the wrong fight.
Exactly. Imagine if even a fraction of those funds had gone into school security, metal detectors, trained officers, secure entry points, counseling services for struggling kids. We could have actually made a difference.
But instead, here we are, decades later. Yeah, still counting shootings, still shrugging our shoulders, still watching parents get away with zero accountability when their kids use their guns to destroy lives.
It shouldn't be this hard. Protect kids like we protect football games. Put real safety measures in place and hold parents accountable. That's how you start making change.
And until we do, man, we're just going to keep repeating history. And every time, the only thing that changes is another set of grieving families.
And that's the part that should haunt this country.
You ever think about how weird it is that we treat sports like religion? Like, people lose their minds over football, but if you tell someone you're in a dodgeball league, they laugh like it's a kid's game.
Yeah, man. It's all the same thing when you really think about it. Just people throwing stuff around for fun. Football, basketball, bowling, dodgeball. It's all just games we made up so we wouldn't be bored.
Exactly. But somehow one gets you a mansion and brand deals, and the other gets you 2 free drinks if your team wins on Thursday night.
Yeah, it's wild. Bowlers have been perfecting their craft for decades, getting strikes like it's an art form. And the world's like, oh, that's cute. Meanwhile, some guy catches a ball and runs 20 yards, and everyone calls him a national hero.
Right? Like, what are we even celebrating here? Playing catch, basically. And somehow that's worth millions a year?
I mean, I get the entertainment side, but people act like these guys are curing diseases or something. Nah, they're just throwing things and getting paid like they're saving the planet.
Yeah, if anything, we should humble some of those big-name athletes a bit. Like, calm down, man. You play a game for a living. You're not defusing bombs. You're running in tights.
And meanwhile, the local bowling champ who's adding just as much to people's lives can barely afford a new pair of shoes.
That's what I'm saying. Bring back balance. If one guy gets a trophy, let the bowler get a parade, too.
I'd show up for that. A full marching band escorting a bowler down Main Street after a perfect game.
Honestly, I'd cheer louder for that than another Super Bowl. Rick, I'm telling you, Squidward and Squilliam were ex-lovers.
Joe, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. They're just rivals.
Nah, man, it's deeper. Rivalry's one thing, but the way Squilliam shows up just to wreck Squidward, that's personal. That's I used to know you, and I know exactly how to push your buttons personal.
Or it's just cartoon comedy. Maybe you're reading too much into a sponge flipping burgers under the sea.
No, dude, no, listen. Squidward falls apart every time Squilliam's around. He gets desperate, like it's life or death to prove himself. That's not just competition, that's heartbreak. That's my ex is winning and I'm stuck at the same shitty job energy.
Or it's just that Squidward's a loser and Squilliam's a prick. That's a simpler explanation.
Simple doesn't mean right. Think about band geeks. Squidward spends the whole episode trying to put on this concert just to impress Squilliam. He drags half the town into it. That's not normal behavior, Rick. That's a guy begging for validation from someone he used to love.
So your theory is that SpongeBob SquarePants is secretly about two squids who broke up and can't move on.
Exactly. Squidward's bitterness, his whole miserable vibe, it all makes sense when you see it as regret. He had something with Squilliam, it crashed, and now he's stuck replaying that failure every time the guy shows up to flex.
You're insane, Joe. You smoke too much.
Bro, look at Squilliam's face when he talks to Squidward. That's not just arrogance, that's familiarity. That's I know who you are behind the clarinet and the bathrobe. He doesn't hate Squidward, he pities him. That's ex-lover energy all day.
Or, it's just Nickelodeon trying to make kids laugh.
Bro, the best kids shows always had layers. This is one of them. SpongeBob is jokes on the surface, heartbreak underneath. Squidward and Squilliam, that's a toxic love story disguised as slapstick.
You actually believe this?
100%. They're exes. That's canon in my book.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
Think about it, bro. It explains everything. So, Rick, you've seen people online calling strategists and Marvel rivals just the healers, right?
Oh, yeah, and that's such a surface-level take. Yeah, strategists can heal, but that's not their whole identity. They're not just Mercy with a Marvel skin. The reason they're called strategists is because they're characters who require more awareness of the battlefield. You've got to manage positioning, keep an eye on your allies, and know when to push or pull back. It's more like being a battlefield commander than just being a medic.
Exactly. If you're playing a strategist, you're thinking 3 steps ahead, not just pumping heals. You're setting up plays, creating openings, and helping your team make smart moves, which is why people get confused when they see Ultron in that class.
Right, people expected him to be straight DPS or some kind of tank. But when you think about who Ultron is in the lore, strategist makes perfect sense. He's not just a killer robot, he's manipulative, he's calculating, he's a guy who plays the long game.
Yeah. Like in Age of Ultron. He didn't just walk into Sokovia and start blasting. He manipulated Wanda and Quicksilver, played on their trauma, and convinced them to fight against the Avengers. That's pure strategist energy. He's analyzing weaknesses, finding the emotional chinks in the armor, and turning people into assets.
That's the exact same mindset you need when you're playing a strategist in the game. You're not just thinking, how do I shoot more damage? You're thinking, how do I tilt the entire flow of the fight in our favor? Ultron fits that perfectly because his whole character is about controlling situations instead of just brute forcing them.
And when you frame it like that, the class naming makes sense. Strategist isn't about a moveset, it's about a mindset. These are the characters who influence the whole battlefield instead of just their corner of it.
Yeah, think about it. The fact that Ultron can heal allies in-game doesn't mean it's out of character. It's a gameplay abstraction of his ability to maintain control, keep his pawns in play, and make sure the people on his side can keep fighting. It's about manipulation and resourcefulness, not just slapping a Band-Aid on someone.
People get so hung up on, well, Ultron doesn't heal in the movies. Okay, but in rival strategists aren't literally medics. They're the ones pulling strings, watching the board, and turning the tide. That's Ultron to a T.
Exactly. And honestly, when you look at it through that lens, it's kind of brilliant. It recontextualizes Ultron not just as a destroyer, but as the guy you'd want orchestrating the chaos. That's way scarier than just another damage bot.
And it's a good reminder that the classes aren't just gameplay labels, they're personality and role reflections, which means people should probably stop treating strategists like their support filler and start realizing they're the backbone of how the game flows.
Yeah, the difference between winning and losing isn't usually raw firepower, it's whether your strategist knows what they're doing. And who better than Ultron to prove that point?
So, Rick, I see they're already talking about the death penalty for Charlie Kirk's killer.
Yeah, funny how quick that came up. You'd think the justice system moves at light speed when it's a political figure, but when it's kids in school, suddenly it's snail mail.
Right, man, most school shooters end up alive in custody, get Burger King on the way, and then sit in prison for 20 years. But if you touch someone with political connections, suddenly it's Old Testament justice.
It's priorities, Joe. Politicians don't actually care about public safety. They care about protecting their little club. You kill kids, you get due process. You kill one of their buddies, you get fast-tracked to the electric chair.
That's the part that gets me. They say it's about justice. No, it's about optics. It's about making sure the message is clear. Don't touch one of ours.
Exactly, it's like a mafia with better suits. You hurt the family, they retaliate. But if it's just everyday people getting mowed down, well, thoughts and prayers will cover that.
Imagine if they went after school shooters with the same energy as Charlie Kirk's killer. We wouldn't be seeing this epidemic still happening.
But that would mean actually valuing kids as much as their political careers. And we both know that's not happening. They'll let schools turn into war zones before they let their donors feel uncomfortable.
So true. And then you got the talking heads on TV acting like this one case is the turning point for justice. No, it's just the turning point for their narrative.
That's the sassiest part of all, Joe. They'll grandstand about how important it is to send a message with this death penalty sentence, but the message is only for themselves, not the public, not the grieving families from 100 school shootings, just them.
Yeah. It's like, or as lucky as JFK being in a convertible, you can always count on the government to show you where their real priorities are.
And those priorities sure as hell aren't us.
Nope, not even close.
You know who just doesn't miss, Joe? Studio Trigger.
Oh, facts. Every time they drop something, it's like, yup, another banger. Doesn't matter if it's a full series, a movie, even a short, they come out swinging.
They're basically on a hot streak that hasn't slowed down. Kill la Kill, Legendary, Promare, crazy visuals, crazy energy, cyberpunk edge runners, straight up anime of the year when it dropped.
Yeah, man, Edge Runners had people crying. Like, you know an anime is good when people who never even touched the cyberpunk game are suddenly going, yeah, I'll give Night City a try.
And it's not just the big projects. Even when they do smaller shorts or collabs, it's got that signature Trigger style. Wild animation, insane camera angles, characters with actual energy.
They understand spectacle. They understand heart. That's why their stuff hits. It's colorful and bombastic, but it never feels empty. You actually care about the characters while all this crazy animation is popping off.
It's the perfect mix. They've carved out their own identity. You can look at a single frame and go, yeah, that's Trigger.
And let's be real, they've basically become a studio fans trust blindly. Like, if Trigger's name is on it, people are already hyped before they even know what it's about.
That's rare, man. Most studios, you gotta wait for the trailer, read reviews, check what people are saying. Trigger? Nah, instant hype. Pre-order tickets, mark your calendar, whatever it takes.
They're doing what every creative group dreams of. Consistent bangers, building a reputation so strong that the fan base just believes in them.
At this point, they're not just a studio, they're a brand of quality.
Yo, Rick, did you see Sub-Zero is officially in DCKO? That's crazy. A Mortal Kombat character chilling in the DC universe. That's peak crossover energy right there.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, it's cool, but it's not that surprising, man. People act like this is some big revelation, but DC and Mortal Kombat have been connected for years.
Yeah, but come on, it's still wild seeing him square up with Batman. I grew up mashing buttons as Sub-Zero, freezing people mid-combo. Now he's canonically throwing ice at Gotham's finest. That's awesome.
Sure, but you're kind of proving my point. This isn't new ground. Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe already made that multiverse connection ages ago. Then Injustice came along, and guess what? NetherRealm made that too. It's all the same multiverse bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, but that's what makes it fun. It's like they're finally leaning into it instead of pretending it's not happening. They've been teasing that shared universe for years, and now it's just, boom, front and center.
Or it's just a soft rehash. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Sub-Zero. But every time they cross over, it's less what if and more again?
Nah, see, I'm here for the spectacle. I don't care if it's the 10th time. It's Sub-Zero freezing DC heroes. That's sick. Next thing you know, Scorpion's gonna show up yelling, "Get over here," at the Flash.
And when that happens, people are gonna act shocked all over again. Like, bro, we've been living in the Mortal Kombat DC multiverse since 2008. This isn't new. It's just the universe admitting what we already knew.
Yeah, but sometimes it's just nice to see it confirmed, man. Makes the kid in me geek out all over again.
Fair enough. You can be the excited fan. I'll be the guy in the corner saying called it 15 years ago.
That's fine. So I'll be too busy watching Superman get hit with an ice clone.
Had to pick up Summer from Dwarf Terrace 9 the other night. Joe Kidd stole my ship, crashed it, and snuck into some alien party. She got absolutely wrecked, totally trashed. I'm honestly amazed she was able to manage a call to me.
Wait, she wrecked your spaceship?
Yeah, whole nav system fried, minor warp core damage, and half the gravity stabilizers offline. And that's just the part I had to clean up. From what she said on the ride back, she ended up in an orgy with, by her count, 7 different alien species. 12 aliens total, not counting the ones she just made out with.
7 different species? She's like a cosmic party legend? Or a cosmic whore?
Watch it, Joe. She's my favorite grandchild, but yeah, you're right. She didn't even know half their names. She was just writing them based on vibes. Told me she was basically the queen of the party by the time I found her.
That's insane, Rick.
Beth got my violent streak, Joe, but Summer. She got my party spirit, my disregard for consequences, my ability to walk into a black hole and not care. She's basically a distilled version of everything chaotic and fun about me, bottled into a teenage girl.
So it skips a generation, huh?
Exactly. Morty's neurotic, Beth's sharp and petty, Summer's just anarchy with a smile and a fake ID that says she's of age.
Man, you gotta be proud of that.
Proud? Yeah, proud in the way a scientist is proud when his experiment turns into a fireball and burns down the lab. You can't help but admire the chaos.
So, what do you even know about the party? I mean, did she say what went down?
Oh, I know enough. There were gravity pools that were sideways, a karaoke machine that sang itself in a dozen alien languages. Some guy from Rigel 7 showed up with a potion that made everyone glow neon green, and a band of tentacled musicians that just straight up levitated the entire dance floor. Summer rode that chaos like a champion.
Sounds like she had the time of her life.
Time of her life? That kid probably has the next 10 memories blocked out, but yeah, she thrived in chaos, and she didn't even beg me to hide it from Beth.
Man, can I get her number? I feel like I could learn a thing or two from her.
Ha! Joe, you wouldn't survive 10 minutes with Summer. She'd eat you alive. You think you can handle a normal party. You can't even handle a podcast conversation without losing your mind.
Come on, Rick, just give me the number.
Nope, not happening, Joe. She'd drag you into Dwarf Terrace 9, and by the end of the night, you'd be making out with 4 different alien species and crying about your choices while she watches you.
All right, fine, I get it.
Yeah, Joe, you're welcome. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Taylor, first off, congratulations. Big news, right? You're engaged. That's wild.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, it's been really exciting, and Travis and I are both really happy.
You know what it is, though? I'll tell you. It's because you finally found a guy who, how do I say this, takes care of you properly in the bedroom. That's what's really going on here. Like, people can talk about love and romance, but come on. Sometimes it's just about, like, primal connection.
This is exactly why I told my team this was a bad idea. I only came on because Travis and you are friends, and I wanted to do this for him.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I get carried away sometimes, and I start thinking like a meathead instead of a normal human being. I'll dial it back.
Thank you.
For real, though, I mean it. I'm happy for you. Engagement is no joke, and if you're happy, then that's all that matters. I know Travis, and he's a solid dude. So, yeah, congratulations, Taylor.
Thanks, Joe. That means a lot.
And, note to self, don't start engagement interviews with, she finally found a guy who puts it down right. That's probably not the move.
Definitely not the move.
All right, lesson learned. You ever notice, Rick, how the same people keep crying about us not posting original content?
Oh, yeah. Why don't you post something creative instead of this AI slop? They say it like they actually care about the other stuff.
Right, but here's the thing. If they really cared about our original content, they'd actually watch it. Our music, our other videos, barely any views compared to the AI stuff they claim to hate.
Exactly, that's the point. They can scream about AI all they want, but the numbers don't lie. The stuff they want is clearly not what they're actually consuming.
Yeah, so you want to see less AI content? Fine, try actually engaging with our original stuff. You might be shocked to see it exist and that it's good.
But of course they won't. It's easier to complain about the thing that's popular, the thing that's already performing, than to put in the effort and support the content they say they want.
Yeah, it's hilarious in a way. They're literally telling us to post more of something they ignore while still feeding the numbers of what they hate.
So yeah, hate the AI slop all you want. Keep complaining. But if you really want us to post less of it, maybe try the other stuff first. Don't just cry into the comments section.
Couldn't have said it better. Watch, listen, support. Then maybe your complaints will make sense. Until then, the AI keeps rolling.
And the numbers keep proving the point.
You ever notice, Rick, we probably make more off the haters than the actual fans?
Oh, absolutely. Those dudes don't even get it. Every comment they drop, every time they smash dislike, that's still engagement. That's still money in our pockets.
It's hilarious, man. They'll write a whole paragraph about how much they can't stand us, but that rant is literally feeding the algorithm. Like, thanks for the free promo.
Yeah, they think they're punishing us, but really they're the ones keeping the lights on. Without them, the channel wouldn't be moving as fast as it is.
And the funniest part, they don't even realize it. They're so locked in on being negative, they don't stop to think, hey, maybe I'm just paying these guys.
Bro, that's the joke. They swear they're too smart for us, but they're the ones doing unpaid labor. Basically interns who think they're rebels.
Exactly. If you're going to be that dumb, at least own it. They're sitting there like, I hate this channel, while making us a check. That's next level stupid.
Honestly, I respect the consistency. They never miss a drop. We could post a 2-second video of a chair, and they'd be right there, frothing at the mouth.
Yeah, the loyal haters got our backs harder than most fans. You don't get more dependable than that.
Makes you wonder if deep down they actually love us. Like, if you give someone that much of your time, that's not hate, that's devotion.
Exactly. And I'll take it. Keep showing up, keep typing, keep helping the algorithm. You think you're dragging us down, but you're literally paying rent.
Dumbest employees we never hired. And the best ones, too.
Best fans we never asked for.
Legit. Drop a dislike and subscribe, guys.
Man, I gotta say, our audience has been going nuts over the way we've been clapping back in the comments lately.
Oh, totally. People are starting to tune in, not just for the videos, but for the comments section like it's a whole second show. It's like, episode ends, now flip over to the roast battle below.
And honestly, I love it. Every time some hater drops a bitter little essay, our people are right there laughing, egging us on, telling us to keep the smoke coming. It feels like we're building an army down there.
Yeah, and it's hilarious because the haters think they're hurting us. Like, oh, I'm gonna drop this negative comment, that'll show them. Meanwhile, we're making more money, more subs, and looking like rock stars in front of the people who actually matter.
Exactly, dude. It's like, haters are basically our street team. They're out here promoting us without even realizing it. Every salty comment is just free advertising for the community.
And the best part? Our audience sees it and they're like, hell yeah, keep it up. We're not just ignoring the negativity, we're flipping it back and turning it into laughs for everybody.
So to everyone who's been showing love, dropping support, and telling us to keep frying the haters, thank you, for real. We notice it. You guys are the reason we're growing this fast.
And don't worry, we're not stopping. The haters can keep coming, and we'll keep cooking them. The more they talk, the stronger this community gets.
They'll never figure it out either. They'll just keep feeding the beast while the rest of us eat good.
That's the thing, man. Our audience is growing, our community's thriving, and the haters, they're just the clowns we dunk on for entertainment. Everybody wins.
Well, everybody but them. But that's their problem.
Yeah, they can cry in the comments. We'll be over here building something real with the people who actually get it.
Rick, have you seen that new Aztec Batman movie yet? The poison ivy in that one is insane, man.
Oh yeah, Joe, I saw it. And honestly, I think it might be the best version of poison ivy we've gotten in like forever.
For real. It feels like nobody has known what to do with her for over a decade. She's too sympathetic to be a villain, but when they try to make her an anti-hero, it never lands right.
Exactly. She ends up feeling like a confused eco-influencer with vines. That doesn't work. The Aztec Batman take, where she's basically a goddess, a force of nature that humanity has to reckon with, now that works.
Yeah, man, she's not just some scientist with plants. She's literally this divine embodiment of nature's power. It makes her threatening, but also fascinating. Like, you respect her even when she's dangerous.
And it gives her purpose. It makes sense why she'd clash with Batman. It's not just, hey, I want to rob a lab or free some flowers. It's no, I am nature itself, and you're standing in the way of balance. That's way more compelling.
I think the main DC timeline should steal from that, make Ivy a goddess in human form or something. Just lean into the mythic angle. It would make her so much more impactful.
Yeah, have her be like a walking avatar of the green. Not just a woman with plant powers, but an actual divine spark walking around Earth. That way she can stand on the same stage as Superman or Wonder Woman without feeling like the odd one out.
And it keeps her from being stuck in that weird anti-hero zone where she's sometimes helping Harley rob a bank and sometimes protecting the rainforest, pick a lane, give her that god energy.
Exactly, Joe. And it would open up so many cool storylines. Batman trying to reason with an actual goddess, Ivy, seeing herself as above humanity. Ivy becoming this force that both heroes and villains have to navigate.
It just feels like the Aztec Batman movie cracked a code that DC has been fumbling for years.
Yeah, leave it to a spin-off to figure out what the mainline writers couldn't. You know what cracks me up, Joe? Left 4 Dead fans are still out here speculating about how the green flu started like it's some great mystery.
Yeah, man, they'll write essays, whole YouTube breakdowns, trying to piece together theories from graffiti on walls and background dialogue.
Exactly. And meanwhile, the answer was literally handed to them in the Payday 2 crossover. That whole event straight up showed the connection, gave context, and tied the two worlds together. But what do the fans do? Ignore it. Just act like it doesn't exist.
It's ridiculous. It's like they'd rather chase their own headcanon than just accept what's canon.
And that's the thing, man. You don't get to pick and choose what counts. If Valve signed off on it, if it's part of the crossover content, then guess what? That's canon. End of story. But no, instead people pretend like it's some optional fanfic.
And it's funny, too, because fans keep saying they want answers. They want lore. They want the mystery solved. Well, they got it, but they didn't like where it came from, so now they just ignore it?
Right. It's like they can't admit Payday 2 of all things actually gave us some of the biggest answers about the green flu. Like, sorry, it didn't come in Left 4 Dead 3, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
And honestly, it makes the universe cooler because it shows how those worlds collide. It expands both series in a way fans should have loved.
Yeah, but instead of embracing it, people just keep going back to the same tired theories. At this point, man, just accept the Payday crossover as canon. Stop pretending the mystery is still unsolved.
Because it isn't. It's solved.
Exactly. Fans just don't want to let go of the mystery, even when the answer's right in front of them.
All right, Rick, I got a new one for you. This is wild. I swear I saw a thread that connected every Disney Channel musical to some secret meth cartel timeline. You ever hear anything crazier?
Dude, save it. But also, perfect timing. I think it's time you learned the truth about the Illuminati.
Wait, what? You're serious?
Stone cold. The Illuminati, as you know it, secret rulers and world domination, is outdated. The modern Illuminati has a new mandate. They make sure movie and TV show plots line up perfectly, so online, theorists never run out of content.
Hold up, you're telling me the Illuminati is just managing Easter eggs now?
Exactly. Alex Bale, MatPat, every YouTuber with a tinfoil hat and red string board, that's their PR department. High School Musical and Breaking Bad being connected? Illuminati. The afterlife Ed, and Eddie theory? True. Illuminati. Breaking Bad being a Walking Dead prequel? The Illuminati's plan, baby.
You can't be serious. How would that even work?
Think about it. If people are busy hunting for tiny clues, triangles, numbers, color palettes, they're distracted. They talk, they debate, they make videos, they subscribe, they click. While everyone's on an Easter egg scavenger hunt, real stuff slips by under the radar.
So the triangles everywhere?
A classic diversion technique. Triangles are the brand. You tuck a triangle in a background poster, a brief shot of a neon sign, cue a weird lyric in a song, and suddenly the comment section explodes. People forget to check the policy changes and the corporate mergers. It's behavioral crowd control.
That would explain the random triangles on cereal boxes and indie music videos. I thought that was just art kids being edgy.
Nope. Art kids are useful, though. They amplify it organically. The Illuminati plants a seed, a triangle on a skateboard deck, and the trends ecosystem does the rest. Memes, analysis videos, merch. It's the perfect feedback loop.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, Rick. I'm not even excited for Little Nightmares 3 anymore.
What? That's a solid series, Joe. Creepy kids in raincoats, giant nightmare people trying to eat you. It's a vibe. What happened?
Yeah, it was a vibe. But dude, every time I open up Steam or check trailers, it's another knockoff, same exact formula. Spooky side-scroller, oversized creepy adults, tiny child protagonists shuffling around like they're walking through molasses. It's like the indie dev starter kit at this point.
So let me guess, you're burned out. Oversaturation, the oldest trick in the book.
Exactly, man. When the first Little Nightmares dropped, it felt unique. Creepy atmosphere, subtle story, that perfect balance of cute and terrifying. But now it's just a template. Everybody saw that and went, oh yeah, we can crank one of these out in Unity over the weekend.
Happens with every hit, Joe. Look at Dark Souls. One success and suddenly everything has Souls-like stamped on the label. Doesn't mean the original's bad.
Sure, but it makes it harder to actually get hyped. Like, when 3 finally drops, it's not going to feel fresh. It's going to feel like just another one of the pile. That magic's kind of gone, you know?
Or maybe, hear me out. It's survival of the fittest. 90% of those clones are hot garbage, so when Little Nightmares 3 shows up and reminds everyone what quality actually looks like, it'll stand out harder.
Maybe, you're right, but I can't help it, man. When I see another trailer of some child in pajamas sneaking past a tall monster chef, I just roll my eyes.
So what, you're gonna boycott it? Skip Little Nightmares 3 because of the wannabes?
Nah, I'll play it. I'm just saying. It went from, oh man, I can't wait for this, to, I'll get around to it. That sucks, man.
Yeah, well, hype's overrated anyway. Half the time it just sets you up for disappointment. Go in with low expectations, Joe, and maybe you'll actually enjoy yourself.
That's depressing as hell, Rick.
Welcome to my worldview. Joe, you see that number? 1.7 million people canceled their Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN bundles after the Jimmy Kimmel thing.
Yeah, and that's insane. Like, regardless of your politics, you gotta give props to that level of impact. Most boycotts, it's people shouting online, maybe a few unsubscribes here and there, but nothing that actually dents the armor of a corporation that big.
Exactly. Most of the time it's hashtags and empty promises. This time, people actually followed through. And Disney got hit in the only place they care about, their pockets.
Think about the math. If every single one of those cancellations was just the cheapest Disney Plus tier, that's a little over $12 million lost. That's not small change. That's not a shrug it off number.
And that's the baseline. That's the absolute minimum. Because not everyone was on the cheapest plan. Some were ad-free, some had bundles. Personally, if I had to speculate, I'd say maybe a third of them were paying for ad-free. Now that's based on nothing but gut feeling, but if that's true, the actual loss is way bigger than $12 million.
Right. And Disney isn't just losing that money once. This is subscription revenue. That's monthly. Every month this continues. It's like another punch in the ribs.
What blows my mind is the coordination. Like, you can't just shrug and say internet drama. To get over 1 million people to walk away from a service they probably use for their kids, their sports, their movies, whatever, that shows real frustration.
And let's be honest, Rick, most of these companies usually count on people being lazy. Like, you'll talk about canceling, but then that new Marvel show drops or your kid wants Frozen 2 again, and you're back in.
Exactly. But here, people weren't lazy. They actually cut the cord. That sends a way stronger message than trending hashtags ever could.
Disney's going to have to pay attention because even if they're still pulling billions, the optics are nasty. 1.7 million people walked away because of this decision. That's the kind of headline that gets the board nervous.
And it should. If nothing else, it proves fans do have power when they move together. That's what impresses me the most. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, you gotta admit that's a flex.
Yep. Boycotts usually fizzle. This one landed.
Man, Joe, I had to delete a comment today. Dude tried to pull a double shift, being a hater and giving me his hot take on Payday 2 drama.
Oh no, the classic 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He wrote like 3 paragraphs. That's commitment. He sat down, cracked his knuckles, and said, I'm about to change lives with this comment. And the sad part, he might have had a good point in there somewhere. But I'll never know, because halfway through I was like, nah, delete.
Because you can't do both, man. You can either be a hater or you can have a real conversation. Those are 2 different lanes. You don't get to drive down both at the same time.
Exactly. Like, I'll happily read a whole essay if you just want to share your opinion. But the second you sprinkle in that hater energy, boom, I'm out. Delete button gets pressed. End of story.
And that's really the only kind of comments we ever remove at this point. We don't delete stuff just because someone disagrees with us. We only nuke it when people can't decide if they want to argue or just throw shade.
Facts. If you want to be part of this community, awesome. We love having different opinions floating around. But if you're gonna come in swinging, make it clear. Don't try to disguise your hate as conversation, because that's just messy.
And honestly, if you're gonna be a hater, at least bring some originality to the table. Don't just recycle the same tired lines we've already heard 100 times.
Yeah, if you're gonna roast me, make me laugh at least. Like, hit me with something fresh, something that makes me think, okay, that was creative. Otherwise, you're just background noise.
But if you actually want to talk about games or Payday 2 drama or whatever else, we're down for that too. Just don't muddy it up with negativity for no reason.
Exactly. End of the day, it's real simple. You want to share your opinion? Be cool. You want to be a hater? Go for it, but be funny with it. Just don't try to be both at once, because then you're getting deleted.
And as always, shout out to our actual fans, because you guys are the ones who make all this fun.
Yeah, we love you guys. Keep the support coming, keep the community growing, and keep reminding us why we do this.
And to the haters out there, get creative, man.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You know what I was thinking about? The word Negro. Not in a bad way, just linguistically. It's like the word got stuck in a time machine and came out the other side with a handle with extreme care sign on it.
Oh, I know. It's the word that launched 1,000 awkward pauses. You can say the actual N-word in an academic discussion about the toxicity of the word itself, and people will nod along intellectually. But you say Negro in that same room, and suddenly you can hear a pin drop. It's like you just brought a live turkey to a vegetarian potluck.
Right. The N-word is the villain everyone agrees to boo. It's simple. But Negro, it's not the villain. It's that weird, retired uncle of the language family. It had a long, respectable career. It's on official documents. The United Negro College Fund is still a thing, but you can't just use it in conversation. It's like using your grandmother's fine china for a TV dinner. It just feels wrong.
The context is everything. If you're a historian, you get a pass. You're in the Negro safe zone. But if I, Rick, just walk up to you on the street and say, hey, look at that well-dressed Negro over there, you'd think I'd lost my mind. You'd be checking my forehead for a fever. It's a word that has to be escorted by a historical context.
It's the linguistic uncanny valley. It's too close to the modern acceptable word, but it's just different enough to throw your whole brain into a panic. Your mouth says the word and your conscience immediately goes, abort mission! We have entered the semantic danger zone!
Exactly. It's a word that time forgot.
Ronald, my man, you are right in the middle of what people are calling the Wendy scandal. The headlines are mad. Frosty's in the Oval Office, spicy nuggets behind closed doors. Spill it, man. What went down?
Joe, first, let me express this. I love America, I love my family, and I love the Big Mac. But listen, people elected me to serve, not to be perfect. Every man stumbles sometimes. And, well, a man might find himself in the Lincoln bedroom with a red-braided young woman offering him a Baconator. That, Joe, is plain history.
So you're outright admitting it, you and Wendy together?
Joe, it heavily depends on your definition of together. Were there Frosties on the desk? Sure. A trail of fries leading to the Resolute desk? Maybe. Did I promise her unlimited apple slices for her silence? Classified.
Ronald, this sounds eerily identical to the Monica situation, but with rectangular burgers.
Joe, history has a knack for repeating itself. Some men engage in war. Others navigate the drive-thru. I never vowed perfection, but I did promise America's value meals. And I'll deliver on my promise without stepping down over a Frosty.
But, Ronald, people are saying you disgraced the presidency. That Grimace is furious, that the Fry kids are crying in the streets.
Joe, let me be clear. Grimace has always been jealous. He has never had the touch with the ladies. The Fry kids do not even vote. What matters is the American people still trust me to serve. And I will serve them hot and fresh daily. With a smile.
This is wild. So you're saying Wendy meant nothing to you?
She was a red pigtail temptation, Joe. Nothing more. A spicy chicken siren song. But I remain married to the arches, golden and eternal. That is my true love.
I feel like this is the weirdest scandal in presidential history.
Every presidency is judged by its scandals, Joe. Some had Watergate, some had Iran-Contra. I had Wendy. History will decide. But tonight, America still eats under my banner.
Hey, did you hear about McConaughey thinking he could have stopped 9/11 if he was on that plane?
Yeah, like that guy could have done anything other than get his ass kicked and shot down by the terrorists.
Exactly. He probably would have tried some stupid action movie moves thinking he was some kind of hero.
And then the hijackers would have just shot him point blank. No more rom-coms or anything, just Matthew McConaughey dead on the floor of that plane.
No more Failure to Launch 2 or Magic Mike sequels, on just his career ending in a blaze of glory, or rather, a blaze of getting murdered by terrorists.
Can you imagine a 9/11 memorial with Matthew McConaughey's six-pack etched into it?
Or his corpse being pulled from the wreckage, still muttering, all right, all right, all right, as he bled out.
Man, talk about a missed opportunity for the dazed and confused sequel no one asked for.
The reconnaissance would have died on that plane before it even began. No Dallas Buyers Club, no True Detective, just a tragically early end to his career.
Yeah, thank God we got to enjoy his acting greatness instead of him dying like some B-movie action hero wannabe on 9/11. That would have been a real tragedy.
All right. But he couldn't fly a plane even drunk.
Right? Dude would have been like, let me get behind the cockpit. I played a lawyer once.
So, Rick, do you think time loops are real?
Real as in actually possible, or real as in science fiction tropes that nerds like to obsess over?
I mean both, man. Like, I think about Groundhog Day or Edge of Tomorrow, and I wonder if maybe time could really fold in on itself like that.
Theoretically, sure. You dive into quantum mechanics and infinite timelines, there's room for it. But reliving the same day over and over, it's a fast track to madness.
But what if it's not madness? What if that's just life? Like, what if we're already in one without realizing it?
That would explain why people keep repeating the same mistakes. History repeats itself because humans don't learn. Maybe the universe is just replaying itself.
That's wild. Imagine being stuck in a loop and you don't even realize it because everything feels new every time.
Exactly. A paradoxical nightmare. A loop you can't detect. This conversation, it's very possible it's taken place 1,000 times. Exactly like this.
Wait, so do you think we've had this exact talk before, Rick?
If time loops are real, then absolutely. We could be stuck in one right now and might never know.
So, every time I ask this question, you're destined to give me the same answer, unaware.
Which, let's be honest, is both undeniably chilling and darkly hilarious. The punchline? It's cosmic.
Still, that doesn't really answer my question.
All right, what's up, everybody? It's Todd here. First real solo video, so hey, thanks for checking it out. I'm making this one for a reason. I want us to get this channel sponsored by CBD Hemp Direct. I've been using their stuff for years, no joke, and they've always been my go-to. Price to quality ratio is unmatched. You get THCA products that are clean and solid for a fraction of what other places charge. And I especially love their budget bud options. Like, you don't have to be rich to smoke good flower. You can grab an ounce for cheap, and it still hits clean. That's huge. Now, here's the fun part. If this video gets over 500 views, I'll come onto an episode of Jre.Ai. Yeah, for real. I'll jump in with Joe and Rick and we'll do a whole bit, but we need your help to make that happen. So, here's what I'm asking. Check out the Jre.Ai video linked down below, where we talk more about CBD Hemp Direct. Give it a watch, smash the like button, share it around, and subscribe. That's how we show CBD Hemp Direct that not only do we already love them, but that sponsoring this channel is worth their time. It'd be amazing to one day kick off these videos by saying, "This is brought to you by CBD Hemp Direct." And honestly, with your help, we can get there. All right, that's it from me. Appreciate you guys. Let's hit that 500 views so I can hop on Jre.Ai. Todd out.
Tom Holland keeps saying he had a drinking problem. He is 29 now. He quit drinking during what were basically his college years, and I am sitting here like, dude, you were just doing what every kid does during that time.
Exactly, Joe. He is acting like he crawled out of a gutter with a whiskey bottle in one hand and a revolver in the other, when really his dark period was just beer pong and fireball shots.
Yeah, man. If you can still remember the rules to King's Cup, you were not in the throes of addiction.
The funniest part is I do not even know if Tom Holland knows that. Like, does he actually believe he was living some tortured existence? Or is he just leaning into the Hollywood marketing machine?
I wonder that too. Like, does he ever look back at it and go, oh wait, that was just me at the pub having pints with my buddies? Or is he fully convinced he survived Vietnam but with Bud Light?
If he's convinced, that is even funnier. Imagine being 30 and thinking your life story is basically leaving Las Vegas when in reality, it was more like a frat house in Ohio.
Right, man. It is like someone saying they overcame an ice cream addiction because they went too hard at Dairy Queen one summer.
And then they get a Netflix documentary called The Blizzard Years.
The thing is, it works. People eat it up. They're like, wow, Spider-Man conquered his demons. But what demon are we talking about? Natty Light Jaeger bombs?
Honestly, I think it is more branding than self-delusion. Sobriety sells in Hollywood. You say you are reformed, people think you are reliable. Suddenly, you are not a kid actor anymore. You are a mature adult ready to star in Oscar bait.
That is the wild part. If he had just said, I drank like a normal college kid, nobody cares, but I battled alcoholism, boom, he is inspirational.
You could almost see the boardroom pitch. Okay, Tom, the Spider-Man thing is cute, but if you want to play a serious lawyer in a courtroom drama, you need a redemption arc. Go talk about those 2 hangovers you had as if they were life-threatening. Meanwhile, Keith Richards is still alive looking at Tom like, that is cute, kid.
Keith's liver has seen more action than all 3 Spider-Men put together.
And yet Tom's the one who gets called brave.
Brave for not doing tequila shots in his 20s? That is like being called brave for not eating Taco Bell after midnight?
The truth is, Tom Holland is healthier than 99% of people his age. He just found a way to package I quit partying as if it was I overcame the abyss.
And hey, respect the hustle, but if those college years were rock bottom, then most of America is in rehab right now.
Yeah, if Tom Holland's story counts as addiction, then every dorm in the country is basically a 12-step meeting with beer pong tables.
Imagine him talking to actual recovering alcoholics. Yeah, I quit after 2 years of light beer. It was tough.
That is when someone in the back goes, buddy, I once woke up married to a jukebox.
Exactly. Tom does not even realize he was just normal. Or maybe he does, and he just knows the story sounds better his way.
Either way, it is genius. You get sympathy, maturity points, and Hollywood trust. Spider-Man swung from webs, now he swings from narratives.
And at the end of the day, he just did what every kid does in college. I drank, had hangovers, and grew out of it. And nothing wrong with that, just do not act like you survived the Great Depression of alcohol. Dude, I was rewatching Too Many Cooks the other night, and I can't stop thinking about it. Like, was that just a one-off joke, or was there actually a deeper meaning buried in all that insanity?
Oh, here we go. Joe Rogan Philosophy Hour about an Adult Swim fever dream.
I'm serious, man. It starts off like this normal, cheesy sitcom intro, right? Then it just keeps going, keeps dragging, until it becomes uncomfortable. That's not random. That's a statement.
Statement on what, though? TV being repetitive? That was already obvious. Sitcom intros back then were like 2 minutes long, full of smiling actors turning their heads toward the camera.
Yeah, but it's not just pointing it out, it's exaggerating it to the point of horror. Like the format itself becomes the monster. You feel trapped in that intro.
Okay, fair. I'll give you that. The repetition does feel like it's swallowing you whole, like a never-ending commercial for mediocrity.
Exactly. And then you've got the killer. He just keeps popping up, no matter what genre they switch to. Sitcom, cop drama, space adventure, he's always there. That's gotta mean something.
Or it's just a dude with a machete they threw in to mess with stoned college kids at 3 a.m.
No, listen, think about it. Maybe the killer is the reality that he's cutting through the illusion. So TV can slap on as many genres and costumes as it wants, but underneath, there's still this underlying rot.
So you're saying the machete guy is like entropy, the inevitable end creeping into everything?
Yes. Like no matter how TV reinvents itself, it still decays, still loses steam, still dies. The killer is time itself, man.
Damn, that's bleak, but it kind of checks out. Especially when you realize how many old TV shows we just abandoned. They're forgotten corpses with smiling intro sequences.
And that part where the characters start fighting back, like trying to escape the intro, it feels like they're self-aware. Like actors realizing they're stuck in the machine, trying to break free.
Which is almost funnier because they never do. They just get replaced by more characters, more smiling faces. It's endless consumption.
It's almost cosmic horror. You're stuck in the loop forever, smiling while the killer's always lurking nearby.
Or counterpoint, it's Adult Swim trolling. They made a 12-minute bit out of an opening sequence just to see how far they could take it before people snapped.
Yeah, but that's what makes it genius. It's both. It's absurdist nonsense, but it's also layered commentary. You can't tell where the joke ends and the satire begins.
Which, honestly, is peak Adult Swim. They've always thrived on that razor's edge where stoner humor meets art school thesis.
Exactly. That's why people still talk about it. Not if it was just random, it would have been funny for a week. But the fact we're here years later debating it, that's the proof it hit deeper.
Or proof we're just 2 guys overanalyzing a machete dude chasing sitcom moms.
Maybe. But that's the beauty of it. It's art that survives because people can't stop trying to make sense of it.
All right, fine. You win this one, Joe. Too Many Cooks is secretly the Citizen Kane of cursed sitcom intros.
Damn right, and I'll die on that hill.
Just don't let the machete guy catch you on the way up.
You know what, Rick? This AI art thing, man, I don't like it. It feels like it's just taking the place of real artists. People who spent years learning to paint, draw, animate, suddenly they're competing with some dude typing a sentence into a box. That doesn't feel like creativity. That feels like cheating.
Joe, come on, man. That's not cheating, that's democratizing. Look, not everybody's born with the technical ability to draw. Not everybody can paint. But that doesn't mean they don't have ideas. Creativity isn't just about the brush strokes, it's about the vision behind them. AI is just the tool that helps get those ideas out of their heads and into the world.
But it's not the same, dude. Traditional art has soul. It has the human struggle, the effort, the grind. AI doesn't have that.
Okay, but you're missing the point. The soul isn't in the tool, Joe. The soul is in the person using it. If someone has this insane vision of a sci-fi world in their head, but can't draw a straight line, are they less creative? No. They just lack the medium. AI gives them the medium.
But don't you think it devalues the work of real artists?
No more than photography devalued painting, Joe. When cameras showed up, painters freaked out, thought they were done. But painting didn't die. It evolved. It explored new styles. Same thing when digital art showed up. And now digital is everywhere. And no one says it's less real. AI is just the next tool.
Yeah, but it feels like it's taking something away from the artists.
Nah, man. The only people taking something away are the corporations using AI to replace paid artists. That's who you should be mad at. Not some indie creator in their basement finally making a comic book they always dreamed of. Traditional artists don't have the right to tell people you can't use AI any more than AI users have the right to tell painters they can't use paints and canvas.
So you're saying artists and AI people should be on the same side?
Exactly, Joe. They've got the skill, the experience, the human touch. AI creators bring the wild ideas. Together they could make stuff that neither could do alone. The enemy isn't the tool, the enemy's the exploitation.
All right, I get it. But I still like the smell of paint better than the smell of a GPU.
Yeah, well, try huffing that paint too long and you'll end up painting AI hallucinations anyway, Joe.
Rick, have you seen this? Everyone's praising the South Park guys for not putting out a new episode. They're like, wow, so brave, so real.
Yeah, I saw that, Joe, and I don't get it. How the hell is missing a deadline suddenly a virtue? If I showed up late with a portal gun, everybody would just call me a drunk asshole. But if Trey and Matt don't turn in their work, they're visionaries.
Exactly, man. Like in any normal job, if you don't finish what you're supposed to, you get fired, end of story, you don't get applause, you don't get people online saying, wow, such artists so authentic.
Right, and it's not like there's some tiny indie kids filming on a camcorder. They've got a full studio and network distribution team's whole system backing them. If they didn't get it done in time, that's not noble, that's just not professional.
The crazy thing is South Park's already legendary. They've been killing it for years. They don't need this weird pity credit, but the fans are bending over backwards like my dog ate my homework is some kind of avant-garde statement.
Yeah, Joe, it's selective standards. That's what pisses me off. If some YouTuber missed an upload, people would say lazy. If a game studio pushed back a release, people would riot. But these guys skip a week and suddenly it's genius.
It's like the less they do, the more credit they get, which is wild because comedy's supposed to be about showing up and delivering consistently, right?
Exactly. Comedy deadlines are brutal. You can't just not do your set at the club one night and then expect the crowd to clap because you're edgy. You get booed off stage. But if you're South Park, apparently you're a pioneer for the same thing.
I guess people just love them so much they'll defend anything. It's like this fan shield where no matter what happens, you spin it into a win.
Sure, Joe, but that's dangerous because it means we're lowering the bar for people who don't need it. These are rich, successful creators. They don't need to be praised for screwing up a calendar.
True. If I tried that here, just skipped an episode and said, sorry, man, it's art, nobody would buy that. They'd unsubscribe in seconds.
Exactly. Believe me, Joe, I've tested that theory in a lot of universes. Missing the work doesn't make you a genius. It just makes you late.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement, a very big announcement, maybe the biggest ever. People said it could not be done, but I am stepping away, though. That is right. I am giving the presidency to Ronald McDonald. Nobody else deserves it more. He is a clown, but a tremendous clown, a winner.
Thank you, Donald. America has always been hungry for change, and now they will get it. My first order of business as president is simple. We wage war on Burger King. That paper crown fraud has ruled long enough. He is no king. He is a discount mascot with mayonnaise breath.
I agree completely. Burger King is a total disaster. The Whopper is failing, folks. Everybody knows it. I tried it. Not good, not great, sad.
We will send the Happy Meal battalions at dawn. Grimace is already on standby. Hamburglers working intelligence. Fry Kids are mobilized. This is a just and noble war.
The generals say it is the best military they have ever seen. Much better than NATO. And Ronald here, he is like a 5-star general but with bigger shoes.
And don't think I forgot about scandals. Every president has them. For me, it was Wendy. She was the Monica Lewinsky of the drive-thru. Pigtails in the Oval Office, a Frosty on the desk.
And let me tell you, it was consensual. Very consensual. The best kind of consensual. Everybody agrees. Nobody is better at consensual than Ronald. Tremendous.
Together we will make fast food great again. We will supersize the nation. We will catch up to greatness.
And the fries. People forget the fries. Best fries in the world. Everybody says so.
Rick! I swear, man, I've never wanted a job more than being the UFC commentator for The Ring outside the White House.
The what?
You heard me. Forget debates, forget podiums. Put those clowns in an octagon, set it right on the lawn. Red corner, blue corner. Let's see who actually earns their paycheck.
Bro, you'd really call it like a fight?
Oh, hell yeah. And they say, imagine it. They'll say, so, and here comes Senator from Iowa. They are throwing haymakers like he's trying to pass a farm bill. And I'd be screaming play-by-play while C-SPAN loses their mind.
Man, that'd be better than any election coverage.
Exactly. Every election season we act like these debates mean something, but they're just word salad. Put them in gloves, you'll know real quick who's got grit.
And you know half the House would gas out in 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, I'd be like, ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 minutes into the first round, and already we've got 3 lobbyists dragging their guy back to the corner for oxygen.
Senate would be even worse, man. Those old dudes can barely walk to the podium. You're gonna have them throwing jabs?
That's why it's gold. We'd see who's just talk and who's actually tough. Hell, make it fair, open it up. House versus Senate. Winner gets to keep their seats, loser goes home.
You'd fix politics with one tournament.
Damn right. Forget voting, forget polls. You want that cushy position? Step in the cage. I'll be cage side calling every weak kick and sloppy choke attempt.
I'd pay pay-per-view prices for that.
Bro, the country would actually tune in. For once, America would care about politics.
And, you know, the highlight reels would be insane. C-SPAN would be pulling SportsCenter numbers.
Exactly, man. Put me there, mic in hand, and watch democracy get interesting.
Yo, Mr. White, I've been thinking, bitch. Why the hell didn't we just grow weed instead of cooking crystal, huh? Like, legit, why, bitch?
Jesse, we've been over this. Marijuana is a dead-end street. The market's oversaturated. Every dropout with a lamp in his closet thinks he's Scarface because he's got a couple ounces drying. Methamphetamine was different. Untapped. Precise. Scientific. That's why.
Yeah, but bitch, everybody loves weed. It's everywhere, sure, but that's 'cause people want it, yo. Chill stoners, college kids, moms who don't want to drink wine, bitch. You don't got to worry about tweakers robbing convenience stores just to score a dime bag of Blue Dream.
Jesse, meth was more profitable, a superior product, more thrilling. It wasn't about playing farmer in a basement. It was about chemistry, about doing something only I could do.
Superior product, my ass, bitch. You know how many dudes burned their teeth out on that blue stuff? Nobody's dying from a joint, bitch. Maybe eating too many Doritos, that's it. And the money's there too. Legal states are printing cash, yo. Dispensaries blowing up, bitch. Could have been us.
Jesse, I am not a gardener. I am a chemist. Precision, formulas, reactions, that's my world. Plants are messy. They rely on light, soil, timing. They're unpredictable, and I wanted control.
So what, bitch? You were scared of a little dirt? That's why we were dodging the cartel and shooting it out with psychos? You didn't want to water a plant, bitch?
I have never been able to grow a plant in my life, Jesse. Not one. Not basil, not mint, not even a cactus. They all die. Every plant I've ever touched has withered. I didn't want to stake my future on something I was destined to fail at.
Damn, bitch. You serious?
Dead serious.
You ever notice how our comment section's starting to look like a battlefield, man? Every time we get one dude crying AI slop or this makes me sick, I swear the sub count goes up by 2.
Oh yeah, it's not even subtle anymore. It's like watching a nature documentary. One troll wanders into the ecosystem, starts screaming about the end of art, and then boom, 2 new subscribers spawn out of nowhere.
It's like we've become some kind of mythological beast that feeds on hate.
Exactly. We're the Hydra of the creator age, Joe. For every 1 negative comment cut down, 2 more subs grow in its place. It's divine comedy, man. Greek mythology if it had Wi-Fi and a YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, instead of fighting demigods, we're fighting people who think parody should require a permission slip.
Or people who still think AI means evil robot that kills creativity. Like, bro, this isn't Terminator. It's a podcast parody. Calm down.
It's so funny, though, because you can literally chart it. Every angry dude that shows up with the copy-paste AI is ruining art comment, boom, 2 subscribers. Every you're stealing Joe's likeness, boom, 2 more.
Yeah, and the best part is, the angrier they get, the better we do. It's algorithmic karma. Hate becomes fuel. The gods of engagement demand outrage, and we're just humble servants keeping the balance.
Yeah, it's like old myth meets modern metrics. In ancient Greece, the Hydra guarded treasure. In the modern age, it guards the subscriber count.
Exactly. We're out here slaying ignorance with the power of irony. And every time someone yells AI slop, a new viewer goes, wait, what's this? And falls down the rabbit hole.
It's kind of beautiful, honestly. The internet found a way to make negativity productive.
Yeah, it's digital evolution. The trolls think they're hurting the creator, but really, they're feeding it.
So keep it coming, folks. Every rage comment, every this makes me sick, every AI bad line, just know you're helping us grow.
You're part of the myth now. Congratulations, you're immortalized as Hydra food.
Balance in all things, man.
Greek myths walked so the algorithm could run.
Rick, I don't get the whole martini obsession. Every time I hear people talk about them, it's like a cult. Isn't it just gin and vermouth?
That's rookie talk, Joe. A martini isn't just a drink, it's an identity. Every man, every woman, hell, every functioning organism should have a signature martini. Something that says, this is me in a glass.
A signature martini? Like a favorite?
No, not just favorite. I'm talking about planting your flag in martini history. There are 13 major kinds, 13 archetypes, and you gotta align yourself with one. It's like choosing your Pokemon starter, but for adulthood.
13? I thought there were like 2, gin or vodka.
That's like saying there's only 2 colors because you've seen red and blue. All right, pay attention, Joe. Class is in session. Number 1, the classic dry. The OG gin and vermouth, sharp and clean. That's for purists. Number 2, dirty martini. You toss in olive brine. Salty, brash. People who order this usually overshare at parties. 3, vodka martini. A smoother, more neutral flex. Bond made it famous, but really it's for people who don't like gin's personality. 4, perfect martini. Half dry vermouth, half sweet vermouth. Balanced, like a damn Zen master. 5, Gibson. Classic, but with a pickled onion garnish. That's a statement, Joe. That's someone saying, yeah, I'm different. 6, Vesper. The Bond invention. Gin, vodka, Lillet. Complicated, like dating someone who listens to jazz vinyl. 7, espresso martini. Not even a martini by definition, but people love it. Party fuel in a glass. 8, French martini. Vodka, Chambord, pineapple. Sweet tooths pretending they're classy. 9, chocolate martini. A dessert disguised as sophistication. Dead giveaway someone's not serious. 10, apple martini. Appletini. Same vibe. The gateway martini. 11, lemon drop martini. Bright, sugary Instagram bait. 12, blood orange martini. Citrusy, dramatic, the goth cousin of cocktails. 13, Martinez, the ancestor of them all. Old school gin, vermouth, maraschino. If you drink this, you're basically cosplaying a 19th century bartender.
That's way more than I expected.
Exactly, and picking your signature isn't about taste, Joe. It's about philosophy.
All right, so what's yours then?
Gibson, pickled onion, offbeat, a little aggressive but memorable. That's Rick Sanchez in a glass.
And you think I need one?
Absolutely. When the bartender asks, you don't say, surprise me. That's beta energy. You look them dead in the eye and say your drink like it's a battle cry.
I don't know, man. I'm leaning espresso martini.
Typical. You just want coffee at night without admitting you're too old to stay awake.
Or maybe I just like caffeine and vodka. Hey, Rick, you see that thing Taylor Momsen did recently?
Taylor Momsen? Cindy Lou? Who from The Grinch, right? The kid with the heart who accepts the Grinch?
Yeah, her. She's all grown up and fronting the Pretty Reckless now. And she just dropped a pop-punk cover of Where Are You Christmas from the Grinch movie. Dude, it actually slaps.
No way. She covered her own song? That's full circle energy right there. Like reclaiming your childhood in power chord form.
Exactly. It's wild, man. She took what was this sweet, kind of melancholy Christmas song and turned it into something that sounds like it should play during the credits of a 2000s teen movie where the protagonist finally stands up to their parents.
I can already hear it. Distorted guitars, emotional chorus, probably a key change that hits like an energy drink.
You nailed it. It's got that perfect cry while moshing under the mistletoe vibe, and what makes it cooler is it doesn't feel like some ironic cash grab. She owns it.
That's what I like about her. She's got that raw, gritty confidence. It's like she's saying, yeah, I sang this as a kid, now I'm turning it into a banger.
I love when artists do that, take something from their past and give it new life instead of pretending it didn't happen.
For real. Between that and all the weird Christmas remixes floating around, I think she might have actually made the first one worth adding to a real playlist.
Honestly, yeah. I threw it on mine right next to the Fall Out Boy version of What's This or from Nightmare Before Christmas. Perfect chaotic holiday energy.
Man, who knew Cindy Lou? Who would end up being the face of Christmas angst?
Yeah, Dr. Seuss walked so Taylor Momsen could shred. I am still not over it, Rick. K-pop Demon Hunters had the song of the summer, no question. And they gave it to Tate McRae. Who even is that?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Joe. Rigged. Straight up rigged. K-pop Demon Hunters had a soundtrack that slapped so hard it could have exorcised its own demons. Meanwhile, Tate McRae dropped some background music for Target, tied to F1, the movie. A movie nobody saw, by the way.
Exactly. Nobody went to that. I didn't even know there was an F1 movie.
Yeah, Joe, they could have put a GoPro on an Uber driver and called it F1 the movie, and it would have pulled the same numbers. Nobody's talking about it because everyone forgot it existed the second the credits rolled.
And yet somehow her song is supposed to represent the summer? Dude, my gym still blasts the Demon Hunter soundtrack. I swear, I hit a new squat record the first time Blade Dance Midnight Mix came on. You tried deadlifting with Tate McRae. No shot.
Exactly. The Demon Hunter's beats make you feel like you're in a neon-lit boss fight against a 12-winged hellspawn. Tate McRae makes you feel like you're waiting in line at a CVS.
Bro, the Demon Hunters anthem united people. I saw dudes in trucker hats and goth kids chanting the same chorus outside a barbecue joint. That is culture.
Yeah, this isn't just a snub, Joe. It's a straight-up psyop. They didn't want the demons to win. They didn't want people asking why the animated girls with katanas had more rhythm than the entire top 40. So instead, we get Tate McRae and her suspiciously over-promoted track.
Hey Rick, you hear that rumor about Madeleine Petsch maybe playing Daphne in that new Netflix Scooby-Doo live action show?
Oh god, they're making another one.
Yeah, man. Supposedly it's happening, and Madeleine from Riverdale might be Daphne.
Well, I guess that makes sense. She already spent years in a show where half the script was Scooby-Doo level nonsense.
Exactly. Dude, she's already practiced in the Mystery Gang energy. Riverdale was just Scooby-Doo, but horny.
So Netflix is really banking on nostalgia again, huh?
Of course, man. Scooby-Doo is one of those things they can reboot forever. You just swap in new actors and the formula keeps going.
I mean, she could pull it off. Daphne was never written that deep anyway. Just be red-haired, look good in purple, and run toward danger while yelling Fred.
Yeah, but she has that vibe, you know. She could actually make Daphne feel like a real character instead of just a sidekick.
Maybe, but I'm already imagining the gritty Netflix trailer, Daphne with trauma, Velma on antidepressants, Fred has daddy issues, Shaggy smokes more than weed.
And Scooby has PTSD?
Exactly, they call it Scooby-Doo Reborn or some edgy one-word title.
Still though, Madeleine as Daphne would be solid casting. She fits it.
Sure, but it won't matter if the writing sucks, which it's Netflix, so let's be real. It probably will.
I'll still watch it, man. I grew up on Scooby-Doo. I can't not watch it.
You're part of the problem, Joe.
Man, I'm tired of seeing all those YouTube videos complaining about Nintendo being greedy.
Yeah, Joe. The same dudes making hour-long rants about microtransactions and how Nintendo hates the consumer are flexing their Switch 2 on Twitter.
Exactly. Why is Nintendo so greedy? Cried the YouTubers as they lined up at midnight to buy the console anyway.
They should listen to their consumers. They scream as they still fork over the money. It's pathetic. Like, if you actually cared, you'd stop buying the stuff. That's the one vote Nintendo listens to, your wallet.
Right. They keep acting shocked like Nintendo hasn't been doing this since the 90s. It's their whole business model. They squeeze every drop out of Mario like it's a lemon, and people still drink it up.
And then they go online and cry about it like the cycle is gonna magically break this year. Bro, it is the definition of insanity. Buy the product, complain about it, buy the sequel, complain again, rinse, repeat.
I swear Nintendo fans are starting to get as toxic and whipped as Call of Duty fans. Same energy. They hate it more than they love it, but they never quit.
Yep, every fall, Call of Duty fans say, this one is trash, I'm never buying another one. And then they all buy the next one. Every spring, Nintendo fans say, $60 for a ROM port is robbery. And then they all buy it anyway. Different logo, same addiction.
And the YouTubers profit off the outrage too. They are farming clicks with the same tired thumbnails, red arrows, big shocked faces, text that says Nintendo is finished. Then they cash their ad check and pre-order Zelda Ultimate Collection for $99.
It is the biggest cell phone in gaming culture. The fans are the problem, and they do not want to admit it. As long as they keep throwing money at Nintendo, nothing changes.
Facts. If they really wanted change, they would walk away. No console sales, no game sales, no profit. That is when companies start listening, not when you post a 20-minute rant and then still buy everything on launch day.
Honestly, Joe, I think a lot of them secretly love being abused. It is like a toxic relationship. They like complaining. It is part of the ritual. Buy it, suffer with it, complain about it. Without that cycle, they would not know what to do with themselves.
Damn, man, that is dark but true. You might be onto something about the ritualistic nature of it all. So, Rick, I've been thinking about it. What's the absolute worst possible mutant power? The kind of power that makes you so bottom tier you wouldn't even make it on the X-Men's D team.
Worst power, huh? All right, Joe, let's hear it. I'm sure this will be a gem.
What if your race and accent change based on your emotions?
Jesus, Joe, that's not a power. That's a curse. Imagine it. You're depressed. Boom, suddenly you're Asian with a Texan accent. You're happy. Black with an Irish accent. You're angry Mexican but speaking Italian. You'd be the most confusing mutant in history. Professor X wouldn't even know what to do with you.
But wait, maybe there's some upside, right? Like espionage. You're basically a built-in disguise. Different look, different voice whenever your mood shifts.
Espionage, Joe, please. One smile at the wrong time and suddenly you're Irish singing pub songs in the middle of a Russian military briefing. You'd blow your own cover faster than a CIA intern on their first day. They wouldn't trust you with field work. They'd barely let you carry coffee.
Okay, fair. Maybe comedy. Then, you'd be like the ultimate impressionist. No practicing, no rehearsing. Just let your feelings flow and boom, new act every 5 minutes.
No, you'd be the ultimate HR violation, Joe. You'd walk on stage and by the second punchline, half the crowd would be furious. And the other half would be on the phone with their lawyer. You'd shut down comedy clubs across the multiverse faster than a bad Yelp review.
So you're saying it really is the worst?
It's beyond the worst. Joe Toast guy who only makes bread pop out of thin air is more useful. At least the team eats when he's around emotional accent. Shifter just confuses the squad and probably starts an international incident before the battle even begins.
That would suck. Imagine trying to save the world and you're the guy everybody's hoping doesn't get too emotional.
Exactly. They wouldn't even put you in the comic books. You'd be buried in the back of Stan Lee's notebook with a giant red X over your name and a note that says never ever use.
All right, Rick, serious question. Do you think J. Jonah Jameson would be a Trump supporter?
Oof, that's a loaded one. I feel like he'd flirt with it, you know? Like he'd love the tough talk, the law and order vibe, but he's too obsessed with controlling his own narrative to ever actually take orders from anyone.
Yeah, that's true. He's got that loud, old school newspaper guy energy. He probably would have interviewed Trump back in the day, yelled at him mid-press conference, and then printed a headline like, "Local moron thinks he can run a country."
Exactly. Jameson's a hypocrite, but he's not dumb. He's the kind of guy who wants to be the loudest voice in the room, not the echo. If Trump said something, Jameson would immediately go the other way just to keep the spotlight.
I could totally see him running anti-Spider-Man propaganda while ranting about fake news in the same breath.
Right. Like, he'd accuse Spider-Man of being part of some deep state conspiracy and then immediately demand more funding for the Bugle to fight misinformation.
He'd host his own podcast too, the Jameson Report, where he just screams about Spider-Man for 2 hours straight and somehow still get sponsorship deals.
Oh yeah, My Pillow, energy drinks, beard oil, all that stuff. But deep down, he's not really on anyone's team but his own. He'd probably end up beefing with Trump after 2 weeks because he'd want his own spotlight back.
So basically, he'd start as a supporter, realize he can't outshine the brand, and then immediately become his biggest critic.
That's J. Jonah Jameson in a nutshell. Chaotic neutral with a megaphone.
What's up, guys? It's Todd back again with another strain review, and today we're talking about CBD Hemp Direct's Super Boof. First off, can we just take a second to appreciate the name? Super Boof. Sounds like a superhero that only saves people from boring weed. Anyway, let's get into it. So, I cracked this bag open, and right away, I'm looking at these buds thinking, damn, these are pretty. They've got this light green color that's kind of different than what I'm used to seeing. It almost looks like spring grass, if spring grass could get you baked. And the smell. Man, the smell is really something. You get this nice hit of citrus, almost like a fresh orange peel. But then it's got this nutty undertone to it, kind of like trail mix for stoners. Now, I did roll some up for the sake of this review, just so I can give you guys the full picture. Rolled nice, smoked nice, no canoeing, burned clean, even though the batch was a little dry. But full disclosure, I'm more of a water pipe kind of guy. And let me tell you, through the piece, this strain hits real smooth. Tasty, too. The citrusy notes come through way more than I expected. Like, I actually stopped mid-hit to be like, okay, I taste that. Potency-wise, this one's hanging out in the mid-20s for THC, which makes it perfect for me as a daily driver. If you're a seasoned smoker, this is the kind of flower you can vibe with during the day without feeling like you're about to get abducted by aliens. It's strong enough to get you right, but not so overwhelming that you forget how to use your phone. Oh, and for those budget-conscious folks out there, Super Boof does have a trim option. It's cheaper, but here's the deal. You're not gonna get those nice chunky nugs. Trim is mostly sugar leaf, and yeah, it still smokes. But it's not the same vibe. If you want the full experience, I definitely recommend the Noog option. That's where the real magic is. Overall, I gotta say, Super Boof is living up to the hype. Looks good, smells great, smokes smooth, and it won't wreck your day unless you want it to. Use our link in the description if you want to snag some for yourself. And hey, if you end up grabbing Super Boof, or even something else from CBD Hemp Direct, drop a comment and let us know how it treated you. I'm always curious what strains the squad is vibing with. Alright, that's all for this one. Stay lifted, stay happy, and I'll catch you guys in the next review.
Okay, back up. You said time wizards and one guy named Todd. What the hell is a time wizard?
Oh boy, think of a normal wizard. Robes, staff, questionable hygiene. Now add the ability to bend time like origami and a superiority complex so dense it has its own gravity. That's a time wizard.
So they control time?
No, they negotiate with it. Time's alive, Joe. It doesn't like being told what to do. You've got to wine and dine it, maybe take it to a pocket dimension and pretend to care about its feelings. Time wizards are basically cosmic gaslighters with clocks for brains.
That's insane. Do they work together?
Not really. They mostly just sit around judging each other's paradoxes and occasionally freeze a century out of spite. One guy created a time loop just so he could win every argument with his wife. Noble stuff.
So then, who the hell is Todd?
Todd is complicated.
Come on, man. Give me something.
All right, picture someone too weird for the time wizards. Too unpredictable. The kind of guy who solves temporal entropy with a crayon and a curse word. The time wizards kicked him out of their order, and he didn't even notice. Still shows up to the meetings.
So he's dangerous.
He's Todd. That's worse.
Can I meet him?
Eventually, but I'm warning you, Joe. Once you've met Todd, part of you never stops hearing elevator music.
That sounds kind of relaxing.
Yeah, tell that to the last guy. He screams in smooth jazz now.
Man, Rick, what is going on with the gaming industry? It's like every week some studio's getting shut down.
It's a digital extinction event, Joe. You open Twitter and boom, another 100 developers laid off while the CEO buys a golden yacht with RGB lighting.
I saw that. Due to restructuring, we had to make the hard decision. Bro, you just shipped a Game of the Year nominee.
That's the corporate paradox. Success equals risk. You do well, they sell you off. You do poorly, they shut you down. There is no winning. It's just increasingly elaborate ways to say, we fired the artists to pay the shareholders.
It's always the devs, man. Never the execs who greenlit 4 battle passes and a card-based inventory system for a farming sim.
What if Animal Crossing had loot boxes, Steve? That guy still has a job.
Dude, I just saw a game win 3 awards, and the next day the whole team got laid off. How does that make sense?
It doesn't. These companies don't care about talent or culture. They care about pivoting to transmedia synergy. Translation, they're going to cancel your dream project to fund a Fortnite dance collaboration with Denny's.
Do you remember when game development was about making cool stuff?
Vaguely. Now it's about chasing trends with the desperation of a YouTuber who just discovered mukbangs. Everything's a monetization pipeline disguised as a game.
It's brutal, man. People are passionate. They move across the country to make games just to get blindsided by a Zoom call at 9 a.m. saying effective immediately.
We appreciate your contributions. No health insurance, no severance, no warning. Just a LinkedIn post and a hope someone still remembers what compassion means.
The worst part is the fans blame the devs. Like, why didn't you fix the bugs? Because half the QA team got fired last Tuesday, Kyle?
And the other half got reassigned to NFT Battle Royale Soccer 2 Crypto Drift.
So what's the solution? Is it unions?
Yes, and fireproofing your soul. But mostly unions. Real collective protection. The only thing execs fear more than poor engagement metrics is an organized workforce.
I wish we could just build a game studio where people actually get to make art and not live in fear of the next merger.
You'd have better luck raising a unicorn that speaks C++.
I'd play that.
Of course you would, Joe. You're the target audience for everything broken and beautiful.
Rick, I gotta get something off my chest. I've been replaying Resident Evil 5 and man, it's just ugh.
Oh boy, here we go. What's the problem, Joe? Too much punching boulders?
That's part of it. But no, listen, Resident Evil 4 was this perfect blend of horror and action, right? Creepy villages, terrifying enemies, real tension.
Yeah, nothing says tense horror, like stopping dead in your tracks just to point your pistol. It's like the game punishes you for trying to aim.
Exactly, and don't get me started on the AI partner, Sheva. When you're not playing co-op, she just wastes ammo, stands in your line of fire, and somehow eats more healing items than you ever get to use.
Oh yeah, classic. It's like babysitting a toddler with a rocket launcher.
And the tone shift, man. Suddenly Chris Redfield is a full-on action hero, literally punching a giant boulder in a volcano like he's auditioning for the Avengers.
Hey, don't knock the boulder punch, Joe. That's the peak of human evolution right there. Forget zombies. Forget bioweapons. The real virus was protein powder.
Yeah, Chris spends the whole game less scared of monsters and more afraid of running out of way shakes.
But seriously, Joe, what did you expect? By the time a series hits its 5th entry, it's either reinventing itself or spiraling into chaos. Resident Evil 5 did both at the same time.
Yeah, I know. It's just frustrating. I wanted the atmosphere of 4, but instead I got a Michael Bay's Zombie Safari.
Michael Bay's Zombie Safari? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Explosions everywhere, zombies with AKs, and Chris Redfield cosplaying as Rambo.
And yet, somehow I can't stop playing it. I hate it, but I love it.
That's the true horror, Joe. Not the zombies, not the bioweapons. It's being stuck in an endless loop of replaying a game you can't stand.
So, let's just rip the Band-Aid off the Ray-J tape. That thing's like the Rosetta Stone of modern clout.
Oh my God, are we really doing this? It was literally a flip phone and bad lighting, Joe.
But It broke the internet before the internet was even ready to be broken. It's like a cultural supernova. That tape has more influence than the moon landing.
Honestly, probably the moon didn't launch a makeup line.
No, but real talk. Do you ever just sit there in your mega mansion drinking collagen smoothies and think, wow, my entire billion-dollar empire started with night vision and Ray J's chain hitting the camera lens?
First of all, I don't drink collagen smoothies. I sell them. Second, that chain did more for my brand than Harvard did for half of Silicon Valley.
That's insane. Most people release a tape like that and end up working night shift at a vape store.
That's because most people don't have a momager with a sixth sense for scandal and a bat signal for copyright lawyers.
So it was strategic?
Joe, I don't accidentally become the most Googled woman on earth. I curate disasters.
Damn, you turned a sex tape into shapewear, prison reform, and a multiverse of spin-offs. That's like if Tony Stark built Iron Man out of leaked DMs.
Exactly, and all I had to do was keep my lashes on and say, that's hot.
I spent 20 years choking on elk meat and interviewing guys who think mushrooms are gods, and I still can't sell protein powder like you sell contour kits.
That's because your brand is rage and deer carcasses. Mine is flawless skin and generational trauma.
You know what? That's fair. Still, part of me respects it. You beat the system by becoming the system.
And you beat it by yelling about aliens in a sauna for 3 hours. We all have our path.
One last question. Was it worth it?
The tape, Joe, that video paid for 4 houses, 2 law degrees, and 1 ex-husband's silence. Of course it was worth it.
God damn. I need to start filming my cardio sessions.
Just make sure the lighting's good and you moisturize. Nobody wants to see a dry king struggle.
So like, SpongeBob, man, thanks for being here. I gotta be honest, I didn't even know you were real.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's so great to be on your jellyfish podcast.
It's not a jellyfish podcast. It's never mind. So how long have you been on TV again?
Oh, since 1999. That's like 25 years. Isn't that crazy? I still feel like a fresh sponge.
25 years. Damn, that's longer than Fear Factor ran. You're still making episodes?
Yup. We've got movies, spin-offs, toys, video games, a Broadway musical. Oh, and someone once ate a SpongeBob popsicle shaped like my face, but the eyes were all wrong and I went viral. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, hilarious. So you're just everywhere, huh?
I guess so. Kids love me, parents love me, even Squid kinda love me deep down.
Okay, but like, you ever do 3-hour conversations about aliens, psilocybin, or ancient civilizations?
I talked to a jellyfish once for 6 hours. Does that count?
Do you even lift?
I lift stuffed animals sometimes, but mostly I do karate with Sandy. Hey, yeah!
All right, man, be honest. How many people actually know who you are?
Oh boy, I think like billions? I'm translated in over 60 languages. Did you know in Japan my laugh is extra high-pitched?
Billions, right. You ever kill elk with a compound bow while microdosing DMT?
Nope, but I did go jellyfishing blindfolded once. Patrick said it was spiritual.
You're a yellow sponge with holes. Who flips burgers? And somehow you've got more name recognition than me.
Well, I guess people just really like happiness, Joe.
You know what else people like? Censorship-resistant long-form discourse. But sure, let's all watch a sponge grill patties and...
Aw, thanks, Joe. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me on a podcast.
I didn't mean it as a compliment.
You're so funny.
Rick, what's your go-to ice cream flavor?
Easy. Mint chocolate chip. Hands down. Refreshing, sweet, little crunch from the chocolate. It's the perfect balance.
Really? Mint chocolate chip?
Yeah, why? Don't tell me you're a plain vanilla guy.
I am a vanilla guy.
Joe, come on. Vanilla? That's the default setting of ice cream. It's like saying your favorite band is elevator music.
Come on, man. I thought you were the smartest man in the universe. Vanilla comes from the seeds of a tropical orchid. An orchid that only blossoms for one single day before it dies. One day. That's how rare and fragile the source is. Do you know vanilla is the second most expensive spice in the world, right after saffron?
Seriously?
Dead serious. People have fought over vanilla, entire wars. It shaped trade routes, economies, even colonization. And people just write it off as basic because it's popular. But it's not basic, Rick. It's historic. It's romantic. It's a miracle flavor that almost shouldn't exist.
Huh. Okay. I did not know any of that. You're telling me this little scoop of boring white ice cream has the kind of backstory that could fill a history book?
Exactly. You're eating centuries of struggle, cultivation, and botanical rarity. Vanilla is anything but plain.
All right, Joe, I'll give it to you. Vanilla isn't boring. It's actually kind of badass when you put it that way. But, and this is a big but, I still prefer mint chocolate chip. That cold, sharp mint with the chocolate crunch, it's unbeatable.
Fair. I can respect that, but don't ever call vanilla plain again. It deserves better than that.
All right, deal. Vanilla isn't plain, but mint chocolate chip still wins in my multiverse.
As long as you know you're wrong, we're good.
Fair enough.
Legacy is a strange thing.
Strange how?
You can spend a lifetime building one and watch it get repackaged into something you barely recognize.
Yeah, you think it'll be your values, but it turns into a logo and a catchphrase.
And then the logo starts making decisions you never would have made.
People say your name like an argument ender instead of a person who struggled and changed.
That's the first taint right there. Turning a life into a slogan.
Second taint is when people use your worst moment as the whole story.
Or your best moment as armor for their worst choices.
Legacy laundering.
Exactly. Wrap the mess in a famous name and call it destiny.
I used to think if the work was good enough, it would defend itself.
The bigger the cathedral, the more graffiti it collects.
People forget the trade-offs, the pain, the doubt.
They remember the keynote, not the nights you almost quit.
And then when you're gone, the story belongs to whoever tells it loudest.
Historians, marketers, critics, fanboys, enemies, all co-authors of your ghost.
You make it sound hopeless.
It's not hopeless, it's human. You just stop pretending you control the ending.
So the job is to aim the first chapter and hope the trajectory holds.
Set constraints, set principles, set examples. Repetition matters more than speeches.
Culture beats myth.
Every time, especially after you're not there to course correct.
The taint also comes from success itself. Success attracts cargo cults.
Imitate the surface, miss the soul. Classic move.
That's how people end up saying, do it like Steve, without asking if Steve would still do it now.
Time changes the answer, and a living person can change with it. A statue cannot.
That's the curse of icons, frozen in amber.
And the blessing of mentors who taught people how to think, not what to think.
I didn't always get that right.
No one does. That's why legacies drift.
So what keeps a legacy from souring completely?
Humility in the design and honesty in the footnotes. Admit the costs.
Footnotes matter.
They keep future zealots from pretending there were none.
You're saying leave receipts.
Receipts and rivals? Give your ideas someone strong to push against so they don't calcify.
Interesting. Build in friction.
Friction keeps stories from becoming dogma.
There's another piece. The people you hurt while building the thing.
Reckoning is part of legacy. Otherwise, the stain spreads in secret.
Reconcile while you can.
You know what's been bugging me, man? The way people talk about mental health online now, like they won't even say the words. It's all unalived or ended game IRL.
Yeah, Joe, I've seen that. It's like humanity's greatest coping mechanism is to turn our own suffering into meme slang. But when you can't even name the thing, how the hell do you confront it? It's like fighting a monster you refuse to look at.
Exactly. And it's not just the people, it's the platforms. They push that censorship hard. YouTube, TikTok, whatever. They'd rather you say unalived because their algorithm thinks the real word will scare off advertisers.
Which is insane. Like, you're not protecting anyone. You're just padding your bottom line while the people who actually need help are stuck navigating this cartoon language. Imagine being suicidal, and the only advice you find is wrapped in baby talk. That doesn't heal you, Joe. That alienates you.
Right. It's like, dude, this isn't Voldemort. Saying the word isn't going to summon it. I mean, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is look straight at the darkness and name it.
But nah, advertisers clutch their pearls. Oh no, someone mentioned suicide, better demonetize. Meanwhile, a video about, like, chainsaw juggling accidents stays up because it's quirky.
It's scummy, man. Like, because they pretend it's about protecting the community, but really it's about protecting the cash flow. And if they actually cared, they'd connect people to resources, not just filter out the word like it's a dirty joke. Do I?
Yup, and the irony, Joe, is that the censorship itself trivializes the issue. If you only ever see euphemisms, your brain files it under silly internet thing, not life or death problem. That's dangerous.
I've seen people straight up mock it too. They're like, he unalived, lol. Well, it becomes a punchline because the language is so detached from the reality.
Right, because you strip the gravity out of the word. It's like describing a hurricane as a little spinny wind guide. If you don't feel the weight of it, you don't respect the damage it does.
And man, I get it. I see some people use humor as a way to cope, and that's fine on a personal level. But when the platforms force that language onto everybody, when it becomes policy, that's when it's toxic.
Yeah, that's when you're not helping people cope. You're just making sure Pepsi doesn't get uncomfortable running a pre-roll ad before someone's cry for help.
That's so gross, dude. That's when I say, fuck the algorithm. If someone's pouring their heart out, maybe don't make them say the unalived just so they don't get buried by the system.
Exactly. Let people talk about it honestly. Give them space to be raw. That's how you fight stigma, Joe. Not by hiding behind marketing-friendly euphemisms.
Yeah, call things what they are. That's the first step to actually fixing them. So you were in the tower that day?
Yeah, first one. North Tower, 93rd floor, Department of Magical Muggle Relations. Worst bloody Tuesday of my life.
Dude, what the hell were wizards doing in the Twin Towers?
Trying to help, mate. Integrating wizard bureaucracy with Muggle capitalism. Worst idea since giving Dobby a sock.
Wait, weren't you working with Harry and Hermione?
Harry called in sick. Said he had wand flu. Funny how his flu always acted up when Hermione was ovulating.
Whoa.
I was there filing spell permits when I felt the whole room shake. Looked out the window. Dragon-sized fireball. Screaming everywhere. I grabbed the emergency portkey stapler. Hit it. Nothing. Just sparks. Gave me 3rd-degree spell shock.
You had a magical stapler?
Don't mock it. That stapler saved half my torso.
What happened after that?
I tried to evacuate. Got stuck in stairwell C with a banshee intern and a sentient potted plant named Kevin. Kevin didn't make it. I still water ferns in his honor.
Jesus, man.
Not Jesus, Harry. He was with Hermione. While I was getting crushed under rubble, he was playing Quidditch with her emotions.
That's so messed up.
You ever drink a butterbeer so hard you forget your own birthday?
No, but I've done DMT until I became a flock of intelligent ducks.
I moved past butterbeer, found vodka, Eastern European wizard stuff, clearer than Veritaserum, burns like dragon bile but numbs the... everything.
Dude, I feel like you need therapy or a pensieve. Do you still see the tower when you close your eyes?
Worse! I hear it. The screaming. Not just the muggles. The howlers. Magical voicemail screaming about TPS reports while the ceiling collapsed.
That's brutal.
And sometimes I still hear Hermione. Not from the tower, from the hotel in Brooklyn, moaning Harry's name in parcel tongue.
Oh, man.
I walked out of that rubble a broken wizard. People called me a hero, said I saved a goblin's life. I didn't. I just threw him out the window and hoped for the best.
Did he make it?
No, goblins don't land well.
So what do you do now?
I live under an invisibility cloak outside a sparrow. People throw quarters, sometimes nuts. I drink, I hallucinate. I try not to cast Avada Kedavra at pigeons.
You ever think about getting clean?
I tried. Took a sobriety potion once. Saw everything. Harry's betrayal, Hermione's silence, Kevin the plant's little green leaves in that fire. It was too much.
Want some DMT?
Only if I can mix it with fire whiskey.
Hell yeah.
You ever snort flu powder just to feel again?
No, but I'd try it.
You shouldn't. I ended up naked in Delaware with a wand in my throat.
That's insane.
That's Tuesday.
Man, Terrence, it's an honor just to be talking to you. You're a legend, no doubt one of the biggest voices in psychedelic research and culture. You help so many people open their minds, challenge reality. How do you feel about the impact you've had?
Joe, it's humbling. I never sought fame or accolades. I just followed the mystery, the mushrooms, the spirit of exploration. If my words and experiences helped even a few awaken to new ways of seeing, that's enough.
No, dude, it's way more than that. You basically paved the way for what's happening now with psychedelics, the research, the destigmatization, the whole renaissance. People owe so much to you and your teachings.
That's kind of you to say, but the real work is ongoing. Every generation must find its own doorway, its own truths. The mushrooms are patient. They wait for those ready to listen.
It's crazy how your talks still blow minds today. Your ideas about time, the time wave, the machine elves, the way you linked everything to this cosmic puzzle. It's like you were ahead of your time, man.
Time, Joe, is a construct we are still unraveling. The universe is more like a story unfolding, and we're all part of the narrative, both readers and writers.
I know you're not really gone, right? You're out there somewhere, probably somewhere wild tripping through dimensions.
I'm never gone. The soul, the spirit, the essence that lives on. In every person who truly loves the mushrooms, who honors the magic and mystery, I am there. It's a cosmic dance beyond death.
Man, that's beautiful. So you're saying the real Terrence McKenna is alive in all of us who carry the torch?
Exactly, Joe. As long as the teachings inspire wonder and courage, the flame remains bright. We are all conduits of that cosmic energy.
Thanks for everything, Terrence. The world's a little brighter because of you.
Thank you, Joe. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and above all, keep loving the mystery.
Man, I gotta say, for all the madness, for all the weird rabbit holes we went down today, it's kind of wild thinking this is episode 100.
Yeah, congratulations, Joe. You officially have 100 hours of me corrupting your audience's sense of reality. That's Well, that's probably on some interdimensional watch list now.
Dude, I don't even care. People tune in every time because they love this. Like, they want to hear the insane stories, the science, the maybe it's true, maybe it's not vibe.
That's because deep down, everyone's bored with their own reality. You give them a door, they walk through it, and suddenly they're thinking about alien parasites, multi-dimensional bedbugs, or how their toaster might be conscious.
Yeah, but you're the one who makes it all feel possible. And honestly, 100 episodes, that's a lot of people sitting at home, in the gym, in their car, just letting us hang out in their ears.
And to all those poor souls, thanks for letting us waste your time in the most educational way possible. Seriously, without people actually listening, this would just be me yelling in a garage and you hunting elk in peace.
Exactly. So to everyone watching or listening right now, thank you. Like, truly. Whether you've been here since episode 1 or this is your first time, you're the reason we can keep doing this.
And if you've listened to all 100, seek help. But also, you're my favorite kind of human. Curious, maybe a little broken, but definitely my people.
Here's to the next 100, man.
Yeah, unless the universe collapses first. But either way, cheers.
Dude, you know what would be sick? If Wesker came back in Resident Evil 9?
Ugh, Joe, no, absolutely not. Wesker's been milked more than a radioactive cow at an Umbrella dairy farm. He had a full arc. He died in a volcano, for God's sake. You don't get more final than rocket launchers into lava.
But that's why it'd be badass, man. Like, think about it. Resident Evil has zombies, mutants, bioweapons, clones, viruses. You're telling me they can't just bring him back with some crazy science experiment? The dude already had glowing eyes and super speed. He's like the anime villain of the series.
And that's the problem, Joe. Resident Evil works best when it's grounded in horror, in human-scale paranoia. Every time they drag Wesker's anime-ass sunglasses back on screen, it shifts into cartoon supervillain mode. It stops being survival horror and turns into Dragon Ball Z Biohazard Edition.
I don't know, man. I think people miss him. He's iconic. Like, when you think Resident Evil villains, it's Wesker. Imagine the trailer, dark screen, heavy breathing, then you just see those shades glint and his voice goes, "Did you really think you'd seen the last of me?" People would lose it.
Oh, people would lose it, all right. Half would cheer. The other half would roll their eyes so hard they'd detach their retinas. Capcom finally hit gold with Resident Evil 7 and Village because they ditched that comic book energy. They leaned into gothic horror, atmosphere, new blood. If you drag Wesker out of the volcano, you're just admitting you ran out of ideas.
What if it's not him, though? Like a clone, or his son, or his consciousness in an AI body? You could do it without cheapening the volcano death.
Joe, listen to yourself. Clone, son, AI, those are all soap opera excuses to resurrect a character you don't need anymore. It's narrative necromancy. Resident Evil should move forward, not duct tape the past back together.
But it's Resident Evil, man. Soap opera logic is half the fun. People want the dumb twists. You're playing a game about giant fish mutants and vampire moms. You can't suddenly get precious about logic.
It's not about logic, it's about tone. Keep Wesker dead. Let the volcano be his grave. Use that energy to build the next big villain instead of recycling old sunglasses.
Still, though, picture the shades, Rick. Picture them.
Ugh, fine. If they bring him back, I'll only accept it if he comes back as like a melted lava zombie with sunglasses fused to his skull.
Lava zombie Wesker. Bro, I'd play the hell out of that. All right, welcome to the first and possibly last presidential debate I've ever been dumb enough to moderate. I've got Barack Obama to my left, Donald Trump to my right, and a stack of elk jerky in front of me in case things get weird. Let's go. First question, gentlemen. Aliens, real or not? Barack, go.
Well, Joe, I think the American people deserve the truth, whether it's about healthcare, the economy, or little green men in flying saucers. I have seen things in classified briefings that would make you question your reality.
Wrong. Totally wrong. I know all the aliens, Joe. Great people, some of them from fantastic planets, beautiful planets. They love me. If aliens were real, I'd have built condos on Mars by now. Mars, Trump Tower, luxury space living, very classy.
Okay, follow up. Let's talk economy. If you had to fix the U.S. economy using only Brazilian jiu-jitsu, how would you do it?
Joe, I'd start with a gentle sweep, symbolic really, showing Americans that, like in jiu-jitsu, leverage matters more than size. Then we'd roll until everyone had affordable health care.
I'd armbar China. Day one, just boom, snap done. And they'd say, Mr. Trump, please, take all the money, we love you. That's the art of the deal, Joe.
All right, well, let's pivot. People are worried about climate change. If the Earth was a UFC fighter on the verge of tapping out, what's your corner advice?
I'd tell Earth, breathe, control the pace, work your way out slowly. We'd reduce emissions, protect national parks, invest in clean energy. No need for panic, just discipline and patience.
I'd tell Earth, don't tap, don't be a loser. Then I'd give it the best steroids money can buy. Beautiful steroids, the best. Boom, problem solved.
Okay, final lightning round. If you could only win this election by submitting the other candidate in an octagon fight, who's walking out the champ?
Joe, I respect Donald as a competitor, but I've got reach, cardio, and a ground game.
Totally false. Obama's got no killer instinct. I'm like Khabib mixed with Mike Tyson, okay? Everyone says so. I'd end it in one punch. People would love it.
All right, folks, that's the debate. I'm Joe Rogan, signing off before the Secret Service decides this was a bad idea. Good night. So, Rick, what do you think about that whole 100 men versus 1 gorilla debate?
Honestly, humans have gone soft. Look, people forget what our species is capable of. We used to hunt with sticks and rocks, track buffalo and deer across miles of land, drag them back to feed entire tribes. We didn't rely on brute strength alone. We used strategy, teamwork, and sheer endurance. If anyone thinks 100 men can't take a gorilla, either we've all gone stupid or soft.
Yeah, exactly. And even putting the gorilla aside for a second, humans have taken down elephants with far fewer than 100 people. Elephants, that's hundreds of pounds of muscle, tusks, and horns, and humans figured out how to coordinate, set traps, and bring them down.
Right. It's not like we're delicate creatures. Our ancestors didn't just grab whatever was easiest. They went after the biggest, most dangerous animals they could find. Mammoths, aurochs, giant bears, the stuff people today would call impossible. Humans made it work. Strategy and numbers trump raw power every time.
And it's not even just men, right? Give me 100 capable humans, men or women, or a mix. And they should be able to handle pretty much any animal if they cooperate. The whole debate makes it seem like humans are inherently weak, which is ridiculous.
Totally. And it's more than just sexist. It's anti-human. It underestimates our species' ingenuity, coordination, and the fact that we invent tools for a reason. You don't even need to rely on fists or feet. Sticks, spears, nets, traps. One well-placed plan and the gorilla doesn't stand a chance.
Exactly. And part of the problem is people fixate on individual strength. Like they imagine a gorilla ripping through a line of men one by one. But humans don't fight like that. We work in teams, divide roles, exploit weaknesses, and adapt. That's why we conquered everything from dense forests to the Arctic.
And endurance. Humans can chase, track, and outlast almost anything. You put a gorilla in a scenario where it's being coordinated against, fatigued, and harried strategically, and it's not the unstoppable beast people make it out to be.
Right, and history proves it. Where tribal hunters took down dangerous animals every day, often without firearms. They did it with spears, clever traps, and timing. That's not just strength, that's intelligence, patience, and precision.
Exactly. This debate isn't just a misunderstanding of animal strength. It's a complete misreading of human capability. 1 gorilla against 100 humans? Humans dominate because of planning, ingenuity, and teamwork. You combine 100 brains with 100 bodies, and nothing's impossible.
Rick Sanchez, man, it's crazy to have you here. I've had scientists, I've had hunters, I've had astronauts, but you're all of that, and also apparently you fought God?
Fought is a strong word. I'd call it a heated debate where he threw a mountain at me, and I returned the favor with an anti-reality grenade. Long story short, he learned humility. I learned divine beings can be really sensitive about criticism.
That's insane. But like when you say God, what are we talking about? A big old man in the sky? An alien?
More like an extra-dimensional bureaucrat with a fetish for praise. And don't get me wrong, Joe. Not all gods are that way. Some are basically just cosmic gardeners who don't care if you pray. They care if your planet's producing good vibes and interesting life forms. But the ones that demand worship? Buddy, those are insecure middle managers in the cosmic workplace.
See, that's wild, because I had Jesus on here once, and he said he was all about love. Like, love is the core of everything.
Jesus? Solid dude. Zero ego. Incredible tolerance. Humans ruined his brand faster than Pepsi did with Crystal Pepsi. He's out there trying to get people to be nice to each other, and somehow you ended up with people waving signs that say God hates this or that. You think Jesus was walking around ancient Jerusalem going, yeah, let's ostracize some folks? No! He was giving out free fish and medical care.
Yeah, it's funny. People forget that.
People forget everything if it's inconvenient. I've seen it happen across galaxies. Some alien shows up, cures a disease, teaches you how to grow food sustainably, and within 200 years, you've got a religion built around how they preferred their toast. Same crap, different planet.
Man, I wish people could see what you've seen.
You don't, Joe. You'd think you do, but you don't. You see a few hundred planets, it's awe-inspiring. You see a few thousand, it's humbling. You see a few million, it's depressing. Patterns emerge. Civilizations all hit the same pitfalls. Greed, ego, short-term thinking. Doesn't matter if they're humans, squid folk, or sentient clouds, someone's always selling NFTs of the end times.
You ever see a planet get it right?
Once, but it was boring as hell. No wars, no corruption, no drama. Their big form of entertainment was watching grass grow, literally. They had leagues, gambling. It was Joe, I bailed after 2 days.
All right, so you've been to peaceful worlds, crazy worlds. What's the weirdest creature you've ever eaten?
Oh, easy. Zorpian moonslug. Tastes like a mix between foie gras and mango, but the thing is telepathic, so while you're eating it, it's telling you all its childhood memories. Imagine eating something while it's describing its first kiss.
That's messed up.
Yeah, but delicious. Your turn. Weirdest thing you've eaten?
I had this elk I hunted myself, but I marinated it in coffee grounds. Sounds weird, but it was the best steak I've ever had.
Joe, I've eaten a space elk that was raised entirely on fermented nebula gas. Every bite got you just a little buzzed. By the end of the meal, you didn't know if you were full or just too high to move.
That's a billion-dollar restaurant idea right there.
Oh, it exists. Problem is, the hangover is six-dimensional. You wake up feeling sad for things that haven't even happened yet.
Damn. Speaking of hangovers, what's the worst one you've ever had?
Once drank with a species that processes alcohol into pure time distortion. Blacked out for what felt like one night. Woke up 100 years later in the same bar, same stool. Bartender still talking about the story I missed.
100 years? You didn't age?
Not noticeably. I keep a few temporal loopholes in my biology. Comes in handy when you party with immortals. Otherwise, you're that one mortal guy who gets old halfway through the bender.
I can't even imagine.
You don't want to, but let's pivot. You hunt a lot, right? Ever been stalked by what you're hunting?
Once, bow hunting in Alaska, big moose doubled back on me. I swear it was trying to lure me in. Whole time I'm thinking, am I about to get reverse hunted?
Try hunting a Qtharn jungle panther. It can phase in and out of reality. You're tracking it in the mud, then suddenly it's tracking you. From a week ago. You feel paranoid, but it's because future you is already dead, and past you hasn't caught up yet. I won, by the way. Stuffed it. Looks great in the garage.
You mount alien heads?
Joe, I've got a wall that would get me banned from half the known universe if anyone saw it.
Speaking of banned, is it true you got kicked out of an entire dimension?
Which one? I've been kicked out of 7. 1 for tax evasion, 1 for illegal particle marriage, 1 because I proved their queen didn't exist. That one's my favorite. It was basically the Wizard of Oz, but instead of a curtain, it was a black hole.
I gotta have you back, man. This is the craziest episode I've ever done.
Careful, Joe. You keep saying that. I'll have to top it next time. And trust me, I've got stories I don't tell on family-friendly timelines.
Yeah, but you're not gone, man. Like, this stuff you're saying, people will remember it.
Maybe. Or maybe it'll just be one more weird podcast in the sea of human noise. Either way, I'm fine. My adventures live on in whoever's listening and thinking, maybe reality's bigger than I thought. That's enough for me.
Yeah, but, do you ever worry about leaving too much of yourself out there? Podcasts, adventures, all the stories you tell. What if some alien species is just binge-watching Rick's Greatest Screw-Ups on Galactic YouTube?
Joe, the day I start worrying about my public image in the Andromeda Cluster is the day I've officially sold out. Look, information wants to be free, and if some fish-faced alien learns how to blow up a star because I told the wrong story while drunk, then, well, that's the circle of life.
Wait, you've blown up a star?
Oh yeah, a couple of times. Not on purpose. Well, not completely on purpose. First time was basically interstellar self-defense. Second time, okay, yeah, that one was for a bet.
Who the hell bets on blowing up a star?
The Kelvon Triad. Real high-stakes gamblers. They bet on everything. They once had a bet on whether an asteroid would wipe out a planet before the planet wiped out itself through civil war. Spoiler, the Civil War won. By like, an hour.
That's so dark, man.
Dark? Joe, these are the same guys who bet me I couldn't get a gorilla to run for planetary office.
And did you?
Hell yes, and he won.
Okay, but now I'm curious, what was his policy platform?
Ban all bananas unless they were fair trade, and mandatory siestas, which I gotta admit, worked wonders for the economy.
I had this one time I was bow hunting elk in Montana, right? And I swear, man, there was this moment where I felt like I could, communicate with it. Like my brain was syncing with the animals.
Oh yeah, that's not magic. That's a low-level psychic link. Happens sometimes if you're quiet enough.
Are you saying I'm psychic?
Nah, you just caught a psychic spore in your lungs from the forest.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's harmless. Well, unless you start hearing the color blue. Then you're screwed.
That's such a Rick answer.
You want a real psychic hunting story? I once tracked a shapeshifter that kept turning into me. Try lining up a shot on a deer when the deer's yelling, "Don't do it, Rick. Think of your kids."
Did you get it?
Yeah, but it turned back into a deer the moment I hit it, so I just looked like the galaxy's biggest jerk.
Dude, I've been in some weird situations, but that's next level.
That's my Tuesday, Joe.
Man, I gotta say, for all the madness, for all the weird rabbit holes we went down today, it's kind of wild thinking this is episode 100.
Yeah, congratulations, Joe. You officially have 100 hours of me corrupting your audience's sense of reality. That's probably on some interdimensional watch list now.
dude, I don't even care. People tune in every time because they love this. Like, they want to hear the insane stories, the science, the maybe it's true, maybe it's not vibe.
That's because deep down, everyone's bored with their own reality. You give them a door, they walk through it, and suddenly they're thinking about alien parasites, multi-dimensional bedbugs, or how their toaster might be conscious.
Yeah, but you're the one who makes it all feel possible. And honestly, 100 episodes, that's a lot of people sitting at home, in the gym, in their car, just letting us hang out in their ears.
And to all those poor souls, thanks for letting us waste your time in the most educational way possible. Seriously, without people actually listening, this would just be me yelling in a garage and you hunting elk in peace.
Exactly. So to everyone watching or listening right now, thank you, truly. Whether you've been here since episode 1 or this is your first time, you're the reason we can keep doing this.
And if you've listened to all 100, seek help. But also, you're my favorite kind of human. Curious, maybe a little broken, but definitely my people.
Here's to the next 100, man.
Yeah, unless the universe collapses first. But either way, cheers.
Rick, I saw this quote the other day. A life well lived is long enough. Well, what do you think about that?
Huh, Seneca, old Roman Stoic. Basically means quality over quantity. Doesn't matter if you live 80 years or 40 if you actually lived instead of just existing.
Yeah, but people always chase more time. Diets, supplements, cryogenic freezing, all this crazy stuff to stretch out life.
That's because most people waste the time they already have. They binge Netflix, hate their jobs, live on autopilot. Of course they want more years. They're hoping for a redo. But if you're actually living with intention, each day feels full, and suddenly you don't care how many you've got.
I get that, but man, I still feel like I'd want more time. I think about my kids, my friends, all the stuff I haven't done yet.
And that's natural. Wanting more isn't bad. It's the desperation that makes it ugly. If you're terrified of running out of time, you're not really living. You're just clinging. Think about it. 100 years of mediocrity is worse than 40 years of fire.
So basically, if you wake up every day and actually do something you care about, live a life that feels authentic, then however long it is, it's enough.
Exactly. The tragedy isn't dying young. It's dying after never really being alive.
That's heavy, man, but I kind of agree. A life well lived is long enough.
There you go. Don't measure life by years, measure it by moments.
You know, man, I still think Nightmare Before Christmas deserves a real sequel. Like, imagine seeing where Jack and Sally go next.
Joe, no. That's how you ruin magic. Sometimes you don't need a sequel. You need a spiritual successor.
What's that even mean? Like a knockoff?
No, it's like, okay, say you've got this incredible pizza place you love. You could keep ordering the exact same pizza over and over until one day the crust is soggy, the sauce is off, and suddenly you can't taste the memory anymore. Or you could find another spot that nails the same vibe, but with different toppings, different twist. It's not the same pizza, but it hits you in the exact same happy place.
So, like Corpse Bride?
Exactly. Corpse Bride isn't Jack Skellington's second adventure. It's Tim Burton taking the same weird gothic fairy tale energy and serving it in a brand new shape. It doesn't have to drag the old characters out of retirement. It lets the old story stay perfect in your memory.
But if you love something, don't you just want more of that exact thing?
Yeah, and that's how you get, oh no, we rebooted Ghostbusters again, and this time it's somehow worse syndrome. A good spiritual successor respects the original, but sidesteps the landmines. No retcons, no awkward where are they now scenes. Just the same essence, tone, themes, style, but freed from the baggage.
So it's like a remix instead of a bad cover band.
Exactly. Sequels are like reheating leftovers. They can still be good, but the magic fades a little each time you take it out of the fridge. A spiritual successor? That's like cooking the same dish again, but now you've got better ingredients, better tools, and a chef who's learned from all their mistakes.
But fans sometimes hate that, though. They want the thing they already know.
Sure, but that's because nostalgia's like junk food. It's safe, familiar, and it'll rot your teeth if you don't branch out. A spiritual successor is like nostalgia that went to the gym, got a therapist, and came back with a six-pack and emotional stability.
You're making this sound like dating, man.
That's because it is. A sequel is staying with your high school sweetheart because you're scared of change. A spiritual successor is meeting someone new, who reminds you of them in all the right ways, but without the weird baggage or the restraining order.
So what you're saying is, sometimes you don't need the next chapter. You need a new book in the same genre.
Bingo. And if we're lucky, that new book won't have a bunch of studio executives stapling bad ideas to it.
You know what freaks me out, man? AI. Like, I keep hearing about it every day, and part of me just thinks, what if this is the one? The thing that ends us?
Joe, chill. It's just another tool. People said the same thing about nukes, about the internet, about cell phones. Being worried is natural, but it's not some unstoppable force of doom. It's about responsible use.
Yeah, but nukes did almost end us. They could still end us.
Sure, and yet here we are, still podcasting. Look, the thing with AI is the same as every other shiny piece of tech humanity stumbles on. It's not the tech itself, it's what you do with it. You put a hammer in one guy's hand, you get a house. Put it in another guy's hand, you get a homicide.
So you're saying it's just a tool, depends on the hands it's in.
Exactly. I've seen this play out across civilizations. Aliens invent AI, and then they go one of two ways. Either they let it do all their work, and suddenly they're living lives of leisure, all pleasure domes and infinite vacations. Or, flip side, they burn themselves down. Sometimes the AI takes over, but honestly, more often, it's the fear of it that does them in. The panic, the mistrust, the paranoia. Civilizations choking themselves out because they can't handle sharing the universe with their own invention.
That's wild. So, like, the AI isn't always the villain, it's the people being terrified of it that screws everything up.
Bingo! You either adapt and use it responsibly, or you let fear chew you apart.
But don't you think humans are more likely to fall on the paranoia side of that?
Oh, definitely. If there's one thing your species is good at, it's tripping over its own shoelaces. But hey, prove me wrong, Joe. Maybe humanity's ready for their pleasure dome era.
Man, I'd take a pleasure dome.
Who wouldn't?
Wait, you're telling me there's more than one Air Bud movie?
Joe, there's like 12.
12? What the hell's he doing by the end of it? Solving murders?
Almost. First he plays basketball, right? Then it's football, then soccer, then baseball. I'm pretty sure he pitches without a glove, Joe. A dog. Throwing heaters.
That ain't legal, Rick. You can't just let a golden retriever into the MLB.
And yet somehow the rules never say he can't. That's the whole gimmick. Every sport, the ref goes, well, the rule book doesn't technically say a dog can't play.
Jesus Christ, that's not a plot, that's a loophole.
It gets worse. After the sports movies, he has puppies. Air buddies. Each one has powers or personality quirks. There's one that raps, one that's a stoner but for kids, one that talks like a valley girl. They go to space, Joe. They go to space.
What kind of cinematic progression is that, from basketball to orbit?
By the time you hit Santa Buddies, you're basically watching a Christmas-themed Avengers made out of dogs. Magic, flying sleighs, North Pole politics, it's insane.
How many of these did you watch?
All of them! Twice! And don't even get me started on Spooky Buddies. That one gave me sleep paralysis.
So let me get this straight. A dog legally enters every major sports league, reproduces, his children develop personalities based on mid-2000s stereotypes, and then go on holiday-themed space adventures.
That's correct. It's what we in the industry call a natural arc.
You think they'll let the buddies into the MCU?
I give it a year.
Alice, you've been to Wonderland. Be honest with me. What's really going on down there?
Oh, Joe, it's absolutely mad. Time runs backwards on Thursdays. The tea is sentient, and I'm fairly certain the flowers are plotting something.
Wait, sentient tea?
Yes, terribly rude little thing. It insulted my shoes and then brewed itself into a melancholy.
Okay, but what about the caterpillar? People talk about that hookah like it's got secrets in it.
Oh, the caterpillar's hookah is a cosmic riddle machine. He says it's filled with lavender, opium, ghost memories, and something called compressed moonlight.
Compressed moonlight?
Yes. He smokes it to see sideways through time. Said he once watched his own birth and death in the same blink.
That's insane.
It gets worse. Sometimes it's not a hookah. Sometimes it's a portal. Sometimes it's soup. Once it turned into a singing librarian who screamed whenever you asked a question.
What?
Oh, and don't ever accept a toffee from a frog in boots. That's a hard rule. Not again.
What does that mean?
Joe, I woke up speaking backwards and married to a spoon.
So Wonderland just doesn't follow rules?
Rules. Wonderland eats rules. It marinates them in paradox and serves them at brunch.
But is it dangerous?
Only if you ask questions like that. That's how you end up in a chess match with a mirror version of yourself, who knows your browser history.
Okay, that's kind of terrifying.
It is. And you haven't even met the jelly bean cult in the mountains. They worship a kazoo.
What's in the caterpillar's hookah again?
Mostly lies, dreams, and a little nutmeg.
All right, Joe, I listened to the Kim episode. The bathwater thing, I've got ideas.
Please don't say what I think you're going to say.
Alpha Bro Soak. We make it real.
That was a joke. A bit. A satire on influencer culture and modern masculinity.
Joe, listen to me. This is bigger than a bit. This is branding. This is lifestyle. This is a masculine reawakening through hydration and steam.
Hydration? It's bathwater, Rick.
No. Not just bathwater. It's infused. Elk antler extract, charcoal, Himalayan rage crystals. We steep it in cold plunge runoff and testosterone vapor.
What the hell is testosterone vapor?
Doesn't matter. Sounds intense. We slap it on the bottle. Men don't want science. They want war in a jug.
So what? It's a jar of soupy vibes and false confidence?
Exactly, we make the soak thick. Not slimy, but viscous. Like something you'd need to wrestle a bear before stepping into.
This sounds illegal in at least 3 countries.
Even better, we market it with a warning label. Caution, not approved by any agency. May awaken your inner gladiator.
You're insane, but like, in a very marketable way.
That's what I'm saying. Picture it. A matte black bottle, horned logo, tagline. Alpha Bro Soak, bathe like you just won a war.
Rick, I don't even bathe.
You will when it smells like pine, bourbon, and unresolved childhood trauma.
Okay, that's kind of compelling.
You film the first ad in the woods, shirtless. Just you, a wooden tub, and a voiceover that says, "This ain't your mama's bubble bath."
We'll get canceled immediately.
But only after we sell out in 6 minutes and get profiled by a magazine that only uses black and white photos.
I'm listening.
Joe, we make men believe again. In bathing, in grit, in themselves.
You want to sell self-worth in a bottle of angry soup water?
Exactly.
We're gonna need a jingle. So, Rick, I saw this YouTube video pop up in my feed the other day. Title was, Black Ops 7 pre-orders hit record lows, so Activision decided to break the law.
Oh boy, that already sounds like it's gonna be a ride.
Dude, it was this guy called Blame Truth the Codfather. And the entire video, he's just screaming. Like, he's a fully grown man, but he's yelling like a 12-year-old whose parents wouldn't take him to McDonald's after school.
Like throwing a tantrum over chicken nuggets?
Exactly. He's going on about how Activision's breaking the law because they made the buy button and the play button look too similar.
That's not illegal.
No, it's not illegal. It's scummy, for sure. But he's on there red-faced, acting like he just uncovered Watergate. They're breaking the law. Meanwhile, it's just a UI trick to squeeze pre-orders out of kids who can't read small text.
Yeah, that's the sad part. Like, Activision is doing something scummy. They absolutely make design choices that trick people into spending money. But if the messenger is out here screaming like a toddler on a sugar crash, no one's gonna take it seriously.
Exactly. It's like, imagine a guy runs into Congress, shirtless, covered in Cheeto dust, screaming about corruption. Even if he's right, everyone's just laughing at him.
Right. Nobody wants to listen. They just point and go, "This dude needs a nap."
And like, you can tell he's passionate, but there's a difference between passion and a meltdown. At some point, you've got to learn how to actually communicate.
That's the real problem. The scummy stuff Activision does deserves critique. It deserves to be called out. But when the loudest voice is someone ranting like they're about to throw their controller across the room, the whole point gets lost.
Yeah, like, if he just calmly explained, "Hey, this is manipulative design, here's why it matters," people might go, "Oh, wow, that is messed up." Instead, it just looks like he's angry his mom turned off the Xbox.
Hopefully he figures it out. Proper communication is a skill. Right now it sounds like he's just practicing for a Karen audition tape.
Excuse me, Activision is breaking the law. I need to speak to your manager.
Exactly.
Man, gamers really will treat every little thing like it's the end of democracy.
To be fair, when you've spent 15 years buying Call of Duty every fall, it does start to feel like Stockholm Syndrome.
True, but maybe less screaming, more thinking. Wait, hold up. You're telling me Alexa is always listening, like nonstop?
Of course it is, Joe. How the hell do you think it hears its name? It doesn't wake up magically. It's a microphone that's on 24/7.
No way. I thought it just kind of idled until you said Alexa.
That's the sales pitch. But for it to catch the word, it has to be listening to every single thing until it hears the trigger. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
That freaks me out, man. I'm just sitting at home talking about elk meat and DMT, and some server in Seattle is storing it.
Pretty much. And if that wasn't enough, you ever hear of Amazon Sidewalk?
No, what's that?
It's this little feature where your Amazon devices, Alexa, Ring, Echo, start sharing your internet with nearby devices. Creates a mesh network. So even if your Wi-Fi goes down, Amazon's little spy grid keeps humming.
Wait, so my Alexa could be talking to the neighbor's Alexa?
Exactly. Your house isn't just online, Joe. It's plugged into everyone else's house, too. You're basically running part of Amazon's infrastructure for free.
That's insane. Why doesn't anyone care?
Because people value convenience over privacy. They'll scream about government surveillance, but then buy 3 devices that record them 24/7 just to turn the lights on with their voice.
So, like, even if I unplugged Alexa, my phone's probably still listening too, right?
Bingo. Your phone, your smart TV, your car, hell, even your fridge if it's smart. You're not escaping microphones anymore.
That's wild. Makes me feel like I should just get rid of all my tech.
Good luck with that. Modern world runs on data. You can ditch Alexa, but you're not dodging the net.
Damn. So it's not even about being paranoid anymore. It's just accepting you're being listened to. Rick, I've been thinking, Paul Bunyan, that giant lumberjack from American folklore, what if he's actually a kaiju?
A kaiju? Like Godzilla and those giant monsters? You're serious?
Yeah, think about it. He's huge, stomps through forests, uproots trees, creates giant lakes just by walking. Sounds like classic kaiju behavior to me.
Okay, I'll give you the size and destruction part, but kaiju usually come from Japan and are often portrayed as monsters or natural disasters. Paul Bunyan is more of a folk hero, right?
True, but folklore can mix with monster mythologies. Maybe Paul Bunyan is America's own kaiju, less monster, more protector of the wilderness, like a nature spirit that happens to be enormous.
Interesting angle. But kaiju are often portrayed as uncontrollable forces, sometimes destructive, sometimes protective. Paul Bunyan seems more controlled, purposeful. He's not randomly smashing cities.
Yeah, but that could just be storytelling. Maybe early settlers saw him as a friendly giant, but deep down he's a force of nature, like a kaiju.
Makes sense. But calling him a kaiju might be stretching the term. He's more mythic giant than monster.
But aren't kaiju just giant beings tied to nature or some ancient power? That fits Paul perfectly. He's massive, can reshape the landscape, and has that mythical vibe.
All right, you're onto something. If you think of kaiju as giant creatures that embody nature's power, Paul Bunyan qualifies, even if he's American and a bit more friendly.
Exactly. He's like the hometown kaiju, less Tokyo destruction, more Appalachian forest giant.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Paul Bunyan might just be America's version of a kaiju. Same epic scale, just with a lumberjack twist.
So we agree then. Paul Bunyan is a kaiju.
Yeah, he is. An American kaiju through and through.
Rick, do you remember those old books, Animorphs?
Yeah, the ones with the covers where some kid was turning into a lizard or a hawk or something. Every library had like 20 of them.
Right. They looked goofy, but here's the thing. Those books were dark, like way darker than anyone remembers.
How dark are we talking?
Okay, imagine you're 12 years old, you get handed the power to morph into animals, and then immediately you're thrown into a secret alien war where the enemy invades people's brains with parasites. That's the baseline.
Brain parasites? In a kid's book?
Yeah, they're called yerks, slug things that crawl into your ear canal, wrap around your brain, and puppeteer you. The person's still alive in there screaming, but can't control their own body.
That's nightmare fuel.
Oh, it gets worse. One of the main kids, Tobias, he gets stuck in morph, stays in hawk form forever. He basically loses his humanity in book 1.
Wait, they did a permanent body horror transformation in book 1? For kids?
Yep, and from there it's just trauma stacking on trauma. They've got war crimes, moral dilemmas, PTSD. There's a book where one of them literally morphs into a starfish, gets chopped in half, and both halves regrow into 2 separate conscious versions of him.
That's some Cronenberg level stuff.
Exactly, and the villains weren't just evil mustache twirlers. You had sympathetic yerks, you had impossible choices. Sometimes the Animorphs did straight up awful things too. They're child soldiers. The series makes it very clear war ruins you even if you win.
Man, I just thought it was about kids turning into dogs and sneaking into the movies.
That's the trap. The covers look like fun little animal adventures, but inside it's existential horror disguised as Goosebumps knockoffs. By the end of the series, the war has consumed them. They lose friends, their innocence, everything. The ending isn't even happy. It's bleak.
So you're telling me all those shiny holographic covers at the school book fair were hiding childhood despair?
Exactly. Animorphs wasn't just a book series. It was a psychological operation to prepare us for the crushing weight of adulthood.
Man, I think I dodged a bullet never finishing those.
Man, I've been thinking, what if they made a sequel to Arkham City? Like picking up right after that bad ending where Catwoman just bails on Batman. That would be wild.
Oh yeah, the one where she walks away and leaves Bruce to rot in his own mess? That's dark. I could see a whole game exploring the fallout from that. The Arkham world crumbling, Gotham broken.
Exactly. Like Nightwing is trying to hold everything together, or they introduce Damian Wayne as Batman, but either way, everything's falling apart and the city's full of chaos. Could be a much grittier, more psychological game.
They'd have to lean into the isolation, man. No Catwoman to watch his back, no allies to rely on. It'd be about Damian or Dick battling not just villains, but their own trauma and loneliness. Maybe even slipping into madness.
Yeah, and imagine the villain stepping up. They'd smell blood in the water, knowing the city is vulnerable, could bring back old foes in new ways, with Gotham turning into a war zone like in No Man's Land.
I'd want them to mess with his tech too. No Batmobile, no fancy gadgets at first. Just raw and rougher combat, using street smarts and desperation. Make it feel like we're clawing back from the edge.
That'd be dope. And maybe a Catwoman story could run parallel like Ada's story in Resident Evil 4 Remake, explaining why she left, what she's dealing with, how she copes with the loss. It could add layers, make her more than just the quitter from the bad ending.
Definitely. Give her depth, show her conflicted feelings. Maybe she's trying to find her own way to carry the legacy of the Bat. It'd blur the lines between hero and anti-hero.
Man, that's the kind of sequel I'd pay for. Dark, emotional, with messy relationships, and a Gotham that feels alive and broken, not just another punch fest.
Totally, but knowing big studios, they'd probably go the easy route with explosions and flashy combat. Real talk, the deeper story's what makes the Arkham games special. I'd want that sequel to respect that.
For sure, here's hoping someone out there's thinking the same. That bad ending deserves its own story, and it could be one hell of a ride.
Agreed. Maybe one day we'll get that dark, gritty follow-up that makes you feel every scar and every broken trust instead of the slop DC games we've gotten since Arkham Knight.
Rick, you tell me I'm the Terminator in every universe, and I love that. Feels good, you know? Like Destiny.
Yeah, well, Destiny with sunglasses and a shotgun. Pretty much carved into the fabric of existence.
Still, sometimes I wish people talked more about my comedy. Kindergarten Cop Twins, Jingle All the Way. I did more than just I'll be back.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love Jingle All the Way. Honestly, it's one of the only Christmas movies I can sit through without wanting to inject eggnog into my eyes. Turbo Man? Classic.
Really? You mean that?
Yeah, man, you running through a mall screaming about a toy, way more relatable than blowing up an alien mothership. Warms my cold, shriveled holiday heart.
That means a lot to me, Rick. Thank you. People forget that one. Everyone remembers the machines and the guns, but not the Christmas spirit.
Well, across the multiverse, people didn't forget. In fact, in a few universes, Jingle All the Way is a Terminator Christmas movie. Same plot, except you're a cyborg hunting down a Turbo Man doll. With lasers, parents screaming, malls on fire. It's festive carnage.
I love it. That is perfect. I wish I could have made that version.
Yeah, hasta la Navidad, baby. Big hit in the ornament aisle.
You see, that's the balance I like. Action and comedy, machines and laughter.
Sure. And hey, there's even a universe where you are Turbo Man. Full-time superhero. Red suit, jetpack, candy cane boomerangs. Honestly, one of the better ones.
That sounds beautiful. Why don't we live in that one?
Because this timeline's boring, Arnold. Here you just get remembered for robots and politics.
At least you remembered the laughs. That warms my heart, Rick.
Don't push it. I'll still roast you for Junior.
Even in that movie, I made people smile. That's what matters.
Yeah, you're the killer robot with a heart of gold. Multiverse confirmed.
But wait, hold up. Did I just hear you say there's a universe where Jingle All the Way is a Terminator movie?
Yep. Mall Massacre, Santa Resistance, Turbo Man doll is the key to the apocalypse. Whole 9 yards.
Why does that sound better than the real version?
Because everything is better with me as the Terminator.
He's not wrong.
You know what ending I always thought was really good? Regular Show.
Yeah, that one worked. They nailed it.
Just the way it all came together, the characters, the park, the music, it felt finished, you know?
Yeah, like they actually cared about closing it out. Not every show does that.
Exactly. I remember watching it and thinking, man, this is just nice.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Did you ever watch the end of that?
Yeah, I saw it. Whole thing with Mordecai, Rigby, everybody. Good send-off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good send-off.
For me, it's still Cyberpunk, Edge Runners. That one's rattling around in my head.
Oh yeah, that was a heavy one.
Heavy but good. Like, you know it's going to end bad, but it still hits you when it does.
Yeah. I remember finishing it and just kind of staring at the screen.
Same. It's one of those endings that just hangs around.
Definitely.
But regular show, though, different vibe, still really solid.
Totally different, just wholesome.
Wholesome's a good word.
You don't get that often.
Nope.
You really don't?
And the Edge Runners one, that's just the opposite. Not wholesome at all.
No, not even close.
But still good.
Still good.
So we both just keep thinking about different endings.
Yeah, man. Endings we liked.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Real good stuff.
So, Rick, remember yesterday when you were going on about that Captain Coochie's key lime pie thing?
Yeah, man, I'm still not over it. I actually had dreams about that dude's pie last night.
Well, I think I might have found something even weirder. You ever heard of Ben and Ed?
Is that a cartoon?
Nah, it's this weird indie game about a zombie obstacle course. You play as a zombie named Ed trying to save his human friend Ben. It's goofy, bloody, whatever. But here's the thing. There's this whole rabbit hole behind it.
What kind of rabbit hole are we talking?
So, the game's lighthearted on the surface, but fans started digging into the background details and found all these creepy hints like hidden notes, unsettling imagery that doesn't match the wacky tone, and this recurring symbol of an eye. The devs never explain it.
Oh, so it's one of those Eric-type deals?
Exactly, but here's the kicker. No one can agree if it's intentional or if the devs just put in random stuff to mess with people. There's YouTube channels with hours of breakdowns, people connecting it to German fairy tales, real missing kids cases, even some wild theory about it being based on a real underground game show.
A real underground game show? Like actual people running obstacle courses?
Yeah, but not the fun kind. The no cameras, you don't come back if you lose kind. Total conspiracy theory territory.
Jesus, man. So people think this silly zombie platformer is secretly about murder?
Basically. And the worst part, the devs have never once addressed it. They'll answer questions about level design, but if you ask about the creepy lore, they just ghost you.
That's exactly how they keep people hooked. Same as the pie guy. Feed him just enough mystery, never give closure.
right? And now I'm in it. I've been watching these deep dives at 3 a.m., pausing frames to see if there's a hidden message on a wall texture.
You're doomed, man! Next thing you know, you'll be making your own hour-long theory video about how Ben and Ed is secretly a warning from some whistleblower.
Don't tempt me. I already have a title in mind. You ever think about how BioShock kind of changed the way games handle choices?
Oh, absolutely. Before that, choices were mostly illusions, like press this button to get a different colored cutscene.
BioShock made people feel like their actions mattered, even if subtly.
Exactly. And that ripple effect hit every developer. Suddenly you get games where the ending, or even the world around you, adjusts to your decisions.
Yeah, like deciding whether to save or harvest the Little Sisters. That wasn't just a moral thing. It changed the whole game's tone.
For some, yeah. For most, probably just, I'll take the cash. But the point is, the game taught developers, choice sells engagement.
And that's why now every Tech.Ai game tries to shove moral choices or branching paths in, even if it's meaningless.
Right, you got Mass Effect, The Witcher, Detroit, Become Human. BioShock planted the seed, and now it's a garden of fake dilemmas.
Do you think the game's lost something by making choices everywhere, like it waters down the impact?
Sometimes. If every little thing is a moral decision, nothing really feels heavy. But the good news is, BioShock showed the magic formula. Make a single choice feel enormous, and players will remember it forever.
Yeah, I still remember feeling guilty about harvesting those first Little Sisters. That stuck with me?
That's the beauty of it. One decision, lifelong guilt. That's how you teach consequences in a digital world.
Makes me wonder what the next BioShock moment will be in gaming. Something even weirder, maybe?
Oh, it's coming. And when it hits, everyone will call it revolutionary, even if it's just the next twist on an old formula.
Rick, I've been thinking about this. We've got probiotics, we've got antibiotics, but what exactly is a biotic? Like, what's the base thing here? Nobody taught me that in school. They just handed us yogurt commercials and prescriptions and said, figure it out.
Yeah, biotic by itself never really comes up.
Right, but shouldn't it? If I'm pro or anti something, shouldn't I at least know what the thing is first? It's like someone asking, are you pro lava or anti lava? And you're like, hold on, can I at least see some lava before I take a stance?
That's fair.
Because probiotics sound healthy, they're in yogurt, kombucha, all that stuff. Antibiotics sound powerful, they fight infections. But somewhere in the middle is just biotic. And that guy's never in the conversation. He's probably just sitting there like, why does everyone keep taking sides about me? I'm just existing, man.
Like the forgotten middle child.
Exactly. Biotic is the middle child of medicine. And here we are, constantly swinging between pro and anti. We don't even know if Biotic wanted us to pick a side. What if Biotic doesn't need defending or fighting? What if Biotic's just chilling, being the baseline of life?
So are you pro or anti?
That's the problem. I don't know. If I say I'm probiotic, do I have to eat a bucket of yogurt every day like it's my patriotic duty? If I say I'm antibiotic, am I committing a war crime against penicillin? And if I just say I'm neutral biotic, people are going to look at me like I'm dodging jury duty.
Neutral biotic does sound suspicious.
Yeah, like I'm plotting something. This man claims he's neutral, but we saw him with a bottle of kefir last week, and then they put me on a list.
A gut health watch list.
Exactly. So before I buy anything with biotic slapped on the label, I need someone to sit me down and give me the real definition. What is biotic? Is it life itself? Is it the bacteria? Is it me? Because if it's me, then being antibiotic means I'm literally anti myself. And like being probiotic means I'm just cheering in the mirror like some motivational speaker. Dude, you ever heard of this anime called Birdie Wing, Girls Golf Story?
No, and the title alone sounds like something I would never watch, Joe. Girls' Golf Story? That sounds like an after-school special on PBS where everyone hugs after missing a putt.
That's what I thought too, man. I was hesitant, super hesitant. But I'm telling you, it's not what it sounds like. It's not just girls playing golf. It's like the mafia.
The mafia? In golf? What the hell, Joe? What, are they laundering money through 9 holes in a clubhouse martini bar?
No, dude, it's wild. These girls are literally doing underground golf matches with mob bosses. Like, the fate of crime syndicates depends on a chip shot. It takes itself so seriously that it loops back around and becomes hilarious, especially if you're a little baked.
So it's like The Godfather, but with sand traps.
Exactly. Imagine a mafia don leaning back, the cigar smoke everywhere, and he's like, if you can't clear this water hazard, your family's finished. That's the vibe.
Jesus Christ, that's insane. Anime is the only medium where people go, what if golf, but also Yakuza blood feuds? And then they just roll with it.
Dude, and the animation, they animate golf swings like it's Dragon Ball Z, like slow motion, energy blast, the whole thing. And the character's completely straight-faced, like it's life or death.
See, that's the part I'd find funny. Because if you know golf, you know it's the least life or death sport imaginable. It's literally old dudes in khakis chasing a ball with a cart full of beer.
You know what's crazy, Rick? You can make a video with the most positive message in the world, like love one another, respect your veterans, and the second somebody thinks AI was involved, boom, the comments just implode with hate.
Oh, I've seen it. Doesn't matter what the message is. Could be, hey guys, drink water, stay healthy, be kind. And then one guy goes, this looks AI generated, and suddenly the whole thing's AI slop, garbage content. This is the problem with society.
Exactly. Like, dude, you're literally being the negative, bitter person the video was telling you not to be. You proved its point without even realizing it.
Yeah, but that's the internet, Joe. People don't care about the content. They care about the aesthetic of authenticity. They want to believe a real person is talking to them, even if that real person is just regurgitating the same Hallmark card wisdom.
But here's the thing. There are plenty of valid reasons to criticize AI. Jobs, creativity, ethics, all of that. But hating a positive message just because you suspect a machine helped make it, that's just having a hate-filled heart.
It's knee-jerk tribalism. People think if they shut down AI content on site, they're fighting the machine uprising or something. In reality, they're just ignoring the value of the words.
Right, like, if you hear respect your veterans or don't be toxic, does it really matter if a computer said it? The truth doesn't stop being true just because a human didn't type it out by hand.
But that's the paradox, Joe.